Bai Mo leaned on the sink, staring blankly at his reflection in the mirror. He splashed cold water on his face over and over again, clearly feeling the icy droplets roll down his cheeks. Eventually, he accepted the truth. Reborn. This wasn't the year 2022, but 2004, the year he finished his college entrance exams. The faucet was turned all the way to full blast, yet even the roaring water couldn't drown out his heavy sigh. Especially after glancing back at the girl lying on the hotel bed. His brows furrowed even deeper. A person experiences many things in life, some forgotten, some remembered forever. If nothing unexpected changed, it wouldn't be long before this girl's father came barging through the door. He'd break in, only to find his daughter lying next to Bai Mo on the same bed and just about to be taken advantage of. If the girl had been willing, that would have been one thing. He could have said something like, "Uncle, no, Dad'll take responsibility." But unfortunately, she hadn't been willing. In fact, she had been very much unwilling. The reason she was so obedient now, not crying or resisting, lying there quietly as if waiting for someone to take her, was because she had been drugged. She wanted to fight back but couldn't. Of course, it wasn't Bai Mo who drug her. Too bad no one would believe him if he said so. Back then, he had foolishly thought it was his confession that finally moved the goddess he'd secretly loved for 3 years. At the party the night before exam results were released, she had intentionally gotten drunk to give him a chance. Looking back, he realized how completely out of his mind he must have been. After being rejected so decisively when he confessed, how could she possibly give him another opportunity, let alone such a direct one? Bai Mo slowly walked toward the bed, gazing at the girl who had occupied his heart throughout high school. Once upon a time, they had shared some innocent memories. Now, Jiang Luohan's face was flushed with heat, her delicate features perfectly arranged on her oval face. Her hair was slightly messy, lips slightly parted, an image brimming with temptation. Even with 2 lifetimes behind him, Bai Mo couldn't help but admire her beauty. Yet there was no longer any burning passion or affection in his eyes. If it weren't for tonight's incident, maybe he would have lived a pretty good life. He would go to university, meet one or even several girlfriends, get married, have kids. That's what he thought. But he quickly shook his head. Knew now wasn't the time to dwell on regrets. Fate had given him a second chance not to repeat the same mistakes and be caught red-handed once again. He gently shook Jiang Luohan, but no matter how hard he tried, she didn't wake up. He even wiped her face with a wet towel, but her eyes remained tightly shut. Bai Mo could have just walked away, but he knew if he did, it would confirm the accusation that he had drugged her. After all, many people saw her leave with him. Had never be able to explain himself. Since waking her wasn't an option, Bai Mo hardened his heart and made a decision. He hoisted her onto his back and stepped out of the room. No time to check out. He hailed a taxi right outside the hotel. Earlier, he had just taken a shower and laid down, hadn't even done anything physical when everything was interrupted. Most likely, someone had tipped off her father and sent him the address. That's why he arrived so fast. Since this location was already compromised, he needed to find somewhere no one else knew. He could turn himself in later, but not before making sure he wasn't caught. Less than 5 minutes after Bai Mo left, a black Mercedes pulled up in front of the hotel. A middle-aged man who looked strikingly similar to Jiang Luohan rushed out, not even bothering to close the car door before storming into the lobby. The receptionist, sensing trouble, barely managed to ask, "Sir, can I help you?" Jiang just slammed his hand on the counter and shouted furiously, "Is there a student named Bai Mo staying here?" Startled, the receptionist glanced at his angry expression and immediately abandoned professional etiquette, nodding nervously. "He's in room 301. Without waiting for the elevator, Jiang took the stairs 2 at a time. Didn't knock, just kicked the door open. Bang! But when the door flew open, he froze. The room was empty. Panic surged. Desperation followed. Still hoping, he dialed his daughter's number again only to hear the message. "The number you're calling is currently switched off." Jiang inhaled deeply, trying to calm himself. Finally, he called his daughter's high school homeroom teacher. "Teacher Shu, this is Jiang Luohan's father. I need your help. Can you look up the contact information for the parents of a student named Bai Mo in your class?" When Bai Shuai learned about the call from Jiang, he felt as if struck by lightning, his mind going blank. He was a lawyer and his own law firm and understood exactly how serious the situation was. If proven guilty, Bai Mo's future would be ruined beyond repair. Glancing at his wife watching TV nearby, Bai Shuai decided not to tell Hera, at least not yet. He hung up and pretended to be calm, saying to her, "Honey, I have to run out for something. He'll come back late. You go to sleep early." He gave him a sidelong glance while snacking on sunflower seeds, sarcastically muttering, "The kid hasn't come back from a class reunion yet, and now the old man wants to attend a party too?" Bai Shui dared not tell her the truth, yet no point adding to her worry before knowing what really happened. He simply replied, "Got a complicated case. They messed up the paperwork. I need to go through the files myself." May wasn't unreasonable, just prone to grumbling. Realizing he had urgent business, she stood up and fetched him a pair of socks. "Come back early." Okay. When Jiang met Bai Shui, he stormed forward angrily. "You raised quite the son." Bai Shui knew he was in the wrong, so he endured the scolding silently. Only after Jiang calmed down did Bai Shui dare to ask, "Mr. Jiang, do we know anything yet?" Jiang didn't recognize Bai Shui, but Bai Shui recognized him. The largest real estate developer in Hanjiang City, worth billions. A figure most could only admire from afar. Bai Shui never expected to meet him like this. Jiang clearly had no interest in Bai Shui and lit a cigarette without responding. While waiting for Bai Shui, Jiang had already called the police. One of the officers spoke up. "We checked the surveillance footage. Bai Mo carried Jiang Luohan out of the hotel and got into a taxi, but we lost sight of them. The camera distance was too far to capture the license plate. We've contacted traffic police for assistance. It won't be long before we find them." Bai Shui knew the situation was spiraling out of control. His mind raced, thinking of ways to contain it. The best solution was to find Bai Mo before he did anything stupid. There might still be a chance for leniency. But for now, no news at all. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, Jiang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID's daughter's name flashed on screen. He stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette mid-puff. "Luohan, where are you?" Chapter 2 Farewell. Perhaps it is best never to meet again. Greetings, Uncle Jiang. I am Bai Mo, a classmate of Jiang Luohan. Upon hearing that the voice on the other end was not Jiang Luohan's, Jiang's expression darkened. "Bai Mo? Where's Luohan?" The moment Jiang uttered Bai Mo's name, the police officer and Bai Xing exchanged glances, instinctively leaning closer to Jiang. Jiang then switched to speaker mode. She had consumed a bit of alcohol. "Her phone died, and I was unable to reach you. Initially, I thought to let her rest at the hotel until she regained her senses and could return on her own. However, her condition was increasingly concerning. So I brought her to the hospital." Upon hearing this, both Jiang and Bai Xing exhaled in relief. "It's good that she is fine. Which hospital are you at?" Bai Xing could not contain his urgency. Recognizing the voice, Bai Mo felt a sense of familiarity, and after a moment of reflection, shuddered. "Old Bai, what are you doing here?" Bai Xing, too anxious to respond, pressed for information. "First things first, tell me which hospital you are at." "At the municipal hospital. I borrowed a charging cable, and as soon as I powered up the phone, I contacted Uncle Jiang." Before Bai Mo could finish his sentence, there was a series of beeping sounds. In the final moments, Bai Mo faintly heard Jiang mention heading to the hospital. After the call ended, Bai Mo curiously toyed with the Nokia from 2004, a rare treasure he had long coveted. Not long into his musings, Bai Mo inadvertently glanced at Jiang Luohan. Startled to find her wide-eyed and staring directly at him, he felt a sudden jolt. "Oh, you're awake." Bai Mo felt somewhat embarrassed, having been caught perusing her phone. He quickly set the device down and addressed Jiang Luohan. "I just used your phone to call your father. He should be here soon." Jiang Luohan blinked, but remained silent. Although her consciousness had been hazy and her eyes difficult to open, she was still aware of her surroundings. When she sensed Bai Mo carrying her into the hotel and placing her on the bed, her heart raced. At that moment, she had resigned herself to her fate. Yet, unexpectedly, Bai Mo did not take advantage of the situation. He even helped her wash her face. "Thank you." Jiang Luohan's voice was melodious. Bai Mo shrugged. "It's nothing. Since you're awake, I shall take my leave." With that, he stood to depart. As Jiang Luohan watched his retreating figure, a tinge of sorrow enveloped her heart. Previously, when she was ill and receiving in the school infirmary, Bai Mo feigned illness to accompany her through an afternoon of glucose strips. Yet now, his demeanor felt so dismissive, all because she had rejected his confession. "Bai Mo." Hearing Jiang Luohan call out to him, Bai Mo halted, turning back in confusion. "What is it? Can we still be friends like we used to?" Bai Mo felt as though he were hallucinating in Jiang Luohan's gaze. He detected a glimmer of hope. He pondered deeply, reflecting on how they had been friends before, offering everything, receiving nothing more than a faint apology and a shallow smile. In those moments, he had even felt a warm breeze upon his soul. Now, in retrospect, Bai Mo couldn't help but find it absurd. Being a devoted admirer was exhausting. The crux of the matter is that, in the end, one is left with nothing. Bai Mo shook his head. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Luohan felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. She wanted to speak, but at that moment, a nurse entered, balancing a tray. "Awake now?" However, we still need to change your medication. The nurse, seemingly fresh from graduation and not very old, spoke with a gentle tone, albeit a bit too chatty. While changing the medicine, she smiled at Bai Mo and said, "Your girlfriend is truly beautiful." Jiang Luohan paused in surprise, ready to refute her, but Bai Mo spoke first. "Don't misunderstand. She is merely my classmate, not my girlfriend." Jiang Luohan pressed her lips together in silence, turning her head aside, feeling annoyed, though she was unsure of the reason for her irritation. "Oh?" The nurse chuckled awkwardly. "I'm sorry. Seeing you carry her in, I assumed." Bai Mo waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, nothing." After speaking, he grinned mischievously and leaned closer to the nurse. With his handsome features and playful smile, he particularly attracted the attention of young women. The nurse, an outgoing girl, was not offended when Bai Mo nudged her with his shoulder. Instead, she shot him a playful glare. "Just between us, I prefer girls in white coats. Ideally around 1.6 meters tall. So I want to have to stand on my toes." Though he spoke softly, Jiang Luohan, sitting beside him, could hear. She looked up at Bai Mo, her eyes betraying a peculiar emotion, before pouting and softly muttering, "Rascal." The nurse, amused, covered her mouth and laughed, as her height was precisely 1.61 meters. "You're quite the charmer. You must have had many girlfriends," Bai Mo replied with a mischievous grin. "Not at all. I have always guarded my virtue for love. They say I'm foolish. I used to think so too, but ever since meeting you, I believe my steadfastness has been quite wise." Bai Mo's increasingly outrageous declarations caused the young nurse to feel a flutter in her heart. Having finished changing the medication, the nurse, aware of her other duties, shot a regretful glance at Bai Mo and tentatively asked, "Handsome, shall we exchange contacts?" Male nursing students are rare, and in her youthful naivety, she was eager to continue the conversation with someone as charming and engaging as Bai Mo. "Sure. What is your number? I'll add you later." The nurse pulled out a pen and paper, scribbled her number, and handed it to Bai Mo. "Remember to add me." "Of course." As she departed, Bai Mo glanced at the note in his hand and smiled faintly. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. After this moment of reflection, it was time for him to leave. "Bai Mo, why have you never mentioned that you like nurses?" Jiang Luohan asked sourly as she saw him tuck the note into his shirt pocket. Bai Mo merely smiled nonchalantly. "There's much you don't know. Take care then, due to tonight's events." Bai Mo would later face a period of detention in his past life. This blemish on his record prevented him from attending university, becoming a lifelong regret. Bai Mo had never held Jiang Luohan responsible. In fact, he felt a sense of gratitude toward her. Had it not been for her signing the letter of understanding and persuading her family to refrain from pursuing legal action, the situation would have escalated beyond mere detention. However, that was a matter of a past life. Since this lifetime had been devoid of any incidents, they had completely diverged from the previous trajectory. Thus, it was time to part ways sincerely. With this thought, Bai Mo murmured softly to himself, "Perhaps it is best never to see each other again." Jiang Luohan caught wind of this, and her eyes inexplicably grew moist. Today, Bai Mo appeared transformed, rendered so aloof that she scarcely recognized him. Could it be that her rejection of his confession was the catalyst? Jiang Luohan found herself perplexed. All she knew was that witnessing Bai Mo engage in cheerful conversation with other girls made her feel somewhat uneasy. Bai Mo did not stray far. Taking a seat at the entrance of the hospital, he had to wait for Lao Bai and Jiangzhe to arrive. It was not a matter of longing for his father, but rather that he lacked the funds to take a taxi home. He was mulling over whether, upon meeting Jiangzhe, he should request reimbursement for the medical expenses. While a prominent businessman like Jiangzhe might not be concerned about such trivial sums, Bai Mo certainly was. If possible, he would also seek reimbursement for the hotel expenses. It was not long before Jiangzhe arrived at the hospital entrance, driving up in his car, followed by Bai Xingxue's vehicle, and at the rear, a police car. Upon seeing the flashing lights, Bai Mo felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Thank goodness he had been clever enough to leave hastily. Otherwise, he might have found himself in serious trouble. Chapter 3. What I miss most is that bowl of Yangcha noodles by Mo. Bai Xingxue approached him directly, concern etched on his face. What on earth happened? Jiangzhe and the others followed closely behind, and upon seeing Bai Mo, their anxiety somewhat eased. During the gathering, Jiang Luohan had consumed a bit too much alcohol and had fallen into a deep slumber. She had only awakened at the hospital, and fortunately, there was no significant harm done. For further details, it would be best to consult the doctor. "Lao Bai, I'm feeling a bit weary today. I would like to head home," Bai Mo said. The police were naturally reluctant to let him leave so easily, especially since the matter had yet to be clarified. According to procedure, they needed to take a statement before he could depart. Just as one of the officers was about to intervene, Jiang waved his hand. Officer Liu. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I apologize for the inconvenience, Jiang stated. His current status was not merely a result of fortune. He possessed a blend of resolute measures and keen intelligence. Today's incident had caused him to act impulsively, as it involved Jiang Luohan. Upon learning that she was unharmed, he regained his composure. He had heard Bai Mo's name from Jiang Luohan on multiple occasions and had even inquired with teachers, all of whom spoke highly of him. He figured that such a person would not engage in any irrational behavior and did not wish to leave a negative impression on him. Moreover, he was aware that the fault lay with himself, having said many harsh words upon encountering Bai Xingxue. Bai Mo, thank you, he said. Lawyer Bai. Today's incident was my fault. I will come to apologize in person another day. Bai Xingxue, visibly shaken by the situation, shook his head, indicating that he bore no ill will. There is no need for an apology. You should go check on the child. The heart of a parent is truly pitiable. With that, he patted Bai Mo's shoulder. Come on, let's head home. Jiang's thoughts were entirely consumed by Jiang Luohan, and he did not engage in small talk, intending to turn back towards the hospital room. However, he was halted after just a couple of steps by Bai Mo's call. Uncle Jiang. Is there something else? Jiang turned to look at Bai Mo, inquiring. Bai Mo, with a smile, scratched his head and said, I've paid 312 for the medical fees. 128 for the room where Jiang Luohan is resting and 6 for the taxi. That totals 446. Just round it off, and you can give me 450. With that, he extended his hand towards Jiang. 450. In 2004, this was nearly half a year's pocket money. Jiang found himself frozen in place, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. Cough, cough. Bai Xingxue was also speechless. At a time like this, he was still thinking about money. After a couple of awkward coughs, he gave Bai Mo a light pat on the back of his head. How embarrassing. Let us go. Mr. Jiang, my apologies, Jiang said, recovering from his surprise, offering a sheepish smile. I was negligent. As he spoke, he retrieved his wallet and stuffed a thick wad of cash into Bai Mo's hand. Just as Jiang was about to say that the excess was a token of gratitude, he noticed that Bai Mo only counted out 450 and returned the remainder. Goodbye. Uncle Jiang, please send my regards to Jiang Luohan. With that, he wrapped an arm around Bai Xingxue's shoulder and walked away. Old Bai, I know your mom hasn't given you any pocket money. If you want to buy any cigarettes, just let me know, and I'll get them for you. Jiang watched the father and son depart, only retracting his gaze once their taillights disappeared around the corner. Mr. Jiang, here are Luohan's test results. You should take a look, he was reminded. The reason Jiang had been so direct in sending Bai Mo away was that he had already arranged for someone to consult with the doctor. Upon receiving the test results, he furrowed his brow deeply as he examined the findings. Investigate the places Luohan visited tonight, who she interacted with, and the phone number that messaged me, Jiang instructed, inhaling deeply to suppress all negative emotions, revealing an unprecedented warmth as he entered the hospital room. Luohan, are you feeling unwell anywhere else? Dad. Jiang Luohan's face lit up upon seeing Jiang, though her gaze unconsciously darted towards his back. After a considerable pause, she could no longer restrain her curiosity. Where's Bai Mo? He went home. What exactly happened tonight? Meanwhile, Bai Mo sat in old Bai's car, turning his head to gaze out the window at the fleeting streetlights, lost in thought. He had dreamt countless times of returning to his 18-year-old self. Yet upon his actual return, he found everything here to be profoundly unfamiliar. Although Bai Mo's family could not be described as affluent, they were certainly well off. By 2004, they had already purchased a home in the city center, a property developed by Jiang's company. At the time of the purchase, he had jokingly remarked that he was supporting his future father-in-law's business, since Jiang Luohan was an only child, and the house would eventually be hers. Tonight's events must not be disclosed to your mother. The father and son squatted side by the flower bed at the base of their apartment building, sharing a cigarette. In many households, a strict father and a loving mother create a balanced environment. However, in the case of Lao Bai, his scholarly demeanor renders him incapable of being stern, relegating him to the role of a benevolent father. Conversely, he embodies the archetype of a strict mother, showing no mercy. Even Bai Mo, her son, feels intimidated, and Bai Xingxue does not appear any less apprehensive. Upon witnessing the curtains on the third floor being drawn open, Bai Mo hastily extinguished his half-smoked cigarette, rising with a dismissive murmur. Understood, you're being overly nagging. A grown man. Afraid of a woman, what a joke that would be if it got out. Bai Xingxue shot a glance at Bai Mo, perplexed by how he and Hime, both of earnest disposition, could produce such a reckless offspring. Aren't you afraid of your mother? Should I tell her that you've taken up smoking? Faced with his father's inquiry, Bai Mo shook his head, raising a finger in protest. You're the one smoking, don't implicate me. As the conversation continued, his voice dwindled. You should count your blessings. Mom, Lao Bai is smoking again. He filled the room with smoke. Only then did Lao Bai register the situation. Hastily looking up to find Hime glaring at him with an intensity that could chill even the warmest June day. Bai Mo made a hasty retreat, faintly hearing Bai Xingxue behind him fuming about the little rascal. Upon returning home, Bai Mo plopped down onto the sofa, casually wiping an apple from the coffee table on his clothes before taking a hearty bite. Hime, undeterred, continued her lecture to Bai Xingxue, admonishing him not to lead their son astray. Despite being his father, Bai Mo felt a twinge of sympathy. Mom, let us not criticize Lao Bai right now. He is merely troubled by the case he is working on. I'm hungry, could you make me a bowl of plain noodles? In his previous life, Bai Mo toiled in a foreign city, amassing a considerable fortune. He would only return to visit his parents during holidays, missing nothing more than his mother's delicious plain noodles. He had attempted to bring them closer, but they could never acclimate. Within days, they would clamor to return home. Over time, he relinquished that hope. Their absence had its merits. After all, who could endure the daily antics of two elderly individuals, collectively over 100 years old, fixated on watching Haloa? Hearing them call out Grandpa, only to respond with a few playful sounds now and then. Chapter 4. Bai Mo accompanies the school bell. The class group chat explodes. Upon hearing Bai Mo express his desire for plain noodles, Hime initially scoffed, lamenting the late hour and the disturbance it would cause. Yet, despite her words, she set aside her tasks and headed to the kitchen. Eat slowly, don't choke. Where in tea you supposed to be at a gathering? You're behaving like a starving ghost. Observing Bai Mo devour his meal ravenously, Hime couldn't help but make a quip. As he savored the noodles, he occasionally lifted the bowl to sip the broth. After dining out extensively, he ultimately concluded that nothing could compare to his mother's plain noodles. The 18-year-old Bai Mo, though, could not articulate such a sentiment laden with nostalgia. Hime and Bai Xingxue exchanged a moment of surprise, their expressions softening as they recalled something. Take your time, she urged. After finishing his meal, Bai Mo, shedding his usual lethargy, took the initiative to wash his bowl in the kitchen. I shall retire to my chamber for slumber. You both carry on. Upon emerging, I observed my parents still engrossed in the television, and after exchanging pleasantries, I departed. Hearing the door close, Hime moved closer to Bai Xingxue. Hey, may I inquire what you were up to tonight? A sudden jolt coursed through Bai Xingxue, who took a sip from his cup. Fabricate. Continue your fabrication. Every time you prepare to weave a lie, your eyes dart about, and you reach for water. When will you alter this habit? Bai Xingxue's countenance turned awkward. He refrained from disclosing the truth to avoid causing Hime concern. However, now that the moment had passed, there was no longer a need for concealment. Once Bai Xingxue finished recounting, Hime felt a pang of fear and shot him a fierce glance. I believe our son is not of that ilk. In the future, such matters must not be kept hidden. After receiving an affirmative response from Bai Xingxue, Hime softened her tone. Their son was on the cusp of entering university, and his visits home would become increasingly rare. Sigh. Although she had often expressed her grievances during Bai Mo's presence, the thought of his imminent departure weighed heavily on her heart. Initially, she felt little unease. Yet, after hearing Bai Mo's tone earlier, feelings of anxiety began to surface. While Bai Xingxue continued to console Hime, Bai Mo returned to his room, quickly freshened up, and sat before his computer. The configuration of the 2004 desktop was subpar, making even playing a simple game a cumbersome experience. After a couple of attempts, Bai Mo lost interest and clicked away. Upon logging in, the incessant beeping filled the air. With a privileged upbringing and commendable looks, he was quite popular during high school. Today marked the conclusion of the college entrance examination, and everyone understood that they might never cross paths again. During the graduation gathering, the atmosphere had prompted everyone to indulge in a few drinks, leading to the revelation of some unspoken sentiments, much like Bai Mo mustering the courage to confess his feelings. The outcome was inconsequential. What mattered was providing a definitive closure to this chapter of youth. After closing all pop-up windows, Bai Mo opened the class group chat. With the exams just concluded, many had flocked to internet cafes to celebrate. The number of online participants had reached an unprecedented high. Messages flowed incessantly, and aside from various poignant farewell sentiments, the most fervent discussion revolved around whether Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan had ventured to a hotel. Upon noticing Bai Mo's avatar illuminate, someone promptly tagged him. Bai Mo, the last I saw, you were assisting the class beauty. Another chimed in. Did you really go to a hotel? The once lively chat room fell into a hush, all eagerly awaiting Bai Mo's reply. He did not leave them in suspense for long, not to be elaborated upon. He responded ambiguously, accompanied by a mischievous smiley. Just as he pressed send, the group chat erupted with a flurry of messages. Bro, where are you? I'm coming for you. My goddess. Oh my. Bro. Elaborate. Bai Mo grinned and typed a few more words. Next time. As soon as he sent it, the chat exploded once more, though the fervor did not persist for long. Thank you all for your concern. I am at home. Jiang Luohan must have received a call from a classmate, realizing that Bai Mo was spreading unfounded rumors. She promptly logged on to clarify the situation. I knew it. How could Luohan possibly take a liking to him? Thankfully, Bai Mo, come out. Upon seeing that the excitement had dissipated, Bai Mo retreated. Little did he know that Jiang Luohan had approached him at that moment, sending a private message. Why did you say such things in the group? Jiang Luohan, always courteous, maintained her politeness even in written replies. However, her tone of inquiry revealed genuine anger. After all, as a young woman, who wouldn't care about their reputation? What did I say? Bai Mo feigned ignorance. Jiang Luohan, sitting before her computer screen, was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed she truly had not said anything significant. Once she regained her composure, she was discharged from the hospital. Now, in her room, she sat on a chair, hugging a SpongeBob SquarePants pillow. After typing and deleting several times, she sighed. Forget it. Thank you for tonight. After sending the message, she expected Bai Mo to reply immediately, as was his usual habit. However, this time, it was as if her message had vanished into a void. Minutes passed without a response. Where is he? Unable to wait any longer, she sent another message, only to find that Bai Mo's avatar had turned gray, indicating he was offline. In reality, Bai Mo was still in front of his computer, merely set to invisible mode. Too many messages were overwhelming. At that moment, a discussion erupted in the group chat, with someone suggesting they go out for a few days. Bai Mo was not particularly interested. To him, most of the people there were strangers. Even if they met, few could be called by name, making it unnecessary to join in the frivolity. Although he was not overly concerned, he glanced at the conversation, noting they were talking about camping. Oh, the scent of hormones wafting through the air, characteristic of adolescence. The next day, under the blazing sun, Bai Mo awoke to the ringing of the landline in the living room. Rubbing his eyes, he climbed out of bed, noticing that everything around him remained unchanged. He accepted the reality of his rebirth. Who is it? Bai Mo yawned as he spoke. What time is it? Still sleeping. There's some money left for you on the table. Go eat. The call was from Mei, who had already left for work early that morning. The purpose of her call was simply to remind Bai Mo to eat on time. At this moment, he noticed the 100 yuan on the table. His parents had never been stingy when it came to money. Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after hanging up, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Who is it? Bai Mo, toothbrush in hand and foam in his mouth, opened the door and froze. Jiang Luohan stood there, clad in a simple white dress that reached just above her knees, revealing her fair, straight calves. With her hands clasped behind her back, she stood at the threshold, peering shyly into the room after he opened the door. Are uncle and auntie home? They've gone to work. Do you need something? Bai Mo, still brushing his teeth, spoke with a muffled voice. Bai Mo, what time is it, and you're still brushing your teeth? Accompanying Jiang Luohan were two others, a girl and a boy. Bai Mo momentarily struggled to recall the girl's name, though she appeared familiar. However, he distinctly remembered the boy who was speaking, one of the admirers of Jiang Luohan and also the class monitor, Lu Chang. If you're only here to inquire about when I brush my teeth, I might just close the door, Bai Mo remarked, his expression betraying no hint of jest. The trio outside the door collectively sensed that he might indeed shut them out. The girl beside Lu Chang, her bangs framing her face, emanated a gentle aura. Observing the tension between Lu Chang and Bai Mo, she hastily intervened. We plan to visit Teacher Shu today, and as we passed by, Luohan suggested we invite you along. Would you like to join us? Her voice was soft and sweet, her two dimples appearing as she smiled adorably. At that moment, Bai Mo finally recalled her name, Suwan. This year's top student in the city, the sole high achiever admitted to a prestigious university in the capital. Old Shu, Bai Mo pondered briefly before nodding. Wait for me. Chapter 5. My youth, fed to the dogs. Had it been any other matter, Bai Mo would likely have concocted an excuse to dismiss it casually. Compared to reveling in youthful abandon with them, he yearned more to earn some money to enjoy college life. He was acutely aware of the joys of the affluent, particularly during university days. However, visiting Old Shu was a matter he could afford to spare some time for. Bai Mo, you actually spread rumors in the group last night. What was your intention? Lu Chang relentlessly sought to provoke Bai Mo on their way. He aimed to draw Jiang Luohan's attention through this method. Upon hearing Lu Chang mention the events of the previous night, Suwan turned her gaze, intrigued. She shared a close bond with Jiang Luohan and had been the one to call her the night before. Curious about what transpired, she had asked Jiang Luohan, but received no answers. Spread rumors? What did I say? Bai Mo feigned ignorance, a smirk playing on his lips as he spoke with an air of nonchalance. You said, Lu Chang began, only to be interrupted by Jiang Luohan. Enough. There's a fruit shop over there. Let us go buy some fruit, she said, her cheeks flushed as she turned away. How could she possibly articulate what had occurred last night? Would she confess to others that she had been left on the bed by Bai Mo, yet nothing had transpired? Luohan, wait for me. After shooting Bai Mo a glare, Lu Chang jogged after her. Suwan, however, appeared contemplative. Jiang Luohan's demeanor a moment ago did not seem indicative of nothing having happened. Could it be true? As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at Bai Mo, only to see him with a cigarette poised between his lips. Just as he was about to light it, he caught Suwan's gaze. You don't mind, do you? After she smiled and shook her head, Bai Mo proceeded to ignite the cigarette. In his previous life, he had taken up smoking after being released from detention. And after more than a decade, the habit had only intensified. Even in this new life, he had been unable to relinquish it. With Jiang Luohan gone to buy fruit, and Lu Chang trailing behind her, eager to please, the scene unfolded. Bai Mo strolled leisurely, a cigarette in hand, while Suwan quietly followed her own path. Bai Mo, what do you think we should buy next? Jiang Luohan realized it had been some time since she last heard Bai Mo's voice and turned to call out to him. By chance? She caught sight of him smoking, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She was unsure why she felt a twinge of annoyance at that moment. Just as she was about to confront him about his smoking habit, she found herself lacking a valid reason to do so, letting out a soft sigh instead. Smoking is harmful. Lu Chang also noticed, mistakenly believing that Bai Mo was smoking to impress Jiang Luohan. He continued, Bai Mo, although Luohan rejected you, you shouldn't let yourself fall into despair. Smoking won't change anything. Why bother? He insisted, attempting to appear concerned and sorrowful, though an undeniable sense of glee lingered within him. Jiang Luohan despised smokers. After glancing at Lu Chang as if he were a fool, Bai Mo muttered, mind your own business. Lu Chang froze, his face flushing crimson. During their school days, they had exchanged countless jibes, but at least they maintained a semblance of civility. Now, Bai Mo seemed transformed, exuding a distinctly unrefined demeanor, devoid of the youthful innocence expected of a high school student. Lu Chang struggled to find a retort, only managing to point at him in indignation. How can you speak like that? Jiang Luohan furrowed her brow, not because of Bai Mo's words, but because she sensed a change in him since last night. He felt unfamiliar, nothing like the Bai Mo she once knew. Could it truly be as they said, that rejecting a confession meant they could no longer be friends? With that thought, Jiang Luohan felt a pang in her heart. She opened her mouth several times but found no words to express herself. All her thoughts culminated in a heavy sigh. I just don't want to rush into a relationship, she murmured softly, tinged with a hint of guilt. Those around her heard her words. Lu Chang glared fiercely at Bai Mo, as if blaming him for upsetting his goddess. However, Suwan glanced at Jiang Luohan, her expression turning contemplative. Bai Mo, on the other hand, nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, yes, yes, this is a good thing. A wise person does not fall in love. You are in the prime of your youth and should aspire to great heights, focus on your studies, and contribute to the nation, rather than wasting time on trivial romantic pursuits. As soon as he said this, even Suwan could no longer contain herself. We? Aren't you included? Bai Mo paused, stroking his chin, and this time, he found it free of prickly stubble. After a moment of contemplation, he extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the trash. As for me, my youth has gone to waste. Besides, I am an ordinary person with no lofty ideals. I just want to earn some money and have a few girlfriends. Before he could finish, Jiang Luohan erupted in anger. Bai Mo. Her usually tranquil demeanor was rare in its fury. Are you implying that I am a dog? In high school, it was universally acknowledged that Bai Mo's youth was epitomized by Jiang Luohan. Upon finishing her statement, Jiang Luohan lunged towards Bai Mo with fervor. I'll show you. This was the first time many had witnessed Jiang Luohan in such a manner, their mouths agape in astonishment. You actually bit me. Bai Mo, taken aback, had not anticipated that Jiang Luohan would truly sink her teeth into him. As he observed the deep bite mark on his forearm, his brow twitched in dismay. The most perplexing aspect was that despite being the one bitten, Jiang Luohan wore an expression of faux innocence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him. Are you calmed down now? If so, you may leave. Bai Mo, bewildered, simply wiped his arm and turned to depart. The purpose of their outing was to visit Old Shu. If this commotion persisted, who knew if they would make it in time for lunch? Missing the meal would be a considerable loss. As Bai Mo's figure receded, Jiang Luohan remained rooted to the spot. Suwan tugged at her hand, prompting her to snap back to reality. Why was I angry just now? Jiang Luohan pondered aloud. Suwan blinked in confusion, inquiring. Is it because he called you a dog? Jiang Luohan pouted, gently shaking her head. She suddenly realized that her true ire stemmed not from that comment, but from another remark made by Bai Mo. Yet, unwilling to admit this to herself, she merely echoed Suwan's words. Exactly. It was that statement. He actually said I was a dog. Suwan regarded her with a puzzled expression, but upon seeing her reluctance to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Shall we be on our way? Yes, indeed. Lu Chong had yet to regain his composure. In the past, Bai Mo would jest with Jiang Luohan, provoking her ire. But she had never retaliated in kind. Nevertheless, he found solace in the notion that Jiang Luohan was not the type to be swayed by such antics. Bai Mo must be desperate to act so recklessly. I still have a chance. Chapter 6. The pure-hearted Old Shu and the unexpected gift. The excursion to visit Old Shu had been a collective agreement among the group. Not only Jiang Luohan and her companions, but around 10 others had decided to join as well. Due to their disparate routes, they had arranged to gather at the base of Teacher Shu's building. By the time Bai Mo and his friends arrived, a considerable number of people were already waiting. Each held various items, some even bearing gifts of cigarettes and alcohol. Bai Mo, empty-handed, felt somewhat out of place. Luohan is here. Jiang Luohan had always been the focal point of any gathering, drawing attention wherever she went. A few more classmates are on their way. Let's wait a moment. The speaker was a girl with short hair who, upon spotting Jiang Luohan, rushed over to link arms with her. Noticing Bai Mo standing nearby, she appeared slightly taken aback and discreetly whispered in Jiang Luohan's ear, Did you not decline him? Why is he still following you? Jiang Luohan found herself at a loss for words. It was not that he chose to follow her, rather, she had called him. Reflecting for a moment, she responded. Today is about visiting Teacher Shu. We are all classmates. The girl assumed that Bai Mo was merely holding on to hope, interpreting Jiang Luohan's words as a convenient excuse. She wore a knowing expression, as if to convey her understanding. Observing the teacher's unadorned demeanor, it was evident that he had come solely to accompany them. Jiang Luohan cast a glance at Bai Mo, recalling her earlier suggestion for him to purchase a small gift. However, Bai Mo had dismissed her advice. Initially thought to be due to a lack of funds, she had quietly offered to assist him in procuring a gift, yet he had still declined. As Bai Mo articulated, Old Shu had been adamant that prior to their financial independence, he would not accept gifts purchased with parental money. The more one presented, the less pleased he became. They should brace themselves for admonishment. The affection bestowed upon Old Shu by his students was not without merit. Standing at the helm of a modest lectern, with naught but a piece of chalk and a steadfast spirit, he had been a beacon of purity amidst the many individuals Bai Mo had encountered thereafter. Tragically, fate conspired against brilliance. He succumbed to lung cancer before reaching 60. At his funeral, it was revealed by his family that while serving as their homeroom teacher, Old Shu had already been grappling with health issues, which he had kept to himself. In 2004, most schools had yet to adopt dust-free chalk. And combined with his smoking habit, his condition had inevitably deteriorated. With everyone gathered, they set forth. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived. A throng of students surging into the residential building. Old Shu resided in a teacher's apartment constructed in the 1980s, now slightly dilapidated after enduring over 2 decades of the elements. The corridor was somewhat narrow and dimly lit, making the gathering of more than a dozen individuals feel particularly cramped. As Old Shu remained unaware of their visit, His wife's surprised expression upon opening the door was delightful. She promptly ushered everyone inside. Hurry in, take a seat. Old shoe, come out. Your students have come to see you. Madam, where should I place these fruits? Inquired a student, grinning as he presented his offering. If you bring gifts next time, I might not open the door anymore. You should take these back for your parents when you leave, Old Shoe's voice echoed, instantly silencing the previously boisterous living room. Even after their graduation, his influence lingered. At just over 50, with a sprinkling of gray hair, he still held himself erect, while the others pondered how to respond. Bai Mo's calm voice broke the silence. Teacher Shu, this is for you. Please keep it. The chatter resumed, lively and animated. Although Old Shu was known for his sternness, his gaze towards his students was imbued with warmth. Yet, on this matter, he was resolute. This is far too much. I couldn't possibly consume it all. It will spoil if left too long. I appreciate your intentions. As Old Shu spoke, Bai Mo extracted a banana from the assortment of fruits and peeled it, indulging in it without hesitation. Having skipped breakfast, he was indeed a bit peckish. Bai Mo. That S meant for the teacher. Lu Chang, who had always harbored disdain for Bai Mo, was particularly incensed by this act of theft. His exclamation drew the attention of all present. The fresh graduates, adhering to their principles, began pointing fingers at Bai Mo. You brought nothing, yet you dare to eat the fruit we brought for the teacher. No wonder Jiang Luohan dislikes you. How could you behave this way? Bai Mo expressed without an ounce of shame, munching away as he spoke. The teacher has already mentioned he cannot finish it, so as students, it is incumbent upon us to assist him. The short-haired girl who had just approached Jiang Luohan was Han Xiao. She had never encountered anyone as brazen as Bai Mo, and directed her reproach towards him, exclaiming, I have never seen someone with such audacity. Ahem. Teacher Lu coughed discreetly, prompting silence among the crowd. However, their indignation remained directed at Bai Mo. If you choose not to deliver, then refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Xiuqing, please wash these fruits for the children to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo shrugged at Lu Chang and the others, saying, See, it has been accepted now. After Teacher Lu finished speaking, he cast a deliberate glance at Bai Mo. While his academic performance was not particularly outstanding, Bai Mo was known for not causing disturbances in class and occasionally contributing to the class's well-being. It was rumored that he held considerable influence outside the school. His name alone was enough to deter bullies from targeting his classmates. Habitually, after concluding his remarks, Teacher Lu reached for a cigarette, only to realize, at the last moment, that students were present, prompting him to set it aside. Yet Bai Mo interjected, Teacher Lu, smoking is detrimental to health. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain. Teacher Lu was taken aback. When did a student dare to speak so boldly to him? He had prepared to admonish Bai Mo but was preempted by his words. Dr. Ho Ming from the provincial hospital will be visiting our city hospital for a day tomorrow. I have secured an appointment for you. Since you have some free time, you should consider going. If all is well, then you may resume smoking. With many around them, the crowd overheard Bai Mo's well-intentioned advice, although they found his approach rather abrupt. Bai Mo, what are you saying? What issues could the teacher possibly have? Honestly, do you not know how to communicate? The matron, who had been washing the fruits, rushed out, leaving the tap running. She navigated through the crowd to stand before Bai Mo. Bai Mo quickly apologized to the teacher. Look, even the matron is upset. Jiang Luohan anxiously whispered to him as well. To arbitrarily secure an appointment for someone at the hospital was indeed quite audacious. Bai Mo was aware that he had acted somewhat recklessly, however. He had inquired with the Ime and learned that Dr. Ho was a foremost expert in the field of pulmonary diseases. His appointments were notoriously difficult to obtain, and by the time he visited the city, all slots had long been filled. Yet, since Ime was a student of Dr. Ho and the hospital where he was consulting was her workplace, he had graciously agreed to accommodate an additional appointment in the spirit of their teacher-student bond. Bai Mo had only learned of this earlier that morning and had not yet had the opportunity to inform Teacher Lu. Are you referring to Dr. Ho Ming from the provincial hospital? The matron disregarded the murmurs of the crowd, fixating her gaze on Bai Mo with uncertainty. Teacher Lu, having taught for decades and nurtured countless students, had long been afflicted by ailments due to his prolonged use of chalk and smoking. He had consulted numerous doctors, yet none had provided effective remedies. It was merely suggested that he seek an examination from Dr. Ho Ming at the provincial hospital. Dr. Ho's inability to assist left them with no recourse. His wife had made several trips to the provincial capital, yet each time Dr. Ho's appointments were released, they were swiftly claimed, leaving her with no opportunity. Upon hearing that Dr. Ho would be attending the hospital, she initially felt a glimmer of hope. only to underestimate the esteem in which he was held. Wherever he went, patients flocked to him, making it exceedingly difficult to secure an appointment. Some had pursued him for 4 or 5 years without success. Old Shu, unable to bear her relentless efforts, advised her to cease her pursuits. However, to her astonishment, she heard Dr. Ho's name once more from Bai Mo, who mentioned that he had already secured an appointment for Old Shu. Upon seeing Bai Mo nod, her voice trembled with gratitude. In Chapter 7, discussions of the harsh realities of life and the sciences unfolded. Those around were oblivious to the circumstances. But from the conversation between Bai Mo and his wife, they surmised that Old Shu might be unwell, perhaps gravely so. A profound sense of heaviness permeated the atmosphere. His wife ushered Old Shu into a room to discuss matters, leaving the vast living room filled with quiet apprehension. Worry was etched on the faces of those present, particularly the younger ones, whose emotions were transparently displayed. Only Bai Mo remained engrossed in fruit and the television, watching Princess Pearl, occasionally ridiculing the character of Fifth Prince for his foolishness. After a while, feeling the silence of the room, he voiced his frustrations, questioning why they were so troubled when Old Shu had assured them there was nothing serious. If he sees you like this, what will he think? If you're upset, go home and cry under the covers, not here. Bai Mo's words gradually alleviated the tension. How did you know about Teacher Shu? Jiang Luohan whispered. I have no idea, Bai Mo replied. I thought sending cigarettes and alcohol was too common, and sending fruit was wasteful. I wanted to offer something different. Besides, Old Shu is fine now, so it's no trouble. Is that truly all? Jiang Luohan questioned, disbelief evident among the others. Bai Mo shrugged. Let me be honest. I can read fortunes. Lu Chang and the others considered this improbable, perhaps merely a stroke of luck. Yet, as Old Shu's proud pupil, Lu Chang expressed his gratitude. As class leader, Lu Chang had commendable grades and a decent background, making his status as a favored student quite justified. Unfortunately, his overly cautious nature limited his potential. In his past life, after graduating from a prestigious institution and toiling for over a decade, he had only managed to attain the position of department manager in a newly public company. When he encountered Bai Mo, he had to smile and bow, addressing him as President Bai. That company had been founded by Bai Mo, who had long since been tempered by the rigors of life. No longer the spirited individual he once was. With Bai Mo's influence, the atmosphere grew lively, transforming into a cacophony of chatter. After a spirited discussion about the plot of Princess Pearl, Han Xiao could no longer contain herself and turned to Bai Mo to voice her criticisms. The fifth prince abandoned the kingdom, left Ji Huan behind, and chose to wander the world with Xiao Yanzi. That is profound affection, not foolishness. This is the love we aspire to. Bai Mo cast a glance at her, akin to observing a simpleton while munching on sunflower seeds. Yet another soul brainwashed by Aunt Xiong. Even a character who forsakes wife and children can be vindicated. One wonders whose fault that truly is. Bai Mo felt that engaging in a debate with her would be an affront to his dignity. Very well, I am the foolish one. If given the opportunity to choose, of course, I would want it all. Oh? Bai Mo's words provoked a wave of disdain from the girls, while the boys resonated with the sentiment. They dared only to entertain the thought in silence, too timid to voice it. Luohan, thank goodness you turned him down. His thoughts are somewhat perilous, Han Xiao remarked. Linking arms with Jiang Luohan, during his confession, he had fervently declared his undying love for her, even though that moment was years past. Bai Mo still felt a twinge of embarrassment when it was recalled in front of so many. Primarily, his words back then were rather juvenile. All right, enough of that. Jiang Luohan, whose cheeks flushed crimson with shyness, interrupted Chen Xiao. After speaking, she glanced at Bai Mo. Just last night, he had openly pursued the nurse, and now he seemed utterly unfazed as he frolicked with other girls. It appeared he truly no longer regarded her as significant. The thought deepened the ache in her heart. By the way, Bai Mo, which school do you intend to apply to? Su Wan, seated beside Bai Mo, perhaps bored, engaged in casual conversation. Jiang Luohan instinctively paused her activities, equally curious. After pondering, Bai Mo replied, My mother wishes for me to apply to a medical university or a teacher's college to secure a stable job. My father, on the other hand, hopes for me to pursue a technical field. However, my aspirations diverge somewhat from theirs. Old Bai and he may recommended popular majors, which are generally favored in this era. Most individuals here would likely choose similarly. Bai Mo's unique perspective piqued Su Wan's curiosity. Oh, what are your thoughts? Bai Mo, with utmost seriousness, led everyone to believe he had profound insights. Yet he began counting on his fingers, elaborating point by point. A technical university is akin to a monastery, destined for solitude. I certainly won't go there. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals rolled their eyes, yet did not interrupt him. Although a teacher's college has a plethora of girls, the profession of teaching is dreadfully mundane. I am accustomed to freedom, and I wouldn't want to mislead the young. After Bai Mo concluded, Lu Chang nodded in agreement. At least you possess some self-awareness. At this juncture, Su Wan stifled laughter behind her hand. And what about the medical university? Why don't you wish to attend? There are plenty of girls there too. Bai Mo shook his head, candidly stating, I cannot afford to provoke them. Having a doctor as a girlfriend is even more daunting. Should I upset her? She might stab me dozens of times, each blow avoiding vital areas, causing pain, yet ultimately resulting in nothing more than a minor injury. It wouldn't hinder her from wielding the scalpel again next time. You're exaggerating, Su Wan chuckled, her eyes dancing with mirth. While others choose their majors with considerations of employment and career prospects, Bai Mo's decision is driven by a desire to find a girlfriend. In light of this reasoning, one might speculate that he intends to enroll in a finance-related institution, known for its abundance of attractive and lively females, alongside promising career opportunities. Bai Mo casts an appreciative glance at Su Wan, the sole high-achieving student from the prestigious Capital University in their class, and promptly gives her a thumbs up. Clever choice. Could it be that Su Wan has truly deduced his intentions? The surrounding peers are astonished at Bai Mo's candid affirmation. Is this truly acceptable? In his past existence, Bai Mo had not attended university. Instead, he enrolled in various business schools at his own expense to keep pace with the rapid development of his entrepreneurial ventures. This time around, he is determined not to squander his life aimlessly, regardless of the circumstances. He must establish a family business of comparable significance to that of his previous life. Thus, finance-related institutions have become his primary choice. They offer flexible schedules, devoid of tedious practical courses, substantial entrepreneurial subsidies, and a wealth of talent. Most importantly, he has not mentioned that his scores have precisely met the admission threshold of the neighboring Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province Finance University. Other institutions, such as engineering or political science universities, demand excessively high scores that he cannot attain. This is something he is aware of, and there is no need to broadcast it. Well then, I apologize for taking up your time. My home is rather small, making dining inconvenient. Let us dine out instead. After concluding her conversation with old Shu, his mother beckons everyone to join her for a meal. Bai Mo exhales a sigh of relief. Finally, it is time to eat. I am famished. I didn't even have breakfast. Serves you right for waking up so late, Jiang Luohan remarks, as Bai Mo glances at her. He cannot discern if it is merely an illusion, but her tone seems tinged with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 8. Jiang Luohan's Hidden Thoughts. The first rejection. Once they are seated at the restaurant downstairs, old Shu distributes the menus to the students, allowing them to order for themselves. After a prolonged period of indecision, Bai Mo can no longer bear to watch and takes the initiative to pick up the menu. Old Shu's salary may not be high, yet he can afford this meal. Moreover, given the impressive performance of their class in the recent college entrance examination, he is set to receive a considerable bonus. Hot and sour beef, steamed base, sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Bai Mo, with so many dishes, will you be able to finish them all? A group of about 10 people gathers around a large round table, with Chun Xiao seated beside Jiang Luohan, conveniently opposite Bai Mo. Upon hearing Bai Mo order an array of dishes, he cannot help but make a remark. If I can't finish it, I can take it home for dinner, right? All right, let us settle on these for now. Bai Mo glances over the menu, feeling satisfied, and returns it to the waiter. Having completed this, Bai Mo surveys the surroundings. Everyone is engaged in lively conversation. Unfortunately, this joy belongs to others. The topics of their discussions revolve around Meteor Garden, 18-year-old Sky, and similar subjects, leaving Bai Mo unable to interject. At this moment, he finds himself reminiscing about 2022, where gatherings typically involved everyone engrossed in their phones. And after the meal, they would disperse. If there were any intention of a post-dinner activity, it would be to find a few girls to sing karaoke. Perhaps a few $100s could lead to romance. Today's gatherings, however, still feel somewhat restrained. Silently brooding in contemplation was Jiang Luohan. Chen Xiao, noticing her unusual demeanor, gently patted her hand beneath the table. Luohan, what troubles you? Ever since we left the teacher's house, you've appeared weighed down by thoughts. Jiang Luohan pouted, stealing a glance at Bai Mo before lowering her head again. It's nothing. Previously, Bai Mo would always vie for the seat next to her during meals, yet today he seemed to deliberately distance himself. This was not a recent occurrence. It had been the same at Teacher Shu's residence. Oblivious to Jiang Luohan's delicate feelings, Chen Xiao poured her a glass of water and offered a comforting pat on her back in silence. Bai Mo, you are truly making Teacher Shu splurge. The others chuckled, glancing at the lavish spread before them. The cost of this meal could very well deplete Teacher Shu's monthly allowance. Teacher Shu and his wife exchanged gentle smiles. While they were typically frugal, they were generous towards their students. It was a rare delight for these students, after their college entrance examinations, to wish to see them. Thus, a meal together was certainly not an imposition. It's all right, as long as everyone enjoys the food. Feel free to order whatever else you desire, the teacher's wife encouraged. Visibly cheerful today. You all worry too much, and Teacher Shu hasn't said a word. Bai Mo muttered, rising to serve a piece of base onto his bowl. After taking a bite, he continued, everyone should have performed well on the exams. Perhaps the city's top scholar is from our class. The prospect of Teacher Lu receiving a substantial bonus was a source of excitement, and the students felt no qualms about enjoying the moment. Lu Chong, seated not far from Jiang Luohan, felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Bai Mo not shamelessly ingratiating himself with her today. His attitude towards Bai Mo had improved considerably. Amidst their meal, he inquired, Bai Mo, if the city's top scholar truly hails from our class, who do you think it might be? His academic performance had consistently placed him among the top few in the class. If a top scholar were to emerge from their ranks, he believed he had a strong chance. His question was an eager invitation for Bai Mo to praise him. Bai Mo, aware of Lu Chong's intentions, cast him a sidelong glance and replied slowly, rest assured, it's certainly isn't you. Bai Mo recalled that this time, the class had achieved remarkable results, setting a record for the school in nearly a decade. The announcement of results had been celebrated with fireworks that lit the sky for hours. While he could not recall each individual's score, he distinctly remembered who the city's top scholar was. Well then, who else could it be? Lu Chang retorted, feeling a bit indignant. Immediately after the exams, he had matched his answers and was pleased with the results. Based on last year's scores, he felt that the top scholar was a foregone conclusion. Su Wan, Bai Mo declared confidently, surprising Su Wan, who was seated beside him. Me? She asked, momentarily pausing from savoring her bowl of millet porridge as the conversation unexpectedly turned to her. Indeed. Thank you. I shall take your words as a good omen. Su Wan delicately pressed her lips together, elegantly dabbing her mouth with a napkin. The group was not taken aback by this revelation. Even Lu Chong fell silent. Su Wan indeed possesses remarkable talent. Expressing gratitude feels somewhat excessive. Should she truly achieve the title of top scholar in the city, the school's rewards would be quite substantial. Bai Mo cheerfully remarked. Su Wan, with her large, expressive eyes, gazed at Bai Mo, eagerly awaiting his next words. I wonder, if that were to happen, wouldn't you be inclined to treat me to a meal? Allow me to bask in your good fortune. Su Wan's appearance radiated a gentle and sweet demeanor, exuding the essence of a refined and cultured young lady. Many in the class admired her, yet she deliberately maintained distance, making them aware that their affections were futile. Numerous invitations to dine with her had been extended, yet none had succeeded. Bai Mo was merely jesting, never truly anticipating her agreement. After all, she was a distinguished student from the capital university, a rarity indeed. All right. Su Wan's voice rang clear, leaving many momentarily stunned, questioning whether they had misheard. Then it settled. If I truly become the top scholar, I shall treat you to a meal. You may choose the cuisine. This took Bai Mo by surprise, as he pondered for a long time, realizing he needed to consider his options seriously. Su Wan smiled gently, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chen Xiao tugged at Jiang Luohan's sleeve, whispering, Luohan, is Bai Mo pursuing you, or has he turned his attention to Su Wan? Indeed, he was a scoundrel, a disgrace. Yet, he ought to reflect on whether he truly deserves someone like Su Wan. Just yesterday he was professing his love, and today he was already seeking new affections. Chen Xiao found such fickleness utterly disgraceful. Unbeknownst to Bai Mo, had he been aware of Chen Xiao's sentiments, he would have engaged her in a discussion. What difference did it make between today and yesterday? It spanned decades. Jiang Luohan already felt uneasy about Bai Mo's shifting affections, and Chen Xiao's comments only exacerbated her agitation. A sudden surge of possessiveness washed over her, as if she were on the verge of losing something that once belonged to her. As this feeling intensified, her mind seemingly ceased to function, and she blurted out to Bai Mo, my father suggested we have dinner together tonight. Are you available? Jiang Luohan had previously mentioned wanting to thank Bai Mo in person, though the timing had yet to be established. In this moment, Jiang Luohan felt compelled to invoke her father's name, perhaps subconsciously wishing to convey that their relationship had evolved into something significant. Indeed, upon her utterance, the room erupted in disbelief, eyes widening in astonishment. Jiang Luohan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The chicken leg in Lu Chang's hand plummeted into his bowl. The flavor of his meal utterly lost. Bai Mo, too, was taken aback. However, he genuinely wished to dine with Jiang alone, unrelated to Jiang Luohan, purely for investment purposes. Meanwhile, Suwan exhibited no unusual reaction. Her demeanor remained remarkably composed. Is that acceptable? Jiang Luohan reiterated, though this time her voice was laced with evident anxiety. Her gaze towards Bai Mo carried a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, Bai Mo shook his head. Perhaps another time. I am unavailable this evening. The excuse of being busy was merely a pretext from Bai Mo. His desire to meet Jiang was solely to secure investment. With no projects at hand, a simple meal seemed hardly worthwhile. After being declined, Jiang Luohan appeared somewhat dazed, as it was her first time inviting Bai Mo, only to be turned down. Perhaps everyone sensed the awkward atmosphere, as some individuals began to rise and leave post-meal. This farewell might signify a separation that could last indefinitely. What are your plans for the afternoon? Old Shu inquired of those remaining. How about a visit to my house? A few agreed to go to the teacher's residence for a game of chess or cards. When asked about Bai Mo, he shook his head, expressing disinterest in joining. Their activities seemed rather tedious to him. This afternoon, I seek my own enjoyment. You all have fun. Old Shu, just bring your ID directly to the city hospital tomorrow. Bai Mo remarked, rising to bid farewell to those around him before departing. As Bai Mo exited the restaurant, he heard a voice behind him. I want to go to the arcade this afternoon. Care to join? It was Suwan. The arcade? Are you certain? In Bai Mo's recollection, Suwan seemed more suited to a bookstore than such an establishment. At that moment, Suwan displayed a side of herself that others had never witnessed. She smiled mischievously, radiating a playful charm. I've wanted to go for ages, but never had the chance. Chapter 9. How I Cherished Those 3 Years Spent With You. Old Shu's teacher's apartment was adjacent to the school, and not far away was an arcade. The environment was rather dismal, even described as smoky and murky. Inside, there were not only gaming machines, but also billiard tables. Given the recent conclusion of the college entrance examination, the arcade was bustling with activity. As Bai Mo stepped inside, he was immediately recognized. Mo, you're here. Are you playing billiards? A young man with dyed blonde hair approached, placing his cue down. Upon seeing Suwan, he paused, uncertainly asking, who is this? Sister-in-law? Suwan, typically reserved, had yet to formulate her explanation when Bai Mo playfully ruffled the blonde's hair. Sister-in-law? This is my classmate. Oh. My apologies. The blonde, unperturbed by Bai Mo's playful gesture, laughed and offered his apologies. Would you like to drink? I'll get it for you. Just mineral water will suffice for me. How about you? Bai Mo inquired of Suwan. Same for me. Thank you. As the blonde went to fetch the drinks, Suwan quietly asked, you seem quite familiar with him? Watching the blonde's retreating figure, Bai Mo was lost in thought. This individual was someone who had once shielded him from harm. Without him, it was uncertain whether Bai Mo would have survived to witness another chance at life. We've known each other since childhood. His father encountered some troubles, and my family's old Bai helped him with a legal case pro bono, winning a substantial compensation. Bai Mo kept his explanation brief as the blonde returned with the drinks. Mo, you can grab the game tokens at the counter. Feel free to play whatever you like. All right, you continue with your game. Don't mind us. Sure. With that, the blonde resumed his billiards game. When Bai Mo arrived at the bar, a young lady was seated at the computer, savoring a lollipop while engrossed in a game of Dance Dance Revolution. The keyboard clattered rhythmically, causing the table to tremble slightly. Ahem, boss, I need 20 coins. $10, she exclaimed, only to suddenly recognize the familiar voice. Ignoring the few points she had just lost, she turned her head to see Bai Mo, her face lighting up with delight. Mo, don't mind me. Just play your game and give me the coins. The young lady promptly produced a box of game tokens. Enjoy yourself, she added, not even bothering to collect the money. As she resumed her rhythmic typing, Bai Mo, feeling quite at ease, took the game coins and began searching for a machine. In this nostalgic setting, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sentimentality wash over him. What do you want to play? King of Fighters? Three Kingdoms Battle? Fatal Fury? He settled in front of a moonlight treasure box and inquired about the game, glancing at Suwan. like a curious child. Su-won eagerly manipulated the joystick and pressed buttons. What are they playing? She pointed to the two people beside them, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Bai Mo glanced over. Metal Slug, indeed a good choice. Su-won's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then let us play that. Hurry, insert the coins. At first, Su-won struggled a bit, dying several times. However, a genius is a genius. She quickly grasped the mechanics. By the time she used her third coin, she had perished once more. Initially, Bai Mo could offer her some guidance, but soon he found himself to be the one lagging behind. Monster. After another unfortunate demise, Bai Mo set down the joystick, intending to take a moment to smoke. However, after placing the cigarette between his lips and fumbling for a lighter, he realized he couldn't find it. Just as he was about to call Huang Mao for a lighter, a flicker of flame ignited before him, right beside the cigarette tip. You left it on the table while eating. Su-won's gentle voice resonated, stirring something dormant within Bai Mo's heart. This was the first time a girl had lit a cigarette for him. As he ignited his cigarette and turned to look at her, he noticed the long bench in the arcade had brought them unavoidably close together. Jiang Luohan's beauty was breathtaking, exuding an aura so noble it felt almost unattainable. In contrast, Su-won radiated a gentle and serene beauty, with eyes that reflected the tenderness of flowing water. Is there something on my face? Su-won continued to play, seemingly unfazed by the moment. Yet, Bai Mo's prolonged gaze made her feel slightly uneasy. No, it's just that you're too beautiful. Su-won smiled softly, her demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze. What a pity, you're not as pretty as Jiang Luohan. Bai Mo was about to argue that they were distinct in their own ways, but Su-won did not afford him the opportunity to speak. Stretching languidly, she inadvertently showcased her graceful figure before standing to adjust her clothes. Thank you. I had a great time today, but I must be off. Until next time. With that, she skipped away, hands behind her back, leaving no chance for Bai Mo to utter another word. After Su-won stepped outside, she took a deep breath, relishing the fresh air that contrasted with the stifling atmosphere within. Glancing at the old streets and alleys beyond the school, she smiled, wondering if she had long since forgotten them. Yet, the memories lingered. Perhaps she would never return again. Bai Mo appeared behind her unexpectedly, commenting inappropriately. Even if you go to another city, you can always come back. Are you not going to play anymore? Su-won's immediate response was surprisingly focused on this. Bai Mo shrugged. I'm just not good enough. I don't want to play. With a suppressed giggle, Su-won did not dispute him, seemingly unbothered by Bai Mo's sulky demeanor. Bai Mo, do you have time to walk me home? After sharing a laugh, she tentatively inquired. Let us go, he replied. Su-won's home was not far from the school, a mere 20-minute walk. Their conversation was sparse, filled with casual banter along the way. How can you be so sure that I am the top student in our city? Bai Mo insisted on this notion, which puzzled Su-won. Although she felt she had performed well on the exam, she lacked the confidence to claim the title of valedictorian definitively. Just consider me to have prophetic abilities, she retorted, casting him a sidelong glance before asking. So, if I truly am the top student, can I attend Capital University? The admission quota for Capital University was limited, and often, even the top student from the city might not gain entry. Attending Capital University was indeed Su-won's aspiration. Have no worries, just fill out your application boldly. Your name will surely be on the admission list. All right. Su-won nodded. If it turns out as you say, would you like to eat? I'll treat you. That is a promise. Okay. Thank you for walking me home. I'll head inside now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Once they reached the base of her apartment, Su-won bid farewell and descended without a glance back. Bai Mo watched her silhouette vanish at the staircase before he too departed. Unbeknownst to him, upon arriving home, Su-won immediately opened her window. She sat down at her computer only after the last glimpse of Bai Mo faded from view. She opened her social media and pinned her first post. What I miss most is the morning sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating you. I have cherished this for 3 years. Chapter 10. In the past. I did not understand Bai Mo was beyond the age of falling in love simply due to a moment of emotion. After escorting Su-won home, he returned to his own residence. To him, Su-won still felt too distant, with their paths diverging, one in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the other in the capital. There was no reason for their lives to intertwine further. Long-distance relationships had never been part of his consideration. He was uncertain whether distance could cultivate beauty, but he was certain it could foster complications. His lack of trust was not directed at others, but rather at himself. He could not guarantee that, during the fervor of youth, he could remain faithful to anyone. Jiang Luohan was not capable, and neither was Su-won. I'm back. He may had prepared dinner, awaiting his return. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Indeed, Jiang Luohan has called you several times. Perhaps you should return her call in case there is something urgent. The day after tomorrow, I will be on leave. And we can visit a mobile shop to select a phone for you. Soon, you will be entering university, and having a phone would certainly prove convenient. Back in 2004, mobile phones were considered a luxury, often costing several thousand yuan. If the 18-year-old Bai Mo had heard this, he would undoubtedly have felt elated, as it would have been a matter of pride for him at that time. However, for the present-day Bai Mo, it is not a cause for celebration. Without social apps like Momo and Tantan, without alluring live streams or short videos, a mobile phone is merely a communication tool, a means for Hime to reach him whenever necessary. Thus, purchasing a phone is not immediately necessary. Hime could scarcely believe her ears. What did you say? Bai Mo shrugged, offering a casual excuse. Having a phone might increase the likelihood of early romantic entanglements. And you wouldn't want to become a grandmother at such a young age, would you? Hime was taken aback, clearly conflicted. After a lengthy pause, she clenched her teeth and remarked fiercely, "If I find out you've harmed any young lady, I shall break your legs." After this threat, she continued, "Nonetheless, you must still acquire a phone. Otherwise, once you start university, you might go 3 days without any news. Who knows what you could be up to? Isn't it the case that I haven't even started university yet?" Bai Mo replied nonchalantly, continuing before Hime could speak again. "I'll buy the phone myself. You need not worry about it. You're going to buy it yourself? Do you have any money?" Bai Mo shrugged again, stating, "Not now. But that doesn't mean I want in the future. Just leave it be. To be honest, it feels somewhat embarrassing to spend your money. After all, I am a reincarnated being, and in other stories, I would have already acquired luxury cars and villas. Yet here I am, still relying on my parents' funds. It's rather humiliating." After Bai Mo finished speaking, Hime fell silent, placing her chopsticks down and gazing at him quietly. They say that once children reach university, they only remember their parents when they need money. What does it mean when this boy claims he doesn't intend to use his own funds in the future? Although Hime has always strived to maintain the image of a strict mother, she has never resorted to beating or scolding Bai Mo. The thought that the child she raised with such care now declares he no longer needs her is an unprecedented feeling of loss that washed over her. "Bai Mo." Hime lifted her gaze to him, her voice chillingly cold. "What is the matter? Is your father involved with someone else?" Bai Mo's expression was one of confusion. "What? Dad is not that kind of person. You must be mistaken." Hime looked at him solemnly. "Then why do you no longer want me as your mother?" Bai Mo began to understand. Sometimes, being needed by one's children is a form of self-satisfaction for parents. His declaration of not wanting to rely on their money might have led to her misunderstanding. "Mom, eat more vegetables, and try not to think about such nonsensical things," Bai Mo said, quickly serving her more food. "I merely wish to experiment with some business ventures. It doesn't mean I'm renouncing you as my mother." Upon hearing this, Hime exhaled in relief, though she began to nag once more. During the summer break, one should indulge in leisure, for in university, one must diligently pursue their studies, rather than concocting devious schemes. It would be splendid if one could find a girlfriend during their college years. By the way, what exactly is the relationship between you and Jiang Luohan? Listening to Hime's increasingly outrageous claims, Bai Mo, while eating, weakly remarked, "Perhaps you should be more concerned about old Bai, and whether he has found a mistress. Look at how late it is. He must be up to no good." Hime recognized that Bai Mo was attempting to silence her and shot him an exasperated glance. "Get lost. You just hit every serious matter. With this attitude, how do you expect to start a business? Don't let yourself be deceived and end up counting someone else's money." After finishing his meal and wiping his mouth, Bai Mo nonchalantly replied, "That's just perfect. If I fail, you all can support me, and I shall embrace the life of a freeloader." Just as Hime was about to scold Bai Mo further, the phone rang. "Go answer it. It's probably Jiang Luohan calling. That girl is rather nice. If you have time, invite her over to hang out." Bai Mo wiped his mouth with a mischievous glint in his eye. "You and old Bai are hardly home. Do you really want me to bring her over?" Hime was exasperated, but Bai Mo seized the opportunity, leaping onto the sofa and casually picking up the receiver. "Hello. Who is this?" "Bai Mo, where did you go this afternoon? Someone told Jiang Luohan that they saw you leaving with Su Wan." At first, she didn't believe it. In her mind, those two were worlds apart. But when she couldn't reach you by phone and was informed that Su Wan hadn't returned home either, she panicked. For reasons she couldn't articulate, she felt an irrational fear that Bai Mo was truly with Su Wan. "This afternoon? I was at the arcade. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luohan inexplicably sighed in relief. Bai Mo had no reason to deceive her. If he were at the arcade, he certainly wasn't with Su Wan, as she would not frequent such places. Don't you have a computer at home? Why go to the arcade? Those places are too chaotic. You should avoid them in the future. Although aware that Jiang Luohan meant well, her manner of speaking was rather discomforting. Yet, why should that concern him? Thank you for the reminder. Is there anything else? Nothing. I suppose I shall hang up now. Bai Mo's indifference caught Jiang Luohan off guard. In the past, their phone conversations would last for half an hour. After a moment of silence, Jiang Luohan softly inquired, Bai Mo, can we return to how we used to be? Oh. In the past, I was immature and perhaps overstepped my bounds. I apologize. The fleeting light of Bai Mo's high school infatuation was ultimately just that, an infatuation. He had never blamed Jiang Luohan for the calamity that befell him, as she too was a victim. However, after that incident, Bai Mo seemed to have matured overnight. He was no longer the eager follower seeking her approval. In truth, Bai Mo was uncertain about who had ensnared him in such a predicament. He had once contemplated investigating the matter, but his lack of influence rendered his efforts futile. Now, in this new chapter of his life, Bai Mo had no intention of surrendering so easily. After Bai Mo finished speaking, she waited in vain for Jiang Luohan to respond for quite some time. Ultimately, she decided to give up, and, as she hung up the phone, she thought she heard Jiang Luohan sobbing. However, the call had already ended. Perhaps it was just a figment of her imagination. How could she possibly be crying? Bai Mo murmured to herself, shaking her head, and chose to disregard it. Chapter 11. Could it be Bai Mo? Mom, what on earth is old Bai so busy with that he hasn't returned home this late? Bai Mo inquired. Leaning back on the sofa, watching television. The clock had already struck 9. She had called old Bai earlier at 8. But he simply said he was occupied and hastily hung up. Although old Bai had been quite successful in his career, he had always prioritized family, rarely staying out so late. Your uncle is dealing with some matters and has asked your father for assistance. He may be delayed, Bai replied. The mention of her uncle conjured an image in Bai Mo's mind of a burly man with a buzz cut and gold chains, a once prosperous figure who had since fallen on hard times. She could not recall many of his virtues, but one stood out, his indulgence towards her. Even in her 30s, she would still receive red envelopes from her uncle during the new year, despite not having much money in her pockets at the time. Upon reflection, it seemed that her uncle's business had begun to decline shortly after her release from detention. That had to be the timeline. What happened to my uncle? Mei's expression, usually relaxed, took on a rare seriousness. However, she did not wish for Bai Mo to worry, so she casually dismissed it, saying, it's nothing serious. Your father is helping to resolve it. Humph. Bai Mo understood that Mei was reluctant to share further details. With a huff, she turned and retreated to her room. In the year 2000, her uncle had established a garment factory, which had thrived remarkably. In just a few short years, he had amassed considerable wealth, and the factory had expanded significantly. According to market trends, business should have continued to flourish, yet in 2004, during Bai Mo's detention, unforeseen circumstances arose, leading to his bankruptcy. Bai Mo had inquired numerous times, but they never divulged the specific reasons. In their eyes, she was still a child, unworthy of such burdensome concerns. Bai Mo recognized that she could not be of assistance in the present moment, rather than fret. It would be wiser to wait until tomorrow to gather more information about the situation. There was still time before the incident and the bankruptcy occurred. She could inquire tomorrow. In 2004, there were no live streams showcasing long legs or the excitement of the gaming world. Nightlife was rather dull. Out of boredom, Bai Mo opened her computer and eventually clicked into her social media space. The feed was filled with a myriad of individuals posting melancholic, cryptic messages accompanied by flashy black and white photos, seemingly believing it to be cool. Amidst this chaotic display, she stumbled upon a refreshing post. The simple text stood out distinctly. In 2004, there was no note-taking feature, and it was only through the comments below that Bai Mo recognized the author. Truly a scholar. Even a simple status update is so artistic, she mused, noting the multitude of responses beneath Su Wan's post. Someone asked her whether she preferred the sunshine or the man beneath it. Su Wan chose silence in response. Others expressed astonishment that a top student could harbor a secret crush. Their curiosity piqued as to who could be the object of her affections. Yet, no matter how they inquired, Su Wan remained reticent. Amidst dozens of comments, Bai Mo unexpectedly spotted his own name. Could it be referring to him? The subsequent replies uniformly dismissed the notion as impossible. The nickname struck Bai Mo as somewhat familiar, but he could not immediately recall its owner. However, a sudden sense of mischief compelled him to copy the remark and post it in the comments below. Could it truly be Bai Mo? He had not anticipated a reply. And after commenting, he opened the class group chat. Lu Chang was organizing a camping trip, set in the mountains not far from the city. The location promised breathtaking sunrises and sunsets, with the sky adorned by countless stars at night. Rumor had it that fireflies would also grace the event. Many were eager to participate, while others hesitated, primarily uncertain if their beloved goddess would attend. Without her presence, even the most stunning scenery seemed diminished. Is Jiang Luohan attending? Someone tagged her in the group. Her profile picture was lit, indicating she was online. At that moment, Bai Mo realized that it was she who had commented beneath Su Wan's post, which explained why the name seemed so familiar. Instead of engaging in the group chat, Jiang Luohan directly messaged Bai Mo. Are you going camping? At that moment, Jiang Luohan crouched by her computer, her eyes slightly reddened, clearly having cried earlier. Despite her resolve to ignore Bai Mo, she couldn't resist the urge to message him upon seeing his profile light up. Unsure of what to say, she typed and deleted several times before finally settling on a topic. I want to go take a look. In the ensuing decades, Hannan City would undergo rapid development, with the natural environment becoming a casualty of progress. The mountains and rivers surrounding the city would soon be replaced by towering buildings, and the night skies would be obscured by light pollution, leaving no trace of the stars. Bai Mo recognized the mountain Lu Chang mentioned. From its summit, one could overlook the entirety of Hannan City. Soon, it would be the first mountain raised for the construction of the new Hannan City. Bai Mo had even purchased a home there. Regrettably, after his rebirth, that home had become a futile investment. After toiling for so long, to find himself back at square one was disheartening. However, he consoled himself with the thought that he had gained a few more years of youth. If you want to go, shall I sign you up? Jiang Luohan's heart raced inexplicably after hitting the spacebar. She fixated on the computer screen, awaiting Bai Mo's reply. Her offer to register for him implied that they would attend together. If Bai Mo chose not to go, she likely wouldn't either. This time, Bai Mo did not decline. Sure, he replied, noticing Jiang Luohan's newfound attentiveness towards him. Yet, he dismissed it, attributing her concern to her gratitude for his assistance in taking her to the hospital the previous night. After receiving a response from Bai Mo, Jiang Luohan quickly made her presence known in the group chat. I want to go. Her words were like a stone cast into a serene pond, causing many who had been lurking to surface and express their desire to participate. Lu Chang was also pleasantly surprised. He had asked Jiang Luohan numerous times without receiving a reply and had almost assumed she would not join. Is anyone else going? Tonight, we'll set up tents on the mountain, cook, and have a bonfire party. Upon learning that Jiang Luohan would attend, Lu Chang became even more enthusiastic in his promotion of the event. Setting aside his character, his abilities were commendable. Otherwise, Bai Mo would not have agreed to make him the department head. Nevertheless, he was currently in a phase of youthful arrogance, believing himself superior to others. Apart from being somewhat insufferable, he had no significant flaws. Just as Lu Chang was reveling in his excitement, Jiang Luohan sent another message in the group. Bai Mo is going too. It was common knowledge that Bai Mo harbored feelings for Jiang Luohan, yet she had explicitly rejected him. Seeing her now sign up to support, Bai Mo left everyone momentarily stunned. However, it wasn't too long before another perennial lurker emerged from the depths. I'm going too. The message was from Su Wan. Chapter 12. The marketplace is a battlefield. Jiang Luohan stared incredulously at the messages in the chat, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Reflecting on her high school years, she was certain that Bai Mo's affections were directed toward her, and his relationships with other girls were purely platonic. There was virtually no connection with Su Wan, as one was a dedicated scholar and the other a mischievous troublemaker with little motivation. Logically, there should be no significant entanglement between them. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Luohan decided to message Su Wan. Xiao Wan, where did you go this afternoon? I wanted to join you at the library, but I lost sight of you after leaving the restaurant. Su Wan's reply came quicker than Bai Mo's, shortly thereafter. A notification chimed through her headphones. At the arcade. It's so much fun. A sudden pang pierced Jiang Luohan's heart. With trembling uncertainty, she inquired. Are you with Bai Mo? Deep down, she clung to the last vestiges of hope. Unfortunately, reality was unyielding. Yes. Jiang Luohan felt a sense of abandonment wash over her. Her mind swirled with one persistent question. Was it truly impossible after rejecting him? For 3 years in high school, She had grown accustomed to Bai Mo trailing behind her. Yet now, it seemed she had lost him. She chose not to continue the conversation. After closing the chat, she opened her social media to find Su Wan's posts, where she stumbled upon Bai Mo's comment. Beneath his remark, Su Wan had replied with two simple words, guess. The fact that her response was the sole reply among dozens of comments perhaps indicated the underlying issue. No. After contemplating for a long while, a glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Luohan's eyes. You jerk, I will definitely bring you back. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Mo was blissfully unaware of Jiang Luohan's thoughts, as he had long since fallen into a deep slumber. It seems that nothing can disturb his peaceful slumber. The following morning, the sunlight streamed in just right. As Bai Mo stepped out of his room, he noticed someone sleeping on the sofa in the living room. The sofa visibly sagged under the weight, truly a testament to its burden. Xiao Mo had awakened. Before Bai Mo could approach the sofa, the sound of his footsteps roused the sleeper. Uncle, why didn't you sleep in a room? Bai Mo asked. We have an empty room. Relatives usually stay there when they visit. Hitsong, looking weary, sat up and pinched his temples. First, let me have a sip of water. Bai Mo poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Hitsong, not one to stand on ceremony, took the cup and drank, the temperature just right. I thought I'd just glance at the materials, but before I knew it, I fell asleep. Hitsong said as he picked up his phone from the coffee table. Wow, it's already 10 o'clock. I can't delay. I must return to the factory. His eyes were bloodshot, his complexion pale and particularly haggard. Xiao Mo. I'm leaving now. Here is some pocket money from your uncle. Hitsong stood to leave, pulling out 200 yuan bills from his wallet to hand over. This was Hitsong, lacking in formal education yet genuinely caring for Bai Mo uncle. Please rest a bit before you go, Bai Mo replied, accepting the money. Well aware of his uncle's temperament, refusing it would only upset him. However, he was genuinely concerned about his uncle's well-being. If he wore himself down, it would be a loss greater than any gain. But Hitsong forced a smile. I'm fine. When your father wakes up, tell him I've left. I've been a bother these past few days. With that, Hitsong donned his coat and exited, perhaps still groggy from sleep. He forgot to take the documents on the coffee table. Bai Mo ceased his urging. Until a solution was found, his uncle wouldn't listen. Observing the file on the table, he opened it without hesitation. As he perused the documents, his brow gradually furrowed. It took him half an hour to absorb all the information. Upon finishing, he finally understood the troubled expression on his uncle's face. If he were in the same situation, he would likely feel just as distressed. The betrayal by one's most trusted individual is a wound that cannot be quantified by mere money. Bai Mo approached the windowsill and lit a cigarette, smoking only half while allowing the wind to carry the other half away. According to the documents, his uncle was indeed at a dead end. The financial chain had broken, and with only a week until payday, he faced not only the employees' salaries, but also outstanding payments to suppliers and bank loans. A deficit exceeding 1 million yuan loomed large, if not managed properly. This garment factory, into which he had poured all his efforts, would be utterly doomed. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. Over 60,000 pieces of finished garments were still in stock. If orders could be secured, the problem might find resolution. However, landing an order for 60,000 pieces was no simple task. Moreover, it was precisely this inventory that had precipitated his current predicament. 60,000 pieces. Even with cost control at 20 yuan each, that amounted to over 1 million yuan. Have you reviewed the materials? Share your thoughts. Bai Xingxue was unaware of when he had awakened. Dressed in his pajamas, he sat on the sofa, diligently reviewing the materials. His condition was not much better than Hitsong's. Both had toiled throughout the night. It was evident that uncle had fallen into a trap. But what was the motive behind this deception? Bai Mo found it difficult to comprehend. From the documents he perused, he learned that a few months prior, uncle had received an order through a friend's introduction. Although the order was modest, comprising only a few thousand pieces, the client was remarkably generous, promptly remitting payment upon signing the contract. Hitsong preferred engaging with straightforward individuals, and as their interactions increased, they grew more familiar. Subsequently, the client provided Hitsong with additional orders, each larger than the last, eventually surpassing the production capacity of the garment factory. Naturally, Hitsong was reluctant to let go of such lucrative orders, especially since he had been informed that future quantities would only increase. To secure this profitable venture, Hitsong sought a bank loan to invest heavily in several new pieces of equipment, while also expanding the factory premises. Initially, Hitsong remained cautious, ensuring that all costs were kept within a manageable range. Even if issues arose, he believed they could be resolved. However, the client seemed intent on alleviating his concerns by increasing the order size, consistently making payments with unwavering honesty. Gradually, Hitsung began to lower his guard. Last month, the client placed another order, this time for an astonishing 100,000 pieces. Upon receiving the order, Hitsung was ecstatic, as the profit from this single order equaled his previous year's income. However, a complication arose during the contract signing. The client was only willing to pay a 10% deposit, with the remainder to be paid in installments. Hitsung found this challenging. Yet recalling the client's previous integrity in their history of trouble-free transactions, he agreed out of trust. When the scheduled delivery time arrived, the client claimed that their financial officer was ill and would be unable to make payment for some time, indicating that the shipment could be delayed. Although Hitsung sensed something was amiss, he did not dwell on it and merely reduced the production rate. Yet, subsequent attempts to contact the individual yielded no response, as if they had vanished into thin air. By this point, he had accumulated a stock of 50,000 pieces. He had exhausted all his cash on upgrading equipment and purchasing raw materials, in addition to securing substantial loans from the bank. In pursuit of this 100,000-piece order, he had even turned away other potential orders. If this order fell through and he failed to receive payment, it would spell disaster. This was precisely what perplexed Bai Mo the most. While Hitsung was facing ruin, it appeared that the client had gained nothing from their escape. Furrowing his brow, Bai Mo looked at Bai Xingxue and asked uncertainly, could it be malicious competition from a rival? Old Bai replied, currently. There is no direct evidence to indicate that a competitor is responsible, but there is one point worth noting. What is it? Bai Mo inquired. There is an overseas sportswear brand looking to establish a partnership with a factory in our city. During their investigation, they visited your uncle's facility and expressed interest in collaborating. Ah, Bai Mo murmured. Back in 2004, this brand had been quite popular. However, it later struggled to keep pace with domestic consumer demands and ultimately faltered during its transition. As it stands, should he seek a processing factory in Hanjiang City, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the garment factories there. Thus, you suspect that someone is deliberately attempting to sever Uncle's financial chain, only to acquire the clothing factory, thereby eliminating a competitor and enhancing their own market position? Lao Bai nodded, acknowledging this as the most plausible scenario. It is only insiders who can effortlessly manage the previous batches of orders. In the commercial arena, akin to a battlefield, all are willing to employ unscrupulous means in the face of profit. Bai Mo did not express much surprise at this. During his previous life as an entrepreneur, he encountered numerous adversities, yet each time he was able to navigate through them successfully. Lao Bai, do you think that once we resolve this inventory issue and recoup sufficient funds, all problems will be effortlessly resolved? Indeed, but it's hardly that simple. Bai Mo stretched lazily, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that upon his rebirth, he would not yet enjoy a life of ease and leisure, but would instead be thrust back into the deceitful machinations of the business world. I'll call Uncle and tell him that I can assist him in recouping funds. Chapter 13. Let us give it a try. Xiaomo, do you truly have a solution? A week's time to gather 1 million. Hitsung arrived promptly after receiving Bai Xingxue's call. Presently, he found himself with no alternative but to gamble on a desperate hope. Bai Mo, however, remained composed. In his previous life, after Uncle's bankruptcy, he lived quite well, even losing weight and improving his health. With this thought, he felt little concern. After all, it was merely 1 million. Didn't the warehouse still hold over 60,000 garments? If sold, wouldn't that suffice? Hitsung wore a pained expression, the flesh on his cheeks sagging. Xiaomo, I'm just a simple man, lacking in education. Your father said you have a way, so you must have a way. Let us not belittle your uncle here. If it were so easy to sell 60,000 garments, I wouldn't be so anxious. Bai Mo smiled gently at Hitsung and replied, Uncle, if there is no other option, then entrust those 60,000 garments to me. I will do my utmost to gather 1 million within a week. Hitsung was uncertain whether Bai Mo was jesting or serious and quickly glanced at Bai Xingxue. Bai Xingxue responded, let Xiao Mo share his thoughts with you. If you find them feasible, allow him to try. If not, we will seek other alternatives. After a moment of contemplation, Hitsung nodded. He had exhausted all conceivable options, none of which proved effective. Rather than wait for inevitable failure, he might as well hear what Bai Mo intended to propose. Upon receiving Hitsung's consent, Bai Mo retrieved paper and pen to begin his explanation. At that moment, he longed for the modern convenience of computer projection, far superior to pen and paper. The reason you find it difficult to sell 60,000 garments is that you view them as a whole. It is indeed challenging for someone to place such a large order all at once. But what if we break down the 60,000 garments for retail? Hee-sung sighed. Initially thinking Bai Mo had devised a brilliant plan, only to realize it was merely this. He could only shake his head in resignation. The retail volume is too small. Selling 60,000 pieces seems an uncertain endeavor. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Mo heavily drew a line on the paper. One person or a few might find it challenging, but what if there are hundreds or thousands? Hee-sung remarked, but there isn't such a vast market. Bai Mo shrugged and countered, why do I need a market? I am not selling in the marketplace. Expecting to recover $1 million within a week purely through market sales is fundamentally unrealistic. At this, not only was Hee-sung perplexed, but Bai Xingxue beside him also appeared bewildered. What do you mean? Bai Mo continued to elucidate, have you heard of the street vendor economy? It's simply about setting up stalls. Hee-sung nodded, signaling Bai Mo to proceed. Bai Mo sketched a flowchart on the paper and handed it over. Many aspire to engage in business for profit, yet are often deterred by the fear of losses. Our aim is to alleviate those concerns. Those who set up stalls bear no rent or utility costs. Their only apprehension is whether the goods they procure will sell. If we assure them that we will buy back unsold items at their original price, or even at a higher rate, what would their reaction be? Once Bai Xingxue grasped the concept, he eagerly took Bai Mo's draft paper, his face a mask of incredulity. However, he refrained from interrupting and allowed Bai Mo to continue. We want to enable those interested in the apparel business to source goods from us, offering them operational assurance. For instance, if someone acquires 100 pieces of clothing from us and fails to sell any within half a month, we will buy back those 100 pieces at the original price. If they sell 50, we will buy back the remaining 50 at an increased price of 5 yuan each. The fewer items left, the higher our buyback price. It's akin to a short-term financial product. Wouldn't they be inclined to procure goods from us? Hee-sung understood the idea, nodding in agreement. This effectively transfers the operational risk onto us, relieving the distributors of their burdens. However, Hee-sung still had some uncertainties. Shaking his head, he inquired of Bai Mo. But if nothing sells, we won't make any profit. Bai Mo sighed, reflecting on how his uncle had sustained his business for so many years. Yet, considering it was his uncle, he patiently explained, even if he sells nothing, the funds he used to procure goods from us will remain with us for half a month. Correct? Any earnings generated from that sum during those 2 weeks would belong solely to us. Bai Xingxue and Hee-sung fell silent. After a moment, Bai Xingxue finally spoke. So, your initial intention was never to sell off this inventory, but rather to swiftly recover funds through this method? Upon receiving a nod from Bai Mo, Bai Xingxue furrowed his brow and remarked, yet, this is merely a stopgap measure. If everyone comes back to return goods after half a month, what will we do if we lack the funds? Bai Mo did not rush to respond. Instead, he lifted his teacup and took a sip. After a pause, he spoke in a calm tone. If everyone were to withdraw their deposits from the bank, it would undoubtedly result in a cash shortfall. However, banks are never troubled by this issue, as there are always individuals depositing money continuously. The money withdrawn by individuals merely originates from the deposits made by those preceding them. Bai Xingxue, having interacted with numerous affluent individuals, possesses a certain understanding of financial principles, yet he found it surprising to hear them articulated by Bai Mo today. His expression became somewhat intricate in response. Hee-sung, too, grasped the implications, his complexion brightening significantly, as he genuinely perceived a glimmer of hope. Uncle, during these exceptional times, we must adopt unconventional methods. The primary task now is to find sufficient individuals to procure goods from us. Hee-sung nodded vigorously, feeling a newfound admiration for his nephew. A person capable of contemplating profit through the lens of banking possesses immense potential for future success. Bai Mo continued, I am currently contemplating prioritizing outreach between factory workers and university students. Workers, often from modest backgrounds, are likely eager to earn more, while students, with their ample time and aspirations, tend to be proactive. Both demographics share a common concern, the fear of incurring losses. If we can alleviate their anxieties, their enthusiasm will undoubtedly surge. He hesitated for a moment before adding, if we lack sufficient numbers, we might consider a referral system. For every individual introduced, we could offer a commission. This concept of intermediary services should not be unfamiliar. Hee-sung meticulously reviewed the notes Bai Mo had pinned, taking his time before finally rising. Xiao Mo, I believe we should give it a try. You shall determine the specifics of implementation. As long as we can navigate this challenge, I assure you, Uncle will reward you handsomely. After a brief pause, Hitsung continued, even if we encounter failure, it's merely practice for you. I have faith in you. Bai Mo, somewhat moved by his uncle's earnest demeanor, felt an unexpected surge of emotion. The likelihood of failure seemed minimal, even if they were to stumble this time. Opportunities for profit would abound in the future. Hitsung nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. Chapter 14. Jiang Luohan's decision. Hitsung departed with the plan provided by Bai Mo, intending to arrange some transitional matters. The room was left with only Old Bai and Young Bai, both exchanging silent glances. It was Old Bai who broke the silence first. Care for a smoke? Initially, Bai Mo felt uneasy about his smoking habit, yet upon reflection, he realized he lacked the authority to admonish him, given that he was the one who had raised him. Your brand is too harsh. Let us stick to mine, Bai Mo remarked disdainfully as he produced his preferred brand. Old Bai grimaced, several times on the verge of speaking, but ultimately restrained himself. Fearing that his uncle might become overly distressed, Bai Mo hastened to clarify. I haven't stolen anything. I purchased these with the pocket money you provided. Furthermore, the insights I shared with Uncle were gleaned from books and television. After he spoke, Bai Mo heard Old Bai exhale deeply. After a prolonged silence, Old Bai finally responded, I heard from your mother that you wish to start a business? Yes. I can't rely on your finances indefinitely, Bai Mo replied. Old Bai nodded, unlike Iime, who often fretted unnecessarily. It is indeed a positive development for a child to have their own aspirations. When Iime spoke of this matter, there was a hint of concern in his voice, worried that setbacks in his entrepreneurial journey might leave him in despair. However, it appears he was overly anxious. If he desires something, then he ought to pursue it. I may not have much to offer, but I can impart 2 words. Persevere. After Old Bai finished speaking, he clapped his hands and rose to leave. Bai Mo was left astonished. This narrative felt amiss. Was that all? Shouldn't there be some material support? Yet, the only response he received was Old Bai's yawn. As the door closed with a soft thud, Bai Mo suppressed his discontent. He hadn't expected much sponsorship from Old Bai, especially since Iime managed the family finances. Extracting a bit of funding from her would be quite a challenge. Nonetheless, it was indeed time to formulate a solid plan. In 2004, although opportunities were abundant, so too were hidden perils. Much like his uncle's garment factory, where countless overt and covert battles raged. Those who could thrive during such times were invariably equipped with either robust means or formidable connections. And what of him? He was empty-handed, lacking even the capital to sell fish. Yet, Bai Mo understood that lamentation was not the order of the day. The pressing concern was to address the 60,000 garments. Where could he find help? Suddenly, he recalled the high school class group, with the college entrance examination behind them. This group had both time and energy to spare. Most crucially, they had yet to face the harsh realities of life. They needed to witness the treachery of human nature. Yes, Lu Chang was exactly the person to engage. Bai Mo resolved to act decisively, rushing back to his room to log in. The group had been lively for a while, but it had returned to a state of tranquility, with the last message posted several hours prior. Bai Mo began to type, inquiring within the group, is there anyone interested in earning some money during the summer vacation? Responses quickly flooded in. Do you have any good summer job recommendations? It wouldn't be working in a factory or serving food, would it? It may be tiring, but as long as the pay is fair, I could consider it. Indeed. Let us hear it. If it's worthwhile, I'm in. 3 months of summer vacation felt excessively long, and many were eager to find something to occupy their time. If they could earn enough for college tuition, that would be even better. Observing the growing excitement in the group, Bai Mo continued, you are soon-to-be college students. Shouldn't you aspire to something greater? Is working in a factory or serving food truly what you should be contemplating? At that moment, Lu Chang interjected, seizing the opportunity to mock Bai Mo. There is no distinction of dignity in professions. Only by experiencing the hardships of labor can we strive harder in our studies. His words elicited applause within the group, even prompting Bai Mo to send him a thumbs up. Pray tell, class monitor, at which hotel are you working? I might pay a visit. Lu Chang then began to flaunt his sense of superiority. I have taken up a tutoring job, earning 20 yuan per hour for 4 hours a week. If anyone is interested, feel free to reach out. I can keep an eye out for you. By the way, those with poor grades need not bother. If you can't grasp the material yourself, don't mislead others. Lu Chang's remarks were clearly aimed at Bai Mo. Bai Mo's high school is renowned as the finest in the city, and his class is indeed a selection of the elite. Bai Mo's academic performance barely meets the threshold for first-tier universities, rendering him the lowest achiever in his class. 80 marks. Does that seem significant? Bai Mo can vividly envision Lu Chang, smugly reveling in his small triumph before the computer screen. This notion further solidifies his intent to recruit Lu Chang for some under-the-table work. After a nonchalant reply, he continued, I plan to set up a stall at the night market to sell clothes. Would anyone like to join me? The clothes can be sourced directly from me at a cost of 31 per piece. If they remain unsold after half a month, or if you choose not to sell them, you may return them to me at the original price. Following Bai Mo's message, a number of individuals in the group expressed interest, yet most remained hesitant. After all, 31 pieces is a considerable investment. 10 pieces alone would amount to 300. To set up a stall, one would need to start with at least several dozen items, a challenge for a group of fresh high school graduates. Nonetheless, a few inquired. If they don't sell, or if I change my mind, can I really return them? Absolutely. Is there a minimum order requirement? One asked. Bai Mo replied. When I procure them from the garment factory, there is indeed a requirement. However, since we are classmates, I have no such stipulations for you. Take as many as you can manage. Those eager to earn more should simply put in more effort. After a bit of persuasion in the group, a few individuals agreed to join him. Compared to working a summer job, setting up a stall is undoubtedly a more favorable option, especially since it carries no risk. Bai Mo exhaled in relief. It had been quite some time since he had charmed someone with his words, and it seemed his skills had not dulled with time. The agreement of even a few individuals bodes well. Once others in the group see real profits, they are likely to follow suit. Bai Mo resolved that even if the few who agreed were somewhat naive, he would ensure they earned a profit. Just as he was privately discussing the stall location and plan with those individuals, Jiang Luohan unexpectedly sent a message. Where do you plan to set up your stall? I'll come join you. Bai Mo thought he must have misread the message. After reviewing the chat history, he confirmed it was indeed Jiang Luohan before replying. What do you want to join for? You don't need the money. If you want to gain experience, you could just rotate through your father's company. He has such a vast estate waiting for you to inherit. Jiangja has only one daughter, Jiang Luohan, and all of his assets will eventually belong to her. Thus, Bai Mo could not fathom her desire to participate. Jiang Luohan offered no explanation. It's none of your business. Where are you now? I'll come to discuss how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mo concluded that regardless of Jiang Luohan's motives, her involvement was undoubtedly beneficial. Perhaps he could persuade her to enlist her father's assistance in establishing a clothing brand, thus resolving all his concerns. I'm at home. Come over. Chapter 15. Let's talk about the next life. Today, Jiang Luohan had clearly put thought into her appearance. She wore a cream-colored, French-style, waist-cinch dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her fair and slender legs. The neckline was adorned with a black silk ribbon tied into a delicate bow. Her long, silky hair was simply tied in a low ponytail, cascading naturally down her back, exuding a subtle fragrance upon closer proximity. This implies that starting today, we are tasked with retrieving $1 million in funds over the next 7 days, correct? Upon learning of Bai Mo's objective, Jiang Luohan exhibited considerable excitement. After receiving Bai Mo's affirmative response, she thoughtfully pinched her rounded chin, pondering for a moment before articulating. $1 million in 7 days means we need approximately 15,000 each day. Bai Mo, what is your plan? Relying solely on classmates will not suffice, after all. We are merely students. Bai Mo shrugged, conceding, there are no other alternatives. We can only engage an agency for promotion and outreach. I have an idea. Though I'm uncertain of its feasibility, Jiang Luohan tentatively suggested. Do tell, Bai Mo inquired, noticing the spark in her eyes. Allow me to use the computer. With a swift motion, Bai Mo pushed his chair aside to make room for her. Jiang Luohan navigated the computer with remarkable agility, logging into her account and typing rapidly. The title was striking, empowering every dreamer to achieve financial freedom. After a brief introduction to the business, she concluded with her phone number for further inquiries. 13. After hitting the confirmation button, Bai Mo began to grasp Jiang Luohan's intentions, smacking his forehead in realization. It must have been a lapse during my transition. New media promotion. How fortunate that I thrived in this realm in my previous life. Following her post, Jiang Luohan did not stop there. She opened her group list and began sending messages. Friends, please check out my first post on MySpace. If you help by sharing, you can claim a reward of 1 coin. Having completed her task, Jiang Luohan stretched and turned to Bai Mo, unaware that he had leaned closer at some point. This sudden movement nearly led to an intimate encounter. Ah, she gasped. her cheeks flushing a lovely shade of red, enhancing her already captivating appearance. Bai Mo, sensing the awkwardness, distanced himself. Nevertheless, it must be said, Jiang Luohan was indeed stunning. Regaining her composure, Jiang Luohan steadied her breath and asked Bai Mo, "Do you think this approach is viable?" Bai Mo gave her a thumbs up, affirming, "Absolutely." At that moment, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiang Luohan's interface, noting that she had meticulously organized her friends into detailed groups, with several dedicated solely to classmates. One group, however, stood out, humorously titled Bastard, containing just one individual. Unfortunately, the group was closed, preventing him from discerning the identity of that person, sparking his curiosity about who could have captured Jiang Luohan's attention. After sending her message in the group, it wasn't long before she received private messages. Being beautiful was an advantage in itself. Most messages expressed that they had shared her post and were requesting the coin, while others seized the opportunity to engage her in conversation. She chose to ignore those individuals entirely, instead creating a separate group for those wishing to purchase credits. For half an hour, her hands remained in constant motion, diligently replying to messages. In between, she received several phone calls, all inquiries. Finally granted a brief respite. She rubbed her wrist and pouted while gazing at Bai Mo. "I want some water." "Arrange it." Bai Mo was nearly beside himself with amusement, not only water. But if Jiang Luohan wanted the stars from the heavens, he would find a way to fetch them. Take a break for a moment. The power of one person is ultimately limited. I've enlisted a few classmates to assist with this task. You needn't send any more push notifications. Jiang Luohan took a sip from the cup of water, but shook her head. I find this quite fascinating. Her gaze towards Bai Mo even held a hint of admiration. This method of earning money was something she had only encountered in financial case studies. She never imagined Bai Mo would actually implement it. Although it was merely the beginning and the outcome was uncertain, based on her insights, she believed the results would undoubtedly be commendable. Bai Mo, how did you conceive of this approach? Bai Mo, of course, would not reveal that it was derived from future experiences, instead offering a casual dismissal. It was merely a case of desperate measures. Jiang Luohan wished to continue the conversation, but at that moment, her phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello. I saw your advertisement in the space. If the goods I ordered do not sell, can they truly be returned?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Luohan instantly perked up. "Absolutely. You need not worry. We have our own clothing factory and will provide you with a formal contract." "That is wonderful. May I ask if I can collect the goods now?" "Of course. I will send you the address shortly. Just come find me." After hanging up, Jiang Luohan was visibly excited. "Where is the address for collection?" "Let us go now." Bai Mo opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Jiang Luohan's phone rang again. "Hello? May I collect the goods now?" "Yes." "No. Bai Mo, I can't keep up." The spread of information in the space among young people was astonishing. In just over an hour, it had been shared thousands of times. Even if each share garnered only 10 views, that would amount to tens of thousands of exposures. Ultimately, Jiang Luohan found herself overwhelmed. "Then why leave your phone number? How was I to know so many people would call?" Jiang Luohan pouted, feeling a bit wronged. "Quick, think of a way to help me. Otherwise, I might just collapse before I even receive my salary." Bai Mo, observing Jiang Luohan's youthful demeanor, momentarily lost his train of thought. It was only when she poked his arm that he regained his focus. "Set up call forwarding in your settings. All unfamiliar numbers should be directed to this landline." While Jiang Luohan continued to reply to messages, Bai Mo utilized the family landline to contact Heat Song, coordinating the order-taking responsibilities. Heat Song readily agreed and arranged for professional receptionists to be present 24 hours a day, ready to take orders at a moment's notice. As Jiang Luohan finished her setup, Bai Mo remarked, "This phone is not suitable for personal use. When you find some time, why not choose a new number?" Bai Mo felt a twinge of guilt about the situation, for it was indeed Jiang Luohan's intention to assist him that had led to the exposure of the number. Jiang Luohan, recognizing this sentiment, responded without pretense, "Let us wait a few days. I will inform my family first. Once I have a new number, this one will be relinquished." Bai Mo, initially assuming that Jiang Luohan's invitation was merely a whimsical endeavor to trick her, was genuinely surprised by her earnestness. After a moment of contemplation, he jested, "How shall I express my gratitude? Perhaps by offering myself in service?" He quickly added, "Oh, but wouldn't that be to your advantage? Then it appears we shall have to defer my gratitude until the next lifetime." "Scoundrel, that is not permissible." Chapter 16. The Garment Factory. Jiang Luohan exclamation of not permissible was slightly louder than intended. Almost immediately, Old Bai knocked on the door, carrying a plate of unwashed fruit. Xiao Mo, it's time for some fruit. With two young individuals of the opposite sex sharing the same room during their teenage years, Old Bai felt an unsettling anxiety. Although he was quite fatigued, ever since Jiang Luohan's arrival, he had been unable to find a moment's rest. His worries deepened upon hearing her earlier declaration, fearing Bai Mo might act recklessly. Yet, it was evident that he had overly anticipated trouble. The moment he knocked, Bai Mo opened the door. Old Bai, Jiang Luohan just received several orders. We're heading to my uncle's garment factory, so we'll skip the fruit, she explained. You should rest a bit longer. You look pale, as if you've been startled. Seeing that Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan appeared entirely normal, dressed neatly, Old Bai breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier we depart, the earlier we return. He then turned and left without another glance. As Bai Mo descended the stairs, he intended to hail a taxi outside the community, but Jiang Luohan called out to him. I drove here. Bai Mo was left bewildered. Really? Jiang Luohan waved the car keys in her hand, the four rings glinting conspicuously. Bai Mo stood in stunned silence, murmuring to himself, at just 18. While I struggle to make ends meet and can scarcely afford cigarettes, some individuals are already driving an Audi. Truly, the disparities between people are more pronounced than those between humans and dogs. Jiang Luohan, unable to hear him clearly, inquired with curiosity, What are you mumbling about? Bai Mo, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Could you ask Uncle Jiang if I might call him father? No need for that. Just a second-hand Santana would suffice. After a moment of reflection, he added, If my surname seems inappropriate, I'll discuss it with Old Bai and change it. Jiang Luohan, seemingly struck by a thought, flushed suddenly. What are you saying? Let us go. With that, she dashed away like a shy young girl. Taking his place in the passenger seat, Bai Mo gazed at the focused Jiang Luohan and asked, When did you obtain your driver's license? Typically, high school students acquire their licenses only after the college entrance examinations. Logically, you should not have had the time. Jiang Luohan calmly remarked, It was just 2 months ago. In the final semester, to prepare for the college entrance examination, my mother suspended my piano and dance classes, which afforded me a considerable amount of free time. I seized the opportunity to obtain my driver's license. Bai Mo felt he had spoken out of turn. One cannot generalize about people. Jiang Luohan had been enrolled in various expensive extracurricular classes since childhood, mastering almost every art form. Her demeanor was poised and graceful, which explained why he had been fond of her for so many years. Why have you stopped speaking? I'm tired. In 2004, the streets of Hanjiang City were not yet congested. The journey to the garment factory was smooth, taking merely 20 minutes. Heetsung was already waiting at the entrance. When he saw the Audi approaching, he initially thought it was merely passing by and did not pay much attention. However, when the car came to a halt in front of him, he was taken aback as Bai Mo stepped out. This car, I can hardly bear to purchase. Bai Mo had mentioned he would come with a classmate but had not disclosed Jiang Luohan's identity, hence his astonishment. Jiang Luohan drove with remarkable steadiness. Bai Mo dozed off for a while without feeling any bumps. Upon exiting the vehicle and stretching, he noticed Heetsung in a daze and asked, Uncle, what is the matter? Heetsung shook his head, regaining his composure. It's nothing. And this is. After Jiang Luohan turned off the engine and stepped out, she gracefully approached Bai Mo, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Hello, Uncle. I am Jiang Luohan, Bai Mo's classmate. You may also call me Luohan or Xiao Jiang. Heetsung, still somewhat stunned, nodded. Hello, Xiao Jiang. All right, Uncle, let us go check out your storeroom. Oh, right this way. Heetsung was too preoccupied to ponder further. Though he was indeed curious about the identity of Bai Mo's classmate and their relationship, he understood that this was not the moment for such inquiries. As they walked, he introduced Bai Mo to the heads of the factory's main departments. This is the finance department. You'll liaise with him for any financial matters. Sister Zhang, a woman in her 40s dressed in professional attire with a short haircut that exuded competence, nodded. Understood, Mr. He. Bai Mo and Sister Zhang exchanged polite nods. This is Su Zhang from the business department, my old partner. He oversees the storeroom. Just inform him about any incoming or outgoing goods. The staff present were seasoned employees of the garment factory. They were aware of the current difficulties. Although they wished to assist, they felt powerless. Upon hearing that Bai Mo had a solution, they were filled with curiosity and anticipation. After all, Heetsung had always treated them well. If the factory were to collapse, such a good job would be impossible to find again. Xiao Mo, we met when you were a child visiting the factory. I can't believe how much you've grown. Su Zheng said, extending his hand to shake Bai Mo's. This gesture conveyed recognition, showing that he did not underestimate him due to his youth. Hello, Uncle Su. I appreciate your efforts during this time. It is of no concern. It is my duty. After the two became acquainted, Hitsong turned to introduce the other individual. Lu Li, whom you may address as Sister Lu, was previously the head of our reception area. She has come specifically to establish the marketing department as per your request. The telephone hotline is now operational, and Sister Lu has arranged for personnel to provide round-the-clock service. Among the group brought by Hitsong, Lu Li is the youngest. In her 20s, strikingly beautiful, and adorned in a professional dress with a sweet smile. Hello, Xiao Mo. I look forward to your guidance. Guidance is an overstatement. We shall learn from one another, he replied. After their introduction, Hitsong added, there are still some heads of functional departments whom I have not summoned. For now, these are the few you need to engage with. I have instructed them to fully support your work. Noticing Bai Mo nodding, Hitsong, concerned about his potential burdens, offered reassurance. Xiao Mo, Uncle has done all he can. Do not feel pressured. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate, regardless of the outcome. Uncle is grateful to you. Even if Uncle did not express it, Bai Mo would not feel weighed down. It was not a matter of overconfidence in his abilities, rather. He simply believed that even if his uncle faced bankruptcy, it might not be entirely detrimental. At least it would afford him time to recuperate. Uncle, rest assured. I feel no pressure. After all, even if there are losses, it is not my money at stake. With a chuckle, Bai Mo's words prompted a laugh from Jiang Luohan. She understood that he was not jesting. Uncle, too, managed a slightly awkward smile. That is good to hear. Very good indeed. Now, this is the storeroom, come. Let us take a look inside. Chapter 17. A promising start. Upon entering the storeroom, a distinct scent of new garments enveloped them. The previous storeroom was small, having evidently been recently expanded. Otherwise, it would have been nearly filled to capacity. This amounted to a staggering 60,000 pieces. This is the style area. We store the clothing according to product numbers. Customers can select the desired styles here, and we simply retrieve the corresponding numbers from the shelves. As they stepped into the storeroom, Su Zheng took over the explanation. Bai Mo nodded, picking up a sample for inspection. The material of the sample is identical to the finished product, correct? Indeed, Hitsong affirmed. His garment factory, while not large, lacked professional designers, and the styles were merely imitations of current trends. Thus, even in retail, there was little concern over sales. Take a look and see if you find anything you like. I shall gift it to you, Bai Mo suggested, holding up a dress and posing it in front of Jiang Luohan. Feeling somewhat conflicted, Jiang Luohan had not yet decided how to respond, but Bai Mo preemptively dismissed the notion. Never mind, I shall consider it once I have the funds. This was Bai Mo's excuse. Only after speaking did he realize his folly. This was Jiang Luohan, whose attire was nearly all custom-made. How could she possibly find interest in such inexpensive items? She refrained from refusing out of concern for her dignity. Continuing to insist would only make her seem ungrateful. Jiang Luohan did not elaborate further. The garments here did not truly align with her tastes. However, upon hearing Bai Mo's words about gifting her something, she felt a surge of joy. Even if the gift consisted of clothing from this place, she intended to cherish it. Mr. He, a guest has arrived, Lu Li announced after answering a phone call and approaching Hitsong and Bai Mo. Just have someone bring them over to select directly. Lao Su. I will leave the next matters to you. Su nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, Bai Mo remained on site, perusing the storeroom while awaiting the arrival of the first batch of distributors. Hitsong had already briefed them on all the procedures. They were seasoned professionals, adept in their fields, and grasped everything with just a single explanation. By the way, Xiao Mo, how did you manage the promotions? It's quite impressive. I just overheard the assistant on the phone, and it seems the calls haven't stopped, Lu Li inquired, her tone ingratiating. Her curiosity stemmed not only from interest, but also from a desire to forge a closer rapport with Bai Mo. Although Bai Mo bore the appearance of an 18-year-old, her mind was sharper than anyone else's, and she quickly discerned Lu Li's intentions. Yet, she remained unfazed. After all, who would willingly resort to sycophancy if not compelled by circumstance? Not everyone is blessed with the privileged background of Jiang Luohan. Initially, Bai Mo too grappled with how to promote, and it was she who devised the method of utilizing space for advertising. When Lu Li first laid eyes on Jiang Luohan, she was taken aback, mistakenly assuming her to be merely a decorative presence beside Bai Mo. However, she soon realized her error. Setting aside Jiang Luohan's innate air of nobility, The car keys she held were a clear indication that she was no ordinary individual. Thus, Lu Li's smile grew warmer upon gazing at her. Luohan, you are truly clever. Jiang Luohan maintained a polite smile, softly murmuring her thanks. I merely had a sudden inspiration. I never expected it would prove effective. As the group engaged in casual conversation, Su Jing entered with the first batch of distributors. The sight of the newly stacked garments left them somewhat apprehensive. Is it truly possible for me to take only 50 pieces? One of them, who had previously sold goods at a street market, had always procured items from secondary vendors. Not only were prices considerably higher, but the variety was also limited. Even then, if he ordered less, he was often denied. The prospect of sourcing directly from the factory was beyond his expectations. The lack of quantity restrictions was particularly appealing, even if he couldn't sell everything. He could return unsold items. It was a veritable boon for someone like him engaged in a small business. Absolutely. Su Jing responded courteously, not looking down on him for his modest order. According to Bai Mo's plan, individuals like him often wield the most significant influence. If this collaboration succeeded, he would undoubtedly spread the word to others. Gradually, the influx of buyers would increase. Even if their orders were small, it mattered not, for the sheer number of participants was advantageous. You can decide how much stock you wish to take. If, after half a month, you find you have unsold items or wish to discontinue the business, simply inform us a day in advance, and you can return them directly. Su Jing cast a casual glance at Bai Mo, who hailed from a marketing background. Upon witnessing this innovative sales model, he was utterly astounded. Should this venture succeed, it would not only benefit the garment factory, but also enhance the entrepreneurial landscape of Hanjiang City. With this contribution alone, he would emerge as a formidable contender for the title of Outstanding Youth in Hanjiang City. The initial batch of goods was transferred seamlessly. Initially, the buyer intended to order 50 pieces as a trial, but upon seeing the plethora of fashionable designs, he resolutely decided to order 100 pieces instead. Each piece was priced at 30 yuan. Although 3,000 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket for the factory's current financial woes, it was merely the beginning. Manager Xiao Mo and manager he had stated that henceforth, all funds would be deposited into a new account, which could only be accessed with the signatory's approval. Here's the account key. Please keep it safe, she remarked as she handed Bai Mo an electronic tablet. This key was essential for any transactions involving substantial sums. He'd soon placed all his hopes on Bai Mo, entrusting him with the financial authority, while simultaneously conveying a message, should they navigate this challenge successfully. Any profits earned would rightfully belong to Bai Mo, and he would not interfere further. Bai Mo unceremoniously accepted the key and tucked it into his pocket. At that moment, Su Jing re-entered with others. Upon seeing the order marked with a return policy valid for 15 days, he promptly ordered 200 pieces. Bai Mo observed them as they packaged the goods, when Lu Li approached once more. Manager Xiao, a few of your classmates have arrived. So soon? Bai Mo was taken aback. While they had confirmed their intent to collect the goods, he had not anticipated their promptness. Where are they? In the reception room. Let me take you there. All right, Bai Mo replied, glancing at Jiang Luohan, who was engaged in a cheerful phone conversation and chose not to interrupt her. Bai Mo. Over here. In the reception room, a few 18-year-olds sat on the sofa, appearing somewhat bashful, with disposable cups of water in front of them, still full. Upon spotting Bai Mo, they excitedly rose to their feet. To his surprise, he recognized a familiar face. Aren't you supposed to be tutoring? What brings you here? Lu Chang, evidently in low spirits, asked indignantly. How did you persuade Luohan to help you with the promotions? Initially, he had no intention of coming. But witnessing Jiang Luohan's involvement had ignited his jealousy. What on earth is this? Chapter 18. It was just a dream, persuade? She's right here. You can ask her yourself later. Upon hearing Bai Mo mention that Jiang Luohan was present, Lu Chang's expression transformed dramatically. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Jiang Luohan rushing over. Bai Mo. She called out his name before realizing that several of her classmates were present. Oh, you're here too. Luohan. What are you doing here? A young woman inquired from the side. In their view, it seemed improbable that Jiang Luohan and Bai Mo would intersect after graduation. Even if Jiang Luohan assisted with the promotion, it was merely out of courtesy for their years as classmates. Thus, their surprise upon encountering Jiang Luohan was palpable. I came along for some fun. Are you here to collect clothing? Upon receiving affirmative responses from several individuals, her smile grew even brighter. That's wonderful. I also plan to take some to set up a stall. Where are you headed? Let us part ways to avoid competing for business. As they continued their cheerful conversation, Bai Mo could no longer bear to watch and swiftly interjected. All right, let us head to the storage room first. Sister Xiaoli, please take them. I need to speak with Bai Mo. Just moments ago, Jiang Luohan, having finished a phone call, realized Bai Mo was missing and hurried over, eager to discuss matters with him. Lu Chang observed Jiang Luohan's attempts to speak, only to swallow his words, all his thoughts manifesting as a sigh. Alas. Bai Mo patted Lu Chang on the shoulder, encouragingly remarking, young man, the road ahead is still long, stay strong. After all, he was the department head of his future company and could not afford to lose his edge. I still prefer your former rebellious spirit. Lu Chang swatted Bai Mo's hand away, retorting with disdain, scram. Bai Mo merely chuckled, exactly. Once Lu Chang departed, Jiang Luohan approached. What is wrong with him? Bai Mo shook his head, pondering, I have no idea, perhaps he is heartbroken? Heartbroken? That shouldn't be the case. I haven't heard anything about it. Jiang Luohan began, but fell silent, choosing not to elaborate. In truth, even without her words, Bai Mo could surmise the situation. After all, not long ago, Lu Chang had penned love letters to her. How could he be heartbroken now? Bai Mo was reluctant to explain further. During high school, Lu Chang, much like Bai Mo, had pursued Jiang Luohan. However, whereas Bai Mo's approach was brazen and shameless, Lu Chang maintained a semblance of dignity. It was hard to determine who was better or worse. Regardless, Jiang Luohan held a more profound impression of Bai Mo. By the way, what did you need to discuss with me? Jiang Luohan finally recalled her purpose for seeking Bai Mo. She quickly added, a cousin of mine just called, having seen my post. He is very interested in this project and wishes to participate. However, he is currently in the provincial capital and asked if it would be possible to send items via express delivery. Bai Mo gazed deeply at Jiang Luohan, internally acknowledging her influence, realizing he had underestimated it. She had reached beyond Hanjiang City so swiftly. Of course. Moreover, we can cover all shipping costs. Jiang Luohan nodded and continued, however, my cousin wants to come in as an agent. He will handle the market development in the provincial capital, and we will supply the goods. He requires a profit of 5 yuan per item. Do you think that is feasible? Bai Mo's heart raced with excitement, though he maintained a composed exterior. The most challenging aspect at present is market development. While I have yet to step outside Hanjiang City, there are those who are eager to assist in penetrating the provincial capital's market. This is undoubtedly a colossal surprise. The total cost for each piece of clothing amounts to merely 20 yuan, with a selling price of 30 yuan, yielding a net profit of an impressive 10 yuan. Allowing a 5 yuan discount still ensures a substantial profit for oneself. Moreover, with advancements in productivity, the cost per item will only continue to diminish. Is that not feasible? Jiang Luohan cautiously inquired after observing Bai Mo lost in thought. I too believe that a 5 yuan concession is excessive. I shall discuss it further and negotiate a slight reduction. Bai Mo, however, shook his head. What is your cousin engaged in? Well, he is currently attending university and will graduate next year. He seems to be venturing into entrepreneurship, specifically in online shopping, though I am not entirely clear on the details. Jiang Luohan's reminder prompted Bai Mo to recall the emergence of e-commerce platforms in recent years. Noticing Bai Mo's peculiar expression, Jiang Luohan asked, what is the matter? Is there an issue? It's nothing. Tell your cousin that it is permissible. However, he must guarantee our market share. Otherwise, we shall not easily relinquish the provincial capital's agency. After all, in a few months, I should be heading there for my studies. Jiang Luohan was not the slightest bit surprised by this and promptly agreed. No problem. By the way, are you truly considering applying to a finance-related institution? While dining with Lao Shu, he overheard the conversation between Su Wan and Bai Mo, but remained silent, feeling somewhat sour. Now that they were alone, he wished to confirm. Indeed, Bai Mo did not shy away and nodded affirmatively. The support offered by finance institutions to entrepreneurs far surpasses that of other schools. Moreover, there are many beautiful women studying finance. Once in college, I would like to experience a few romantic encounters. When Bai Mo articulated his first reason, Jiang Luohan felt a sense of admiration for his decisiveness. However, upon hearing the second reason, her frustration surged. Are you solely thinking about dating? What else should I consider? Bai Mo replied nonchalantly. Why am I pursuing entrepreneurship if not to earn money and enjoy life? Dating is part of that enjoyment. Once I have wealth, it would be splendid to find a few gentle and obedient girlfriends who can take care of me. The more Jiang Luohan listened, the more exasperated she became, feeling powerless. After stamping her foot in frustration, she pointed at Bai Mo and exclaimed, "Such individuals would only be after your money. Do you truly believe they are genuinely fond of you?" Bai Mo pondered for a moment before clapping his hands. "That would be even better. If they are not after my money, then I truly would not know what to offer them." Seeing Bai Mo's increasingly absurd reasoning only heightened Jiang Luohan's ire. "Bai Mo, you are such a scoundrel." Bai Mo solemnly nodded. "Indeed, I have never denied that." Perceiving his indifference, Jiang Luohan made an effort to calm herself, reminding herself not to get angry, lest she become ill from being ignored. Taking several deep breaths, she gradually regained her composure. "Have you never considered pursuing a relationship that transitions from school uniforms to wedding gowns?" Jiang Luohan was unsure why she had suddenly voiced such thoughts. Only after speaking did she realize that she found herself somewhat anticipating Bai Mo's response. Bai Mo tilted his head slightly, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. He had contemplated the matter in the past, but later came to the conclusion that it was merely a fleeting dream. Of course, if he were to encounter a girl in university who truly stirred his heart, who could say what might happen? Chapter 19. Why Cry? Jiang Luohan found Bai Mo's words particularly jarring. What did he mean by having once considered it, only to now regard it as nothing more than a dream? Was he referring to her? Prior to Bai Mo's confession, even when she had turned him down, Jiang Luohan felt little concern. She was confidently convinced that despite her rejection, he would remain by her side, just as he always had. After 3 years of companionship, she had grown accustomed to his presence. Her feelings for him were not entirely absent. Otherwise, she would not have shared a drink with him after rejecting him. That had been her first experience with alcohol. However, it seemed that Bai Mo was truly distancing himself from her. Had it not been for that fateful night, her pride would have allowed her to feel only a fleeting sadness before continuing with her life. Yet, the tender care he had shown her that evening had awakened something within her. As he carried her to the hospital, the sense of security she felt against his back was something she would never forget. After a moment of silence, Jiang Luohan slowly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable emotion. What if it were not merely a dream? Bai Mo blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at Jiang Luohan, puzzled by the mixture of shyness and anticipation on her delicate face. Yet, all he felt was a sense of dread. If it were not a dream, it would be utterly terrifying. Jiang Luohan was taken aback. This answer differed from what she had envisioned. Perhaps Bai Mo sensed her confusion and, after masking his emotions, spoke with an air of profundity. "My future is filled with stars, oceans, poetry, and distant horizons. How could it possibly end before it has even begun?" With that, he brushed past her without a second thought, heading toward the storeroom. Such is the nature of humanity. Often, we fail to cherish what is easily attained, only to lament it when it slips from our grasp. Jiang Luohan stood there, dazed, and after a while, she could no longer contain her emotions. She crouched down, burying her head in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She could not comprehend why, despite her directness, Bai Mo continued to feign ignorance. Was it merely because she had rejected him? But all she had said was that she did not want to rush into a relationship. She had never stated that she would deny him a chance. Yet, in just a few short days, Bai Mo's courteous distance had instilled a sense of panic within her. Hey, why are you crying in public? If others don't know the situation, they'll think I bullied you. You're the one who is bullying me." Jiang Luohan lifted her head, wiped away her tears, and shot Bai Mo an indignant glare. "Fine, I admit my fault. I'll treat you to some candy," Bai Mo exclaimed, magically producing a rainbow lollipop from behind his back. At this age, young girls often needed a bit of coaxing. Although he did not believe he was at fault, it was somewhat acceptable. After seizing the candy, Jiang Luohan did not consume it. Rather, she seemed quite content merely to hold it in her hand and gaze at it. Bai Mo shook his head, realizing once more that the thoughts of young girls were remarkably simple. Wipe your face. Fortunately, you aren't wearing makeup, or else it would be a complete mess. Jiang Luohan's cheeks were streaked with tears, her eyes red and brimming with a pitiful charm. Pouting, she refrained from taking the wet wipes from Bai Mo this time. Instead, she lifted her head, extending her hand towards him with wide, innocent eyes. Sighing. Bai Mo could not fathom why a young lady of considerable means would endure such distress in his presence. Despite possessing the appearance of an 18-year-old, his soul was undeniably that of a man in his 30s, a successful one at that. His judgment of character was astoundingly accurate. Jiang Luohan, a girl devoid of guile, was transparent in her thoughts with just a flutter of her eyelashes. Hence, it was said in the circle of older men that naive young girls were the easiest to deceive. They sought not wealth or luxury, but rather romance and ideals. How could someone of her age not know how to wash her own face? As Bai Mo lamented this, he gently wiped away the traces of her tears with a wet tissue. It must be said, Jiang Luohan's complexion was exquisite, fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. She was indeed the embodiment of such praise. Humph, I shall forgive you this time. Bai Mo rolled his eyes. Then I truly thank you, he replied, tossing the used wet tissue in a graceful arc into the trash bin. Though recently feeling aggrieved and having lamented Bai Mo's lack of sensitivity, all of Jiang Luohan's ire dissipated upon receiving his gift, even sparking a flicker of joy within her. By the way, we're going camping in a few days. What do you think we should prepare? Hasn't it been discussed in the group? Tents can be rented on the mountain. Just bring your own clothes. The barbecue grill and food can be purchased collectively once we arrive. Lu Chang has already compiled a detailed plan. Bai Mo assessed the general outline and found it reasonably sound. Any minor details could be addressed later. It was quite commendable for a group of youngsters under 20 to be so meticulous. Speaking of Lu Chang, Bai Mo's thoughts began to wander again. With such quality labor available for merely 20 yuan an hour, it seemed advantageous to recruit him. What are you pondering? Jiang Luohan inquired, noticing Bai Mo's sudden stillness. Tugging at his fingers. Coming back to reality, Bai Mo responded, Oh, I was contemplating whether I should ask the class monitor for extra tutoring, given my poor grades. Extra tutoring? The college entrance examination is over. What's the point? Bai Mo, disinterested in elaborating, offered a cursory reply. What if I perform poorly? I might need to prepare for a retake. All right, let us go. Jiang Luohan felt a sense of confusion regarding Bai Mo, yet the more she struggled to understand him, the more she felt compelled to delve deeper. Hey, wait for me. Inside the garment factory's warehouse, the number of people coming to collect goods was steadily increasing. Prompted by Jiang Luohan, Bai Mo had also sought to disseminate information across various forums in addition to securing the space. The news spread rapidly, as it often does. Upon seeing Bai Mo approach, several of his high school classmates eagerly waved to greet him. We each brought 20 items to test the waters. What do you think is a reasonable selling price, and where should we sell them? Before seeing the garments, they harbored some concerns regarding the styles and quality. However, all their apprehensions vanished upon witnessing the actual products. The designs were innovative, and the quality was impeccable, rivaling that of specialty store offerings. It was understandable. Given Heat's Song's straightforward nature, he would never compromise quality for a substantial order, as he envisioned a long-term partnership, albeit unexpectedly deceived. Unfazed by the crowd's gaze, Bai Mo, as a seasoned individual, began to analyze the situation for them. These clothes were originally intended for a specialty store, merely lacking labels at this point. The suggested retail price was indicated on the shipping documents, generally around 100 yuan. Considering our actual costs, we could sell each item for as low as 50 or even 40% of the suggested price. Naturally, we should quote based on the labeled price and let others negotiate from there. The target customer base should primarily focus on college students and factory workers. Bai Mo continued his discourse, while some attentive classmates took notes. For them, the significance of selling clothes transcended mere profit. Regardless of whether they made money, the experience they would gain was invaluable. Compared to randomly seeking a summer job devoid of skill, attempting to run a business would broaden their horizons and hone their abilities. Bai Mo, I've noted everything down. Thank you so much. If we really make a profit, I'll treat you to a meal, exclaimed a short-haired girl as she closed her notebook and smiled at him. Bai Mo couldn't recall her name, so he merely offered a polite response. Keep it up. Your success will lead to mine. If everyone does well, we could even start a business together in college. The mere mention of entrepreneurship ignited excitement in everyone's eyes. Those who had quickly set aside their doubts to stand here were undoubtedly contemplating future ventures. It's settled then, cheered the short-haired girl, pumping her fist in motivation. My dad is here to pick me up. He supports me wholeheartedly. I'm heading to the university town now. Good luck, everyone. With that, she waved goodbye and departed. Her decisiveness exuded a hint of a strong woman's demeanor. Once she left, Bai Mo quietly inquired, Who is she? The remaining classmates rolled their eyes. It's only been a few days, and you can't remember a classmate from 3 years of high school? Zhao Qin replied incredulously. Lu Chang chimed in sarcastically. Were you trying to make a point in front of Luohan? What's next? Are you going to say you only remember her from the entire high school? Jiang Luohan felt a twinge of jealousy. Why did Lu Chang have to say that? It was so lacking in subtlety. She longed to hear Bai Mo express something that would flatter her, even if it were a mere fabrication. Now that the truth was exposed, what could Bai Mo possibly say? A few others nearby stifled their laughter, occasionally casting furtive glances at Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan. Just when the crowd assumed Bai Mo would cease his remarks, he shook his finger at Lu Chang and said, "It seems you know me well. However, you are mistaken about one thing. It is not just her. There is also Su Wan." As Bai Mo spoke, Jiang Luohan felt a flicker of joy. Yet, upon hearing Su Wan's name, her heart plummeted. Not Su Wan again. Lu Chang's lips twitched. Bah, truly a despicable character. Eyeing what is in others' bowls while eating from his own. Bai Mo, unfazed, draped an arm over his shoulder. Look, class monitor, what are you saying? Is what is in your bowl any less delicious than what is in the pot? Lu Chang and the others expected Bai Mo to argue further, especially with Jiang Luohan present. However, Bai Mo spoke with remarkable candor, showing no hesitation due to her presence. Initially, one might have thought Jiang Luohan would develop a disdain for Bai Mo upon hearing his words, but a quick glance revealed her merely sulking with a slight pout. The air thick with a hint of jealousy for those perceptive enough to notice. Not wishing to linger on the topic, Bai Mo continued. By the way, class monitor, why have you not yet gone to your tutoring session? 20 yuan for an hour. That is nearly the profit from selling a piece of clothing. Impressive. Upon hearing Bai Mo praise him, Lu Chang's face swelled with pride, but this pride was short-lived. Tutoring is indeed suitable for you, if you were selling clothes. You might not sell a single piece in a day. Keep at it. Lu Chang's face turned crimson. He had always been competitive and could not tolerate Bai Mo's provocations. Clenching his fist, he glared fiercely at Bai Mo. Who can't sell? Who do you underestimate? Bai Mo repeatedly covered his mouth, feigning apologies. Oh, I'm sorry if my words upset you. I truly apologize. However, he raised an eyebrow. Isn't that the case? Afraid to even try, best stick to being a tutor. Without waiting for Lu Chang's retort, Bai Mo turned and walked away, waving goodbye over his shoulder. As he strolled, he counted. Knowing that Lu Chang would call out to him before he reached 3. Bai Mo, stop right there. Before he could get to 3. Lu Chang could no longer contain himself. Bai Mo smiled briefly, but quickly masked his amusement, turning to look at him with faint curiosity. Is there something else? Seeing Bai Mo's expression, Lu Chang let out a cold laugh, regaining his composure. You are deliberately trying to provoke me, aren't you? Almost fell for it. Bai Mo, undeterred, shrugged. If you think that way, there is nothing I can do. I must take my leave now. Enjoy yourself, Teacher Lu. The more indifferent Bai Mo appeared, the more uncomfortable Lu Chang felt. Stop underestimating people. It's just setting up a stall. Who can't do that? Bai Mo pretended to be astonished. Oh, can you really? Lu Chang scoffed disdainfully. Just wait and see. As he left, he took with him 100 pieces of clothing. According to him, everything must be resolved within a week. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. It was only then that I realized the extent of your cunning. Outside the storeroom, an unusual tranquility settled, leaving only Jiang Luohan and Bai Mo in each other as company. What constitutes a villain? I ponder. In my understanding, one is not deemed wicked if they do not contravene the law. As for me, I can only be described as less than virtuous. Jiang Luohan contemplated Bai Mo's words deeply, finding increasing logic in them. The definition of a villain seems to align with legality, while morality serves merely as a guideline. Those who break the law are villains, while those lacking integrity can only be considered less than good. Bai Mo. I too wish to try my hand at setting up a stall. It must be quite delightful. Jiang Luohan, a little heiress, viewed the prospect of vending as merely a playful endeavor. This is the consequence of one's birth. Envy is futile. I'm not going. Bai Mo, lacking any romantic sensibility, declined with resolute finality. The June heat was oppressive. Even the nights offered little respite. Such weather called for retreating to the cool embrace of an air conditioner. If you don't go, I will persistently bother you. I will pester you endlessly. Jiang Luohan, shedding her usual poise and tranquility, clung to Bai Mo's arm, chattering incessantly like a petulant spouse. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. I simply refuse to go. Seeing Bai Mo unmoved, Jiang Luohan pouted, adopting a more playful tone. Oh, come along with me, please. Just as the two were nearly entangled, an untimely cough interrupted from behind. Jiang Luohan quickly sensed the inappropriateness of the situation, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she hastily released Bai Mo's arm. Alas! Bai Mo sighed, feeling a twinge of regret. Being pursued by a stunning beauty was quite a pleasant sensation, especially in the summer. He couldn't help but direct a resentful glance at Kong. Why arrive now and not earlier? I apologize, but shall we continue? Jiang Luohan felt too embarrassed and lowered her head, her hands tracing circles. Bai Mo, however, remained composed. What is it you wish to discuss? Chapter 21. Brand development. I have followed your instructions, and from the next batch onward, Our clothing will predominantly feature sportswear, with all garments bearing the insignia. I have also arranged for those athletes you mentioned to be contacted through my connections. At this juncture, Hee-sung paused briefly before inquiring with a hint of skepticism. Are you so certain that they will shine brightly at this Olympic Games? Furthermore, is it truly necessary to establish a brand without a physical store? Despite his doubts, Hee-sung proceeded to comply with Bai Mo's directives. He merely sought clarification. As Bai Mo made his way to the office, she patiently elaborated. Should our current model prove successful, it will undoubtedly attract countless imitators. After all, the cost of imitation is comparatively low, with minimal risk involved. Once imitators abound, even as the originators, we cannot guarantee immunity from being overshadowed. Only by establishing our own brand can we preemptively solidify our reputation. Any future imitators will simply be regarded as counterfeit. Indeed, it is the most immediate impression that one has of a brand. A garment may lack a brand name, yet it must not be devoid of one. After observing Hee-sung nod thoughtfully, Bai Mo continued, This year marks an Olympic year, and in 4 years, we shall also be the hosts. This athletic trend will prevail for an extended period and shall never become obsolete. Although we currently lack a physical store, that does not imply we will not have one in the future. The list of athletes I provided you with has been meticulously researched, considering their recent performances. They possess a commendable opportunity to shine at the Olympics. Furthermore, they are all involved in less mainstream events such as the 110-meter hurdles, table tennis, and diving, which currently command lower advertising endorsement fees. Once they achieve remarkable results, they will garner significant domestic exposure. As it stands, the ideal spokesperson would be Yao Ming. Yet he is beyond our financial reach. Bai Mo had been speaking, and before they realized it, they had arrived at Hee-sung's office. Hee-sung had a bookshelf positioned behind his desk, and upon opening the cabinet door, Bai Mo discovered a considerable layer of dust. After blowing off the dust from a book on political economy, he remarked to Hee-sung, Uncle, one must read more. Hee-sung nodded earnestly in agreement. Once I finish my current tasks, I shall read. Jiang Luohan was also surveying the office, which appeared quite modest compared to Jiang Zhe's. At that moment, Hee-sung offered a cup of water in a disposable cup. Xiao Jiang, please have some water. Make yourself comfortable and feel free to sit. Jiang Luohan graciously accepted the water and, after adjusting her skirt, settled onto the sofa. Hee-sung then approached his desk and gestured toward the executive chair, saying to Bai Mo, Why not try this seat? Bai Mo was unreserved, promptly taking a seat and adjusting the chair to a suitable height. It's rather uncomfortable. Uncle, once we have some funds, let us replace these chairs with better ones. Hee-sung shot him a look of exasperation. Are you already starting to complain? Fine. If you have anything to say, do it quickly. If not, be off. Young people should go out and enjoy themselves. What business do you have lingering with an old man? Hee-sung's words were accompanied by an intentional glance at Jiang Luohan, clearly suggesting he wished to leave some time for the young couple, evidently misinterpreting their relationship. Bai Mo indeed had little to occupy him. Rather than micromanaging every detail, he preferred to be a hands-off manager, orchestrating arrangements and allowing matters to unfold naturally. You two carry on. I'll step out for a call. At that moment, Jiang Luohan's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, she bid farewell to Hee-sung and Bai Mo and exited the office. Once she left, Hee-sung hastily leaned in and asked in a low voice, Xiao Mo, confess to your uncle. Could she be your girlfriend? Upon seeing Bai Mo's astonishment, Hee-sung quickly added, Do not worry, I am not as rigid as your mother. At 18, it is entirely normal to date. Bai Mo felt quite helpless, aware that no matter how he explained, Hee-sung would remain unconvinced, so he resigned himself to the situation. What you say is true indeed. I say no. Do you believe it? I don't. Then why ask? Hee-sung chuckled awkwardly. Subsequently, he whispered, Xiao Mo, as an elder, I'd like to offer you some advice. This child clearly comes from a well-to-do family. Just look at that car, which many would toil for decades to afford. It may not be realistic, but it is a fact. Marrying a wealthy individual will undoubtedly make life much easier. Moreover, Xiao Jiang is quite beautiful and possesses a delightful character. As Hee-sung continued to speak, Bai Mo found his words increasingly absurd and could no longer bear to listen. He quickly interrupted, All right then. Shall I ask if she has any aunts or single relatives to introduce to you? Hee-sung nodded earnestly. Really? Is that true? No. Hee-sung, at 30 years of age, remained unmarried. When questioned, he would claim he had yet to find the right person. Though he appeared honest and simple-hearted, he was acutely aware of the situation. Those he admired did not reciprocate his feelings, and those who were interested in him were primarily after his wealth. Aware that Bai Mo was jesting, Heetsung feigned disappointment and sighed, "Alas, as your uncle, you ought to consider my words seriously. Most people only have 3 opportunities to change their fate: birth, college entrance examination, and marriage." Heetsung wished to continue, but at that moment, Jiang Luohan entered after finishing her call. He swallowed the words he had on the tip of his tongue. Bai Mo understood that his uncle spoke the truth, yet he possessed a pride uniquely his own. A gentleman does not accept unsolicited offerings. "Xiaomo, your uncle has a reception to attend shortly, so I shall leave you two to enjoy yourselves. Go on and have fun." As Heetsung spoke, he nudged Bai Mo towards Jiang Luohan, discreetly slipping 200 yuan into his pocket. "Xiao Jiang, enjoy yourselves. Remember to return home early." After sending Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan out of the office, Heetsung shut the door with a resounding thud. Bai Mo felt helpless. "Bai Mo, what were you two discussing just now? When I entered, your uncle looked at me differently, as if he were regarding a nephew." Jiang Luohan walked closely beside Bai Mo, noticing his silence, and sought to initiate a conversation. Bai Mo turned to face Jiang Luohan, jesting earnestly, "My uncle is still single. I was wondering if you have any suitable aunts or relatives to introduce." Jiang Luohan pondered briefly before shaking her head. "It seems there aren't any." "What a pity then." Chapter 22. I'll take any deception, Bai Mo. "As long as you agree to join me at the market today, I will grant you one request," Jiang Luohan added, "as long as it's not too unreasonable." After descending the office building, Bai Mo planned to head straight home to enjoy the air conditioning while playing games and watching television. However, he was intercepted by Jiang Luohan, who gazed at him with wide, expectant eyes. The former Bai Mo could never have imagined Jiang Luohan displaying such a feminine demeanor. Had he been 18, he would have undoubtedly acquiesced, but the current him found little interest, although Jiang Luohan had been quite helpful. Bai Mo did not believe that this was sufficient reason for him to compromise his dignity. "Woman, you cannot meet my demands. Be obedient and step aside. Our paths diverge." Jiang Luohan had gradually acclimatized to Bai Mo's indifferent and flippant tone. She was not the slightest bit angered. Instead, she stood in his way, refusing to let him pass. "Absolutely not." After a moment of stalemate, Jiang Luohan pouted, adopting a tone of playful coaxing. "Just agree to my request this once, please. If you do, I'll be your driver for the summer. Wherever you wish to go, just tell me, and I'll be there instantly." Bai Mo felt a flicker of temptation. Not for Jiang Luohan herself, but rather for the prospect of having a driver. Purchasing a car was beyond his financial means at present, and he had yet to obtain a driver's license, rendering him rather inconveniently reliant on others. The idea of having a personal chauffeur, especially one who came with an Audi, was undeniably appealing. Jiang Luohan observed Bai Mo's shifting expression and realized he was softening. She continued, "Consider it. You will frequently travel between the garment factory and home. It would be quite inconvenient without a vehicle." In truth, she harbored her own ulterior motives. By being his driver, she would not only extend their time together but could also monitor his whereabouts. The previous version of Jiang Luohan had never envisioned herself in such a humble position. Yet now all she desired was to remain close to Bai Mo. It was not merely the innocent affection typical of adolescence. Perhaps it was more about the confidence she saw in him, reminiscent of her father, who exuded authority when managing affairs. Such self-assurance was immensely captivating to a young girl. After all, who had not indulged in a few tales of domineering CEOs falling in love? Bai Mo found himself devoid of further excuses to refuse. Gazing into Jiang Luohan's sparkling eyes, he earnestly declared, "Am I the type to take advantage of others? I merely wish to experience life by setting up a stall. Let us go to the warehouse for supplies." Jiang Luohan's face instantly brightened with a radiant smile. Regardless of Bai Mo's words, the fact that he had agreed was enough. "Oh yay, let us go." In her enthusiasm, she unconsciously grasped Bai Mo's wrist and began to trot towards the storeroom. Jiang Luohan's hand was ice cold, yet pleasantly so, and Bai Mo did not mind. This scene was witnessed by Heetsung in the office on the 3rd floor, who chuckled until his eyes nearly closed. "Bai Mo, where should we set up?" Bai Mo perused the clothing, selecting a few couple styles before responding, "Couple Street." Couple Street was a commercial avenue bustling with hotels, bars, and eateries. Its official name was not Couple Street. That moniker was merely a whimsical title bestowed upon it due to its characteristics. The popularity of this name far surpassed that of its original designation. Bai Mo could only recall the name Couple Street. Jiang Luohan was filled with curiosity about the place, though the well-behaved girl had never been there. Upon hearing the destination, Her eyes sparkled with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. If we go there, could we perhaps engage in some little activities? Like buying matching outfits and giving roses? Some individuals are indeed favored by fate, particularly in the realm of commerce. It is remarkable how some can achieve success without formal training. While such notions may seem commonplace in later generations, this was in 2004, during an era where sales relied heavily on vocal persuasion. After casting a glance of admiration at Jiang Luohan, the question arose, but where shall we procure the flowers? I lack the funds. Jiang Luohan initially considered revealing her own financial resources, but refrained, mindful of Bai Mo's pride. She underestimated Bai Mo, for had she disclosed her wealth, he would undoubtedly have acquiesced. I have a cousin who specializes in flower delivery. Let me inquire. In Hanjing City, it appeared that nothing was beyond Jiang Luohan's capabilities. A single phone call resolved the floral dilemma, with the other party assuring her that once the location was confirmed, the delivery would be made. Since the quantity required was modest, she was not charged for the flowers. Problem solved. After hanging up, Jiang Luohan beamed with pride, anticipating Bai Mo's praise. Sometimes, it is beneficial to indulge a young girl's sense of self-worth. After all, mere compliments are inexpensive. Truly impressive, Jiang Luohan, Bai Mo remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Jiang Luohan felt elated and chose to overlook the instances earlier that had annoyed her. Let us start with 100 pieces as a trial. With the order form in hand, she intended to proceed to check out, but Bai Mo intercepted her. Never mind, I'll cover the costs. If we sell them, we can split the profits. 100 garments would only amount to 3,000 yuan, a trivial sum compared to the significant financial hole they faced. Bai Mo was not a stingy person, so he had no intention of accepting the payment. However, Jiang Luohan was resolute. She raised her index finger and shook it in front of him. This is my business. You are merely assisting me, so let us be clear. Seeing Jiang Luohan's determination, Bai Mo wisely chose to remain silent, recognizing that this affluent young lady had the means. With a playful smile, Jiang Luohan proceeded to the cashier. The attendant glanced at Bai Mo, and upon receiving his nod, she began to process the receipt. Let us move these to the car. 100 garments filled 2 cardboard boxes, and Jiang Luohan struggled slightly, calling out to Bai Mo for assistance. After agreeing to accompany her, he readily pushed the cart to place the items in the trunk. When will you be taking your driving test? Jiang Luohan inquired as they drove, her gaze fixed on the road. Bai Mo had already made arrangements. He planned to sort out affairs at his uncle's factory before finding time for the test. In that era, obtaining a driver's license was not as cumbersome as it is today. With the right connections, a single phone call could suffice. However, Bai Mo was a diligent and law-abiding citizen, disinclined to take shortcuts. He chose to keep this to himself, not wanting Jiang Luohan to expect him to be her chauffeur. Drive carefully and speak less. She huffed, expressing her displeasure at his seeming indifference. Apologies, but after Bai Mo inexplicably expressed his regret, Jiang Luohan was still in a state of surprise when Bai Mo spoke again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made my feelings so apparent, allowing you to notice. Suddenly, he slammed the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement, leaving a long black mark. Bai Mo, can't you treat me a little better? Even if it's just a little white lie? Chapter 23. The joy of street vending. Bai Mo patted his chest, shaken by the abrupt stop. It had been quite terrifying. Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the road at the moment. Are you out of your mind? Can't we have a proper conversation? Is it necessary to do this while driving? Are you trying to risk your life? Jiang Luohan had been quite angry, but upon witnessing Bai Mo's frustration, her own demeanor softened considerably. It seemed she truly was in the wrong. I am sorry, but you really are infuriating. Observing Jiang Luohan's expression, Bai Mo felt unable to continue the argument. After all, she was just a child. All right, let us resume driving, he said, adjusting his seat and pulling up the armrest. As if that were the only way to provide himself with a semblance of security. Bai Mo, could you please be a little kinder to me? Just a smidge? Jiang Luohan pleaded, her voice tinged with grievance. Having been the cherished jewel of her family and adored wherever she went, the stark contrast of her experiences with Bai Mo left her utterly disoriented. Logic dictated that since Bai Mo was so unappreciative, she should simply walk away. Yet, she found herself unable to do so. Luohan, Bai Mo's tone softened. Upon reflection, he recognized that his attitude towards Jiang Luohan since his rebirth had indeed been influenced by past biases. It seemed rather unjust to her. Perhaps it was out of guilt. Bai Mo earnestly advised, once you enter university, you will encounter many individuals, and numerous will pursue you. They will employ flowery words and flattering gestures to win your favor. Therefore, you must learn to discern. Those who treat you well often harbor ulterior motives. The ones who truly care for you are straightforward. Like me, unafraid to provoke your ire because I have no designs on you. Jiang Luohan, on the verge of tears, furrowed her brow and slowed the car to a stop at the roadside. Turning her head, she gazed at Bai Mo with a disheartened expression. But I want you to have designs on me, just like before. Bai Mo facepalmed, at a loss for words. This child is hopeless. I'm doing my best. You know. Is it really that difficult? Jiang Luohan pouted, her demeanor adorably playful. Noticing Bai Mo's reluctance to reply, she huffed and resumed driving toward Couple S Street. What location do you think is suitable? She inquired as they approached the bustling street, now alive with evening crowds. Once she parked the car, she turned to Bai Mo for his input. Bai Mo scanned the surroundings, noting that in such a crowded area, there should be many vendors. Yet, he saw none at all, prompting him to ponder whether this place was even suitable for street vending. If they did set up, would they be chased away? Upon hearing Jiang Luohan's question, he casually pointed towards a nearby intersection. Over there, it appears quite crowded. Regardless, if the situation becomes dire, I shall simply take my leave. Jiang Luohan, with her short legs, is not particularly swift. If anyone is to be apprehended, it shall be her. Naturally, Jiang Luohan remains oblivious to Bai Mo's thoughts. Upon reaching a decision, she commenced the task of setting up. Establishing a street stall is rather straightforward. A few racks for hanging clothes will suffice. To this end, she even procured a telescopic rod, which conveniently fits into the trunk of her car. Bai Mo, feeling somewhat guilty, exerted himself diligently in his work. After half an hour, the stall was ready. The roses Jiang Luohan requested arrived as well, over 200 stems, each individually wrapped. What shall we do next, Bai Mo? Should we start shouting? This marked Jiang Luohan's inaugural venture into the realm of street vending, and her persistence thus far was fueled solely by her enthusiasm. However, amidst the bustling street filled with passers-by, she felt a twinge of anxiety, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Bai Mo, lacking experience in street vending himself, recalled conducting market research during his own entrepreneurial endeavors, and thus felt no embarrassment in this context. Go to the stationery store next door and purchase some A3 paper and a highlighter. Right. Buy clothes, receive a rose, starting at 30 yuan. Make the starting at smaller. Oh. Jiang Luohan quickly responded, eager to comply, grasping the essence of Bai Mo's instructions. The phrase starting at would be hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Is this how it should be? Jiang Luohan's handwriting was exquisite. Upon completion, she felt the paper appeared too sparse, so she added some doodles around the edges, rendering it quite pleasing to the eye. Very well, let us hang it on the rack. While Jiang Luohan busied herself with these tasks, Bai Mo did not remain idle. He cupped his hands into a megaphone and began to call out. Select freely. Everything must go. Clothing clearance sale. You won't regret it. Don't miss out as you pass by. Purchase now and receive a rose. Jiang Luohan watched in astonishment. Given her nature, such behavior was far beyond her capabilities. After a round of enthusiastic shouting, a considerable number of people indeed gathered, browsing the selections. The street was frequented by young couples, and the clothing was stylish, perfectly aligning with their tastes. How much for this piece? 30 yuan. A girl, around 20, held a cup of milk tea in one hand while sifting through the clothes with the other. Spotting a garment she fancied, she pulled it down and inquired of Jiang Luohan. With a sweet smile, Jiang Luohan responded, albeit with a hint of awkwardness on her face. This one is 80 yuan. As she spoke, her voice quivered. The price was set by Bai Mo, and she felt it was rather exorbitant. The cost of the garment was only 20 yuan. How could she dare to ask for 80? 80, huh? The girl murmured, holding the item up for comparison. She then stepped in front of a full-length mirror to assess her appearance. Could you lower the price? Perhaps 30? But that is what you wrote, 30. Jiang Luohan was at a loss for words, while Bai Mo interjected with a smile. Beautiful lady, would you really wear a garment priced at 30 yuan? The 30 yuan ones over there are of inferior fabric and outdated styles. While you would still look lovely in them, they simply do not match your aesthetic. From a man's perspective, you look particularly stunning in that outfit. You are our first customer, and I can see we have a good rapport. How about this? I'll offer you a 20% discount, so you can take it for 64 yuan. Although I understand that Bai Mo merely seeks to indulge his own desire for new clothes, the girl found herself swayed by his flattering words. She turned to the mirror, rotating left and right, wrestling with her final decision. Bai Mo, however, would not grant her the luxury of contemplation, continuing, "You have discerning taste. You can surely appreciate the craftsmanship and materials of this garment, which are of premium quality. If it bore a label and were placed in a boutique, the price would be substantially higher. Moreover, if you purchase today, we will also gift you a rose." Very well then. Under the weight of Bai Mo's persuasive rhetoric, she ultimately decided to pay. "Your boyfriend is quite the charmer. You should be cautious, as such individuals often attract a plethora of undesirable admirers," the girl whispered to Jiang Luohan while completing her transaction. Jiang Luohan, already somewhat flushed, felt her cheeks deepen in color. She glanced at Bai Mo, who was busy introducing clothes to another customer, and quickly averted her gaze. "All right, thank you for the reminder." Chapter 24. Unable to run, engaging in street vending often reveals a phenomenon known as the gathering effect. If a stall remains deserted, even those with an interest in the goods within are unlikely to make a purchase. Conversely, when a crowd gathers, passers-by, regardless of their interest, are inclined to join in the excitement. Bai Mo was well aware of this principle, so he greeted passers-by with enthusiasm while promoting his wares. He freely distributed roses. Even if one did not buy clothes, a pleasant conversation could yield a flower. This strategy led to an increasing number of people congregating at his stall. "Brother, considering how many roses we've taken, it would be rather unreasonable not to buy any clothes, wouldn't it?" spoke a woman in her 30s. Adorned in vibrant makeup and attire, her smile radiant. Accompanying her were two girls in their 20s, who appeared somewhat naive and unsophisticated, each clutching a rose, looking rather shy. "Sister, if you truly feel embarrassed, why not purchase a couple of items? 2 pieces at a 30% discount. And with your elegance, no one would suspect they are from a street vendor." The woman chuckled, covering her mouth. "You have quite the silver tongue. Huan and Tian. Why don't you each select a couple of pieces? I'll take care of the bill." As she spoke, she brought the roses to her nose, inhaling their fragrance. "Be wary of those who offer you flowers upon first meeting. It is wise to keep your distance. This brother is merely after your money for clothing. The intentions of others are less certain." Upon hearing the older woman's words, Huan and Tian exchanged glances before each setting off to choose 2 items. "For pieces for 320? I won't even take the 30% discount. Here, take 300, the woman declared, retrieving cash from her purse. "You can call me Sister May. I work at Dingtian. Feel free to visit any time." Upon meeting Sister May, Bai Mo quickly surmised her profession, regretting that Huan and Tian were caught in her orbit. However, what does this have to do with him? "All right, Sister May. I will mention your name the next time I go." "Very well. Goodbye, little brother." Dingtian is the largest entertainment venue in the entire Couple Street and even in the whole Hanjiang city. Bai Mo is well aware of this, having known that both legitimate and illicit services existed within it back in the early 2000s. It could be said to be a paradise for the affluent. Watching Sister May usher the two inside, Bai Mo diverted his gaze and continued with his own business. He harbored no contempt for Sister May. If it weren't for the pressures of life, who wouldn't he wish to live with dignity? "Is it beautiful?" Jiang Luohan, finding a rare moment of leisure, approached Bai Mo and asked wistfully, "Do you boys all prefer long legs and black stockings?" Just moments ago, Sister May and Huan were both clad in form-fitting professional skirts, their slender legs adorned with black stockings, indeed a sight to behold. "That varies from person to person. I, for one, do not fancy them," Bai Mo replied, as Jiang Luohan let out a sigh of relief, only for Bai Mo to interject at an inopportune moment. "I prefer nude stockings." "Huh, you rogue," Jiang Luohan retorted, and then continued, "By the way, today has been quite good. We've sold over 50 pieces in just 2 hours. Shall we go for barbecue after we close up?" Bai Mo merely knew that business was thriving. He hadn't truly counted how many had been sold, as most of his time was spent chatting with those single beauties, while Jiang Luohan attended to the couples. "Over 50, really? Does that mean we can close up early?" "No way. I'm not done having fun yet." Selling over 50 pieces in 2 hours, yielding a net profit nearing 2,000 yuan, was quite a commendable achievement for most. Yet for Jiang Luohan, it was merely a pastime. It seemed, however, that closing up was no longer an option. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Jiang Luohan inquired, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Before Bai Mo could explain, a group of individuals in security uniforms approached with an imposing demeanor. "Is it you who set up here? Who permitted you to do so?" The leader's eyes flashed with a moment of astonishment upon seeing Jiang Luohan, but it was swiftly overshadowed by an arrogant demeanor. "Setting up here is not allowed. A fine of 1,000. As he spoke, he kicked over a nearby clothing rack. This time, you'll just pay the fine. Next time. It won't be so simple. Jiang Luohan had never witnessed such a scene and was momentarily stunned into silence. Bai Mo had originally intended to make a quick escape. Yet for some reason, his feet felt rooted to the ground. It was fear that held him back. Reason advised him that the numbers were not in their favor and conflict was ill-advised. Yet, seeing their brazen attitude, he couldn't help but retort. Do you think you're a police officer? Do you have the authority to enforce and impose fines? Has no one taught you how to speak properly? Did no one raise you? Are you that desperate for attention? After Bai Mo spoke, the leader was infuriated to the point of laughter. Kid, if you wish to show off in front of a woman, you ought to consider your own weight. This couple's street is under my authority. Pay the 1,000 and you can leave. Otherwise, better summon your elders to come collect you. The crowd continued to swell. And those who recognized the security guard hastily created some distance. Clearly, this individual was notorious. Little brother, quickly call your family. Let us minimize the situation, someone suggested. This is Brother Ching, the captain of the security team on Couple Street. He is responsible for maintaining order in this area. Listening to the murmurs around him, Brother Ching wore a smug expression. Bolstered by the backing of powerful patrons, he had grown accustomed to wielding his authority over the years, naturally dismissing Bai Mo. Bai Mo felt a tremor in the voice of Jiang Luohan, who stood protectively behind him. After squeezing Bai Mo's hand, she urged, "Why don't we just give them some money?" Having been sheltered her entire life, her only previous encounter with a rogue had been with Bai Mo. Concerned about a potential conflict, her instinct was to compromise, not out of weakness but from a desire to protect Bai Mo. Absolutely not, Bai Mo asserted. A rare stubbornness taking hold. Damn it, they've brought this upon themselves. You go to the car and call the police. I'll provoke them into making the first move. I notice there are surveillance cameras here. Once they strike, the rest will be taken care of by old Bai. Just ensure your own safety. Today, consider it a fortuitous encounter. Before Bai Mo could finish, Jiang Luohan, unwilling to listen any longer, stepped out from behind him. I can give you money. Is that not sufficient? She offered. This isn't about money anymore. Brother Chung replied with a malicious grin, continuing, if you wish to leave. Simply stay and have a drink with us. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Mo's palm struck his face with unexpected force. After the strike, Bai Mo sighed. Why couldn't I hold back? The blow knocked Brother Chung to the ground. Wincing in pain, he glared at Bai Mo with disdain. Hit me. Bai Mo stood firm. Yelling at Jiang Luohan, run. Despite her earlier fright, Jiang Luohan remained remarkably composed now, shaking her head. Why aren't you all moving? Brother Chang shouted at his subordinates. But they remained motionless. What are you waiting for? Are you not ashamed? A booming voice echoed through the air, sending a shiver down Brother Chang's spine as he hastily scrambled to his feet. Mr. Su, what brings you here? This is a trivial matter I can handle myself. Handle what nonsense? Mr. Su retorted sharply. I asked you to buy a few roses. And this is how you choose to do it? With a forced smile, Mr. Su approached, first nodding at Bai Mo before addressing Jiang Luohan. Luohan, I apologize for frightening you. Uncle Su is sorry, it was my oversight in management. He then shot a cold glare at Brother Ching. Come and apologize to Luohan. You spoke out of turn just now? Slap yourself. At that moment, Brother Ching realized that this beautiful young lady was someone he could not afford to offend. Trembling in fear, he nearly collapsed to the ground. I sincerely apologize for my earlier oversight. Please forgive my ignorance. As he spoke, he struck his own mouth forcefully, leaving the surrounding onlookers utterly astonished. Enough, Jiang Luohan coldly declared, turning her gaze towards Mr. Su. Uncle Su, you may handle this as you see fit. I shall take my leave now, but I truly appreciate your timely arrival. After such a commotion, Jiang Luohan found no desire to linger any longer. She then turned to Bai Mo. You, foolish one, gather your belongings. We are returning. It was only then that Bai Mo regained his senses. Chapter 25. Terrifying, is the entire street your father's project? Was that Mr. Su the one in charge of this area? Why did you not mention this sooner? Jiang Luohan said in a playful tone. I was initially quite frightened, and besides, I have never encountered such a person before. After speaking, her gaze softened as she looked at Bai Mo. The way you stood in front of me just now was truly impressive. Bai Mo, under her gaze, trembled and quickly clarified, please don't misunderstand. I was merely paralyzed by fear. It had nothing to do with you. A charming smile graced Jiang Luohan's lips. It would be foolish to believe Bai Mo's words. If he were genuinely frightened, he would not have intervened to slap Chingu when he insulted her. The events of today would be etched in Jiang Luohan's memory. Bai Mo, in the future, you must not act so impulsively in such situations. The odds were against us. We cannot afford to be reckless. We can always settle the score later. Bai Mo understood this principle better than anyone. Initially, he even contemplated abandoning Jiang Luohan and fleeing alone. However, when faced with such circumstances, he found himself unable to do so. Nevertheless, he stubbornly insisted, "Rest assured, next time, I will certainly run faster than you." Jiang Luohan smiled, clearly pleased. "By the way, business was quite good today. Let us continue tomorrow." "We will see about that tomorrow," he replied. "Can't you spend a little more time with me? You are not my girlfriend. Why should I accompany you?" An eerie silence fell within the car. After a moment, Jiang Luohan mustered her resolve and murmured, "If you do not ask me, how can I be your girlfriend?" Bai Mo's lips twitched. Yet he turned his gaze towards the window, feigning ignorance. Concerned that Jiang Luohan might continue her probing, he pointed to a traffic light. "Just drop me off there. I remembered I need to buy something for old Bai. I will accompany you." Jiang Luohan insisted. "No need. Buying male personal items would be inconvenient for you as a girl. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. See you next time," Bai Mo said, waving as he shut the car door. Watching Jiang Luohan gaze at him through the window, Bai Mo quickened his pace, muttering to himself, "This world is utterly insane. It is nothing like the trajectory of my past life. Are you back?" By the time he arrived home, it was already past 9 in the evening. Old Bai and his wife were seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Bai Mo initially expected a reprimand for returning so late, but their calm demeanor was unexpectedly tranquil. "Have you eaten?" Upon hearing Hime's inquiry, Bai Mo suddenly realized that she had yet to dine. Initially, she had contemplated enjoying barbecue with Jiang Luohan after selling the clothes, but the frightening words spoken by Jiang in the car had left her too shaken to eat. As she considered concocting a fib to placate Hime, her stomach audibly protested with a growl. "All right, I shall prepare some noodles for you. Jiang Luohan called earlier and specifically mentioned that you hadn't had dinner," Hime stated, rising to head to the kitchen. Once Bai Mo settled down, Old Bai deliberately lowered the television volume. "Jiang Luohan's father also called me earlier to express his gratitude. He suggested that our families gather when convenient. What do you think?" Old Bai spoke loudly enough for Hime in the kitchen to overhear. Lowering the television volume was also a means to facilitate her eavesdropping. Bai Mo noted Old Bai's gesture and raised her voice in response. "A busy businessman like him certainly doesn't need us to be a bother. If word gets out, they might think we're trying to climb the social ladder." Old Bai nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Before long, Hime emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, engaging in a casual conversation. "I'm not privy to the nature of your relationship with Jiang Luohan, nor do I wish to pry too much. Truthfully, I would prefer if you didn't enter into a romantic relationship so soon, but should you genuinely have feelings, I would not oppose it. If there are no feelings, it's best to clarify things with the young lady sooner rather than later." As someone who had experienced such matters, Hime was well aware of the young girl's affections, given Jiang Luohan's frequent calls to Bai Mo. "You are correct. We are not in a position to attend gatherings with her family. After all, we lack the appropriate standing." Bai Mo, while slurping her noodles, gave Hime a thumbs up. "Well said, mother." Hime rolled her eyes, continuing, "The test results from your teacher have come back, and the situation is not too favorable. Teacher Ho has prescribed medication and advised rest. If you have time, you should visit him more often." Bai Mo nodded, determined to visit old Shu regardless of Hime's reminder. Perhaps she could even bring along some cigarettes or wine. "Eat slowly. Don't choke." Hime sat beside Bai Mo, observing her as she consumed her noodles. After swallowing a mouthful, Bai Mo recalled something and asked without lifting her gaze, "When are you free? Shall we visit Grandma? Grandpa and Grandma would also like to see you." Hime felt a wave of warmth and gently replied, "At least you have a conscience and remember them." Bai Mo, slightly embarrassed, chuckled. "Not really. Mainly, I'm about to enter university, so they should give me a token of appreciation, right? Should we also pay a visit to those aunts and uncles?" Suddenly, Hime slammed her hand on the table and stood up, glaring at Bai Mo, her breath noticeably quickening. "How did I end up with such an ungrateful child?" Unlike Bai Xingxiwei, Hime was serious about discipline. Bai Mo hastily set down her bowl and stepped back to maintain some distance. "It's bad for your health to be angry. I advise you to calm down." "Calm down. You come here, and I'll calm down," Hime exclaimed. "Go there? I'd be out of my mind to do that." "Perhaps it is best if you remain calm," he said, "but I shall retire to my room for the night." Old Bai, I would be immensely grateful if you could assist by washing a dish or two, Bai Mo exclaimed, swiftly dashing into his chamber and locking the door behind him. His room boasted an en-suite bathroom, eliminating any need to venture out for washing up. Upon witnessing Bai Mo's retreat, Hime noticed her earlier ire dissipate entirely. A moment later, she could not suppress a chuckle. This rascal is becoming increasingly cunning. Why not seize the opportunity when it was at hand? Old Bai remarked while collecting the dishes. Who could have predicted how swiftly time would pass? Look at how obedient and endearing he was as a child. Old Bai merely smiled. Bai Mo has always been a mischievous one. The lad is yearning for his grandparents. Yet he feigns excuses to avoid admitting it. In a few days, let us take him to visit the elders, Hime suggested with a nod. As a mother, she believed she understood her child quite well. Very well, I shall take a few days off. Also, please call Jiang to inform him that we shall forego the gathering. If an opportunity arises in the future, we can treat them to a meal. Xiao Mo may not comprehend Jiang's thoughts, but do you? Our families are fundamentally different. The so-called gathering is merely a reminder of our disparities, dissuading any unrealistic aspirations. Hime and Bai Xingxue were no fools, and they quickly discerned Jiang's intentions. If it were merely a simple gesture of gratitude, a conversation over the phone would suffice. Neither Hime nor Bai Xingxue ever entertained the idea of leveraging this encounter to forge a connection with the affluent Jiangxia. Understood. Chapter 26. Breakfast rebirth has brought forth numerous adjustments, particularly during the night when a wave of emptiness would suddenly engulf him. After washing up, Bai Mo initially intended to retire for the evening. However, despite tossing and turning in bed, slumber eluded him. After enduring an hour of restless contemplation, he finally sat up and approached his computer. Habitually logging in, he was greeted by a flurry of messages. Observing the animated icons, Bai Mo opened each one in sequence. Most inquiries pertained to his stock replenishment. He promptly copied and pasted a response. For any matters, please consult via phone. The class group chat remained as lively as ever, primarily discussing the prospect of setting up stalls. A few classmates had ventured out that evening, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. The least successful had sold 2 items, while the most successful had sold 7. Each item netted profits ranging from 10 to 30 yuan, making it far more lucrative than the fixed monthly earnings of 7 or 800 yuan from summer jobs in restaurants or factories. It was no wonder so many were inquiring. After a moment of reflection, Bai Mo muttered to himself, recalling something with exasperation. Damn it, with such a flourishing business tonight, how could I forget to ask Jiang Luohan for her share? Frustration welled up within him as he pondered the oversight. Opening the chat with Jiang Luohan, he suddenly recalled her words in the car, sending a shiver down his spine. Yet he ultimately resisted the urge to dwell on it. Despite Jiang Luohan's seemingly delicate demeanor, she harbors an innate pride deep within her soul. Such individuals are more suited to embody the essence of a goddess rather than that of a girlfriend, unless one possesses the means to completely captivate her. As it stands, that seems rather implausible, considering her fortunate lineage. Alas, it appears to be a futile endeavor. If Jiang Luohan were to learn of Bai Mo's sentiments, she would undoubtedly be infuriated. At this moment, she is reclining on her bed, counting her money, murmuring to herself. 1,608. A mobile phone costs 4,005. Just a bit more. And a few more days of effort should suffice to purchase one for him. Having a phone would mean they could connect at any time. Jiang Luohan contemplated covering the cost of the phone for Bai Mo herself, but reconsidered, knowing his pride would deem such an act as charity. Thus, she resolved to earn the money together to buy him a phone. Yet, this rascal clearly has no desire to continue working. How could she possibly coax him out? Jiang Luohan found herself sleepless, her thoughts consumed by Bai Mo. Is his business faring well? After a brief appearance in the game, Bai Mo was engaged in a quest, awaiting the drop of a legendary sword, when he heard a series of notification sounds. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from Su Wan. All is well. At this rate, you should soon become the wealthiest individual in Hanjiang City. Listening to Bai Mo boast, Su Wan sent a smirking emoji. I wish you the best. I have some connections with television stations and newspapers. Feel free to reach out if you need assistance. Su Wan's personality contrasted with Jiang Luohan's. While the latter was accustomed to being assertive and acted decisively when she believed she was right, Su Wan preferred to consult the opinions of others. Even if her offer were declined, she would not pursue it further. Therefore, she refrained from being overly polite. Not needed at the moment. But I will let you know if that changes. Thank you immensely. Su Wan's response was succinct. Contact me in advance. After sending her message, her profile picture faded. Bai Mo indeed needed to reach out to television stations. Following the establishment of his sportswear brand, a barrage of advertisements would be essential to rapidly enhance brand recognition. He was already weary of the ubiquitous ads proclaiming no gifts accepted this holiday season and yearned for a change in flavor. Early in the morning, Bai Mo was roused by a persistent knocking at the door. "Old Bai, are you going to work, or are you just here to bother me?" Bai Mo had gone to bed late the previous night, and it was barely past 8 o'clock prime sleeping hours. With bleary eyes and dark circles reminiscent of a panda, he grumbled, "Jiang Luohan is already here, and you're still sleeping. Huh." Bai Mo quickly glanced into the living room and saw Jiang Luohan sitting gracefully on the sofa, smiling sweetly at him. At that moment, the phrase haunting presence crossed his mind. "I was going to disturb you, yet here you are, knocking on my door. Hurry up and get ready." Dressed in a tailored suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, Old Bai appeared to be preparing for a visit to the office. At that moment, Jiang Luohan arrived, compelling him to abandon his original plans. "Is there something you need?" Bai Mo asked, his tone tinged with impatience after taking some time to freshen up. The early morning disturbance had disrupted his pleasant dreams, leaving anyone in a foul mood. "I've come to take you to the garment factory, as we agreed. I'm your driver today." Jiang Luohan was accustomed to Bai Mo's demeanor by now and maintained her cheerful countenance. Old Bai observed the newspaper he had just received, occasionally glancing at the two with a sense of confusion brewing within him. He was well aware that his son had harbored feelings for this girl throughout his high school years. This matter had even led to a conversation with old Shu, who had specifically advised Bai Mo on the topic. However, judging by their current attitudes, it seemed quite different from what he had previously heard. Who truly held feelings for whom? "Are you serious?" Bai Mo exclaimed, taken aback. He had initially thought she was merely jesting the day before, never expecting her to follow through. A wealthy young lady acting as his chauffeur? What else would it be? Jiang Luohan blinked playfully. "Boss, when shall we depart?" Upon hearing Jiang Luohan refer to him as boss, Bai Mo felt a flutter in his heart. The sensation was simply delightful. He glanced at Old Bai, sensing his discomfort, and decided not to waste any more of his time supervising. "Let us go. We need to review yesterday's operational data." Jiang Luohan's car was parked downstairs, and Bai Mo instinctively took the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Once inside, Jiang Luohan inquired, "What would you like for breakfast?" In his previous life, Bai Mo had hardly ever had the habit of eating breakfast, often waking up just in time for lunch. If not for Jiang Luohan's reminder, he might have forgotten all about it. "Have you eaten?" she asked. "I had breakfast prepared by the aunt at home before coming over." Noticing Bai Mo's silence, Jiang Luohan turned to him. "What is the matter?" With a sigh, Bai Mo replied, "It's nothing. Let us just head to the garment factory. I can't eat right now." The thought that he had never been privileged enough to have a cook in his previous life only fueled his frustration. Without another word, Jiang Luohan drove to the entrance of the community and pulled over to the side of the road. Without consulting Bai Mo, she entered a nearby breakfast shop and purchased 2 steamed buns and a bag of soy milk. "Skipping breakfast is hard on your stomach. You should eat a little," she advised, noticing Bai Mo's bewildered expression. "Go ahead and try it. If it's not to your liking, let me know. And I'll bring something from home tomorrow morning," Jiang Luohan added. Bai Mo slowly accepted the food, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. "You are so kind to me. Surely you don't wish to monopolize my affection?" Jiang Luohan's cheeks flushed, and she pressed the accelerator. "You talk too much. Even eating can't silence you." Chapter 27. The affluent Mr. Bai, you've arrived. Jiang Luohan drove directly into the garment factory this time. After exiting the vehicle, Su Zheng approached with a group to greet them, his smile noticeably broader. "Uncle Su, have the data from yesterday been released?" Bai Mo inquired, as this was the aspect he was most concerned about. Although it appeared crowded yesterday with many goods being taken, Bai Mo's heart remained unsettled until accurate data emerged. The task of recovering over 1 million within 7 days weighed heavily, as time was of the essence. "Here are the detailed figures for your perusal," Su Zheng remarked, presenting a data report to Bai Mo. Noticing Jiang Luohan glancing at the paper, Bai Mo lowered it slightly for her convenience. From the first order placed just after 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon to the last order at 11 in the evening, a total of 17 orders comprising 582 items were processed, yielding a commendable revenue. Su Zheng elucidated, "This is merely yesterday's data. Many are just beginning to comprehend our model. Those who called to verify didn't have enough time to rush over. Today, we are certain to witness a surge in orders. Moreover, if this trend continues, the influx of customers will only increase." Do you think we should establish a threshold and delegate smaller orders to agents, focusing solely on larger clients? The issue of increasing order volume became apparent. The factory had not previously operated under this model, and the workforce was limited. Currently, each order taker was working as if they were two, tirelessly laboring day and night. While this was manageable in the short term, it would become untenable over time. Bai Mo had contemplated this dilemma but merely shook his head in response to Su Zheng. Let us endure this period of hard work. Once we have processed this batch of goods, we will abandon this model. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This model clearly held great promise. And as long as they persevered, profits were bound to flourish. Without further elaboration, Bai Mo addressed them. Once this model gains traction, it will soon be imitated. Our costs are high, and we cannot compete on that front. A transformation is essential. I have discussed the specific plan with my uncle, but it is currently not appropriate to disclose it. Rest assured, the factory will only improve from here. After a brief hesitation, Bai Mo resolved to speak to the crowd. Once the transformation succeeds, each of you will be a founding hero of the factory. I will allocate a portion of the dividends to you, distributing part of the company's profits annually. As the company thrives, so too shall you. Is that truly the case? That would be marvelous. Bai Mo, you are indeed wise. The group led by Su Zheng consisted of mid to senior level leaders within the factory who had come to meet Bai Mo. Initially, they regarded him with some disdain, viewing him as a mere inexperienced youth. However, upon hearing about the dividends, their eyes sparkled with hope. In 2004, when national wages were generally low, earning $3,000 to $4,000 a month already placed them ahead of the majority. Coupled with company dividends, they could certainly be considered part of a high-income demographic. Let us strive diligently. Opportunities abound in the market. There is no shortage of ways to earn. A few brief remarks ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. After Su Zheng dismissed everyone back to their workstations, Jiang Luohan gently tugged at Bai Mo's arm and inquired, "Are you considering a career transition? What about the promise you made to my cousin?" "Rest assured, there are other arrangements in place. As long as your cousin isn't foolish, he can look forward to earning money effortlessly," Bai Mo replied. Jiang Luohan felt an inexplicable trust in Bai Mo, leaving her unwilling to press further. After all, if Bai Mo had spoken thus, it would imply that if her cousin failed to profit, it would reflect poorly on him. "What are your plans for today? Are you staying at the factory, or?" Jiang Luohan asked. Bai Mo had merely come to observe the data analysis. Having seen what he needed, he felt there was little left to do. This is the advantage of running a factory. Everything progresses systematically. As the owner, one simply needs to issue directives and steer the ship, while the employees handle the rest. Bai Mo had meticulously arranged the factory's operations for the past week and had submitted a detailed plan to Ecom. With him overseeing matters, there was little chance for mishaps. Consequently, Bai Mo found himself with an abundance of leisure time. Noticing Bai Mo lost in thought, Jiang Luohan tentatively suggested, "What if we set up a stall? Perhaps due to the lack of activities and a sense of gratitude for breakfast that day." Bai Mo did not outright decline this time. However, he glanced at the weather. The sun was blazing, and even at just past 9 o'clock, the heat was already unbearable. "Forget it. It's too hot." Surprisingly, Jiang Luohan shook her head. "It's all right. My dad gave me a suggestion last night. He said we could set up in the Central Shopping Plaza." In 2004, the Central Shopping Plaza was the only large shopping center in Hannan City. At that time, Wanda and Wang Fuqing had yet to establish a presence in this third-tier city. Bai Mo shrugged, feeling quite helpless. He wished he could enjoy the air conditioning too, but he lacked the financial means. "I can't afford the venue rental." After saying this, he realized he may have spoken too candidly. Jiang Luohan beamed at him. "No worries, it won't cost anything. I know the place well." Bai Mo was taken aback. He understood that Jiang's enterprises were extensive, but he had underestimated their scale. Whether it was the couple street from the previous night or the Central Shopping Plaza, both were iconic commercial hubs in the city. In 2004, before property prices skyrocketed, these areas were already considered prime real estate. Observing Jiang Luohan's excitement, Bai Mo felt an increasing sense of pressure. The foundation Jiang had laid for her was substantial. With such a formidable family business backing her, no matter whom Jiang Luohan married, she would always hold her head high. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Jiang Luohan, noticing Bai Mo's gaze lingering on her, assumed something was amiss. She hurriedly retrieved a compact mirror from her bag and checked her reflection. "Everything seems fine." "No, I was just thinking how fortunate you are," Bai Mo replied. Jiang Luohan scrunched her nose playfully. Even if my father were poor, I wouldn't mind." Bai Mo could not dispute this sentiment. Much like he had never looked down on old Bai's modest means. Had others known his thoughts, they would surely scoff. Was old Bai impoverished? Perhaps compared to Jiangzi he was, but he was undoubtedly better off than most. A legal scholar who possesses his own law firm stands at the precipice of a boundless financial future. Yet, his fortune remains tightly controlled by Bai, leaving Bai Mo devoid of the self-awareness typical of a privileged youth. In Chapter 28, Blackball Lu Chang. Bai Mo accompanies Jiang Luohan to set up a stall in the bustling marketplace for 3 consecutive days, occupying a prime location with the highest foot traffic. Their business flourishes remarkably. The same garments that fetch a higher price in the mall yield a net profit of 7,000 to 8,000 over these 3 days, if not a full 10,000. Bai Mo refrains from inquiring about the specifics, knowing well that Jiang Luohan would remain tight-lipped, typically generous. Jiang Luohan has exhibited an unusual parsimony of late, showing no inclination to share profits with Bai Mo reclining in a chair. Bai Mo enjoys the cool breeze of the air conditioning, while Jiang Luohan attends to the customers. These tranquil days are blissful, but an unexpected visitor disrupts the peace. Bai Mo, I toil under the sun day after day, and you dare to lounge here in comfort, leaving Luohan to manage everything alone? Can't you act like a decent person? At the sound of that voice, Bai Mo finally opens his eyes. Who might this be? He exclaims in astonishment. Recognizing the figure before him as Lu Chang, resembling someone who has just emerged from a coal mine. After a moment's scrutiny, he realizes, it's the class monitor. Did you just return from Africa? Curse it. Lu Chang, usually composed, cannot suppress a curse. Jiang Luohan, having noticed Lu Chang's arrival, approaches after completing a transaction. What is wrong with you? Lu Chang glances at the industrious Jiang Luohan, and then at the seemingly idle Bai Mo, his frustration mounting. He finds it incomprehensible where he faltered. I need supplies. Make them cheaper. The quality must not falter. Lu Chang is direct. Having come to the marketplace in search of more affordable goods. Are you dreaming? 31 items and you still deem it expensive? Although the production cost at the garment factory is less than 20 per item, the minimum selling price of 30 is non-negotiable. No argument will sway this. Bai Mo. Lu Chang softens his tone this time, removing his eye sleeves. Upon seeing his arms, Jiang Luohan gasps, and Bai Mo is taken aback as well. Lu Chang pays no heed to their reactions, quietly covering his arms again and leisurely continuing. In this weather, one could lose their skin. Can you imagine a group of children younger than us harvesting wheat under the blazing sun? I must be a fool. Initially, I thought the clothing sold in the townships was of poor quality and style, so I took a bus to a more remote township to sell. It sold well. The designs were fresh and appealing, far superior to what they wore. In just 2 days, I sold over 70 pieces. At first, I was quite pleased with myself. But just yesterday, a girl no older than 10 approached me with a handful of crumpled bills, claiming it was all she had, wishing to buy her sister a new outfit. That moment broke me. It was then that I realized the town was filled with nothing but children and the elderly. Upon inquiring, I discovered that the younger generation has ventured out to seek employment, returning only for a few days during the festive season. Bai Mo did not interrupt Lu Chang. If it were merely as stated earlier, it would not have elicited such a sorrowful expression from a remarkably talented young man. He patiently awaited Lu Chang's continuation and discreetly gestured to Jiang Luohan to fetch a bottle of water. After regaining his composure, Lu Chang continued. Those children left behind only purchase clothes during the new year. This time, my attempt to sell clothes has become a source of guilt. They have limited funds. Some elderly guardians, concerned for their grandchildren, buy for them, while others deem it wasteful to buy clothes now and refuse. At such a tender age, when they are naturally mischievous, some children resort to stealing money from home to buy clothes, and when discovered, no one seeks a refund from me. They merely chastise the children. Upon learning of this, I intended to return the money, but on my way, I saw those children working in the wheat fields. Many boys were without shirts, enduring the scorching sun as the wheat cut against their skin. Upon inquiring, I learned they feared that their clothes would tear while harvesting, leaving unsightly patches. Lu Chang comes from a well-off family. Both of his parents hold leadership positions in state-owned enterprises. Previously, I thought the hardships of the world merely involved wearing inexpensive clothes and having meat to eat twice a week. However, witnessing the reality revealed that some are unable to afford clothing and struggle to have enough to eat. One must read extensively and travel far to truly comprehend life. Lu Chang lamented, shaking his head in dismay. After he finished speaking, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He wiped them away and turned to Bai Mo. Have I not expressed something moving? Do you have no reaction? Please consider my offer on clothing as a charitable deed. Bai Mo acknowledged the poignancy of Lu Chang's words, but shook his head nonetheless. Really? Lu Chang pointed an accusing finger at Bai Mo, intending to scold him for his lack of compassion, but was interrupted by Jiang Luohan. Drink some water first. Bai Mo, what are you thinking? Lu Chang took the water, twisted off the cap, and took a long swig before turning his gaze back to Bai Mo. Although he felt irritated with Bai Mo, he recognized that he was not the type to prioritize profit over principle. Are you contemplating that I sell them to you at a low price so that you may sell them even cheaper to those children? Lu Chang asserted with a sense of entitlement. What else could it be? Bai Mo retorted, calling him a fool. Irritated by the insult, Lu Chang held back his anger. Do you have any brilliant insights? If not, even if Luohan intervenes, I shall strike you, Lu Chang declared, clenching his fist, as if to emphasize he was not jesting. Bai Mo remained unfazed and continued. If you reduce the price now, what will those who purchased clothes from you previously think? Particularly those who stole money from their families to buy? Lu Chang was momentarily at a loss for words. He had not considered this perspective. After some thought, he tentatively suggested, what if we refund them? Bai Mo shook his head. It's a potential solution, but not a good one. Do not blame me for assuming the worst of intentions. Such an action may invite greater trouble. Lu Chang furrowed his brow in confusion. How so? Wherever one goes, there are unscrupulous individuals. Should you proceed with this course of action, it is certain that someone will come seeking refunds for old clothes. Will you refund them or not? Your retreat is akin to willingly falling into a trap, while remaining steadfast may provoke a cacophony of complaints, possibly even escalating to physical confrontation. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, Lu Chang's brow furrowed even deeper. Could such individuals truly exist? Lu Chang, having been raised in a greenhouse, had yet to witness the malevolence of human nature. While Bai Mo had indeed encountered it firsthand, the term shameless seemed to lack any bounds. If you doubt this, you may wish to test it yourself. The mere thought sent shivers down Lu Chang's spine, causing him to shake his head vigorously as if trying to dispel the notion. Perhaps it would be best to leave it at that. Do share your thoughts on a solution. Some individuals, despite their own unsatisfactory lives, cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. Bai Mo was acutely aware that he had yet to earn the right to extend charity, particularly since he could barely sustain himself. However, after Lu Chang's counsel and noticing Jiang Luohan's eager gaze upon him, his heart softened. Nonetheless, as a businessman, he knew he must approach matters from a commercial perspective. Philanthropy often masquerades as a business, contingent upon whether the practitioner possesses a conscience. Bai Mo considered himself to possess a modicum of integrity, albeit limited. The plight of left-behind children presents a societal issue prevalent in rural areas, where individual capacity ultimately proves insufficient. Even if one wishes to help, the scale of the problem is daunting. However, as Bai Mo contemplated this, he paused momentarily. Jiang Luohan, sensing the interruption, inquired, however, what? Chapter 29. Negotiations fall through. Bai Mo, I await your good news. Bai Mo bid farewell to Lu Chang, repeatedly assuring him of a forthcoming response. At that moment, Jiang Luohan also concluded her call and approached Bai Mo. My father mentioned he is available now. Shall we proceed? Indeed, Bai Mo had long wished to meet Jiangzhe, with intentions that were purely to secure investment. Among those he currently knew, Jiangzhe was the wealthiest. With Jiang Luohan serving as an intermediary, not seizing this opportunity would be a mischance. Even if the discussion did not yield results, it would still facilitate future collaboration opportunities. To meet a magnate who recognized the potential in the real estate industry back in 2004 was certainly advantageous. Why must we go to the office? My home would suffice, Jiang Luohan queried, perplexed during their journey. Bai Mo refrained from disclosing that life and business must remain distinct. His home was not a conducive environment for negotiations. Instead, he offered a vague response. My mother advised that boys should take care of themselves outside and avoid visiting girls' homes casually. Jiang Luohan, upon hearing this, wrinkled her nose in disbelief. Having never encountered such blatant shamelessness, yet oddly, she found herself unperturbed by it. The remainder of the journey was silent. As Jiang Luohan drove directly to the entrance of Jiangzhe's company, the entire office building belonged to them, exuding an air of opulence both inside and out. Luohan, you have arrived. This must be Xiao Mo. A professional-looking woman in a tailored skirt approached them with a warm smile, indicating that she had been waiting for some time. Please follow me. The chairman has specifically dismissed another engagement to await your arrival. Feifei's voice was melodious, and her service etiquette was impeccable. Bai Mo followed her into a private elevator, which ascended directly to the 28th floor, the pinnacle of the building. The entire floor serves as Jiang's office area, and no one is permitted to enter without his consent. After Fei Fei led two individuals upstairs, she knocked on the office door. "Chairman, Luohan and the others have arrived. May we come in?" Jiang, setting aside his tasks, replied affirmatively, "Come in." Compared to Bai Xingxue's cultured demeanor, Jiang exudes a commanding presence befitting a leader. Although he is nearing 50, he appears to be in his 30s, thanks to his regular fitness regimen, which accentuates his well-defined muscles beneath his shirt. After greeting the two guests and inviting them to sit, Fei Fei noticed Jiang gesturing for her to leave and promptly exited. Jiang poured water for the two and took a seat between Jiang Luohan and Bai Mo. He did not glance at Jiang Luohan, but directly addressed Bai Mo. "I hear from Luohan that you are seeking an investment?" Bai Mo raised his cup and took a sip, nodding slightly. "I understand, Uncle Jiang, that you are quite busy. So I won't take up too much of your time. 10 minutes will suffice. Here is the project proposal for your review." Bai Mo did not expect Jiang to grant him additional time out of courtesy. He recognized the importance of maintaining a respectful distance. After receiving the proposal, Jiang glanced at his watch. "Let us begin." Aware of the value of time, Bai Mo refrained from unnecessary chatter. "We have established our own sportswear brand, and our manufacturing facility is transitioning to commence full-scale production of sports apparel with the next batch. The future market is vast." Bai Mo spoke for several minutes, primarily analyzing the market, while Jiang listened attentively. However, he could not resist interjecting. "You have 4 minutes left, and you've only discussed the market. What about your advantages?" Bai Mo smiled, having anticipated Jiang's inquiry. If he had not asked, it would suggest a lack of interest, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Since he had asked, it indicated that he was listening intently, undeterred by Bai Mo's youth. "With the Olympics approaching in a few months, I have selected several athletes who are currently underexposed, yet possess great potential, to serve as our ambassadors." Jiang, reviewing the proposal in his hands, nodded. "Taking calculated risks can be worthwhile. Coupled with the bombastic advertising strategy you outlined, it is indeed feasible." At this juncture, Jiang shifted his tone. "However, if it is merely that, it may not suffice." After Jiang finished speaking, Bai Mo nodded and continued. "Indeed, prior to today, I was contemplating additional strategies until a classmate approached me." Bai Mo paused for effect. "Uncle Jiang, I know you engage in charitable endeavors annually, albeit without extensive media coverage." Jiang adjusted his glasses and smiled knowingly. "Everything I have comes from society. I am merely giving back." "How does this relate?" Bai Mo responded confidently. "It relates significantly." He then succinctly summarized Lu Chang's insights before delving into the main topic. "Initially, I pondered various advertising slogans, dismissing many ideas. Today it struck me, the best advertisement is charity. Once we establish our storefronts, our primary marketing focus won't be on quality and style, but rather on the message that for every piece of clothing sold, we will donate one to children in mountainous regions." Once successfully promoted, many celebrities and athletes, in an effort to cultivate their public personas, would collaborate with us. Jiang cast a meaningful glance at Bai Mo, yet remained silent. 10 minutes had elapsed. "Luohan, I have run out of tea. Please find Fei Fei and bring me a box," he requested. Jiang Luohan, who had been quietly listening throughout, wished to linger longer but could not refuse Jiang's demand. She acquiesced with a simple "all right" and exited the room. Once the door clicked shut, Jiang resumed. "Xiao, what is your relationship with Luohan?" Bai Mo instinctively considered responding with classmates, but held his tongue upon meeting Jiang's gaze. "What do you think our relationship is?" he countered. While others in Jiang's presence either groveled or fawned, Bai Mo's composed demeanor was quite remarkable. "I have never interfered in Luohan's life, for I have always provided her with ample ceremonial significance and delightful surprises, cultivating her expectations to lofty heights. My intention is to prevent her from being easily swayed by emotions." Bai Mo comprehended the mindset of a concerned father. Little cotton-padded jacket. It would be heartbreaking if she were easily whisked away. He understood Jiang's unspoken intentions, but chose not to address them directly, waiting for Jiang to articulate them himself. Observing Bai Mo's continued composure while leisurely sipping water, Jiang could no longer contain himself. "Even if you had not sought me out today, I intended to invite you to dine with me. Before meeting you, I assumed you were merely a naive child. Yet I soon discovered you possess an unexpected sophistication for your age." He reiterated, not maturity, but sophistication. Jiang's achievements were undoubtedly linked to his discerning eye. Bai Mo offered a smile. "Thank you for your affirmation. Jiang Zhe reciprocated with a grin. Investing this sum is feasible, even with the potential for returns. However, I have one stipulation. Bai Mo had an inkling of what was to come, yet out of respect, he replied, please, go on. Maintain some distance from Luohan. It would be best if you had no further contact before her graduation, Jiang Zhe suggested, leaving his words open-ended, refraining from asserting that they should never communicate again. In front of Jiang Luohan, Jiang Zhe always donned the mantle of a benevolent father, readily acquiescing to her requests. Yet, as a father, he could not accept that Jiang Luohan, at such a tender age, could harbor romantic feelings. After witnessing Bai Mo's sophisticated demeanor, he even harbored doubts about Bai Mo's intentions in approaching Jiang Luohan. Bai Mo quietly gathered the proposal documents from the table, his expression remaining largely unchanged. To Jiang Zhe, he felt insignificant at that moment. What more could be said? He wished to separate his personal life from business, yet found himself entangled in the latter. Negotiations were clearly futile. The power dynamics were misaligned. Frustration welled within Bai Mo. Uncle Jiang, I apologize for taking up your time. Rest assured. My plan was always to travel alone after completing my applications. After Bai Mo finished speaking, she prepared to leave. At that moment, Jiang Luohan entered holding tea leaves. Bai Mo, are you leaving? Yes. Jiang, you have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you. Jiang Luohan noticed the change in Bai Mo's way of addressing Jiang Zhe, unconsciously furrowing her brow. However, Jiang Zhe smiled and said, Luohan, go and see off Xiama. Xiama. Feel free to visit anytime. Chapter 30. Discontent. Did my father not agree? Once outside the office, Jiang Luohan asked anxiously. Bai Mo, however, felt considerably more relaxed. Securing financing would undoubtedly be advantageous, enabling a more straightforward path ahead. Yet, even in its absence, there was no need for alarm. She possessed the foresight of the market trends and environment for the next 18 years. She was even aware of the champion teams for the upcoming World Cups, making it almost impossible not to prosper. As for Jiang Zhe's request to maintain distance from Jiang Luohan, it scarcely concerned her. She had never contemplated how their relationship might evolve. She had acquiesced, but the conditions he desired were ones she could not provide. What conditions? Jiang Luohan pressed for clarity. But Bai Mo clearly had no intention of elaborating further. She hailed a taxi and climbed in. This will suffice. You should spend more time with your father. After getting into the car, Bai Mo rolled down the window and waved. Head back. I must attend to some matters. By the way, you need to pick me up for a while. I'm returning to my hometown to visit my grandparents. With that, she instructed the driver to depart. Bai Mo was uncertain about the source of her discomfort, feeling an inexplicable unease. Jiang Luohan stood at the intersection, lost in thought until the taxi vanished around the corner. An instinct told her that she might have truly lost Bai Mo, perhaps never to reclaim her. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. After hastily wiping her eyes, she rushed to Jiang Zhe's office. From the upstairs window, Jiang Zhe observed the scene clearly, yet his expression remained unchanged. He turned to brew a cup of tea, awaiting Jiang Luohan's arrival. What conditions did you propose? Nothing much. Why? He replied casually. Why are you crying? Jiang Luohan had many questions. Yet upon seeing Jiang Zhe's demeanor, she realized that even if she asked, he would remain tight-lipped. Wisely, she shook her head and fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Luohan composed herself and gazed intently at Jiang Zhe. Father, you are busy. I shall take my leave. Rather than waste time with Jiang Zhe, she preferred to seek out Bai Mo, despite being uncertain of her whereabouts. Just as she resolved to depart, Jiang Zhe called her back. Where do you think you are going? Sit for a while. Your mother will be here soon, and you can return home with her. How long has it been since you practiced the piano? Jiang Zhe rarely adopted a stern tone towards Jiang Luohan, causing her to tremble slightly. Caught between the decision to stay or go, Jiang Zhe offered her no opportunity for hesitation. You've had your fun. It's time to attend to serious matters. Starting tomorrow, you will attend classes in the morning and come to the company for internship rotations in the afternoon. Jiang Luohan felt a pang of distress in her heart, wanting to argue her case, but Jiang Zhe's glare silenced her. She had always been the obedient girl, able to act cute and playful, yet lacking the audacity to confront her parents. When negotiations fell through, she was left to pursue an alternative course of action. After departing from Jiang Zhe's office, Bai Mo headed directly to the garment factory. Song lounged in his boss's chair, visibly displeased. This did not surprise Song after all. Since Bai Mo had revealed that Luohan was Jiang Zhe's daughter, he had anticipated failure, recognizing the vast disparity in their standings. However, He urged Bai Mo not to lose heart, reminding him of his youth and the boundless prospects ahead. Bai Mo shook his head, asserting that he was not disheartened, merely a bit irritated. Irritation is natural. Transform that frustration into strength, Heatsong encouraged. Bai Mo chose not to dwell on the matter any further. By the way, uncle, what did the bank say? With a proud grin, uncle replied, as long as we repay this current loan, we can increase our next loan amount to 1 million. Furthermore, as a special fund for enterprise support, there will be no interest for the first year. Observing his uncle's expression, Bai Mo refrained from dampening his spirits. Although 1 million still held significant purchasing power in this era, it paled in comparison to the tens of millions in later years and was insufficient for a newly established brand eager to penetrate the market. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. Progress would be made gradually, as he was still young and could endure. In 2 days, they would need to repay the loan and issue salaries. How was the cash flow looking? Bai Mo had not closely monitored the factory's operations in recent days. Success relies on human effort, but destiny plays its part, Heatsong remarked as he tossed a pile of reports onto the desk. Take a look. The original plan aimed for a 1 million cash return within 7 days, but at the current pace, we may achieve it today. Aside from the first day's modest revenue of a few thousand, the subsequent days have brought in over 200,000 each. We truly owe our gratitude to Luohan. Many customers came after seeing information in the space. I also heard someone was promoting us on the forums, whoever it is. Their assistance is invaluable. The online world is indeed convenient. Bai Mo pouted, feeling that expressions of gratitude were futile at this moment. Whether they would meet again was uncertain. Sensing Bai Mo's low spirits, Heatsong realized he had misspoken. After a few awkward chuckles, he excused himself, claiming he was off to inspect the production line. Bai Mo logged into his computer to find numerous messages awaiting his attention, most of which he had little desire to respond to. Jiang Luohan had also sent many inquiries, asking about the events that transpired, why Bai Mo had left, and why Jiangzhe forbade her from seeking him out. Bai Mo chose not to reply, understanding Jiangzhe's rationale. If he were in Jiangzhe's position, he might have acted even more decisively. Demanding one's own cotton-padded jacket was akin to demanding one's life. The class group chat was a sanctuary, untouched by anyone's negative emotions, bustling with lively discussions. Aside from entrepreneurial ventures, the most fervent topic was the upcoming camping trip in a week. The 2-day, 1-night excursion was organized by Lu Chong, who had arranged for a bus to wait at the school gate for everyone to gather. All supplies had been coordinated and adhering to the principles of convenience and economy. The estimated contribution per person was roughly 60 yuan. A detailed price list had been prepared, and any questions could be addressed by consulting it. Those wishing to participate should submit their payments to him. Regarding Lu Chong's decision to clarify financial matters before setting off, Bai Mo found this quite commendable, as it would certainly alleviate many potential troubles. Shouldn't you be at the mall with Luohan? How do you have time to be online? While perusing group messages, Bai Mo unexpectedly received a message from Su Wan. The two would casually exchange a few words daily, always keeping it brief. This manner of interaction was, indeed, the most comfortable. Maintaining contact prevented their relationship from growing distant, while limited exchanges ensured it wouldn't escalate to an uncontrollable level. Bai Mo typed a response. After several days of labor without earning a single penny, I'm on strike. I'm done. Su Wan replied with several expressions of suppressed laughter. After more than 10 minutes, she sent another message. Luohan just contacted me. What is going on? Did you have a disagreement with Uncle Jiang? Bai Mo would never admit to that and simply replied, not at all. Mr. Jiang and I share the same views and had a delightful conversation. Su Wan did not press further, instead sending a motivational quote. Though the road may be long, one will surely arrive. Though the task may be difficult, success is inevitable. Keep going. If you find yourself bored, feel free to reach out to me. She added, don't worry. My family doesn't have as large an enterprise as Luohan's, so it's easy to get along. Bai Mo felt warmth in her words. Reflecting back, he realized that during their 3 years of high school, his interactions with this girl had been rather limited. He vaguely recalled that the first fight off campus during high school was indeed because of her. What was the issue about? Bai Mo couldn't quite remember. But it certainly wasn't a matter of jealousy. Chapter 31. Payday for the workers at the garment factory. Payday is the most joyous occasion, especially this month. Last month, the factory had expanded production, necessitating daily overtime, and the overtime pay was significantly higher than the regular wages. Given this, the total earnings for the month would be quite considerable, having worked an additional 5 or 6 hours each day last month. I could potentially receive close to 3,000 yuan. I'm about the same. My child will be on summer vacation soon. Once this paycheck arrives, I'll send him and his mother to the amusement park in the provincial capital for a couple of days. Hi, hey. What about you? Hey, Wah. You're not planning to seek out Shali again, are you? Hey, Wah grinned mischievously, rubbing his hands together. Shali will call me daddy too. How thrilling. Hi, hey. Following Hey Wah's remark, a chorus of snickers erupted around him. The workers were primarily concerned with the wages they would receive after a month of hard labor. As for the financial issues faced by the garment factory, they had little bearing on them before payday. As long as the wages were dispersed, that was all that mattered. If they weren't paid, aside from causing a stir, there was little else they could do. One group at a time, go to collect your wages. No need to panic. Let us proceed group by group. Back in 2004, most companies dispersed salaries in cash, requiring individuals to sign for their payments. Upon hearing the news of the wage distribution, even though the workers continued their tasks, their minds were already elsewhere. The factory's finance department had long since calculated each worker's salary, neatly placing it in envelopes to be handed directly to them upon arrival. A clear count would be conducted on site, and the factory would bear no responsibility once the money was handed over. Too much is yours, and don't fuss about too little. A group of individuals, their faces alight with excitement, immediately tore open the envelopes containing their wages to count the contents. However, as they continued to tally, an unsettling realization dawned upon them, and the atmosphere grew somber. Bai Mo, observing their expressions from the side, chose not to confront their unease. If there are no issues, you may leave. Others are waiting, he remarked. During this period, Bai Mo had become well acquainted with the factory workers, and some cunning individuals hastily departed, fearful of being detained for lingering. With one leading the way, the others followed suit, heads bowed. Yet, a few seemingly honest souls lingered, caught in a moment of hesitation. After a brief internal struggle, one individual mustered the courage to approach Bai Mo Xiao. There's an issue with this month's wages, he stammered. Bai Mo scrutinized him. The man was only slightly older and bore a youthful complexion. Speaking to Bai Mo seemed to deplete his courage entirely. Bai Mo, intrigued, inquired, "What seems to be the issue? Were you underpaid?" "No, quite the opposite," he shook his head. "I was overpaid. Considering overtime, I should have received 2,780. But they gave me 3,000. Bai Mo refrained from responding immediately and instead asked, "Why haven't the others left?" "It's too much. I dare not accept it." Bai Mo sighed, recognizing the presence of an honest man. Had he been in the same position, he would have fled long ago. This is the bonus for this month. As long as the company meets its profit targets, there will be dividends. After patiently explaining, Bai Mo inquired about the man's name before he departed. Such individuals may not be suited for business, but they certainly inspire confidence in their work ethic. Goodness, how could the wages be so much higher this time? After the wages were distributed, the workers in the production workshop expressed their astonishment. Initially, they thought it was merely their own discrepancy, suspecting an error in the financial calculations. However, upon further inquiry, they discovered that everyone had received a surplus. Haven't you heard? This is the bonus from Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo is truly generous. I was planning to quit after this month, but now, I wouldn't leave for anything. Indeed, 3,000. My brother-in-law, who's a teacher, doesn't he earn that much? Let us see if he'll still look down on me after this. I'll tell my wife I only received 2,500 and keep the rest. Hehehe. While the crowd buzzed with conversation, Bai Mo, guided by Heat Song, entered the workshop. The surrounding individuals greeted him warmly, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. "Pause your work for a moment. I have something to share with you all," Bai Mo announced. The garment factory comprised 3 workshops, each housing approximately 100 workers. Once Heat Song finished addressing the crowd with a megaphone, all activity ceased, the clamor of machinery fading into silence. Bai Mo, taking the megaphone without a hint of trepidation, positioned himself on a raised platform, ensuring he could see the entire workshop. "I trust that most of you are quite pleased with today's wages," he began. "Yes. Very satisfied. Thank you, Xiao Mo." The chorus of agreement erupted in response. Bai Mo continued, "This is merely the beginning. The future holds even greater rewards. From this moment onward, in addition to your fixed hourly wages and overtime pay, a bonus will also be introduced. As long as the factory meets its profit targets, everyone will receive a monthly dividend. Many may promise grand rewards, yet few genuinely deliver substantial benefits to the workers. Bai Mo is unafraid to forge a new path." In conclusion, Bai Mo added, "Of course, if you feel this salary is still insufficient, there are additional ways to earn more." "What methods?" "Xiao Mo, do tell." You go first. Is it illegal? Bai Mo faintly heard several voices expressing concern. Understanding their apprehensions, he gestured for silence and continued. Certainly not illegal. If anyone has the means, they can seek out clothing stores in the area that are struggling and planning to transfer ownership. As long as it is within the city limits, any city will do. Providing a genuine and valid lead will earn you a reward of 50 yuan. Bai Mo's words detonated like a bomb, stirring a wave of excitement among the crowd. What was initially thought to be a daunting task turned out to be quite simple. Isn't it merely a matter of exploring the streets? There are numerous clothing stores now, with many looking to transfer ownership. 50 for one. And that amounts to 5,000 for 100. Bai Mo, are you serious? Absolutely. With Bai Mo's confirmation, everyone's enthusiasm surged. Free money is too good to pass up, concerned that some may not have heard or remembered. Bai Mo had several display stands placed at the workshop entrance for passers-by to see. Upon returning to the office, Heetsung eagerly prepared a cup of tea for Bai Mo and then pulled up a chair to sit beside him. Bai Mo, what shall we do next? Bai Mo had just dispensed nearly 100,000 in wages today, which made Heetsung wince. After settling loans, payments, and wages, less than 200,000 remained. The thought of the first batch of unsold garments needing to be reclaimed soon sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 32. The Hermit Crab next. We must find someone to take over. Have you not noticed that our orders have begun to dwindle? Other factories have started to mimic our model. Heetsung was well aware, and this was precisely his concern. Other factories offer lower costs and higher buyback prices, clearly aiming to seize our market share. Bai Mo's suggestion to find someone to take over is not as simple as it sounds. Bai Mo, please do not beat around the bush. Just as Bai Mo was about to respond, he heard Su Jing's voice from outside the office. Bai Mo, the conference room is ready, and everyone is waiting. All right. I will be there shortly. Bai Mo stood, adjusted his attire, and said to Heetsung, let us go. You will see for yourself. Heetsung had not seen Su Jing for 2 days, knowing Bai Mo had assigned him a task, so he refrained from asking. Now that Su Jing had returned, it seemed the matter was resolved. Inside the conference room sat over 20 individuals, and Heetsung noticed that all were unfamiliar faces. Although perplexed, she quietly took her seat beside Bai Mo. Mr. Bai? The leader among the group exclaimed incredulously upon seeing Bai Mo. A nod from Bai Mo elicited a smile in return. Indeed, you are quite accomplished at a young age. Before meeting you, I assumed you were an older gentleman. She chuckled. Please don't take offense. Your audacity is admirable. I guessed you were youthful, but I did not expect you to be this youthful. Bai Mo replied. If you wish to compliment me, perhaps we can visit a nightclub another day to drink and indulge in your praise. However, we must address serious matters today. She nodded affirmatively. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Ying, and this is my team. We are here to discuss the specific details with you. Lu Ying stated, as one of her assistants handed over 2 documents, one for Bai Mo and another for Heekong. This proposal is tailored to your requirements. Please review it for any necessary adjustments. Upon examining the documents, Heetsung grasped Bai Mo's intentions. He proposed collaborating with struggling clothing stores on the verge of closure. We provide the merchandise, they handle sales, and we share the profits. If sales targets are not met, in addition to covering their operating costs, we must compensate them with a loss fee of 2,000 to 3,000. This typical gamble agreement certainly explained Lu Ying's description of it as a bold idea. However, this approach effectively minimizes the costs of opening a store, not only financial expenditure, but also the investment of time. It is well known that establishing a clothing store, from leasing premises to opening for business, requires at least a month. What is currently lacking is time. Bai Mo's method allows for the circumvention of this step. In Lu Ying's proposal, her team would engage with merchants and spearhead market development. No fees would be incurred for failed negotiations, but for successful ones. Besides a fixed commission of 1,000 yuan, they would claim 3% of the storefront's revenue for a year. Naturally, this would not be without cost. They would also handle a portion of the store's marketing efforts. Upon reading this clause, Heetsung furrowed his brow. He had encountered market teams before, but this quote was significantly above market norms. He was unsure from where Bai Mo had sourced such individuals. Surprisingly, Bai Mo nodded in agreement without hesitation. I am quite satisfied with this proposal. Let us proceed as outlined. Lu Ying was taken aback. Aren't you going to reconsider? Her pricing was considerably higher than the market rate, and she had prepared numerous arguments to persuade Bai Mo. Yet, she was astonished by his prompt acquiescence, rendering her preparations unnecessary. After casually tossing the documents onto the conference table, Bai Mo reclined lazily on the sofa. Instead of directly addressing Lu Ying's question, he inquired, I hold your team's capabilities in high regard. I am merely curious about one thing. Why did you leave Teacher Du's team? In this era of marketing, Bai Mo's mind immediately recalled the examples of Bei Jia and Hao Ji Xing. It was unforgettable for anyone who had lived through that time, from childhood to adulthood. I have been constantly harvested. Lu Ying is one of the core members of Teacher Du's team. However, for some unknown reason, she recently left to form her own team. Bai Mo, in need of personnel, asked Su Zheng to reach out to her. Lu Ying smiled and shook her head, indicating a difference in ideology. Bai Mo, perceiving her reluctance to elaborate, wisely refrained from further inquiry. Trust is paramount in partnerships. Having chosen her, one must believe in her entirely. May our collaboration be fruitful. I have already mobilized resources for market development and trust that a list will soon be in your hands, Bai Mo stated. The two concluded their meeting with a handshake after signing the agreement. Bai Mo firmly believes in a principle. Professional matters should be entrusted to experts. While he is capable of running market operations himself, he does not consider himself significantly more competent than them. His advantage lies in his vision and understanding of future markets, rendering it unnecessary to expend time on market expansion. After bidding farewell to Lu Ying and her team, Bai Mo continued to sit on the sofa, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. He felt confident in leaving market matters to Lu Ying's team. His current concern was advertising. Bai Mo's strategy involves piloting from Hannan City, gradually radiating to surrounding cities and counties, ultimately capturing the national market. Unlike other companies that typically develop 3 to 5-year plans, Bai Mo desires a more expedited approach. To secure a substantial market share across the province or even the nation, he must adopt a strategy akin to that of a hermit crab, seizing opportunities. This approach carries considerable risk. Poor management could lead to insufficient returns, swiftly resulting in expulsion and financial ruin. Consequently, the significance of advertising becomes paramount. Fortunately, the athletes he previously recruited have signed endorsement agreements and filmed advertisement videos. With costs unexpectedly low, less than $300,000 in total for 5 athletes. The most expensive, Lu Xiang, charged only $100,000 for his endorsement. Although the advertisements are ready, now is not the opportune moment to release them. The wait must continue until the eve of the Olympics. How should advertising be conducted before the Olympics? While Teacher Du relies on parents' concern for their children, what can sportswear leverage? Xiao Mo, someone is looking for you. Bai Mo's contemplation was interrupted by a knock at the door. The office is exclusively his, requiring even He Tsung to knock before entering. Regaining his focus, Bai Mo extinguished his cigarette and called, Come in. Director Bai, you seem increasingly formidable these days. Su Wan's voice was soft as she spoke, stifling a giggle. What brings you here? Please, have a seat. Bai Mo was somewhat surprised, although they had been in contact. He hadn't seen Su Wan since their last outing from the arcade. Su Wan pouted a bit, a hint of helplessness in her tone. I was entrusted to bring you something. Huh? Chapter 33. The phone. Bai Mo stared at the phone box in Su Wan's hands, momentarily taken aback. What is this? It's a phone, Su Wan replied in a neutral tone, adding further details. Oh, this is a message from Luohan for you. It is said to be the profit from our stall a few days ago. Su Wan remarked, displaying a contemplative expression. It seems that setting up a stall is indeed lucrative. Bai Mo began to grasp the situation and did not refuse, as it was precisely what he needed at the moment. Just as Jiang Luohan mentioned, earning it himself brought a sense of assurance. Observing Su Wan discussing the stall business, Bai Mo interjected, Indeed, just look at the class monitor. He has turned as dark as a charcoal ball. With a chuckle, Su Wan recalled a photo of Lu Chang from their class group. The very thought of his appearance made her laugh out loud. Let us forget about that. While chatting with Su Wan, Bai Mo had already taken out his phone, a Nokia 7610, the first camera phone to boast a 1,000,000-pixel lens. It felt quite nice in hand. After playing with it for a while, he discovered that the SIM card was inserted, and the contact list included Jiang Luohan's number. Su Wan noticed this and commented, By the way, Luohan asked me to convey a message to you. Something about seeing each other in university. Bai Mo seemed to have not heard Su Wan's words and dialed the office landline using his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he noted it down with a pen. The number was quite impressive, differing from Jiang Luohan's new number by merely the last digit. What is your number? I'll jot it down. Su Wan came from a well-to-do family. Her father was a university professor, and her mother held a leadership position at the provincial television station, a typical scholarly family. During their senior year in high school, her parents provided her with a mobile phone for easier communication. Naturally, Su-won didn't mind and, after providing her number, inquired. I see you've been writing advertisements on your desk. Are you planning to do some advertising? Bai Mo had a bad habit of writing down keywords on paper while contemplating a matter. He was aware that this habit was not ideal but found it difficult to change. Consequently, he had to ensure that no one entered his office. Bai Mo did not expect Su-won to respond and did not tidy up. He nodded, graciously admitting, yes. Is it for clothing advertisements? Yes, but I am uncertain about how to approach it. After a moment of hesitation, Su-won tentatively asked, could you share it with me? Of course. This is the specific content. I would appreciate your input on how to proceed appropriately. Generally, matters involving commercial secrets are kept confidential. Yet Bai Mo did not perceive Su-won as a potential competitor or a spy. Moreover, she was a distinguished student from Capital University, and he was keen to hear her thoughts. Is the main selling point charity? Bai Mo nodded affirmatively. Indeed. After receiving confirmation, Su-won reviewed the entire plan. Closing the proposal, she cast a deep glance at Bai Mo, one that even he could not decipher. Do you watch variety shows regularly? In 2004. Bai Mo might have watched some, but since his rebirth, he had seldom turned on the television, finding it uninteresting. Noticing Su-won's inquiry, he simply shook his head. Su-won was not surprised and continued. There's a variety show called Very 61. Have you heard of it? I have. Why do you ask? Are you suggesting I advertise at Central Television? I wish I could, but I lack the funds. Bai Mo shrugged his shoulders, expressing a sense of helplessness. If only one had an abundance of wealth, who would still bear such worries? What is needed now is the most effective publicity at the least cost. However, Su-won shook her head. In a previous episode, there was a guest from a small town in our city. His family was not well off, and he had 3 younger siblings to support. Bai Mo began to grasp Su-won's implication. Are you suggesting that I get in touch with him? Su-won nodded. After returning to his hometown from the show, he dedicated himself to assisting impoverished children left behind, garnering significant attention from society. In due course, the provincial television station will conduct an exclusive interview with him. If he could mention your clothing brand during the interview. Su-won did not continue, believing that Bai Mo could understand the remainder. Yet, Bai Mo still found himself puzzled. Surely, the television station would not permit such advertising placements. They are rather stingy. If it's not their own business, they would even obscure bottled water with a thick mosaic, fearing others might gain an advantage. Su-won, however, smiled cunningly, suggesting that as long as it is not overly blatant, it would be acceptable. Just treat the television station's leaders to a meal, and the rest is up to you. After hearing this, Bai Mo stared blankly at Su-won, who displayed a maturity that belied her 18 years. How could a girl, just finished with her college entrance examinations, possess such an understanding of social intricacies? What's wrong? Noticing Bai Mo's unwavering gaze, Su-won felt a hint of anxiety, a subtle blush appearing on her cheeks. It's nothing. Thank you. After Su-won's prompt, Bai Mo recalled that in 2004, sending a few quality local specialties to the leaders had been far more practical. Su-won pouted, looking at Bai Mo with a meaningful expression. The gratitude you expressed lacks sincerity. This put Bai Mo in a difficult position. He had merely been speaking casually. Did it require any tangible offering? Seeing Bai Mo's gaze wandering and a mischievous smile on his face, even Su-won began to feel a bit overwhelmed and covered his line of sight with her hand. Indeed, Luohan was right. You are such a rogue. Bai Mo felt wronged. He had always been cautious around Jiang Luohan, so how had he left the impression of a rogue? Did she truly say that? Su-won nodded, her voice clear and bright. Yes. She even told me to keep my distance from you, lest I be corrupted. And what do you think? Su-won pretended to ponder, and upon noticing Bai Mo's interest, she playfully winked. Me? You're not my concern. Bai Mo was taken aback. In his limited high school memories, Su-won was a quintessential good student, quiet, obedient, and reserved. He had never imagined she could possess such a playful side. All right. Let us change the subject. What are we having for lunch? I came all this way to bring you something. You're not going to treat me to a meal? Chapter 34. The guest Jiang Luohan sought Su-won's assistance in delivering something to Bai Mo, harboring her own subtle intentions. She simply wanted Su-won to understand that her relationship with Bai Mo had significantly improved. Su-won exhibited a maturity that markedly surpassed that of Jiang Luohan, and naturally she discerned this distinction. Nevertheless, she did not decline the gesture. Without hesitation, she delivered the mobile phone that Bai Mo had purchased for Jiang Luohan. After presenting a gift, is it too much to share a meal? At least, Su-won did not think so, and Bai Mo found it quite reasonable as well. The garment factory was located on the outskirts, where dining options were scarce. Having missed the meal hours, the cafeteria was closed. Consequently, Bai Mo had no choice but to take to the kitchen himself. Within the factory, apart from the 6-person employee dormitory, there were several suites reserved for those leaders who preferred not to return home. Bai Mo requested one of these rooms, which was fully furnished and equipped with appliances, making cooking convenient. They say a boy's room is always a mess. What is the situation here? Su-won felt a tinge of nervousness upon entering the room with Bai Mo. It was her first experience sharing a space with a boy. To ease the tension, she sought to initiate a conversation. However, Bai Mo was oblivious to the thoughts of a young girl. After fastening his apron, he retrieved some vegetables from the refrigerator, which had been purchased by Hee-sung that morning. Without turning around, he inquired, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a lie?" "Perhaps you should start with a lie," she replied. "The lie is that I am someone who enjoys tidying up and cannot abide a messy home." Su-won chuckled heartily, laughing as she spoke. "And the truth?" "The truth is that there is a dedicated maid who handles the cleaning, so it's not my concern. If I were living alone, it would be a different story," Bai Mo added before continuing. "Just keep this between us, otherwise it might hinder my chances of finding a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Su-won laughed even more brightly. "At least you possess some self-awareness. So, are you planning to find a girlfriend to help you manage your domestic affairs?" Bai Mo nodded, affirming that that's the plan. "Once I reach university, I'll find a girlfriend, rent an apartment, and it will be delightful." Bai Mo felt unusually at ease in Su-won's presence, speaking freely without considering the appropriateness of his words. Perhaps it was due to their prolonged conversations online that had fostered a sense of friendship. Upon hearing his words, Su-won could not help but exclaim, "You truly are a rogue, thinking of cohabitation before even getting married?" Bai Mo scratched his head, realizing that there was indeed a hint of impropriety in his statement. "All right, you can watch television for now. I'll go prepare dinner. Go on. Let me witness the culinary skills of Chef Bai." Bai Mo had grown accustomed to living alone in his previous life, disliking dining out, which had compelled him to master the art of cooking. However, he had only ever prepared meals for himself, never for anyone else, not even for his own mother, who had doubted his culinary abilities, fearing he might set the house ablaze. For their meal, Bai Mo wished to keep things uncomplicated, opting for a simple selection of 3 dishes and a soup. When Bai Mo eventually presented the dishes, Su-won, who had been watching television, was left speechless. "You truly can cook? Boys who can prepare meals at your age are exceedingly rare. Hand me a pair of chopsticks. I'll give it a try," she added. "Rest assured, even if I end up with a stomachache, I want to tell you." Bai Mo handed her the utensils while casting her a sidelong glance, remarking, "You talk too much." Hee. Su-won accepted the offer with a sweet smile, exclaiming, "I shall indulge." It was evident that she was thoroughly pleased with the meal prepared by Bai Mo. After finishing all 3 dishes and a soup, she intermittently complimented Bai Mo during their meal, jesting that even if she couldn't find a job after graduation, she wouldn't need to worry about starving, as she could always resort to selling stir-fried dishes on the street. This meal revealed another facet of Su-won to Bai Mo. Despite her mature thoughts, she possessed a playful charm intertwined with a hint of innocence. "Bai Mo, I'm done. Hurry and wash the dishes," Su-won said naturally after wiping her mouth. Little did she expect Bai Mo to toss the apron back at her. "Not washing the dishes is my final boundary. I advise you to think wisely." Su-won's expression turned to one of surprise as she picked up the apron and inquired, "Are you implying that I should wash them? Since you're aware, why not get to it? Is this how you treat your guests?" she challenged. It never happened before, but it does now. Su-won pouted, feeling utterly helpless, yet ultimately, she was nudged into the kitchen by Bai Mo. What Bai Mo was unaware of was that after he turned away, Su-won smiled, genuinely delighted. Though it was a trivial matter, she approached it with utmost seriousness. "Finished?" About half an hour later, Su-won emerged from the kitchen, tossed the apron back to Bai Mo, and rolled her eyes. "Had I known I would have to wash dishes after dining here, I would have refused to come. All right. I've received the meal and the gifts. I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off." Su-won emphasized her last words with conviction, realizing that upon expressing her intention to leave, Bai Mo showed no inclination to accompany her. At that moment, she recalled Jiang Luohan's complaints, confirming her suspicion that he was indeed a rogue. Feigning ignorance, Bai Mo resumed watching television. After a while, he turned to her and said, "Oh, why haven't you left yet?" Frustrated, Su-won stomped her foot and flung the newly acquired slippers in her hand toward Bai Mo. "Let us speak civilly. No need for violence. I wish to converse civilly too, but my hands have a mind of their own." Suwon retorted, continuing her actions by tossing the other slipper as well. Once finished, she clapped her hands together. Bai Mo gathered the newly unwrapped slippers and shot a glance at Suwon. Shall I escort you? Sure. The distance from the dormitory to the entrance of the garment factory was not far. They arrived within a few minutes. Along the way, they encountered several workers, who greeted Bai Mo warmly. Their respectful demeanor puzzled Suwon, but she refrained from inquiring further. Inside the room, she hadn't noticed anything amiss, but once outside, she reflected that she had been rather overzealous that day. They walked in silence until reaching the entrance, whereby Mo showed no intention of accompanying her to the car. As Suwon walked towards the roadside, she turned back just as Bai Mo was about to depart. Bai Mo, do you think I would be better suited for Capital University or Jiangsu and Zhejiang University? Hannan City is a small town in western Jiangxi province, located adjacent to the Jiangsu and Zhejiang region. The distance from here to Suzhou and Hangzhou is even closer than to the provincial capital, Yuzhong. Many candidates from Hannan opt to pursue their university education in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, where the options available surpass those at Yuzhong University. Bai Mo was taken aback by Suwon's unexpected inquiry. From what he understood, Capital University had always been her dream. Bai Mo was not an oblivious, ironclad man. Rather, he had merely grown accustomed to avoiding certain discussions. Without any ulterior motives or favoritism, he answered directly, Capital University. After a moment's reflection, he added, if you go, you might regret it for a year or two, but if you don't, you could regret it for a lifetime. Suwon grasped the underlying sentiment in Bai Mo's words. After a lengthy pause, she turned with a smile and waved her hand at him. Capital University. A dream unattainable for many throughout their lives. Yet, Suwon felt that there were matters of greater significance than this dream. If she had harbored any doubts before, today solidified her resolve. Regardless of Bai Mo's opinions, her decision was unalterable. As she climbed into a taxi, Bai Mo proceeded toward the office. Earlier, Suwon had provided him with the name and contact number of the guest who had appeared on Very 61. The rest was up to him to pursue. Chapter 35, The Betrayal of a Biological Father. Mr. Bai, after 3 days of communication, 7 clothing stores have agreed to collaborate with us. We have arranged advertisements, and they will be featured in newspapers and on television across the city. Our ad will air tonight, and the newspaper will publish it tomorrow. Su Bing has consented to work with us. His demands are straightforward. Beyond financial compensation, he wishes for us to establish a library in the rural school of his hometown. With 3 days remaining until the refund period for the initial batch of goods, we have conducted a preliminary assessment, estimating that approximately 30% of the merchandise may be returned. However, there is no need for concern, although our shipping pace has slowed. We can easily manage this 30%. During the Monday morning meeting, Bai Mo took his place at the head of the table, listening as various departments reported their progress. He had organized everything. All that remained was to follow the established course of development. Starting today, he intended to employ an aggressive advertising strategy to make his clothing brand resonate throughout every corner of Hannan City. Should they achieve success in Hannan, they would swiftly replicate the same model to capture markets in other cities. I know this period has been arduous for everyone, but for the future of our company, we must endure. With the implementation of a profit-sharing bonus system, both the frontline workers and the department heads in the conference room felt a stronger sense of belonging to the garment factory. Striving is not merely a matter of words. Tangible actions yield visible results. Now, it was time to witness the culmination of their efforts. The 7 stores must complete the sign changes today. I expect to see vibrant signage by tomorrow. The grand opening ceremony will be held in 3 days, with no room for error. During this time, the promotional discounts must be disseminated widely to ensure that at least 50% of Hannan's residents are aware of our opening event. Please try the franchise phone line once more, ensuring that it can handle at least 10 simultaneous calls. All preceding efforts are directed towards the grand opening ceremony set for 3 days hence. The success of that day will significantly determine the brand's potential. A favorable outcome will undoubtedly attract more attention and further enhance its prospects. Conversely, a lackluster performance may lead hesitant partners to reconsider their involvement. Most individuals possess a herd mentality. Witnessing a surge in buyers often compels others to join in, while a scarcity of purchasers may instill doubt, even among the most ardent admirers. To address this, Bai Mo has devised certain strategies, including the placement of actors amidst the crowd to stimulate consumer interest. However, these are mere tactics. The efficacy of promotion remains paramount. After the meeting, He Tsong and Su Zheng lingered, seeking to clarify a few matters with Bai Mo. They reviewed the invitation list for the opening ceremony to ascertain if any additions were necessary. Bai Mo examined the list, noting the presence of the Deputy Director of the Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce, along with several other officials with whom Hitsung shares a close rapport. Entrepreneurs were also included, though their attendance remains uncertain. Uncle, you can handle these arrangements. I am not familiar with them. If possible, it would be beneficial to attract some prominent leaders to lend gravitas to the occasion, Bai Mo suggested. Hitsung understood the rationale, but lacked the resources to make the necessary connections. Observing Hitsung's predicament, Bai Mo offered reassurance, acknowledging that the support of these individuals was already commendable. Hitsung nodded, turning to Bai Mo. Xiaomo, what are the next steps in our work schedule? Through these past few days, Hitsung has come to regard Bai Mo as a pivotal figure. Initially, he had invited Bai Mo to take over the garment factory merely to recuperate some funds to navigate the immediate crisis. However, Bai Mo not only alleviated the predicament but has also expanded the operation scope, inspiring the entire workforce to move forward. Presently, there exists a heightened anticipation surrounding the Dongxiang brand. It is safe to say that the garment factory has never been more united. I have no further obligations. I intend to rest for the next 3 days. I haven't had a moment of peaceful sleep lately, Bai Mo stated, stretching languidly. Uncle, I will rely on you and Uncle Su to manage the forthcoming tasks. Unless something urgent arises, please refrain from contacting me. I will await the results in 3 days. Whether we drive a Mercedes or a bicycle hinges on these coming days. With that, Bai Mo rose and departed, remaining composed as the critical moment approached. Instead of succumbing to anxiety, he chose to clear his mind and refrain from overthinking, having already made the necessary arrangements. As the saying goes, one can plan, but the outcome lies beyond one's control. Bai Mo left without a trace of hesitation. Upon returning home, he reclined and succumbed to slumber once again. When he next awoke, it was nearly evening. He Mei and Bai Xingxue had returned some time ago, and, not wishing to disturb him, were seated beside the television watching a program. At this moment, the weather forecast from Hannan Television was about to begin, preceded by a series of advertisements. As Bai Mo stepped out of the room, the sound of an advertisement reached his ears. Embrace life, embrace sports, enjoy the world. Dongxiang, brimming with infinite possibilities. The subtle design of the logo for Dongxiang suggested a spirit of unwavering determination. When launching the advertisement, Bai Mo chose not to directly associate it with charity. Instead, he aimed first to familiarize the public with the brand, followed by a process of enhancement. With the all-encompassing, relentless promotional campaign in Hannan City, it was certain that within 3 days, all residents would be aware of this brand. What's going on today? Whether on the streets or on television, all I see is this Dongxiang advertisement, Hime complained. The slogan was simply too catchy. Bai Mo had not mentioned the establishment of Dongxiang to Hime, and Hitsung had been too busy to communicate with her. Naturally, she was unaware of the developments. Bai Xingxue had some knowledge of the situation, as he had organized all the contracts, but he chose not to inform Hime. After all, his mother was perpetually worried, and it was better not to burden her further. Dongxiang? What a lovely name, and the slogan is quite impressive. I wonder who came up with such a brilliant idea. Bai Mo sat down beside Hime and casually took a bite of watermelon. Hime shot him a glance. Though her eyes expressed concern, her words were sharp. Who thought of it is none of your concern. You've been absent for so long you've forgotten what home feels like. Haven to you? Indeed. With wings grown strong, one can take flight. Bai Mo chuckled awkwardly and leaned closer, offering to massage Hime's shoulders. I can't soar too high. I still rely on the protection of my dear mother. Hime rolled her eyes in disdain. Humph. Unfazed by her reaction, Bai Mo continued, Mother dear, look. This Dongxiang is having its grand opening in a couple of days. The promotional activities are splendid. How about helping your son purchase a couple of outfits? Coughing twice? Bai Xingxue intervened, signaling Bai Mo to cease his entreaties. He knew that if Hime found out, there would be repercussions. But Bai Mo pretended not to understand. What's wrong, old Bai? Do you want a couple of outfits too? Let us go check it out together. Hime turned to Bai Xingxue. You like sportswear too? I had no idea. Bai Xingxue sighed and resumed reading the newspaper. Continue your conversation. Don't mind me. I simply have a sore throat. After hearing this, Hime swatted Bai Mo's hand from her shoulder, stood up, and fetched a glass of water, steeping some herbal tea. I told you to smoke less. But you didn't listen. Just smell it. Even the child has caught the smell of smoke from you. No more smoking in the future. Bai Xingxue looked innocent and shot Bai Mo a pleading glance for assistance. Bai Mo blinked in understanding. After all, solidarity between father and son was paramount. Mom, if you don't let old Bai smoke, aren't you taking his life? We can negotiate, can't we? How about we forget the whole quitting thing? Rest assured, my body is of the smoked meat variety. The more I smoke, the more fragrant I become. Old Bai secretly wanted to give Bai Mo a thumbs up. However, before he could make a move, he saw Hiime approaching with a broom. What did you say? Dad, smoking is detrimental to health. It should be avoided from now on. Lao Bai set down his teacup and turned to Bai Mo, directly inquiring, you won't be back tomorrow night, right? Have you prepared the camping gear? You have female classmates accompanying you, I presume? Bai Mo's mind went blank. It was all over. He had previously mentioned the camping trip to Hiime, only to be met with a merciless rejection. Later, while smoking with Lao Bai, he had affirmed his intention to go and had requested Lao Bai to keep an eye on Hiime. Little did he expect to be betrayed. Indeed, upon hearing this, Hiime dismissed the matter of Lao Bai smoking and, in a harsh tone, confronted Bai Mo. Bai Mo, care to explain? Chapter 36, On the Road, Mom. If you want to hit me, go ahead. Do you see me frowning? He was resolute, aware that any explanation he offered would be deemed mere excuses. Bai Mo stood tall, gazing at Hiime. At 38, he lacked the courage to argue with his mother, but at 18, he had no such reservations. Hiime was merely speaking out of frustration. She had no intention of actually striking him. She sighed in resignation, unable to bring herself to do so. My reluctance for you to go stems from the fact that the mountains in summer are rife with snakes, insects, and other pests. It's unsafe. If you insist on going, I cannot stop you, but do prepare your medication. Rest assured, the camping base will have everything organized, Bai Mo replied. Noticing Hiime's unwavering gaze upon him, he added, all right then, I'll bring your first aid kit when I leave tomorrow. Hearing this, Hiime reluctantly nodded. Remember, whatever you do, ensure that safety measures are in place. Her words held double meaning. As a doctor, she had witnessed far too much. Bai Mo was left speechless, pondering what his mother was thinking. I understand. By the way, is Jiang Luohan going? Hiime suddenly recalled Jiang Luohan and casually asked. Bai Mo shook his head. I don't know. She has been grounded lately, so she probably can't go. That's good. I was worried it would be a pity. The conversation faltered, and Bai Mo, feeling disinterested, retreated to his room, remarking that he would see her at dinner. If he weren't genuinely hungry, he wouldn't have bothered to come out for a meal. Upon returning to his room, Bai Mo picked up his phone and noticed a text message. So annoying. I want to go tomorrow too, but my dad won't allow it. I just want to hurry up and get to college. The sender was Jiang Luohan. Ever since he gifted her a phone, she had taken to messaging him habitually. Bai Mo would occasionally reply to her messages, but they often fell into silence. No worries. When we're taking pictures tomorrow, I'll leave a spot in the middle for you, and we'll find someone to lift you up. Just as Bai Mo pressed send, a reply came swiftly. That's boring. Let us go again together after college. This time, Bai Mo chose not to respond. According to Jiang Jia, he would likely be overseeing Jiang Luohan until graduation. Even if one changes cities, the situation remains unchanged. Bai Mo has never made empty promises. Early the next morning, Bai Mo was awakened by the insistent ringing of her phone. Groggily responding with a faint hello, she was met with an irate voice on the other end. Haven't you gotten out of bed yet? Are you coming or not? Do you intend to keep all of us waiting for you? The caller was Lu Chong, who, to ensure everything went smoothly, had decided to contact everyone participating in the camping trip early in the morning. His tone was amiable with others, but markedly different with Bai Mo. She didn't mind, simply hanging up the call. Glancing at the time, it was barely past 8. She wondered what had gotten into Lu Chong. After getting out of bed and freshening up, Bai Mo noticed a note left by Hiime on the coffee table in the living room, accompanied by 200 yuan. Although she often voiced her disapproval of Bai Mo's endeavors, once Bai Mo set her mind on something, Hiime would invariably lend her support. With the money in hand, Bai Mo stepped out. In June, the sun shone brightly. Bai Mo had anticipated this, donning a baseball cap, eye sleeves, and sunglasses. Of course, she also brought along Hiime's first aid kit. How's business been lately? Bai Mo had become quite the popular figure in her class group, a topic of conversation ranging from gossip to entrepreneurship. The question came from a short-haired girl who had accompanied Bai Mo on a previous shopping trip. Bai Mo vaguely remembered asking for her name then, though it had slipped her mind. It's going well, thanks to everyone's support. After responding, Bai Mo casually draped her arm over Lu Chong's shoulder. Class monitor, it's been ages. You've gotten so much darker. After their last trip to the town to sell clothes, Lu Chang had become increasingly tanned, seemingly unable to return to his former complexion. However, he remained optimistic about it. Mind your own business. Bai Mo found Lu Chang's retort somewhat familiar and recalled that it was a phrase she had once used when visiting Laoshu. Lu Chang, reveling in his cleverness, did not give Bai Mo another chance to speak. After gathering everyone to tally the numbers, he promptly directed them onto the bus. It was at this moment that someone inquired, "Class monitor, didn't Jiang Luohan say she would come? Why isn't she here?" A few had decided to join precisely because Jiang Luohan mentioned her attendance, and her absence left them somewhat disheartened. Lu Chang pointed at Bai Mo. "You should ask her." Bai Mo shrugged, adopting a solemn expression. "She hasn't been feeling well lately. The doctor advised her to rest at home. Thank you all for your concern, and I will convey your regards to her." Lu Chang could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Bai Mo, you truly have no shame." While some were indeed disappointed by Jiang Luohan's absence, it did not dampen the overall mood of the group, perhaps out of a sense of retribution. Lu Chang placed Bai Mo at the back of the bus during the boarding process. Though she would still have a seat, it would be far from ideal. Just as he basked in his cleverness, he was soon to be proven wrong. Suwon waved at Bai Mo, who was the last to arrive. "Over here." Suwon was the first to arrive and, after securing her spot, many sought to sit beside her but were all turned away. Curiosity buzzed among the group about whom she was saving the seat for, contemplating various possibilities, yet none anticipated it would be Bai Mo. At this moment, those with good memories began to recall her previous social media post. The content of the post was inconsequential. The crux lay in Bai Mo's comment below and her subsequent reply. "Why do I feel like everyone is staring at me?" Bai Mo remarked as he settled beside Suwon. She blinked playfully, responding, "Guess. Suwon, if you look at me with that expression, I cannot guarantee I won't engage in some outrageous antics." If it were Jiang Luohan, hearing such words would surely prompt her to mutter a curse under her breath. Her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she turned away and feigned anger, only to recover moments later. But this was Suwon. After Bai Mo's comment, she continued to gaze at him with a mischievous expression, clearly inviting him to engage further. Bai Mo, though harboring mischievous intentions, lacked the courage to act and diverted his gaze elsewhere. The journey to the camping base took over an hour, during which the classmates engaged in lively conversation. Aside from discussions about college, the hot topic was the recent buzz surrounding a new sports store. There's a store right downstairs. When I glanced at their new arrivals, the styles looked quite nice. "I plan to buy a couple of sports outfits when they open for college," one of them mentioned. "Are they expensive?" "Well, the original prices are quite steep, but there will be discounts on opening day." "All right, let us check it out together then. I heard there's a lottery for shoppers that day, with the grand prize being a phone. Let us not get our hopes up. Do we strike you as lucky people? Who knows? Perhaps a blind cat will stumble upon a dead rat." As Bai Mo listened to their chatter, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. He lost track of time, but when he felt a weight on his shoulder, he opened his eyes to find Suwon had fallen asleep against him at some point. Chapter 37. What to do with money. Upon reaching the parking lot at the mountaintop, Suwon was awakened by a cacophony of noise. Squinting her eyes, she rubbed her neck and asked, "Did you sleep well?" The sound of Bai Mo's voice instantly dispelled her drowsiness. Noticing her hair on his shoulder, she became acutely aware of the situation. Her face, still slightly flushed from sleep, turned even redder. "Quite well, though it's a bit hard," Bai Mo replied, spreading his hands in mock innocence. Clearly, Suwon wished to change the subject. She playfully nudged him and said, "Let us go." Once they disembarked, Lu Chang began organizing the group. "First, we'll set up the tents. The owner said no one is up here for the next couple of days, so we can use any tent we like. You can choose to share a tent or have one to yourself. It's entirely up to you." Lu Chang paused momentarily before adding, "As a rule, boys and girls are not allowed to share tents." His declaration elicited a chorus of laughter. However, he was perhaps overly cautious, as most of their classmates were earnest and well-behaved students. Even if there exists a mutual affection, it merely lingers at the stage of shy hand-holding, and any further advancement seems daunting. Lu Chang merely offers a gentle reminder, for he cannot govern the actions of others. He continues, stating that the ingredients for cooking and the firewood for the evening bonfire have been prepared, and after setting up the tent, the boys will gather firewood while the girls take charge of washing vegetables and cooking. The group has no objections to Lu Chang's arrangements, each fulfilling their respective roles. Bai Mo is no stranger to the task of erecting tents. In his previous life, he relished camping and fishing, often spending 4 to 5 days by the riverside alone. While most were still struggling with the tent's framework, he had already completed the setup. Although the tent was nestled beneath the trees and shielded from the sun, it remained quite stifling. Bai Mo, with foresight, had brought a small battery-operated fan, which he hung inside the tent, providing a refreshing breeze. "Could you lend me a hand?" The short-haired girl initially sought to manage on her own, but finding herself at a loss, she eventually approached Bai Mo with a hint of embarrassment. After all, he was the swiftest among them. While in the car, Bai Mo had inquired about her name from Su-wan and learned that she was Zhao Qin. As his first target for teasing, he heard her business was thriving during market stalls. She possessed a knack for commerce. "I can teach you, but assisting you with the setup is another matter. Easy gains can lead to dependency." Were it anyone else, Bai Mo would have declined outright. But his favorable impression of Zhao Qin softened his response. "What are you so proud of? We should help one another as classmates." Zhao Qin interjected, "Ignore him. I'll assist you." Bai Mo, however, was not an object of universal affection. A classmate who typically harbored disdain for him approached, venting his frustrations. Lu Chang often quarreled with Bai Mo due to Jiang Luohan, yet aside from that, their relationship was amicable. This individual, however, simply disliked Bai Mo. Bai Mo observed the boy's youthful countenance, but could not recall his name and chose not to exhaust his memory on it. "Suit yourself," he replied, firmly rejecting the boy in favor of Zhao Qin. "Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to do things myself. If others assist me, I never quite learn. Yet through my own efforts, even if the outcome is flawed, I can identify the source of the error." Bai Mo chuckled, a teachable spirit. The rejected boy, visibly perturbed, stormed away. While Bai Mo guided Zhao Qin in erecting the tent, Su-wan had already completed her own setup. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she approached Bai Mo. Upon noticing the fan inside his tent, she exclaimed, "You actually brought a fan." Her tone was laced with envy, lamenting her own oversight. "What if I split my tent with you?" Bai Mo responded playfully, yet his charm rendered him unoffensive. Su-wan rolled her eyes and continued to fan herself. "I choose to suffer in the heat. Not even considering it? Perhaps I shall ponder it." Their banter became so engrossing that even Zhao Qin interjected. "Could you two find a more private spot for your conversation? I'm still here." Bai Mo shrugged apologetically. "I'm sorry, I forgot." A chuckle escaped Su-wan as she found the situation amusing. Feeling that staying any longer would be tedious, she waved her hand and departed. "I'll go see what ingredients we have." Once she left, Zhao Qin, who had been busy, wiped the sweat from her brow and regarded Bai Mo with a watchful expression. "Your expression just now reminded me of a phrase." Lecture." Bai Mo did not refute her, but instead replied, "Seeing you also brings a certain phrase to mind." Zhao Qin's face displayed curiosity, and before she could inquire further, Bai Mo continued, "Ungrateful wolf." Enraged, Zhao Qin clenched her tiger-like incisors, making a clicking sound. However, seeing Bai Mo's nonchalant demeanor left her feeling helpless. After a while, her anger subsided, and she curiously asked, "Aren't you fond of Luohan? What is your connection with Su-wan?" Gossip is a woman's nature, and she was no exception. "Not long ago, I saw you with Luohan and confidently told him that you two were together." Bai Mo did not directly address her question, but instead asked, "What is the prescription for your glasses?" 300 degrees, why? Then you're a bit myopic." After saying this, Bai Mo turned and walked away without looking back. Adjacent to the camping base was a grand observation deck, offering a panoramic view of much of Hannan City. Leaning against the railing, Bai Mo gazed at the old city, lost in contemplation. The tallest building visible now was the office tower of Jiang Luohan's company, a standout in this era. This old city bore witness to countless memories. Yet the relentless march of time and development rendered those memories mere echoes of the past. The familiar streets of his childhood would soon be demolished, giving way to towering skyscrapers, and that office building would eventually blend into the crowd. The real estate industry is a byproduct of the nation's economic rise. Profit is indeed real, but so is loss. Developers detached from the state often find themselves in debt by the billions, with half-finished buildings piling up. It is not that the owners wish to abandon them, but they lack the funds to continue. A single disruption in the funding chain for a building can trigger a cascading effect. A billionaire owner can wake up one day to find themselves bankrupt, burdened with immense debts. This is an unavoidable trend, and Jiang Luohan is no exception. In his previous life, although Bai Mo did not reside in Hannan City, he closely followed its development. Jiang Luohan's company took over a decade to reach its peak, but fell into decline in less than a month. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Here." Bai Mo snapped back to reality upon hearing Su Wan's voice. She handed him a bottle of chilled mineral water. If, in the future, you become very wealthy, what would you do? Su Wan pondered Bai Mo's sudden question. After some thought, she replied, eat, sleep, read. Oh, and play games. Chapter 38, The Pursuit of Profit. Such lack of ambition. Su Wan was not offended by Bai Mo's disdain. Instead, she countered, what about you? What do you plan to do with your wealth? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Mo responded, first, I de-pinch myself to see if I'm dreaming. Su Wan exhaled in exasperation, lightly tapping her forehead. He turned and walked away, likely feeling that conversing with Bai Mo was a waste of his time. I just captured a moment. I will send it to Luohan when I return. I have already told her that you are not a good person. Yet she refuses to believe me. Shortly after Su Wan left, Lu Chang approached with his Canon camera. Eager to show Bai Mo the photograph he had just taken of him chatting with Su Wan. Bai Mo glanced at the image, noting the excellent lighting and angle. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, transforming into a verdant hue, and a few rays fell perfectly upon Su Wan, who was looking up at Bai Mo. Well taken. Make sure to send me a copy later, he remarked. Is that it? Shouldn't you ask me to keep it a secret from Luohan? Lu Chang slowly accepted the fact that, in Jiang Luohan's eyes, Bai Mo might hold greater significance than himself. However, he was the type to take things in stride and understood that there would be better opportunities in university. Why keep it a secret? He questioned, his disdain evident as he noted Bai Mo's feigned ignorance. Aren't you afraid she might get upset upon seeing it? Why should I fear? She has been angry before. Lu Chang replied, at a loss for words and reluctant to dwell on the topic, fearing he might be the one to get irritated first. By the way, have you made progress on the matter I mentioned last time? I did promise them. With a sigh, Bai Mo pulled out a cigarette, ready to light it. Only to notice Lu Chang watching him intently. Care for one? For a fleeting moment, hesitation flickered in Lu Chang's eyes. Is that really appropriate? He thought. Never mind then. Bai Mo said, tucking the cigarette back into his pocket. After lighting one, he took a couple of puffs, his movements exuding a certain nonchalance. Lu Chang's lips twitched. He, too, wished to sample a cigarette but had only politely declined earlier, not expecting Bai Mo to actually withhold it. He resolved to buy a pack after descending the mountain. Bai Mo was well aware of Lu Chang's unspoken desires but chose not to address them. While smoking, he remarked, I have already arranged for someone to contact the schools in town. I will provide the uniforms for all the students free of charge. In addition to 2 sets for summer and winter, each student will also receive a cotton jacket for the winter. However, our factory is under considerable strain. Being able to support one school is already our limit. Lu Chang nodded appreciatively, expressing his gratitude. He felt that Bai Mo's efforts were commendable. Bai Mo, suppressing his playful demeanor, turned to Lu Chang. If gratitude were enough, I could say it every day. What do you mean? Lu Chang inquired. Class monitor. My donation of uniforms to the school is in your honor. Shouldn't you also show some appreciation? Upon hearing this, Lu Chang instinctively took a couple of steps back. His expression one of pure shock. What are you trying to do? Just to be clear, I don't like men. Bai Mo was taken aback by Lu Chang's startled reaction. Accidentally choking on the smoke. Are you trying to disgust me? Upon witnessing Bai Mo's expression, Lu Chang realized he had overreacted. With an awkward smile, he sheepishly asked, What do you want from me? What could I possibly want from you? You have nothing that I desire. Lu Chang exhaled in relief. Fortunate to be an only child without a sister. If you have something to say, just speak. I shall do what I can. Bai Mo, having achieved his aim, ceased his jesting. He turned to gaze at Hannan City, leisurely expressing, the issue of clothing is easily resolved, yet the crux of the matter lies not in apparel, but in the grim reality of poverty. Lu Chang nodded in agreement, sharing this sentiment. However, he felt constrained, lacking the means to effect substantial change. It was Bai Mo who assisted in resolving the clothing dilemma. Noticing Lu Chang's silence, Bai Mo continued. It is poverty that gives rise to the issues of left-behind children and the elderly. Though working away from home may yield little income, they perceive it as more hopeful than remaining in the village to cultivate crops. The earnings from farming pale in comparison to those from labor. Lu Chang, astute and quick to draw connections, grasped Bai Mo's implication. You mean that if we can instill hope in the youth who remain, they will choose to stay? He surmised. Their hope, indeed, lies in the opportunities for financial gain. Bai Mo nodded affirmatively. Class monitor, if you genuinely wish to assist them, I have a proposal. Go ahead. Lu Chang replied. Let us explore what local specialties can be processed into marketable goods. I consider myself a businessman, driven by profit. If there is potential, I wouldn't hesitate to establish a factory, even at a lower margin. After stating his thoughts, Bai Mo patted Lu Chang on the shoulder and departed. He refrained from questioning Lu Chang about his earnest endeavor to aid a small town. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and it is unnecessary to pry. It was evident enough that an 18-year-old, with a tender heart and limited exposure to the world, is often overwhelmed by compassion for societal woes. If a few charming young ladies were to surround him, gazing at him with admiration and calling him brother, the situation would be even more remarkable. Bai Mo's benevolence towards Lu Chang was not without its own motivations. While doing good is one aspect, he was likely also drawn to the promising prospects of rural development and Lu Chang's personal capabilities. Offering him a chance for growth might yield unexpected rewards. Behind every successful individual, there exists a network of support. Bai Mo sought to cultivate a circle of trustworthy allies, and at present, Lu Chang seemed to fit the bill, with Zhao Qin tentatively included. The path ahead is steep and demanding. As noon approached, the firewood was ablaze. Several classmates skilled in cooking busied themselves at the stove, tallying the ingredients for the meal. Others engaged in conversation or lent a helping hand. Upon approaching, Bai Mo was met with inquiries. What were you two discussing? Since when have you become so close? The classmates were well aware of the historical discord between Bai Mo and Lu Chang, who often clashed upon meeting. It was indeed rare to witness such harmony. They conversed about life aspirations, the vastness of the universe, and how to become individuals of value to society. What nonsense! Su Wan chuckled, delighted to see Bai Mo taken aback. After a moment, she regained her composure. The boss has a fish pond. Shall we go fishing this afternoon? There are also crayfish in the nearby field, and we could fish for those. Moreover, there's a stream in the mountains where we can catch crabs. Let Bai Mo choose fishing, but at this moment, his focus lies elsewhere. Lobster? Yes, indeed, Su Wan exclaimed, showcasing the large lobster in her hand. Late June to early July marks the prime season for indulging in crayfish. Do you wish to savor spicy crayfish? Absolutely. In this era, crayfish had yet to gain popularity in the Jiangnan region. Many had only heard of it, but never tasted it. As Bai Mo and Su Wan diligently cleaned a large basin of crayfish, others gathered to lend a hand. Recent high school graduates, still earnest, were unaware of the concept of shirking responsibilities. With everyone's assistance, over 10 kilograms of crayfish were cleaned in less than half an hour. Here is the hot pot base and beer you requested. Lu Chang arrived, accompanied by two boys, carrying a pile of supplies. Just set it down over there. Bai Mo gestured towards the newly constructed stove. The fire was already lit, and steam wafted from the pot. As the spices were added, the hot oil sizzled, causing those nearby to instinctively step back, wary of being splattered. Bai Mo, however, remained unfazed, skillfully handling the task at hand. Can he truly cook? Many were astonished. In their minds, Bai Mo was merely a person accustomed to being served. This is quite delicious, Su Wan remarked instinctively. The crowd's curiosity intensified. Zhao Qin squinted, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Have you tasted it? Realizing her slip of the tongue, Su Wan quickly sought to divert the conversation. I'll go fetch some water. With that, she hurriedly departed. Zhao Qin observed her retreating figure, her chin resting in contemplation. There is definitely something amiss. What a pity for Luohan. No, it's not a pity. She rejected Bai Mo. The fire blazed brightly, and it didn't take long for the pot of crayfish to be ready. Bai Mo sampled the dish first. The flavor was satisfactory. Though it did not rival the culinary prowess of a restaurant, it was still quite tasty. Care for a taste? He offered the second crayfish to Su Wan. She accepted it without hesitation, disregarding the greasy residue on her hands, and eagerly peeled the shell to savor the meat. After finishing, her eyes sparkled, and she licked her fingers clean. Not bad. With Su Wan's approval, Bai Mo felt a sense of pride. He placed all the crayfish into a large basin. Let us dig in. The midday meal was bountiful, though the presentation left much to be desired. Everyone was satisfied. Bai Mo, if Luohan were aware of your culinary skills, she might not have turned you down. No worries, she can always find a chef in the future. Bai Mo replied nonchalantly. Yet, it's a pity. Those who cook better than me lack my charm, and those who are more handsome than me can't cook. Cut it out, you're getting cocky from just a few compliments. In my opinion, while Luohan is beautiful, her affluent background creates too much pressure. Being rejected might indeed be a blessing in disguise. Bai Mo shook his head. What do you all know? Have you heard of the concept of eating soft rice? Yet. Not being able to partake is a slight regret. The group shot him a disapproving glare. Shameless. The crayfish was the first to be devoured. And some even suggested that Bai Mo prepare another batch for the evening, this time in larger quantities, as they were a sizable gathering. Bai Mo was indifferent to the matter. It was a rare moment of leisure, and he didn't mind indulging their taste buds. Lu Chang remained focused on his meal, contemplating speaking up a few times, but upon noticing Bai Mo engaged in conversation with others, he prudently held his tongue. Bai Mo did not perceive his unusual behavior. Yet Su Wan, seated beside him, took note of it. It appeared that the class monitor had something on his mind. Only then did Bai Mo glance at him and, holding his bowl, moved to sit beside him. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Upon Bai Mo's approach, Lu Chang did not hesitate to respond directly. There are plenty of these crayfish in that small town, but they are treated as pests. They like to burrow, undermining many fields. And they also consume the roots of rice plants. Ever since Bai Mo had mentioned the potential for economic exploitation of local specialties, he had been pondering this issue. Crayfish seemed like an excellent choice. Although cultivating them would preclude the growing of rice, it was evidently more lucrative. Furthermore, it required neither spring plowing nor summer planting. I thought something was amiss. Raising crayfish is indeed a viable option, but the season for consuming them is concentrated in the summer. What about the rest of the year? Lu Chang continued to muse. Aquaculture is not limited to aquatic products. There is also livestock. Bai Mo patted Lu Chang on the shoulder, inadvertently wiping off the grease from his hand. After all, he was wearing black, which was less prone to stains. You can research related aquaculture online. As long as you can motivate them to get started, I'll handle the market. Noticing Lu Chang lost in thought, Bai Mo added, "Once you have a plan, just present it to me. By the way, you do know how to write a plan, right? If not, then never mind. Who do you look down upon?" Lu Chang retorted, "Just wait. I'll get it to you in a couple of days." High school students typically had little exposure to planning, and Bai Mo was indirectly guiding him. "Well, good luck," Bai Mo said before returning to his seat. "Does the class monitor want to start a business too?" Su Wan inquired while eating. What can he do? With his temperament, he'd be lucky not to be swindled out of his underpants in business, she replied dismissively. What were you all discussing? Bai Mo glanced around, noticing others engrossed in their conversations, and thus leaned closer to Su Wan. "I want him to work for me for free as my laborer." He seemed quite pleased with his idea. Su Wan shot him a sidelong glance. "Truly a scoundrel," she remarked, then added cautiously, "You wouldn't try to trick me one day, would you?" Bai Mo nodded generously. "Oh, I would." Before Su Wan could change her expression, he quickly continued, "But rest assured, I will definitely inform you in advance and follow your suggestions." "That is more like it." Su Wan nodded in satisfaction. Then after a moment asked, "What do you think I should consider doing if I want to start a business during the summer vacation?" Bai Mo pondered for a moment before replying, "Gather a few teachers to establish a tutoring center, then promote it, claiming that you excelled because of the tutoring you received there. This summer, you can simply sit back and collect the profits." Su Wan was increasingly astonished as she listened, eventually putting down her bowl and chopsticks. "You've got me a bit tempted. However, perhaps it's best to let this idea go. It feels somewhat unethical." Bai Mo smiled knowingly. He was aware that Su Wan would never engage in such actions. However, his words were not mere jest. Excelling in the college entrance examination is inherently an advantage and an excellent marketing strategy. In the future, this phenomenon may even become systematic. Individuals with principles like Su Wan are indeed rare. Bai Mo, unlike her, does not possess such steadfastness. Had it been him, he would have acted long ago. No questions asked, principles hold little value in his eyes. After their meal, those who had not contributed to the cooking voluntarily took to washing the dishes. Su Wan stepped away to answer a phone call, and upon returning, she approached Bai Mo with a serious expression. Noticing her grave demeanor, Bai Mo felt a wave of concern wash over him. "What's wrong?" After taking a deep breath, Su Wan slowly revealed, "I just received a call from the admissions office of Capital University, inquiring whether I would be willing to attend their institution. If I agree, they will come this afternoon to sign the agreement." Bai Mo blinked in surprise. "They're already trying to recruit students before the exam results are out? You must accept. Isn't this your lifelong dream?" Su Wan's breathing quickened, betraying her excitement. Yet she shook her head with a smile. "I declined. I suddenly feel that there are matters of greater significance than this dream." Chapter 40. Is it appealing? Upon hearing that Su Wan had turned down Capital University's offer, Bai Mo was momentarily stunned. It took him a while to regain his composure. "Have you thought this through?" With unwavering resolve, Su Wan nodded. "Yes. Jiangsu University is also commendable, at least it is closer to home." Bai Mo felt the world was spiraling into madness. One person, Jiang Luohan, was not enough. Now Su Wan had joined the fray. She wished to continue their conversation, but her phone incessantly buzzed with notifications. It seemed that it was not just Capital University that had learned of her results. After several calls, including those from her parents in Laoshu, they all inquired why she had refused the offer from Capital University and attempted to sway her decision. Everyone was aware of the effort Su-won had exerted to gain admission. Yet now, with one foot already in the door, she declared her intention to forego the opportunity. Rest assured, it's nothing serious. I just feel that Beijing is too far from home, and the commute would be inconvenient. I have no regrets. After hanging up, Su-won noticed that Bai Mo had not left and playfully stuck her tongue out at him. So what if I'm not going to Capital University? Is it really that shocking? Bai Mo nodded emphatically. The fact that your parents Haven T rushed over to drag you to sign the agreement with the Capital University representatives is quite restrained. Not at all. They have always respected my opinions. With nothing more to say, Bai Mo could only give her a thumbs up. Su-won smiled, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Aren't you curious why I chose not to go to Capital University? Bai Mo paused, then tentatively suggested, is it because Jiang's cuisine suits your palate? Su-won chuckled, her eyes sparkling. That's exactly how I convinced myself. Bai Mo patted his chest in relief. Well, that's reassuring. Seeing Bai Mo's expression of relief, Su-won looked at him curiously. I had thought you were staying for my sake, which startled me. The guilt was overwhelming. It's a relief that that's not the case. Su-won cast him a sidelong glance, letting out a cold snort. Oh, feeling rather self-satisfied, are we? Bai Mo replied with an indifferent shrug. It's not self-satisfaction. I just don't wish to venture into the Jiangsu region anymore. Staying in Jianggan is quite pleasant. If you were going for my sake, I would indeed feel rather embarrassed not to accompany you. Suddenly, Su-won's expression shifted, a tempest of emotions crossing her face. Even she, usually so composed, could not conceal her panic. Are you serious? Bai Mo, pleased with her reaction, nodded in affirmation. That's indeed what I think. But as he trailed off, he couldn't help but chuckle at Su-won's anxious demeanor. Realizing he was teasing her, Su-won couldn't resist giving him a light punch. You really are a rascal, she exclaimed before walking away, clearly flustered by Bai Mo's words. Needing a moment to compose herself, after she departed, Bai Mo sighed, wishing he could turn back the clock by a decade. Yet, upon reflection, he suddenly recognized the absurdity of his musings. Am I not 18 now? What should one do at 18? One ought to indulge in the exuberance of youth. Whistle at passing girls beneath the girls' dormitory, and sneak into the school's thickets with a companion in the evening. If one felt disinclined to attend classes, a quick word to a roommate would suffice to cover attendance. Sleepless nights could be spent out drinking, enjoying the thrill of the night. With this unexpected second chance at youth, Bai Mo felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Observing Su-won's flustered retreat, he chose not to pursue her. Some shadows, once cast, are difficult to erase. The afternoons in the mountains are considerably cooler than in the city. A small river meanders through the hills, its waters crisp and clear. A bounty of mountain springs. Bai Mo, can this crab be eaten? Su-won, barefoot, pried open a stone and captured a crab, proudly displaying it to him. Bai Mo held a bucket filled with small fish and shrimp, the fruits of Su-won's labor. He couldn't help but feel bemused by her question. Most girls would exclaim how adorable the crab is and say they want to keep it as a pet. Yet you ask if it's edible? Su-won blinked, contemplating the crab before posing another question. Is this creature truly cute? After a brief glance at Bai Mo, she added, if you find it adorable, then I shall gift it to you. Bai Mo extended the bucket towards her. It's delightful when battered and fried. Catch more. Absolutely. Nearby, several individuals sat on a large rock, their feet dipped in the river, observing Bai Mo and Su-won with amusement. Unable to restrain themselves, they murmured. Do you believe them when they say it's all fine? Among them was Zhao Qin, who wanted to join in on the crab catching but felt superfluous. She could only endure and watch them play. The others shook their heads in agreement. I'm trying hard to convince myself, one girl lamented with a sorrowful expression. If I can persuade myself, I'll shamelessly join in on the crab catching. Others chimed in with their own comments, echoing her sentiment. Bai Mo is indeed quite the flirt. Just a few days ago, he was inseparable from Luohan, and now he is entangled with Su-won. The old adage rings true. The best cabbage is often plucked by pigs. After she spoke, another voice chimed in, but Bai Mo is undeniably handsome, he cooks deliciously. And most importantly, he knows how to earn money. If he pursued me, I would certainly acquiesce. A little flirtation is perfectly acceptable, regardless of age. When a few girls gather, gossip flows endlessly. Naturally, Bai Mo remains oblivious to their chatter, were he to be aware. he would undoubtedly seek the phone number of the girl who just spoke. Such girls, indifferent to their own flirtations, are irresistibly charming. Ah, Soo-won exclaimed as she stepped forward along the creek, suddenly halting. What's wrong? Bai Mo inquired just as he noticed a splash of vivid red in the water beneath her feet. Soo-won furrowed her brow and sighed, expressing her frustration. How could there be glass in this place? Although she had sustained a cut, she showed no sign of delicacy. She trudged through the water to the shore, unbothered by the dirt, and plopped down to inspect her wound. It stung a bit. The cut was a couple of centimeters deep, with blood steadily oozing from it. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right back, Bai Mo declared, rushing toward the campsite without awaiting her response. At that moment, he was grateful for having heeded his mother's advice to bring her first aid kit. After Soo-won's injury caught the attention of her classmates, they hurried over to assist. However, aside from tissues, they had little else of value. Just as they debated whether to head to the hospital, Bai Mo arrived, breathless and drenched in sweat, clutching the first aid kit. Seeing him in such a state, Soo-won couldn't help but chuckle, disregarding the astonished looks from those around her. She then extended her injured foot towards him. Is it pretty? The once somber atmosphere lightened with her playful remark. Do you think I'm a weirdo? Or do you suspect I have some peculiar penchant? Chapter 41. Wishing you a swift bankruptcy, I'm not concerned. I merely wish to ask, is it pretty? Soo-won stood at approximately 163 centimeters tall, with dainty feet measuring only 30 centimeters. Her petite form was complemented by fair skin, unmarred by any blemish. Bai Mo could not utter a disingenuous compliment. It is indeed beautiful. Soo-won pouted. What a pity, a scar will ruin its beauty later. Bai Mo gently placed her foot on his thigh, first disinfecting the wound, applying ointment, and finally wrapping it with gauze. It's a minor injury. It won't leave a scar. You will just need to limp for a while. Soo-won was indifferent, as long as it didn't scar. A bit of limping was inconsequential since no one was asking her out anyway. Bai Mo found himself at a loss for words and chose to remain silent for the moment. After a simple bandaging, Soo-won stood up and brushed off the debris from her backside. She took a tentative step, exclaiming, "Your skills are quite impressive." However, just as she spoke, she stumbled slightly, nearly falling. Fortunately, Bai Mo was ever vigilant and caught her just before she hit the ground. Ah, such a glaring sight. Please disperse. Do not disturb us. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding onlookers turned their heads, murmuring in sympathy, and hastily departed. Soo-won felt her ears flush with embarrassment. Typically composed, she too possessed a shy side. Once she regained her composure, she whispered softly, "Aren't you going to let go?" Bai Mo seemed oblivious, showing no inclination to release her. "Do not make it difficult for yourself. I shall assist you in walking." Soo-won attempted to break free a couple of times, but upon realizing her futile efforts, she resigned herself to the situation, allowing Bai Mo to steady her arm with one hand while the other encircled her waist. After a while, Soo-won halted her steps. Bai Mo looked at her quizzically. "What's the matter? Should I let you walk on your own?" The summer heat was already oppressive, and their proximity only intensified the discomfort. Moreover, this manner of walking proved quite cumbersome. "Very well, then. I wish you luck." Bai Mo also felt the heat weighing upon him, and when he suggested letting go, Soo-won suddenly lost her balance and tumbled down. "Bai Mo, you scoundrel." He simply shrugged. "You said you wanted to walk by yourself." Soo-won took several deep breaths, striving to quell her irritation. However, upon noticing Bai Mo had taken out his phone to snap pictures, her anger flared anew. "No photos," she exclaimed, rising to snatch the phone from him. Bai Mo, concerned about her wound, did not retreat but allowed her to seize the device. As Soo-won perused the album, the phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, she promptly answered and, after activating the speakerphone, handed the phone to Bai Mo. Bai Mo stared at the screen in surprise. "Bai Mo." The voice on the other end brought him back to reality. "What are you up to? Is it fun on the mountain?" Jiang Luohan's tone was tinged with frustration. She longed to join them, but was confined by Jiang's restrictions. Mornings were consumed by piano, dance, and painting lessons, while afternoons were dedicated to interning across various departments at the company. Aside from meals and sleep, her time was wholly occupied. This call to Bai Mo was a rare moment snatched from her busy schedule. Bai Mo glanced at Soo-won, who was smiling softly beside him, and felt an inexplicable sense of joy. "Indeed, it's delightful. I heard the crayfish you made for lunch was exquisite. When might you prepare a portion for me?" "You even know we had crayfish for lunch?" "Indeed. They sent me a message. You're so busy that you receive no updates." Jiang Luohan's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Since the call was on speaker, Suwon could hear her words and looked at Bai Mo with a knowing smile, eager to hear his response. You know I'm busy, yet you still called? Of course. I merely wish to hear your voice. One could easily imagine Jiang Luohan blushing deeply on the other end of the line. It took considerable courage for her to utter such a phrase. Noticing Bai Mo's silence, she inquired further, What are you busy with? Ah, busy searching for a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Suwon lifted her gaze, inadvertently meeting Bai Mo's teasing glance. With a soft exclamation of rogue, she blushed and staggered away. A moment of silence enveloped the conversation on the other end of the line. Bai Mo had no intention of elaborating on the matter. Just as he was about to end the call, Jiang Luohan finally spoke up. Bai Mo, I have a general understanding of the discord between you and my father that day. However, he is he, and I am I. I will strive to persuade him when the time comes for university, all right? Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback, his thumb hovering over the hang-up button. What did you say? Hello. The signal is poor. I can't hear you. I'm hanging up now. With that, Bai Mo disregarded Jiang Luohan's lingering words and abruptly ended the call. Habitually, he fished a cigarette from his pocket. In his previous life, Bai Mo could never have imagined that one day Jiang Luohan would humbly utter such words to him. Yet, he felt no particular sentiment about it. Jiang Luohan had always lived a life of luxury, a princess cherished by all. Bai Mo believed he could not provide her with the warmth and comprehensive protection she was accustomed to, so he chose not to dwell on it. The past was behind him. In this life, he simply wished to live well. Are you done? Did you not leave? Bai Mo clearly saw Suwon depart. Yet somehow she had returned. Observing Bai Mo holding an unlit cigarette, she asked, Do you want me to light it for you? Seeing him remain silent, Suwon walked over and took his lighter, igniting the tip of the cigarette. As Bai Mo inhaled, Suwon remarked, Luohan was quite direct. She said to wait until university. Why did you turn her down? Bai Mo feigned ignorance, deliberately perplexed. What are you talking about? The signal was poor just now. Suwon looked at him with disdain. Do you think I'm deaf or foolish? Realizing he could not deceive her, Bai Mo sighed. I would be crazy to agree. Noticing Suwon's confusion, he continued, the most challenging debts to repay are those of the heart. If I acquiesce, my beautiful fantasies of university life will end before they even begin. If I meet someone more beautiful there, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? Suwon laughed, covering her mouth. Well, you could at least agree to her. That way, you have a safety net. Am I that kind of person? Bai Mo initially retorted. After a moment of contemplation, he tapped his forehead. Wait, I seem to actually be that kind of person. Why didn't you remind me sooner? Humph. You fickle carrot. Bai Mo nodded in acknowledgement, conceding the truth. Humph. Suwon huffed. With that mindset, you won't find a girlfriend even in university. You are mistaken. Bai Mo shook his finger. As long as I have money, it should not be a problem to find a few gorgeous girlfriends who are merely after my wealth. Suwon recognized Bai Mo was jesting, yet she could not muster any joy, only letting out a long sigh. Then I can only wish you a swift bankruptcy. Good luck. Thank you for your kind words. Chapter 42. Who knows? In 2004, the skies over Hannan City were still adorned with a multitude of stars. Occasionally, one could catch a glimpse of a shooting star streaking across the heavens. Bai Mo had taken a reclining chair from his boss, lounging back and leisurely counting the stars. A group of high school classmates gathered around the bonfire, their laughter ringing out in delightful bursts. Aren't you going to join the conversation? Suwon asked, as she approached Bai Mo with a slice of watermelon in hand. Bai Mo shrugged, a hint of exasperation in her demeanor. I was engaged in a debate about whether the fifth prince is truly affectionate or merely irresponsible. When they couldn't match my arguments, they banished me from the discussion. At that moment, Princess Returning Pearl was all the rage, and many conversations were laced with references to its plot. Bai Mo had been quite vocal in the class group chat, engaging in fierce debates regarding the fifth prince and Xiao Yanzi, nearly facing expulsion from the chat. Suwon stifled a giggle. If you were in his shoes, how would you choose? Bai Mo's expression became intriguingly contemplative. Do you perceive this as a straightforward choice? Even if it were, could it not be a multiple-choice question? After pondering for a moment, Suwon nodded in agreement, realizing that it indeed seemed a bit foolish. Bai Mo smiled with satisfaction, pleased to find someone who had yet to be brainwashed by Aunt Qiong Yao. Truly, you are the top scholar, far more discerning than they are. Speaking of top scholars, Suwon suddenly recalled something and turned to Bai Mo. I've always been curious. How could you be so certain I would be the top scholar right after the exam? Until she was contacted by a teacher from Capital University that day, she had thought Bai Mo was merely jesting. After all, The title of top scholar was a heavy crown to bear. There could only be one among thousands of candidates. However, after the teacher's call, she began to accept the reality. Especially since she learned from Lao Shu that she was the only one in the city to receive such an honor. While there was certainly excitement, there was also an overwhelming curiosity about how Bai Mo had known. I just guessed. How else could I have known? You're not thinking of backing out, are you? You promised that if I truly became the top scholar, you would treat me to a meal. Su Wan, at a loss for other explanations, could only trust Bai Mo's words. You wouldn't back out, would you? It's just a meal. If you enjoy it, I can treat you every day. That wouldn't do. Bai Mo retorted. The doctor said my stomach is fine. I needn't rely on others. In the dim light of the moon, Su Wan's expression was obscured, though a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in her eyes. If you don't want to, then don't. By the way, what do you plan to do this summer? Will you continue managing the clothing factory? Bai Mo, oblivious to Su Wan's change in demeanor, continued to munch on her watermelon, responding, after these few days, I will be quite busy. Dongxiang is currently only a pilot project in Hannan City. If it proves successful, I will expand to the surrounding cities and counties. This summer will be my time to market and seek out agents. I also need to visit the provincial capital. Jiang Luohan's cousin has been in touch regarding market opportunities there. Su Wan knew that Dongxiang was a brand established by Bai Mo, and she had contributed ideas for its early advertising campaigns, though she had kept this under wraps. As Bai Mo elaborated on her plans for Dongxiang's future development and implementation steps, Su Wan listened in awe. Although she was more mature than her peers, she was still just an 18-year-old girl, having only encountered terms like strategic planning and foresight in books. Yet Bai Mo earnestly exemplifies the essence of these words through his actions. After Bai Mo finished speaking, he noticed Su Wan gazing at him in a daze. Unable to restrain himself, he jested, What is this? Have you begun to admire me upon hearing my plan? Su Wan nodded, candidly admitting, just a little. Then, playfully winking. She continued, however, I stand by my words. I wish you failure. With that, she turned away, hands behind her back, striding away with a cheerful gait. Only faintly did Bai Mo mutter behind her, Humph, if I fail, I'll just have to eat and drink from you. Su Wan continued forward without looking back, concealing her sweet smile in the shadows. Her lips moved slightly. All right then. Unfortunately, Bai Mo could not hear her. Originally, they had planned to enjoy 2 days and a night together. However, at the break of dawn the following morning, a group clamored to descend the mountain. Despite the fun, the swarms of mosquitoes were unbearable. Neither floral spray nor incense proved effective. They could only tighten the tent, denying the insects entry. Yet, in the sweltering summer, even at night, the heat was stifling. Remaining cooped up in the tent for long was rather uncomfortable. Why do you all look so haggard? Su Wan, having slept soundly, emerged from the tent, stretching and observing the weary faces of Bai Mo and the others. Oh, here is your fan back. It's quite nice. I'll have to buy one myself. As she spoke, she returned Bai Mo's small fan, which she had quietly taken the night before. When he attempted to retrieve it, she had exclaimed, Pervert. Even Bai Mo, with his thick skin, could only withdraw in embarrassment under the scrutinizing gazes of the group. Forget it. You can have it. I'm off to catch up on some sleep. Since Bai Mo did not want it, Su Wan was more than happy to keep it. This was, after all, the first gift he had given her. Feeling upset? On the bus ride back, Su Wan continued to sit next to Bai Mo. However, he kept turning to gaze out the window, seemingly uninterested in engaging with her. Bai Mo was in a funk. What had happened to the world? The usually gentle and serene Su Wan had suddenly transformed into someone whimsical, even a bit mischievous. Don't be angry, she cooed, pulling at his arm and playfully whispering in his ear. Bai Mo, of course, was not truly angry. He was merely recalling the disdainful looks from the group when Su Wan had called him a pervert the night before. If he had indeed acted as one, he would accept it, but he had done nothing of the sort. Turning to face the beaming Su Wan, he said, feigning annoyance, Do you think I resemble a pervert? Su Wan nodded initially, but upon meeting his gaze, quickly realized her folly and shook her head vigorously, contradicting herself. No, that is not it. Bai Mo dropped the playful banter, gazing at her earnestly. No, you are mistaken. I truly am a pervert. Upon uttering this, he leaned in and gently pressed his lips against Su Wan's cheek, leaving her momentarily stunned. As she regained her composure, her breath became rapid. 2 blushes of crimson swiftly spread across her cheeks. She hastily turned away, unwilling to meet Bai Mo's gaze. In that fleeting moment, she felt an urge to scream, yet the sound never escaped her lips. Bai Mo smirked, declaring, If I am a rogue, Then let me show you just how rogue I can be. Fortunately, most passengers on the vehicle were asleep, and those who were awake were absorbed in their own affairs, oblivious to the scene unfolding. Otherwise, a ruckus would surely have ensued. With Bai Mo's antics, Su Wan lost all courage to speak, her gaze fixed on her fingers as she played with them throughout the journey. Once the vehicle reached its destination and came to a halt, she hurriedly grabbed her belongings and dashed away. Lu Chang was still advising everyone to ensure nothing was left behind, while Su Wan had already vanished into the distance. What has happened to Su Wan? Bai Mo shrugged his shoulders, pondering. Who knows? Chapter 43. This is impossible. Embrace life, cherish movement, and savor the world. Dongxiang, brimming with endless possibilities. In the bustling commercial square of the city center, a colossal screen perpetually showcased advertisements for Dongxiang. On this weekend, the streets were teeming with shoppers. This day also marked the inauguration of Dongxiang's offline store. Amidst the overwhelming bombardment of advertisements, the brand became an overnight sensation throughout the city. Even children as young as 6 were heard shouting the name as they walked by, oblivious to its meaning. Why are there so many people? Hime remarked with a furrowed brow upon entering the flagship store meticulously crafted by Bai Mo. The 2-story establishment, spanning over 800 square meters, was packed with patrons, leaving little room aside from the shelves. The sales staff, originally intended to guide customers in their purchases, had transformed into safety officers, barking out reminders to remain cautious rather than promoting the merchandise. Bai Mo's smile was radiant. He had anticipated a successful venture, considering the scarcity of sports brand boutiques in Hannan City. However, he had not expected the business to thrive to such an extent. He had just received news that 6 other stores opening concurrently were also experiencing remarkable success. This achievement was undoubtedly due to the marketing strategies devised by Lu Ying's team in recent days, as well as by Mo's prior arrangements. 70% of the initial wave of customers were hired patrons. As the crowd grew, it inevitably sparked a collective reaction, whether they were mere spectators or genuine shoppers. Witnessing others in a frenzy would prompt them to join in. Once the momentum was established, the rest would follow effortlessly. Let us come back tomorrow, Hime finally conceded, unable to endure the throngs any longer. Just as she was about to pull Bai Mo out of the store, they encountered an acquaintance. Ah, Dr. He. You are here too. Bai Mo turned to look alongside Hime. Upon seeing the individual, Bai Mo's expression shifted to one of mild surprise. Zhao Jia. You were shopping for clothes as well? Zhao Fengying, robust and round-faced, smiled broadly, her eyes narrowing into slits. Hasn't your child's college entrance examination results been released? This time he exceeded the cutoff by more than 70 points. I thought I would bring him here to purchase a few decent outfits for university. Upon noticing Bai Mo, Zhao Fengying continued, Xiao Mo, how did you fare this time? It must have been commendable, considering I heard that the top student in the city, Su Wan, attends your school. Bai Mo holds a profound impression of Zhao Fengying. They were once neighbors in the same alley. But later Bai Mo's family purchased a house and moved away. The depth of his impression stems from her incessant chattering. A significant portion of the neighborhood gossip revolves around her. She possesses a peculiar penchant for boasting, unreservedly sharing her accomplishments even when it might sting others. Hime is well aware of Zhao Fengying's intentions, which are merely to flaunt her son's academic achievements. She chooses not to dwell on this and responds with a smile. Su Wan is in the same class as her son, yet his focus is not on his studies, resulting in mediocre grades, barely surpassing the undergraduate threshold. Zhao Fengying wears a proud expression while simultaneously offering unsolicited advice. Alas, what a pity. At this age, children are quite difficult to manage. However, he must not spend his days in idleness. If he does not study diligently now, how will he earn a living in the future? Hime can only chuckle awkwardly in response. Bai Mo feigns ignorance, thinking to himself, who is this person? What a nuisance. Upon hearing that Su Wan and Bai Mo are classmates, Zhang Shushu raises his head in curiosity, perhaps due to his long nights spent studying. His dark circles are prominent, even concealed behind thick glasses. You know Su Wan? The day Bai Mo and his companions descended from the mountain coincided with the announcement of the college entrance examination results. Su Wan, the top student in the city, was the first to be interviewed by the local television station. In a bid for publicity, the school plastered banners and congratulatory notices throughout the streets. Su Wan's name has now become widely recognized. The large turnout today is partly attributed to her influence. When asked about her summer plans during the interview, she mentioned her passion for sports, stating her intention to purchase athletic wear and learn tennis over the break. As Zhang Xiaoshu directs his question towards Bai Mo, He can no longer pretend not to hear and simply nods in acknowledgement, inwardly questioning, is being the top student really impressive? After all, she didn't dare to utter a word after I kissed her. Could you introduce her to me? He continues. Having heard that she declined an invitation from Capital University in favor of Jiangsu University, a school he also aspires to attend. Before Bai Mo could articulate his thoughts, Zhao Fengying interjects, Xiao Mo, having grown up together, why not share that girl with Xiao Shu? Consider it a favor. Bai Mo shakes his head, initially intending to refuse. But Zhang Xiaoshu speaks up, you don't have her contact, do you? With Su Wan's excellent grades, how could she possibly be available to you? I'll just ask someone else. Bai Mo, unwilling to engage in a dispute with the child, merely smiles, thinking, it's not that I don't have her contact. I simply choose not to share it with you. If you desire it, you should inquire with her directly. As Zhang Xiaoshu speaks, Bai Mo spots Su Wan approaching, carrying several garments that appear to have just been selected. Upon noticing Bai Mo, she weaves through the crowd and jogs toward him, handing over the clothes she has chosen. I picked these, you decide what to do with them. Zhang Xiaoshu is taken aback, as is He Mei, equally astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Zhao Fengying was unfamiliar with Su Wan, but upon witnessing her camaraderie with Bai Mo, her imagination conjured an elaborate drama. Dr. He, do you think Xiao Mo's thoughts are not focused on her studies? Could it be due to an early romance? Her voice was rather coarse and her tone loud. It was only then that Su Wan realized there were others present. Upon catching sight of He Mei, she felt a sudden awkwardness. Hello, Auntie. He Mei nodded, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Su Wan, Zhang Xiaoshu tentatively called out. Huh, who are you? Zhang Xiaoshu became so flustered that words escaped her. Just a moment ago, she had been searching for someone to inquire about her, and now, unexpectedly, here was the person. I used to be a classmate. I did well in the recent college entrance examination and am considering Jiangsu University. I would like your contact information. Observing Bai Mo's somewhat indifferent tone, Su Wan understood that they were not well acquainted and promptly declined. I'm sorry, I don't need it. The phone number? I'm sorry, I don't have a phone. Bai Mo discreetly gave Su Wan a thumbs up, prompting her to playfully wink back at him. Ahem. Their little antics did not escape He Mei's notice, and she cleared her throat twice. Xiao Wan, do you like this dress? I could buy it for you. Although uncertain of the nature of Bai Mo and Su Wan's relationship, He Mei inferred from their actions that Su Wan had just handed the dress to Bai Mo for his opinion in earnest. To save Bai Mo from embarrassment, she resolved to cover the cost herself. However, upon returning home, she intended to have a serious discussion with Bai Mo. As the dress chosen by this girl was certainly not inexpensive, Su Wan looked astonished at He Mei's words. Huh, you would buy it for me? Seeing her reaction, He Mei felt puzzled. Had she misjudged the situation? Only Bai Mo understood the gravity of the moment. It was all over when Su Wan turned to him. Bai Mo had no choice but to reveal the truth. Manager Chen, please put these items on my tab. Manager Chen was the head of the store, present during Bai Mo's interview. He had been following Bai Mo since his arrival but had refrained from interrupting. Now, upon being called, he approached with a cheerful demeanor, bending slightly. All right, Mr. Bai. Once Manager Chen departed with the garments, He Mei turned to Bai Mo and inquired, he's the manager here? I thought he was a thief, lurking behind you so sneakily. What is going on? Bai Mo could only chuckle awkwardly. Well, the legal representative of Dongxiang is Bai Mo, the Bai from Bai Mo, and the Mo from Mo. This brand is yours? He Mei was still in shock, while Zhao Fengying couldn't contain her exclamation. Impossible. How can this be? How old are you? Chapter 43. I am already 18. What is so impossible about that? And Zhao, I'm 18, the same age as your son. If he can be admitted to Jiangsu University, what does it matter if I establish a brand? Zhao Fengying's expression fluctuated between disbelief and anger, ultimately deciding not to purchase the dress and storming off. It seemed she struggled to accept this reality. In her eyes, Bai Mo was merely a wayward youth, unworthy of comparison to her son. Yet now, she had been forcefully confronted with the truth. With a sense of amusement, Bai Mo observed the disheveled figures of Lu Fengying and her child, yet the sound of He Mei's voice quickly dispelled his mirth. Turning to face her, he heard her exclaim, Mother, the weather is splendid today. Let us bask in the sun. The day indeed boasted a sweltering 38 degrees, to which he retorted, You go and soak up the sun fiercely. You are not permitted to return until you've truly experienced it. The air-conditioned environment of the mall rendered the heat negligible, but the sight of the blinding sun outside through the glass made Bai Mo reconsider. He lamented to himself, I cannot bear the thought of becoming the second dark-skinned class leader. He was aware that Hiime's ire stemmed from his secrecy, and her current remarks were merely the result of her annoyance. Thus, he decided not to dwell further on the topic. Should any issues arise, it will only be your concern, he thought, letting it go. Do you see any clothing you fancy? I shall purchase it for you. Just as Bai Mo had surmised, Hiime's apparent anger was solely due to his concealment of information. Setting aside that point, she felt a sense of pride and even joy. Her son, at merely 18, had established a brand renowned throughout Hannan City, a far more practical achievement than any examination score. Suwon, realizing the situation, cast an apologetic glance at Bai Mo, contemplating that if not for her involvement, perhaps this predicament would not have arisen. Though Bai Mo remained indifferent, she felt a pang of guilt. Thus, she picked up a piece of clothing and suggested, Auntie, I believe this garment would suit you beautifully. Would you care to try it on? Hiime accepted the clothing, examined it, and even draped it over herself for a moment, yet ultimately shook her head. No, it is merely youthful athletic wear, not suitable for me. You are still young. This would imbue you with vitality. You could keep a few on hand for outings, Suwon replied with a mischievous smile, adding quietly. And Bai Mo will cover the cost, so why not? Hiime hesitated, but upon hearing this, she contemplated and first shot Bai Mo a glance before smiling at Suwon. Then I shall take this one. Seemingly attuned to the preferences of middle-aged women, Suwon engaged in delightful conversation as they continued their shopping. After some time, they ventured into another store, with Bai Mo carrying several bags filled with their purchases. When Suwon excused herself to the restroom, Hiime seized the opportunity to ask Bai Mo, I recall that you applied to Jiangsu in Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics, which I believe is directly across from Jiangsu in Zhejiang University. Am I correct? I have never been there. How would I know? Bai Mo replied, raising his hands in feigned ignorance. Do you truly believe I should? Hiime wished to pursue the inquiry further, yet Suwon was already approaching, compelling her to pause. She resolved to continue her questioning once they returned home. Reflecting on this, she sighed, how much better it is to raise a daughter, a thoughtful little darling. Such sentiments were often echoed by parents. Those with daughters would claim that sons were less trouble, while those with sons would extol the virtues of daughters. Ultimately, however, they all recognized that their own child was the best. Bai Mo nodded earnestly in agreement upon hearing this. Shall I have her call you Mom? You could effortlessly gain such a wonderful daughter. Hiime, who had just been sipping water, sputtered upon hearing this. What did you say? I profess my love for you. My dear mother. Hiime felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Bai Mo's wit was quite something, yet she wondered from whom he had inherited such a trait. I must warn you, do not act recklessly. Mind your manners. Rest assured, I comprehend. I want to let you become a grandmother at such a tender age. Hiime could only sigh. The child had grown, and she could no longer keep him in check. She had once thought to restrict him through his allowance, but it appeared she had overestimated her influence. Andy, I apologize for making you wait. Shall we continue our outing? Hiime smiled at Suwon and shook her head. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. This was merely a pretext. She felt that her presence would render the two of them uncomfortable, so she chose not to impose further. By the way, Xiaowon, could I have your phone number? Hiime had a favorable impression of Suwon. Aside from her academic achievements, their brief interactions had been quite delightful. Moreover, she had heard that this girl had deliberately declined an invitation from Capital University in her pursuit of attending Jiangsu University. Previously puzzled as to why anyone would forego Capital University, she now understood and felt even more pleased. Suwon nodded and retrieved her phone to jot down Hiime's number. After dialing, she hung up after 2 rings. Well then, I shall take my leave. Enjoy your time. If Bai Mo bullies you, let me know, and I shall deal with him. After Hiime departed, Bai Mo finally relaxed. Shopping with his mother had been rather stifling. He turned to Suwon and asked, Do you have any plans? If not, I'm leaving too. Suwon shook her head. I have no particular plans. Where are you headed? Back to the office to count money. I'll join you. The headquarters of Dongxiang had moved from the garment factory to another office building not far from Jiangsu Company. They had temporarily rented half a floor. Although the working environment was still quite rudimentary, it was functional. All major departments, finance, operations, marketing, business, and human resources had been established. The sales data from 7 stores was being updated in real time. As Bai Mo entered the office area, he could sense the bustling activity. Some were managing inventory, while others were compiling information. It finally felt like they were making progress. After a moment of reflection, he was finally noticed, and greetings came from all around. They genuinely admired this young CEO. President Bai has arrived. Here are the latest sales figures, up to 10 minutes ago. Please take a look. Sister Jiang, who had previously managed the finances at the garment factory, was now the financial director at Dongxiang, overseeing all financial matters. Upon seeing Bai Mo, she approached with the data in hand. Bai Mo glanced over it. In just 4 hours since opening, they had processed over 1,300 orders, with sales reaching a staggering 150,000. This was merely the beginning. Although Bai Mo was satisfied with the figures, he understood that it was not yet time to celebrate. To consider the promotional expenses alone, an investment of 300,000 has already been made, although the sales revenue stands at 150,000 after deducting various costs. The profit that reaches him is barely 50,000. This sum will soon be reinvested into the next market. Fortunately, during this period, the garment factory's business has shown signs of recovery, generating several tens of thousands in daily revenue. Otherwise, it would be difficult to withstand his relentless efforts. Clothing, while a necessity, has a low replacement rate, particularly in the case of sportswear. Many individuals might purchase only 1 or 2 pieces a year. Initially, business will flourish due to filling the previously unmet market demand, but once saturation occurs, a steep decline is inevitable. Our goal is to explore markets in other regions before saturation is achieved in Hannan City. The strategy remains the same, relentlessly paving the way with advertising regardless of the cost. Sister Jiang nodded, understanding that Bai Mo harbored grand ambitions. He envisioned not just the market of Hannan City, but the entire province, the nation, and even international markets. It was precisely this foresight that motivated them to work tirelessly. There was another matter to consider. Sister Jiang reflected and spoke up. Numerous inquiries have been made regarding franchise opportunities. Aside from Hannan City, several neighboring areas have shown interest in franchising. When do you think we should initiate contact? The franchise policy has been devised by Bai Mo. For a chain brand to swiftly capture the national market, relying on franchising is essential. Others invest in opening and managing stores, while we only need to provide products and branding rights to secure a substantial share of the profits. With a considerable time before the Olympic Games commence and just 2 months until Lu Xiang competes for the gold medal, Bai Mo has already formulated a plan. Just days prior to Lu Xiang's gold medal victory, advertisements featuring him will be released. Aside from the fixed slogans of Dongxiang, an additional phrase will be included to rally support for the Olympic athletes. With the sensational impact of Lu Xiang's triumph in the 110-meter hurdles, it will be challenging for Dongxiang not to gain widespread recognition. Chapter 44. You must be responsible for me. Let Lu Ying and her team initiate communication with these franchisees, negotiating the conditions favorably. A bet agreement can be signed, guaranteeing that by October, the market awareness of Dongxiang will exceed 50%. A 50% awareness rate is Bai Mo's baseline, under the barrage of extensive promotion. Failing to achieve this would render further efforts unnecessary and would be a source of personal embarrassment. Only by elevating awareness can sales volume be increased. When presented with the same style of clothing, people tend to choose brands they are familiar with. Sister Jiang felt that signing a bet agreement was somewhat risky. However, due to her trust in Bai Mo, she refrained from voicing her concerns, nodded, and proceeded to make arrangements. After Sister Jiang left, she thoughtfully closed the door, leaving Bai Mo alone with Su Wan in the office. What major do you wish to pursue in university? Bai Mo inquired, pouring a glass of water for Su Wan and taking a seat beside her. I was considering electronic information. What do you think? The prospects for development are excellent, but it ultimately depends on your interests. Su Wan nodded in agreement, adding, however, I have now decided to pursue a major in media studies. I hold a favorable view of the future of internet finance. Under such circumstances, digital media seems poised for greater success. Bai Mo gazed at Su Wan in astonishment, leaving her utterly bewildered. What's wrong? Is it not good? Bai Mo quickly shook his head. It's not that it's bad. Rather, it's extraordinarily good. At the tender age of 18, I could see nothing but the present, with thoughts of the future merely fanciful dreams. For Su Wan to possess her own understanding of internet finance at this age indeed marks her as a prodigy. Bai Mo continued, as you mentioned. In the forthcoming economic landscape, traditional industries will face significant disruption from the online economy. The ability to shop from the comfort of one's home is an undeniable trend. If you're interested, you might consider starting a website, perhaps engaging in dynamic sharing similar to a social platform. I've even thought of a name for you. Let us call it Weibo. You could also create a ranking list, calling it hot searches. Your mother possesses numerous resources within media companies. She could assist in reaching out to some celebrities for collaboration. In essence, employ every conceivable method to enhance traffic. With increased traffic, you could then explore integrating product advertisements and online purchasing links. Internet finance is also a significant area of interest for Bai Mo, who perceives it as a lucrative sector with immense potential, second only to the real estate industry. However, the real estate market is fraught with complications. Too perilous to navigate, one could easily be overwhelmed. Conversely, internet finance remains relatively untapped within the domestic market. The primary issue lies in the prevalence of online scams. A romantic partner met online could very well be a brawny individual far more robust than oneself. This has led traditional moguls to remain skeptical of the virtual market. Hence, the challenges faced by teacher Ma from Suzhou and Hangzhou during the early stages of his entrepreneurial endeavors. Nevertheless, Bai Mo is optimistic and encourages Su Wan to take the plunge. Is it truly feasible? Su Wan appeared somewhat hesitant. If you don't dare to try, then it's certainly not possible. You must test the waters to know. He added, thus, I shall provide you with a sponsorship under the name of Dongxiang. Pursue it with abandon. Should you incur losses, let them be on me. Su Wan's achievement as a top student in the city, even attracting attention from the capital, is attributed not merely to hard work but also to her exceptional intelligence. Her moment of hesitation was fleeting, and she soon nodded in agreement. All right. Bai Mo smiled reassuringly. Go for it. You will undoubtedly succeed. Who knows, you might even become a leader in the future of the internet. Su Wan pouted, but what if I don't? What if you don't? Bai Mo pondered for a moment before responding, then let us consider it as if I never said anything. Seeing Bai Mo's nonchalant demeanor, Su Wan could only let out a sigh. Had I known, I should have recorded this. If I fail, I'll pin the blame on you. Bai Mo's brows twitched in response, and he replied sarcastically, if you succeed, that will be attributed to your adept management, correct? Su Wan nodded earnestly, indeed. To deal with a rogue, one must employ rogue tactics. Bai Mo plopped down beside Su Wan, faint traces of his shampoo lingering in the air. What are you doing? Su Wan eyed Bai Mo warily as he drew closer, recalling the long-lasting impact of his unexpected kiss in the car. Bai Mo wore a devilish grin as he spoke with ill intent. What do you think I would do in a room alone with a woman? Upon hearing Bai Mo's remark, Su Wan surprisingly felt at ease, reverting to her serene and introverted demeanor, appearing delicate and fragile. Just be gentle, she said. Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Shouldn't she resist him, at least a little? Su Wan playfully smiled. You're only fierce with your words, lacking the courage to act. Bai Mo muttered a curse under his breath, seemingly provoked. In a moment of irrationality, he leaned in closer. Soon after, he yelped in pain, Are you a dog? After distancing himself from Su Wan, he hurried to the mirror to inspect his lips. Fortunately, there was no blood, just a bit of soreness. She had truly bitten down hard. Su Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she maintained her composure. You're a tiger. Don't provoke me. You're a tiger? Then I must be Wusong. He retorted. Pa, Wusong wouldn't act lewdly. Bai Mo sat back down. Despite being bitten, she hadn't run away, which indicated that their conversation could continue. I can't be bothered to argue with you, you old tigress. Pa, you're the old tigress. I'm merely a little tiger. Then tell me, how does a little tiger sound? Oh woo, Su Wan exclaimed, preparing to bite him again, though this time targeting his hand instead of his mouth. Unlike Bai Mo, she wasn't so shameless. After a playful tussle, they finally settled down. Su Wan's hair was a bit disheveled, primarily because Bai Mo had been holding her head down to prevent her from biting. At that moment, she glared at him with indignation, feeling that she hadn't gained any advantage. Bai Mo, she declared, you must take responsibility for what you've done. You've kissed me twice. Seeing her assertive stance, Bai Mo remained unfazed. Consider it a debt. Otherwise, why don't you kiss me back to even the score? You jerk. How could you think so? What else do you want me to do to take responsibility? Su Wan was momentarily stunned, realizing she had let her emotions get the better of her. However, the words had already escaped her lips, and she could only lift her head and gaze at him expectantly. Tears were not an option. She simply maintained her stare until Bai Mo could no longer endure it. How about you fix your hair first? Bai Mo suggested, concerned that someone might walk in and misinterpret the scene, especially with Su Wan's disheveled hair and her pitiful expression, a typical case of an infatuated girl encountering a scoundrel. Su Wan recognized that they were in an office, and if someone entered, it would not reflect well. Thus, she retrieved a comb from her bag, but she didn't intend to use it herself. Instead, She handed it to Bai Mo. You do it. In Chapter 45, in public, show off. Bai Mo had never styled a girl's hair before and felt somewhat at a loss upon receiving the comb. He could only helplessly grumble, this is such a hassle. Su Wan, however, looked at him with a triumphant expression. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Willing, indeed, exceedingly willing. After expressing her insincerity, Bai Mo pushed her office chair over, indicating for Su Wan to take a seat. Then, she moved behind her, gently running her fingers through Su Wan's hair. Su Wan's hair was remarkably smooth, a testament to her diligent care. Although Bai Mo's movements were somewhat clumsy and unfamiliar, she was particularly cautious, fearful of causing any discomfort. Su Wan felt a surge of joy, swinging her feet and humming a tune. Once her hair was styled, Su Wan stood before the mirror, satisfied with Bai Mo's handiwork. Smiling, she turned to Bai Mo and remarked, not bad. I won't hold this against you this time. I understand you're busy, so I won't take up more of your time. I will inquire about the website establishment. Su Wan had her own aspirations and pursuits. Though she cherished her time with Bai Mo, she recognized the value of moderation and would not cling to her incessantly. All right, once you have clarity, let me know, and I will transfer the funds, Bai Mo replied, having afternoon plans of her own and thus refraining from insisting that Su Wan stay longer. She added a reminder, however. It's not pro bono. Once the Weibo account is established, you'll need to provide free advertising and public relations support to Dongxiang. Su Wan waved her hand dismissively, acknowledging. I understand. It's still in its infancy, and you're already worrying about future matters. Bai Mo countered. Isn't that a sign of my trust in you? If you wish to pursue this, it will undoubtedly succeed. Su Wan smiled and chose not to elaborate further. She merely waved goodbye as she made her way toward the exit, this time without asking Bai Mo to see her off. After watching Su Wan depart, Bai Mo glanced at her hands, which still bore the lingering fragrance of Su Wan's shampoo. The franchise fee stood at 30,000, the brand usage fee at 20,000. A security deposit of 50,000, and the initial inventory would cost at least 70,000. In accordance with your requirements, only 5 individuals expressed interest in the franchise. Yet all insisted on signing a wager agreement. Before October, the market awareness must reach 50%. Should we fail to meet this target, we would incur a penalty of 50,000 and would also be obligated to repurchase any unsold inventory at the listed price. Lu Ying, clad in a form-fitting skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, was a sight to behold. Merely glancing at her was a refreshing experience. At this juncture, she turned her gaze to Bai Mo. Do you find this acceptable? The terms of the wager are rather stringent. Setting aside the penalties, the obligation to repurchase at the listed price is utterly unreasonable. From both a moral and logical standpoint, it is inconceivable to consent. However, Bai Mo nodded without hesitation, absolutely. This response took Lu Ying by surprise. Yet, accustomed to Bai Mo's talent for surprises, and recognizing that the company belonged to Bai Mo, while she was merely a collaborator, she refrained from further discussion. Very well, I will contact the business department to draft the contract, and we can finalize it this afternoon. After discussing the franchise matters, Lu Ying continued, the market expansion efforts in the surrounding counties of Hannan City are progressing further. We are still employing the hermit crab model, having signed a total of 15 stores across 4 counties. Advertising efforts are underway, with an anticipated opening in 1 week. A mere week has elapsed since the grand opening of the first physical store of Dongxiang in Hannan City, and the revenue has already soared to a staggering $1 million. Though the original store owners receive only a modest 20% commission, their elation is palpable, for this amount surpasses their monthly profits from before. It is essential to note that this is merely the inception of their venture. However, they must wait a month for their earnings to be dispersed. During this interim period, Bai Mo possesses absolute authority over the funds. The 20% of the revenue suffices to cover the cost of the stores and their renovations. And Bai Mo perceives this arrangement as advantageous. After all, they have merely signed a short-term contract for a year, should they wish to renew it after that. The terms would undoubtedly change. Through their promotional efforts, this mutually beneficial barnacle model quickly gained traction, even echoing in neighboring cities and counties. Consequently, Lu Ying and her team found their endeavors progressing with remarkable ease. There was, however, an additional matter Lu Ying deemed necessary to discuss with Bai Mo. What is it? Bai Mo inquired, thoroughly satisfied with Lu Ying's business acumen. If not for the current financial constraints preventing the employment of their entire team, she would have considered signing Lu Ying directly for her own endeavors. Noticing Lu Ying's expression turned serious, Bai Mo too adopted a more solemn demeanor. The output of the garment factory is currently struggling to keep pace with the rapid growth of Dongxiang. Although General he assured that he was addressing the issue, there has been no further communication. If the production capacity is not resolved, no amount of market expansion will be beneficial. Upon receiving Bai Mo's nod of acknowledgement, Luing excused herself, recognizing that this was not her concern. Her reminder stemmed from her profound expectations for both the Dongxiang brand and Bai Mo as an individual. Bai Mo was acutely aware that production capacity posed a significant challenge. Following the previous expansion of the garment factory, the monthly production hovered around 100,000 units, a quantity that could indeed meet Dongxiang's requirements. However, to ensure financial stability, Heatsong continued to utilize a consignment model. The initial batch of returns had proceeded smoothly, even yielding some compensation, which significantly enhanced the garment factory's reputation. Small vendors flocked from various cities and counties, enticed by the opportunity to recoup funds upon returns, making it a win-win scenario. Heatsong, having tasted success, remained committed to this approach. Providing 60% of the production capacity to Bai Mo was a testament to his dedication. In Heatsong's own words, he was not particularly concerned about the financial aspect or production figures. His primary intention was to secure a contingency plan for Bai Mo. He believed Bai Mo was taking excessive risks. Bai Mo comprehended his perspective. Had she been in his shoes, she too would perceive the current actions as perilous. Despite the outward appearance of prosperity and overflowing profits, there lay an abyss of uncertainty beneath. A single misstep in any aspect could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, leading to irreparable consequences. After all, the supply chain belonged to her uncle, the stores were owned by the storekeepers, and the funds she invested had been squandered on irretrievable advertising. Nevertheless, Bai Mo remained unfazed by these concerns. Let us momentarily set aside our grasp of the market and our foresight for the future. Even if we entertain the notion of failure, it is of little consequence. Dongxiang is a brand that belongs solely to me, and should the need arise, I can simply declare bankruptcy and liquidate assets. I am still young and resilient enough to endure such trials. What I fear most is settling for mediocrity during an age when I should be daring and audacious. Bai Mo picked up the phone, intending to reach out to Heatsong, only to find that Heatsong was already calling him. Mo, I have contacted a garment factory that is willing to do contract manufacturing. Once they produce the items, we can simply affix our label. Chapter 46. Enter Jiang Luohan. You truly are something. What a clever solution you've devised. At the dining table, a group of individuals were merrily toasting one another. After partaking in a few drinks, they began to speak rather foolishly. You'll be living the good life from now on. Make sure to leave us some scraps to savor. Heatsong was in high spirits today, having indulged in quite a few drinks. Recently, he had been troubled by the collapse of his funding chain, which had turned his hair gray with worry. Now, not only had the issue been resolved, but a new market had also opened before him. The future looks promising. Hearing the flattery from another garment factory owner, Heatsong's face nearly split with joy. Rest assured, after all these years as brothers, if I have a morsel to eat, you shall never go hungry. Isn't this me looking out for your business? Old he, this is my nephew, my dear nephew. Bai Mo. It is through him that my garment factory has been revived. Heatsong spoke of Bai Mo with immense pride. Having no children of his own, he had always regarded Bai Mo as his own. Now that the youth was achieving success, Heatsong could not help but share in his joy. He went and looked at the creases on Bai Mo's cheeks and chuckled. Mo, you are truly impressive and remarkably accomplished at such a young age. Bai Mo humbly replied. Uncle He, you flatter me. I am merely fortunate. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. Uncle He will be following your lead from now on. In the world of business, one encounters many cunning old foxes. When there is profit to be made, they will grovel and offer sweet words, completely disregarding the hierarchy. However, when the profits dwindle, they are quick to sever ties, indifferent to relationships. This is what is meant by when the birds have flown, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When Heatsong encountered difficulties, he had reached out to them, but they had all found various excuses to evade responsibility. Now that he had weathered the storm, they reappeared. Bai Mo understood that their words were not to be taken seriously in dealings with such individuals. One must focus solely on profit. You jest, my young friend. How could I presume to say such ridiculous things about following you? We are merely here to earn money together. Initially, he went in had thought he could easily manipulate Bai Mo due to his youth. However, after conversing for a while, he realized that Bai Mo was impervious to such tactics. Nevertheless, he continued to vocalize his sentiments. Well said. Indeed, let us all learn together. After a few rounds of drinks, Heatsung set down his glass and moved to sit beside He Wenwen. Old He, I have fulfilled your request. The contract manufacturing arrangement is settled. What of your promise to me? Heatsung was well aware of He Wenwen's true nature. The reason I agreed to collaborate with him was that he possessed information I desired. This matter was also discussed with Bai Mo, who consented. Just moments ago, the slightly inebriated He Wenjong shook his head and sipped a cup of tea. Old He, I know my brother's actions in this matter are less than honorable, and you must certainly look down on me, He Wenjong remarked as he produced a cigarette, distributing it to those around before continuing. I have my own dilemmas. To be honest, I didn't expect you to endure through this. Heatsung wore a grim expression and did not interrupt him, leaning back in his chair. He Wenjong exhaled a ring of smoke and continued. Have you ever considered why the bank and suppliers have been pressing you so relentlessly at this critical juncture? Heatsung nodded. Traditionally, if loan repayments and settlement amounts from suppliers could not be met in a short period, they would merely impose a penalty fee. Yet this time, they showed no mercy whatsoever. He had sought numerous individuals to facilitate communication, but was met with closed doors. He Wenjong offered a complex, bitter smile. Someone clearly wishes to bring you to ruin. In today's society, it is all about human connections, and evidently, the opposing party wields influence far beyond what you and I can compare. This is why they have unhesitatingly aligned with them. After speaking, He Wenjong turned his gaze to He Kong. Do you wish to know more? Bai Mo, please step out and buy me a pack of cigarettes. In Heatsung's eyes, Bai Mo, no matter how capable, was merely a novice. He did not wish for him to witness the darker sides of society, fearing that knowledge of such matters might prompt impulsive actions. Thus, he aimed to send him away. However, Bai Mo simply pulled 3 packs of cigarettes from his pocket. Wazi, Tianzi, Jizun, take your pick. No need to be courteous. Heatsung intended to continue speaking, but Bai Mo interjected, Don't worry, I'm deaf. I can't hear a thing. Seeing that Bai Mo was resolutely refusing to leave, Heatsung had no choice but to issue a warning, regardless of the circumstances. Do not act impulsively. Bai Mo, tapping his leg while engrossed in his phone, appeared genuinely oblivious. Helpless, Heatsung turned his attention back to He Wenjong. Go ahead. As He Wenjong observed Bai Mo, he found the young lad increasingly intriguing. After a brief smile, he continued. The reason I dare to sit here and drink with you today is partly due to your orders. More importantly, now that you have the potential for development, you will no longer consider becoming an agent factory, thus eliminating any conflict of interest. You may not be aware, but we intend to establish the largest production facility in Asia, planning to invest billions up front. Heatsung's expression turned to one of astonishment. He knew of the intent to select an agent factory in Hannan, but had not realized the magnitude of their ambitions. Frowning, he was about to speak when He Wenjong, seemingly anticipating his question, interjected, Currently, the state imposes stringent controls on foreign enterprises. To establish a factory on the mainland, one must enter into a joint venture. What they value is not your existing equipment, but merely your qualifications. After this clarification, Heatsung began to comprehend. You were quite the reckless youth, daring to pursue such a substantial endeavor. His tone bore a hint of sarcasm, yet was predominantly laced with resignation. How could Heatsung even contemplate approaching the matter? It was beyond his imagination. Half a year ago, Old Lu's garment factory was acquired by someone connected to the president of the Jiang Group, a relative by marriage, who also had ties with the municipal leadership. As he mentioned this, he chose to say no more, instead climbing onto the table, murmuring softly. How did I suddenly get drunk? Jiang Zhe of the Jiang Group, an insurmountable mountain in the entirety of Hannan City. His relative indeed possessed the capacity to wield such dark influence. Sighing deeply, Heatsung pondered the futility of it all. Even if he yearned to take action, it would be akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly presumptuous. Bai Mo also sighed, reflecting on how they had once again circled back to Jiangxia. Nevertheless, he continued to play on his phone as if nothing had transpired. Mister, he has had too much to drink. Please escort him home, he instructed. Having dismissed the surrounding onlookers during their earlier conversation, Heatsung stepped to the door and summoned his driver. After making arrangements, he departed with Bai Mo. No sooner had they exited than he broke free from the driver's assistance, gazing intently in the direction they had vanished, showing no signs of inebriation whatsoever. Chapter 47. The heart of a parent. Upon leaving the restaurant, Heatsung refrained from mentioning the events of the evening. His concern lay with Bai Mo, fearing that the latter might act rashly upon discovering the truth. However, observing Bai Mo's continued nonchalance, he shook his head, realizing he had been overly worried. By the way, have you been in touch with Luohan recently? He inquired as he drove Bai Mo home. Bai Mo, engrossed in a game of Snake on his phone, responded without turning his head. Why would I contact her? Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. Glancing at the incoming call, he dismissively pressed the hang-up button. The game was not yet completed. He had no time to answer. Yet, moments later, the persistent caller tried again. After several attempts, Bai Mo, losing interest in his game, picked up the phone, his tone impatient. Speak your mind. Could you not be a bit more pleasant? The voice on the other end sounded somewhat aggrieved. But Bai Mo remained unmoved by any sentiment. If that's all you wish to ask, then I'll hang up. Wait. Though her tone was slightly less than cordial, at least she had managed to keep him on the line. Jiang Luohan reassured herself and hastily explained her purpose. Otherwise, Bai Mo would indeed have ended the call. My father has been quite busy lately, and hasn't he had time for me? May I come to see you tomorrow? Since her confinement began, nearly a month had passed. Logically, one would expect to have acclimatized to life without Bai Mo by now. Yet, paradoxically, she found herself thinking of him often. Recalling his visits to the hospital on her behalf, reminiscing about the days they spent together at their stall. Even though his demeanor towards her had grown rather indifferent, she stubbornly believed that it was merely the result of their prolonged separation. If they were to meet again, everything would surely be all right. It is evident that she is merely indulging in her own fantasies. Tomorrow, she must sign contracts with franchisees and arrange for the opening of new stores, leaving her quite occupied. This is not an excuse concocted by Bai Mo. He has indeed been exceedingly busy of late. As Dongxiang continues to expand, the issue of insufficient follow-through has begun to surface. The most apparent problem is the lack of personnel, with the current staff lacking the requisite capabilities. Most of the key personnel in the company's major functional departments have been transferred from garment factories. While they may be well-versed in the operations of a garment factory, they struggle to adapt to the dynamics of a sports brand. Bai Mo is fully aware of everyone's efforts, yet some matters cannot be resolved solely through hard work. He is not devoid of compassion. He is allowing them time to grow. During this period, many tasks will inevitably require his direct involvement. After Bai Mo finished speaking, Jiang Luohan excitedly replied, I have been studying in our company's business department. I can certainly assist you. Bai Mo recognized Jiang Luohan's good intentions and esteemed her capabilities, as Jiangja had nurtured her as a successor, ensuring she would exert herself. Nevertheless, he politely declined her offer. Keep up the good work at your father's company. This small business of mine does not require your considerable talents for the time being. Jiang Luohan remained undeterred. After all, Jiangja had become preoccupied, easing his oversight of her. This was truly the moment to approach Bai Mo, or she would risk missing her opportunity. I will wait for you downstairs at your company tomorrow morning. It's settled. Goodbye. Without allowing Bai Mo a chance to refuse, she hung up the phone. Luohan, have you finished your call? Jiang Luohan's home was a standalone estate, and apart from her family of 3, only a handful of servants resided there. She had observed her surroundings while on the phone, ensuring there was no one else present before making the call. Jiangja had appeared behind her without her noticing, startling her greatly. Dad, how come you're back? Weren't you at a meeting? I returned as soon as the meeting concluded, Jiangja replied, settling onto the sofa. The spacious living room was now occupied solely by father and daughter. Luohan. After a moment of silence, Jiang Luohan braced herself for what she anticipated would be a lecture from Jiangja. She had already prepared her rebuttal. However, Jiangja's tone was surprisingly calm. Do you find it difficult to understand why I do not permit you to interact with Bai Mo? Do you think I favor the wealthy over the poor? Jiang Luohan knew she should shake her head in denial at this point, but this time, she refrained from doing so. She simply gazed quietly at Jiangja, waiting for him to continue. Seeing her tacit acceptance, Jiangja spoke again. The first time I met Bai Mo was that night. To this day, I have yet to uncover who administered the drug. In the absence of evidence, one can only hypothesize about who stands to gain the most from your being drugged. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luohan furrowed her brow, uncertainly asking, You don't suspect Bai Mo, do you? Jiangja interjected. But he appears to have gained nothing, right? After finishing his statement, he smiled. At first, I shared the same sentiment, but upon reflection, one must consider how significantly your perception of him has shifted since that incident. Your previous demeanor towards him was quite different. Initially, when I entertained such thoughts, I felt a pang of guilt, believing it inappropriate to gauge a child through the lens of a schemer. Yet, his recent brilliance in the business realm has even taken me by surprise. I cannot afford to gamble, for you are my only daughter. Jiang Luohan's mind was somewhat tumultuous. However, after Jiang's remarks, she recognized that her change in attitude towards Bai Mo, or rather, Bai Mo's change in attitude towards her, began that fateful night. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her head. Her large eyes were slightly reddened, yet her tone was resolutely firm. He is not that kind of person. Jiang nodded, expressing his hope that this was indeed the case. Until there is a definitive answer, I shall not consent to your seeking him out. Each individual possesses a unique way of thinking, leading to diverse perspectives on any given matter. Regardless of how Jiang may appear to outsiders, before Jiang Luohan, he is simply a father. He will not permit Jiang Luohan to be wronged or bullied, nor will he allow any malicious individuals to exploit her. He has witnessed far too many deceptions. As a father, he does not hesitate to scrutinize every individual who approaches Jiang Luohan with the most discerning eye. If Bai Mo were aware of his thoughts, he would likely concur, even if he himself is the object of Jiang's suspicion. Were it reversed, he might even exceed such scrutiny. However, Jiang Luohan was exceptionally resolute this time, unwavering in her stance despite Jiang's words. What do you believe is Bai Mo's ulterior motive in scheming against me? Is it for monetary gain? Jiang was taken aback, this time refraining from rebuttal. Jiang Luohan continued, I have reviewed the initial planning and promotion of Dongxiang. There are 4 development plans, and financing is merely one avenue. The majority of the plans focus on how to start from scratch. He has achieved it. At this juncture, Jiang Luohan took a moment to steady her breathing, striving to maintain her composure. Dad, I greatly respect your opinion, but I ask that you also respect my feelings. I reiterate, Bai Mo is not that kind of person. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she smiled. Not long ago, I gifted him a phone, purchased with the money we earned together. That feeling was truly wonderful. Dad, I will go tomorrow, and you need not worry, I will not bring a bank card. I have no intentions of claiming your assets. What I desire is a simple life, filled with companionship, rather than the tumultuous existence you and Mom lead. Chapter 48, Reputation Fee. 500. Early in the morning. When Bai Mo encountered Jiang Luohan at the office building, her eyes were still swollen. His first question was whether someone had struck her. Of course not. It's not my fault, Jiang Luohan retorted. She briefly recounted her conversation with Jiang the previous night, then turned to Bai Mo and asked, You are not that kind of person, right? Initially, she expected Bai Mo to be touched and fervently assert his innocence. However, Bai Mo wore an expression of vexation and regret. I assure you, I am indeed that sort of person. Alas, why did I not think of this solution sooner? Jiang Luohan glared at him in anger, pouting as she declared, It matters not if you are such a person. I have informed my father that I no longer wish to inherit his assets or spend his money. I intend to earn my own. What are you doing? Before Jiang Luohan could finish her sentence, Bai Mo reached out to touch her forehead, leaving her somewhat bewildered. After she swatted his hand away, Bai Mo pinched his chin. Frowning and muttering to himself, It's not even a fever. How did he become such a fool? You are the real fool, Jiang Luohan. Unwilling to pursue the topic further, extended her hand towards Bai Mo and said, Shouldn't my wages be settled? It's for the advertising expenses of the garment factory. Bai Mo had nearly forgotten about this matter, only recalling it after her reminder. He had indeed promised her a salary at the outset. But he had thought it was merely a casual remark. He hadn't expected her to remember it so diligently. Realizing that Jiang Luohan was quite serious this time, he said, Go back and apologize to your father, admit your mistakes, and then find somewhere else to stay. Bai Mo had no time for idle chatter with Jiang Luohan. He merely wanted to send her on her way. Regardless, just give me the money. Ahem. Sister Zhang from the finance department was aware that Jiang Luohan was in Bai Mo's office and had initially wished to avoid interrupting, but with the meeting rapidly approaching, she had no choice but to clear her throat at the door. Mr. Bai, everyone is waiting for you. Understood, Jiang Luohan replied. I will accompany you. Seeing that Jiang Luohan had no intention of leaving, Bai Mo acquiesced, allowing her to follow. Her presence was indeed of considerable significance. This meeting primarily involved signing franchise agreements with several franchisees. Although the general content had already been discussed, it was inevitable that there would be some verbal sparring over certain profit-related issues during the signing. Mr. Bai, could the franchise fee be reduced a little? Certainly. Bai Mo replied readily, leaving everyone present astonished. According to the first cooperation model, there would be no franchise fee. They would not need to worry about anything and would still receive a profit share, which was quite appealing. The first model Bai Mo referred to as the barnacle model, where he would provide a fully renovated space and he would manage the rest. This model required a high initial investment and offered a smaller profit share, making it suitable only for struggling clothing stores. It was not applicable to these individuals. Once the group realized this, they awkwardly chuckled. Heh, you jest. The franchise fee is indeed necessary. However, regarding this initial batch of goods, isn't it a bit excessive? Could you please reconsider? That's fine. If we don't sign the betting agreement, everything is negotiable. Since Mr. Bai is so straightforward, we shouldn't linger unnecessarily. Come, let me show you my signed copy. The reason this group was willing to pay such a hefty price to franchise the currently obscure Dongxiang was largely due to the existence of the betting agreement. Achieving a 50% market awareness within a few months, or else incurring penalties, was simply too advantageous. It was a risk-free proposition. Is this wager agreement not excessively perilous? Jiang Luohan is seated beside Bai Mo. Originally, it was Sister Zhang's position, but Sister Zhang, possessing keen insight, graciously relinquished her seat. She is aware that Jiang Luohan is the daughter of Jiangxia, and to occupy this position could be deemed a condescension. A risk must be taken to instill confidence in others. Bai Mo's voice resonated loudly, unreserved in the presence of those gathered. The franchisees couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Bai is undoubtedly a magnanimous individual, surely confident in his strategy. Bai Mo shook his head, pondering the uncertainty of the future. Just as I never anticipated this individual would grace us with their presence today, he remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Luohan. This left Jiang Luohan somewhat perplexed, unsure of his intent. The others, seasoned veterans, became intrigued by Jiang Luohan's identity upon Bai Mo's comment. Bai Mo exchanged a knowing glance with Sister Zhang. After signing, he escorted Jiang Luohan out, leaving the remaining matters in Sister Zhang's capable hands. Sister Zhang, who is that? In Bai Mo's absence, curiosity piqued among the crowd. Ah. She is the cherished daughter of Chairman Jiang from the Dejiang Group. Ah. I had no idea Mr. Bai had such connections. Despite the wager agreement, the number of those choosing to franchise remains limited. Without employing some unique strategies, expanding in this market proves challenging. Bai Mo recognized that the optimum time for promotion would be during the Olympics, particularly after those who win medals. Adding a phrase to the advertisement asserting that Lu Xiang finds the attire comfortable would surely entice the masses. Thus, market expansion must be completed before the Olympics, lest advertisements be broadcasted while potential customers are left wondering where to purchase. The hermit crab model, though swift, fails to align with the company's current growth rate, lacking sufficient personnel for follow-up. Engaging franchisees appears to be the most prudent course. After all, they merely need to provide products and brand usage rights, managing the rest themselves. Bai Mo, is this what they call leveraging one's connections? Bai Mo felt a twinge of guilt and proactively offered Jiang Luohan an apple. Is it? I think not. She retorted, unyielding, it clearly is. I apologize. I was in the wrong, Bai Mo quickly conceded. Apologizing is one matter, but if this tactic proves effective, let us continue without remorse. Jiang Luohan waggled her finger. Just pay me. Call it a reputation fee, 500. Bai Mo stood stunned, before promptly retrieving his phone to call Sister Zhang. Sister Zhang, please inform them that Jiang Luohan is an imposter, not the daughter of Chairman Jiang. Bai Mo, you scoundrel. Jiang Luohan exclaimed as she lunged for his phone. Upon seizing it, she discovered he hadn't even dialed. Her face flushed crimson, glaring at Bai Mo in indignation. Bai Mo remained unfazed, simply stating, 500 is far too exorbitant. Hearing this, Jiang Luohan's bravado waned. Tentatively, she proposed, how about 300? 200 would suffice. Chapter 49. Unblemished and innocent, a perfectly fine affluent young lady now finds herself quarreling over a matter of mere hundreds. Bai Mo felt a pang of sympathy and decided to empty his pockets, counting out the money before handing it over without hesitation. The sum was precisely 250. Bai Mo, are you mocking me? Jiang Luohan initially felt pleased, but her expression soured after counting the amount. Bai Mo, however, shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't want it, just return it. Jiang Luohan hurriedly tucked the money into her bag. Absolutely not. You can scold me all you want, just give me the money. After muttering her grievances, she quietly complained, a big boss. Yet here we are haggling over a few hundred yuan with a mere woman. A mere woman? One who just finished her college entrance examinations and drives an Audi. Bai Mo decided against prolonging the discussion. At this moment, Jiang Luohan seemed solely focused on money rather than people. Before long, Sister Zhang entered the office after concluding discussions with the franchisees. She was taken aback to see Jiang Luohan still present, but continued addressing Bai Mo, Mr. Bai. They have completed the payment. 6 franchisees have transferred a total of $1,020,000. Including the previous revenue in the account, the total now exceeded $2 million. Ordinarily, a company's financial statements should not be disclosed in front of outsiders. However, Sister Jiang considered Jiang Luohan not to be an outsider and assumed she wouldn't care about such a sum. Yet, Sister Jiang was mistaken. The Jiang Luohan of old might have been indifferent, but the current her was entirely absorbed in the pursuit of wealth. Over $2 million. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Luohan sprang up from the sofa. Bai Mo, did you rob a bank? Bai Mo shot her a disdainful glance. Robbing a bank wouldn't yield such profits. Would it? After a moment of silence, Jiang Luohan nodded absently. That does seem to be the case. Seeing that she had no further business, Sister Jiang excused herself, feeling somewhat out of place remaining there. Once they were alone, Jiang Luohan approached Bai Mo, her big eyes wide with feigned innocence. Bai Mo, you gave Suwon $100,000 to support her startup. Jiang Luohan had maintained contact with Suwon and knew about Bai Mo's generous investment in Suwon's Weibo under the guise of supporting her venture. This knowledge had emboldened her to seek out Bai Mo, disregarding Jiang's objections. Bai Mo ignored her, engrossed in revising plans on his computer. Jiang Luohan remained undeterred and continued, What about me? I want to give it a try too. Bai Mo lifted his hands from the keyboard and took a sip from his teacup. What do you wish to do? First, present me with your plan. I will assess the risks before considering any investment. Currently, Bai Mo had some disposable income and was open to investing in the dreams of aspiring entrepreneurs, provided they did not underestimate him. The plan he had just revised was sent by Lu Chang concerning rural investments and development, although the profits were not immediately substantial. The advertising effect on the Dongxiang brand was immeasurable by monetary value. When he learned of Jiang Luohan's entrepreneurial intentions, he did not refuse. After all, they were classmates. And good ideas deserved support. Jiang Luohan, pouting slightly, looked somewhat aggrieved. Did Suwon give you her plan? No, Bai Mo generously replied. The plan was provided by me. Then you. Jiang Luohan seemed poised to express further thoughts, yet Bai Mo abruptly interrupted her. Although she had not provided me with a plan, she had bestowed upon me something far more precious. Suddenly, the disposable cup Jiang Luohan had just picked up slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, leaving her momentarily dazed. The notion echoed relentlessly in her mind. She had given Bai Mo something more valuable. What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch a mop to clean up the mess. Bai Mo remained oblivious to the impact his words had on Jiang Luohan. He was merely aware that she had spilled tea everywhere. With Bai Mo's sharp command, Jiang Luohan snapped back to her senses, her expression tinged with panic. Oh. She reflexively responded a couple of times before making her way toward the office door. Where are you going? The mop is right behind the door. Huh? Oh, how foolish. It was only then that Jiang Luohan retraced her steps, retrieving the mop from behind the door to clean up the spill. After completing the task, she regained her composure. Pursing her lips as she gazed at Bai Mo, her brow furrowed with concern. What should I do if I'm pregnant? Bai Mo looked up in bewilderment. What did you say? Pregnant? He frowned and muttered. Surely a mere kiss wouldn't lead to that. After his outburst, Bai Mo quickly realized that his earlier words had caused Jiang Luohan to overthink. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, What are you thinking? My relationship with Suwon is entirely innocent. It was merely a kiss. Jiang Luohan, for reasons unknown, felt a sudden wave of relief wash over her. Although her lips remained pursed. A kiss and you still claim innocence? Are you implying that a kiss transforms innocence into guilt? Furthermore, it was a bite, not a kiss. Mind your wording. Jiang Luohan fell silent, her face downcast, making her displeasure evident to anyone who looked. Is there really a difference? There is a significant distinction. One is proactive, while the other is reactive. So, who initiated the kiss? Suwon? No way. Bai Mo paused for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was indeed her. After a brief silence, Jiang Luohan lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I want to bite you. Bai Mo shivered under her piercing stare, hesitant to delve deeper into the topic. Suwon was optimistic and cheerful, possessing a mature mindset and a strong sense of independence. Importantly, she knew how to light her own fire. Even if a kiss necessitated responsibility, it would not be a loss. Jiang Luohan was different. Any actions taken toward her, regardless of her indifference, would provoke Jiang to illustrate the meaning of cruelty with tearful eyes. A single kiss could indeed lead to a lifetime of consequences. A risk not worth taking. How about we discuss financial matters first? Jiang Luohan's expression turned somewhat melancholic. When I discuss money with you, you talk about emotions. When I address feelings with you, you start discussing finances. 50,000? Bai Mo ventured tentatively, despite her current state as a fallen heiress. One must remember that a starving camel is larger than a horse. Jiang's daughter, if she were to embark on a business venture, would surely not incur losses, given her abundant resources, unless she took overly ambitious steps or signed too many risky agreements akin to certain live-streaming personalities. It was clear that Jiang Luohan lacked such audacity. At most engaging in modest endeavors. When Jiang Luohan heard the figure of 50,000, she felt a flicker of temptation within, though she did not let it show on her face. Bai Mo continued, 70,000? Jiang Luohan shook her head. 100,000. Too much is unnecessary. Too little is unacceptable. Chapter 50. Some matters must not be treated as business. Jiang Luohan placed her notebook on her lap, her fingers swiftly dancing over the keyboard. Similar to the China recruitment network, she envisioned establishing an online platform for resource sharing, promoting local mutual assistance. This platform would not only address job-seeking issues but also encompass housing rentals and the resale of unused items. Such websites require minimal initial investment and can be piloted within a single city before wider promotion upon success. However, there are no profit points in the early stages. Only with a growing customer base can they begin to charge merchants for membership fees and advertisements. As Bai Mo spoke, Jiang Luohan diligently took notes, nodding upon completion. The current recruitment methods are somewhat traditional, leaving many unable to find suitable employment, while desirable positions lack qualified candidates. In this era of increasing internet users, such an initiative is indeed viable. Yet, I have another question, Jiang Luohan said, glancing at Bai Mo. Go on, he replied. The China recruitment network has developed quite well. How can we seize the opportunity? This company you should investigate is the world's largest recruitment website. They are also keen to enter the Chinese market, but have yet to find the right opportunity, so we might consider collaborating. They are likely in contact with the China network. It depends on how you can secure the advantage. If it were someone else, Bai Mo would not have shared so much, as presently, few have access to foreign enterprises. Yet Jiang Luohan was different. She had claimed she would not use Jiang's money, yet felt no burden in utilizing his resources. In her words, if it's free, why not use it? Jiang Luohan nodded, secretly noting the company's name. After discussing business matters, she closed her notebook and asked Bai Mo, "Are you leaving Hannan City in a couple of days?" Without lifting his head while signing documents, Bai Mo simply responded with a murmur. "Your cousin has completed the market layout in the provincial capital. I need to go there to coordinate with him. The provincial market is vast, and many issues require face-to-face communication. I have entrusted him with the agency rights for the provincial capital." Bai Mo had communicated with Jiang Luohan's cousin multiple times over the phone, and they had jointly agreed on specific business expansion plans. Based on their previous discussions, Bai Mo felt reasonably satisfied with his capabilities, which motivated his desire to meet in person. Jiang Luohan was aware of this and initially insisted on accompanying him, but was firmly refused by Bai Mo. Her cousin had explicitly stated that he had prepared a comprehensive sauna and wellness package, awaiting his arrival. His exact words were that Jiang Luohan must not find out, otherwise she might inform her father. Given the nature of their conversation, bringing Jiang Luohan along would seem somewhat ungrateful. Jiang Luohan remarked, "You won't be in the provincial capital for long, will you? After that, you need to visit the countryside for an inspection. Lu Chang's proposal is quite detailed. But as the saying goes, poor mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning people. His thoughts are too naive, and I'm uneasy without seeing it for myself." Upon hearing Bai Mo's explanation, Jiang Luohan felt even more perplexed. "When did you two become so close? Is this something you need to worry about?" Bai Mo shook his head. "I would rather not concern myself. Yet everything I do now is to establish a reputation for Dongxiang. The agricultural processing plant is being built under the name of Dongxiang. As long as there are no issues, all is well, but if problems arise, it could become troublesome. Once disputes occur with the villagers, irrespective of who is right or wrong, many will instinctively attribute the problems to the enterprise. It is quite simple for villagers to seek prosperity. However, they must first possess integrity. I am formulating the rural revitalization plan for the sake of reputation, not for their benefit." Bai Mo realized he had spoken too much. After taking a sip of water and noticing Jiang Luohan still gazing at him blankly, he casually inquired, "Do you think I am very pragmatic? Always discussing fame and profit?" Jiang Luohan nodded slightly. "It is somewhat true, but it is far better than those hypocritical pretenders." Bai Mo smiled. "In truth, I could deceive you by claiming my heart overflows with compassion, that I cannot bear to witness the suffering of the world, but I cannot utter such words. I fear that if I tell too many lies, I might start believing them myself. Jiang Luohan pouted as she looked at Bai Mo. Just tell me a lie. What would you like to hear? Jiang Luohan pondered for a moment, her cheeks reddening as she said, then say you do not like me. Bai Mo, taken aback, stared at her in astonishment. You know this? Have I been that obvious? Bai Mo, you are such a scoundrel. Thank you. I shall take that as a compliment. Jiang Luohan perceived Bai Mo as a closed book, choosing not to argue with him. She settled on the sofa, continuing her tasks, intending to linger in Bai Mo's office to spend a little more time with him. However, one of Bai Mo's remarks made her uneasy. Suwon already knows to find her own place to work. You did not know? Suwon established her own online company immediately after securing sponsorship. Although it currently has only a few people, she has already devised a development plan and is progressing systematically. Moreover, her mother has helped her connect with various media companies, ensuring many artists will register accounts and authenticate them on Weibo on the day they launch. With the influence of celebrities, I believe the user base will grow rapidly. Jiang Luohan was momentarily speechless, struggling to refute this but finding no grounds to do so. Indeed, Suwon is already on the move. Why am I the one wishing to remain here? After a long pause, she finally raised her head, blushing. I just enjoy being with you. Bai Mo shivered slightly, muttering. Why has it suddenly become a bit cold? Who turned on the air conditioning? Jiang Luohan initially thought Bai Mo was genuinely cold and hurried to the air conditioning unit, intending to raise the temperature slightly. It is not even on. After a moment of realization, she exclaimed, Bai Mo, you are changing the subject. But when she glanced over, she found Bai Mo had already exited the office, closing the door behind him. Scoundrel, you are playing with me. Jiang Luohan never expected that after mustering the courage to confess her feelings to Bai Mo, he would deliberately act as if he did not hear her. He even left without a second thought. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-doubt. Am I really that frightening? Is it truly so intimidating? At the very least, Bai Mo found the situation quite terrifying. How could a perfectly normal girl suddenly lose her mind? Upon exiting the office building, Bai Mo promptly entered a nearby parking lot. Director Jiang, is there something you need? He had not fled from Jiang Luohan solely due to fear of her sharp tongue. Rather, it was Jiang's message summoning him for a meeting that prompted his departure. As adults, while some of Jiang's actions might be somewhat irksome, Bai Mo could easily comprehend his motives and held no grudges against him. As a junior, he felt it appropriate to heed the message and come down. I believe the proposal from Dongxiang is quite impressive. We should find time to discuss it further. After Jiangzhe spoke, Bai Mo did not exhibit the expected surprise, but instead calmly gestured for him to continue. Jiangzhe, realizing his thoughts had been perceived, felt a bit awkward. Yet he managed to maintain his usual commanding presence without revealing his discomfort. Luohan's personality was rather stubborn. It would be prudent to look after her a bit more. It seemed that only the role of a father could render the usually assertive Jiangzhe so helpless. Director Jiang, some matters cannot be treated merely as business transactions. Chapter 51. Care? As Jiangzhe departed, he felt a sense of relief. Although Bai Mo had declined his investment, he had assured Jiangzhe that he would do his utmost to care for Jiang Luohan. However, he had yet to determine the appropriate capacity in which to provide this care. Jiangzhe did not probe further. In his eyes, the only fitting role was that of a boyfriend. He was attempting to accept this notion, albeit unwilling to voice it. Unfortunately, he had misjudged the situation. What role could genuinely care for her, a relative? With that thought, Bai Mo was suddenly filled with an inexplicable excitement. Since he had promised Jiangzhe to look after Jiang Luohan, he naturally had to treat her with more kindness. On his way back to the office, he thoughtfully purchased a cup of milk tea. Still upset? Jiang Luohan was initially a bit angry, but her irritation dissipated upon receiving the milk tea. Bai Mo, it's been ages since you last brought me milk tea. It does seem like quite a while. Bai Mo nodded, probably nearly 20 years. This drink is instant. It's not good to consume too much, as it can lead to weight gain. As Jiang Luohan inserted the straw, she paused at his remark, but quickly regained her composure. Whatever you bring me, I'll drink, she declared, taking a large gulp. Even if it makes me fat, I'll accept it. Bai Mo nodded, pleased with her compliance. By the way, how does your father usually take care of you? Huh? Jiang Luohan looked at Bai Mo with a puzzled expression. What did you say? Bai Mo, momentarily lost in thought, inadvertently voiced his inner musings. I was thinking, what if I addressed your father as brother? Then you could call me uncle. Before he could fully grasp the implications of his words, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. What are you doing? Bai Mo glanced at his arm, noticing Jiang Luohan had just pinched him quite hard. You really have a heavy hand. Jiang Luohan glared at him, her milk tea losing its appeal. Who told you to speak so recklessly? What did I say recklessly? Bai Mo inquired, feigning ignorance, further inciting Jiang Luohan's irritation. Stamping his foot, he exclaimed, Who said you could be my uncle? Then what else should I be? Jiang Luohan walked away, her face concealed as she left, leaving only Bai Mo behind to remind her to be cautious on the road. As Bai Mo observed Jiang Luohan's departure through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office building, he too reined in his smile. During his recent conversation with Jiang Zhe, they had also touched upon the incident of drugging that fateful night. Bai Mo, having weathered many storms, did not shy away from viewing the world through the darkest lens. Was the act of drugging Jiang Luohan a means to ensnare himself, or merely a matter of fortuitously stepping into the line of fire? Who, in the end, would emerge as the true beneficiary? Despite Jiang Zhe's extensive connections yielding no results, what more could he do? Yet, to surrender so easily was not in his nature. Mr. Bai, there are a total of 15 stores opening tomorrow. Is there anything else you would like to arrange? Su Zheng inquired, knocking at the office door. Without Bai Mo's consent, they would not enter his office. It was best to proceed according to plan. I need to visit the provincial capital in a couple of days. I'll leave the matters of Dongxiang in your capable hands. With the market in Hannan City nearing saturation, Dongxiang's expansion had begun to encroach upon neighboring counties. The provincial capital of Ganqi was of paramount importance, and this trip had been in the works for some time. Understood, Mr. Bai, Su Zheng replied, nodding in acknowledgement. After a moment's thought, Bai Mo added, If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, do not hesitate to seek Jiang Zhe's assistance. This was Jiang Zhe's promise to him. Although Bai Mo had not sought his investment, he had not dismissed his goodwill either. Su Zheng blinked in surprise but quickly nodded in agreement. Certainly. Previously, there had been much speculation regarding the relationship between Jiang Luohan and Bai Mo, albeit with uncertainty. Many believed that Jiang Zhe would not allow a fledgling like Bai Mo to endanger his daughter. To their astonishment, they now heard such a statement from Bai Mo himself. With Jiang Zhe's influential background, as long as the law was not broken, it seemed that no problem in Hannan City was insurmountable. A wealthy entrepreneur would surely not hesitate to acquire a vehicle, would he? Although old Bai was on a day off, he had been summoned by Bai Mo to serve as his driver, and he could not help but voice a complaint during the ride. Can I honestly admit that I have very little money on me right now? Bai Mo responded, a touch exasperated. He too wished to purchase a car, but funds were scarce. Most of his money had been invested in the next phase of operations. Holding on to cash would only diminish its value over time. 2 million. All spent? Bai Xingxue exclaimed in disbelief. This was 2 million, not merely 200. Surely, you still have over 10,000 left? What about salaries and the shares for our partners? And those invoices? Although he was close to Bai Mo, certain matters needed clarity. In contrast to Bai Xingxue's tension, Bai Mo remained remarkably at ease. Isn't there still half a month left? Bai Mo offered no further explanation. Bai Xingxue might understand, but his temperament might not allow for it. A salaryman works diligently, and the profits he generates are realized immediately. However, the company only disperses salaries at the end of the month, and in some cases, employees must wait until mid-next month. During this period, the ownership of these earnings belongs to the company, and all profits generated are also the company's. Bai Mo's 2 million is partly allocated to expand markets in other cities and counties, but more significantly, it is used to hire celebrities for endorsements and to invest in television advertisements. To speak frankly, the quality of the clothing is not a primary concern for the general public. As long as it is durable, that suffices. However, having celebrity endorsements elevates the brand's prestige. Thus, Bai Mo has invested considerable effort into advertising. While possessing one's own thoughts is commendable, it is crucial to exercise discretion in one's endeavors. After escorting Bai Mo to the train station, Bai Xingxue cautioned him. Bai Mo understood that old Bai had his best interests at heart. Sometimes, his approach to business was excessively audacious, and a minor misstep could lead to legal repercussions. As a lawyer, old Bai fervently wished to avoid such a day. Rest assured, I may not have many exceptional qualities, but if I were to identify one, it would be my adherence to the law. I would never engage in illegal activities. Chapter 52. Jiangxi when the green train of 2004 lacks the comfort of contemporary high-speed trains. The cramped compartments are filled with a diverse array of passengers. The summer heat intensifies the unpleasant odors within the carriage. Next to Bai Mo sat a middle-aged man, while opposite him was a girl of decent appearance. Her hair styled in 2 braids. Perhaps due to her laborious lifestyle, her skin bore a slight tan. She tightly clutched a bag in her hands, casting anxious glances around her. The middle-aged man occasionally attempted to strike up a conversation with her, wearing a warm smile. Is this your first time traveling far? Are you headed to the provincial capital? I'm from the provincial capital and know it quite well. Are you looking for work or someone? Upon learning that the man hailed from the provincial capital, she hesitated before tentatively asking, I'm looking for my brother. Do you know how to get to Ganshi Finance University? Ah, the Finance University. I'm familiar with that area. I happen to be passing by there. The man was experienced, quickly easing the girl's apprehension with a few casual remarks. After a brief conversation, she agreed to accompany him once they disembarked from the train. However, it was evident that the man had ulterior motives. His gaze shifted toward Bai Mo, who had just been seen making a phone call. It was apparent that someone his age possessing a mobile phone indicated a certain affluence, especially considering the man was still using a basic phone. Little brother, what are your plans in the provincial capital? Bai Mo, resting with his eyes partially closed, had no intention of intervening in others' affairs. However, if someone were to take an interest in him, that would be a different matter. He opened his eyes, yawned, and cast an impassive glance at the man. What does it have to do with you? Don't assume I can be easily manipulated like her. Bai Mo's voice was loud enough for the girl to hear, causing her to tighten her grip on her bag in alarm, her vigilant gaze fixed on the man. The man's expression shifted from pale to flushed with anger as he pointed at Bai Mo and shouted, What are you saying? Don't slander me. Bai Mo was unperturbed. Although the train was chaotic, it did not imply a lack of order. There were indeed wrongdoers, yet there were also many virtuous individuals present. Upon hearing this, those around him turned their attention. Bai Mo then remarked, Why the haste? The person has even specified which campus of the university they are attending. Yet you claim familiarity? If you are so well acquainted, then enlighten me. Which school lies opposite the university? The man fell silent, as he had no knowledge of such details. His earlier familiarity had merely been an attempt to extract information. Regardless of where the girl claimed to be from, he would have asserted his acquaintance. He had sensed the vulnerability of the Navi girl who had just arrived in the city. Enough. Why should the unfortunate trouble the unfortunate? Have a little compassion. Bai Mo concluded, dismissing the matter. The train station, albeit chaotic, maintained strict security checks, alleviating fears of the man resorting to any desperate acts with prohibited weapons. The only concern was the potential for retaliation once they exited the station. With this thought, Bai Mo retrieved his phone and sent a message to Jiang Luohan's cousin, requesting a few strong individuals adept at fighting. Initially, he received a series of question marks, but soon thereafter, a response arrived. Understood. The man departed, unable to endure the peculiar stares from those nearby, though not before casting a menacing glare at Bai Mo. Once the man was gone, the girl timidly expressed her gratitude. Bai Mo nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Indeed, gratitude is warranted. However, I am not a good person. Huh? The girl appeared puzzled. Bai Mo elaborated. I too had my eyes on the money in your bag. Is it for your brother's tuition or living expenses? At this remark, she instinctively clutched her bag tighter. Bai Mo chuckled softly and chose not to engage further. In this world, there may be more good people than bad, yet the virtuous seldom proclaim their goodness, while the malevolent often masquerade as benevolent. This naive young girl was far too easily deceived. Throughout the journey, Bai Mo refrained from uttering another word to her. There was no need for familiarity. Is that a pink shirt you're wearing? Bai Mo dialed Jiang Luohan's cousin's number, uncertainly inquiring, What do you think? Dashing, isn't it? Once he received confirmation, he promptly ended the call and approached. Dashing? I cannot say, but it certainly exudes flair. The cousin chuckled awkwardly, adding, You wouldn't understand. It's called fashion. He then extended his hand. I am Jiang Ziwen. A pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Bye. You jest. It is you who should be guiding me, Bai Mo replied courteously. Prior to their meeting, Jiang Luohan had mentioned that although Jiang Ziwen's family business was not as expansive as Jiang Zhe's, it was commendably stable, operating over a dozen tobacco shops within Ganshi province. This could indeed be considered a golden opportunity. Did you encounter trouble on the train? Jiang Ziwen whispered, after receiving Bai Mo's message. He had surmised as much and promptly made arrangements. It's a minor issue, merely a precaution, he nodded, choosing not to pry further. Let us proceed. I will take you to the hotel to settle in, and then we can grab a light lunch before heading to the company. As he spoke, he paused momentarily, revealing a rather lewd expression. This evening, a welcome banquet has been arranged for you. Let us all enjoy ourselves together." After Jiang Ziwen finished speaking, he hurriedly added an explanation. "Rest assured, I shall not inform Luohan of this." Bai Mo, on the other hand, shrugged in resignation. "If I were to claim that there is no connection between her and me, would you believe it?" Jiang Ziwen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Bai Mo for a moment. "I do not believe you. After all, my fourth uncle has specifically instructed me to treat you well. Jiangzhe is the fourth in the family. Hence the fourth uncle Jiang Ziwen referred to. If you choose not to believe it, so be it." The railway station was a bustling sea of humanity. A chaotic mix of people. The two preferred not to linger, engaging in conversation as they made their way toward the parking lot. At that moment, the girl from the train timidly approached them. Biting her lip and hesitating for a moment, she inquired, "Do you know how to get to the University of Finance?" Bai Mo shrugged. "I'm afraid I do not." Jiang Ziwen glanced at her before turning to Bai Mo. "Do you know her?" Bai Mo shook his head, indicating she was merely a seamate on the train. Jiang Ziwen understood, not giving it much thought, as the girl appeared rather unremarkable, especially when compared to Jiang Luohan. The University of Finance has several campuses in different locations. Which campus are you trying to reach? Upon hearing Jiang Ziwen's question, the girl looked somewhat bewildered, as she herself was uncertain. "Oh dear, then you must know whom to ask for assistance, right? What is your major?" "Feng Yi. My brother's name is Feng Yi. He enrolled last year and should be in his second year now, though I am unsure of his major." Jiang Ziwen took out his phone and made a call, directly asking, "Please check how many second-year students named Feng Yi are enrolled at your school." The response came swiftly. Within a minute, the information was retrieved. "There is only one, located at the old campus, and their class advisor's phone number is." Jiang Ziwen noted it down and handed it to her. "Here is the phone number of their class advisor along with the school address. You may take a taxi there yourself." Having said this, he paid no mind to whether she comprehended him. Turning to walk away with Bai Mo did not dwell on the matter, but given Jiang Ziwen's demonstrated connections, it was evident that he possessed considerable capability. Jiang Ziwen elaborated, "The president of the student council at the University of Finance is my ex-girlfriend, so obtaining such information is quite convenient." Bai Mo was taken aback. "Your ex-girlfriend? You can still get in touch with her?" Jiang Ziwen looked at him quizzically. "Why wouldn't I? My ex-girlfriends are scattered across various institutions, and we occasionally dine together." Observing Jiang Ziwen's nonchalant demeanor, Bai Mo suddenly thought of a phrase, a playboy, wealthy and handsome, yet insufferable. He felt that Jiang Ziwen's words were somewhat boastful and wished to steer clear of this topic. Just then, he spotted the middle-aged man from the train, accompanied by 4 or 5 others, making their way toward them. Bai Mo remained calm and asked Jiang Ziwen, "Didn't you say to invite more people? Where are they?" Jiang Ziwen first pointed to a Santana parked by the roadside. Just as Bai Mo was about to take off running, Jiang Ziwen's finger moved, redirecting toward a wooling sunshine behind the Santana. Chapter 53. What a good brother, young man. You were quite impressive on the train. You enjoy helping others, don't you? Then why not assist me by handing over your money? The amiable demeanor of the older man from the train had vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. In mere moments, a few individuals had encircled Bai Mo and Jiang Ziwen. Bystanders promptly steered clear, fearing the repercussions of getting embroiled in the conflict. Jiang Ziwen remained utterly unperturbed. Calmly, he produced a cigarette and even offered one to Bai Mo. "You're still smoking." Just as the older man intended to strike Jiang Ziwen and extinguish the cigarette from his lips, a firm grip seized his wrist. "Ouch!" he yelped in pain, his eyes bulging as he glared at the person restraining him. Standing at approximately 2 meters tall, the figure was robust and intimidating, with a terrifying scar marring his face. It was evident that he was not someone to be trifled with. "Pain, pain, pain." After 3 cries of distress, the burly man finally released his grip, forcefully shoving him to the ground. As the older man prepared to rise, Jiang Ziwen softly remarked, "Did I permit you to get up?" Upon hearing this, the older man lifted his gaze and met the fierce stare of the burly figure. Noticing that several of his companions were also being subdued, panic set in. One of them trembled and instinctively crouched down, clasping his head with both hands, a gesture indicating that he had clearly rehearsed this response before. "My apologies, esteemed sir," the older man stammered. Jiang Ziwen, however, disregarded him and turned to Bai Mo. "Did he offend you? How would you like to proceed? As long as he remains intact, I am amenable." The older man's heart raced with fear. He could sense the icy disdain in the gazes of his companions, clearly blaming him for the predicament. "Esteemed sir, I was blind to your stature. Please spare me." I have an elderly parent and young children to care for. Enough. You can explain that to the police. Bai Mo interrupted, having noticed the duty officers approaching from the train station. Silently, he slipped his wallet into the older man's pocket. This act did not escape Jiang Ziwen's notice, and his expression shifted to one of intrigue. After completing this maneuver, Bai Mo strode directly to the police officers and spoke before they could utter a word. "Officer, my wallet has gone missing. My friends witnessed him take it. Yet he refuses to admit it." The older man felt wronged and wanted to protest, but upon meeting the burly man's gaze, he swallowed his words. "Is that so?" The police officer inquired, turning to Jiang Ziwen and the others. Jiang Ziwen promptly nodded, affirming, "Yes, indeed. I saw him take it. In fact, it's still on him." The officer furrowed his brow and approached the older man. "Please present your identification." Trembling, the older man fished out his ID from his bag and handed it over. The officer scrutinized it closely. "You are 19 years old? Huh?" The older man was taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had purchased the ID from someone else, potentially a much younger individual. He quickly nodded. Yes, indeed. I merely appear older. Enough with the explanations. Let us return to the station." The officer, clearly skeptical, had already restrained him by the time he spoke. Meanwhile, he activated his body camera and rummaged through the suspect's pockets. Indeed, a wallet belonging to Bai Mo was discovered inside. "Is this yours?" "Yes. You shall accompany us to make a statement." "Officer, we still have matters to attend to." Bai Mo had yet to speak when Jiang Ziwen interjected. "You can see this individual is a habitual offender. A thorough interrogation would be prudent." His voice trailed off, becoming increasingly inaudible. The officer merely chuckled and patted Jiang Ziwen on the shoulder. "If we require your cooperation in the future, I will reach out." "Certainly. I would be more than willing to assist in safeguarding the community." The officer led the group, including the uncle, into the police vehicle. The remaining individuals were left unperturbed. "Brother Jiang, we shall take our leave now. Do not hesitate to contact us should you need anything." The burly man displayed an unusual humility in Jiang Ziwen's presence, entirely devoid of the earlier menacing demeanor. Jiang Ziwen nodded, and then produced an envelope filled with cash. "This is a personal matter. I appreciate your efforts in coming here." The burly man accepted it without hesitation. "Thank you, Brother Jiang. We will be on our way." Bai Mo silently observed as the group of 10 or so squeezed into a single vehicle. After this incident, Bai Mo's impression of Jiang Ziwen deepened. He possessed cunning, decisiveness, and extensive connections. "Let us proceed to the hotel for a brief inspection." Jiang Ziwen maintained a cheerful demeanor, patting Bai Mo on the shoulder before entering his Santana. The provincial capital boasted a residential population exceeding 4 million. The market was vast, contingent upon one's approach. "A significant portion of my resources is situated in the university town. Initially, I contemplated mobilizing university students for street retail, akin to the model Luohan described. However, if you possess a superior method, then we shall explore that." Bai Mo nodded, curiosity piqued. "Your so-called resources in the university town, are you not suggesting mobilizing your former girlfriends to rally the students?" Jiang Ziwen's expression shifted to one of slight embarrassment, yet he candidly acknowledged, "Indeed, thus, matters of romantic interest can be momentarily set aside. We must first ascertain what they can offer us." He then added, "Do not mention this to Luohan, lest she blame me for leading you astray." Bai Mo found Jiang Ziwen to be an intriguing individual and, at that moment, began to believe in the existence of the many ex-girlfriends he claimed to still be in contact with. While driving, Jiang Ziwen's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he promptly switched to speaker mode. "Miss, what is your command?" "Brother, you have picked up Bai Mo, correct?" "I called him, but he did not answer." "Yes, I have him. Do not worry, I will ensure he returns safely." "That is reassuring. And remember, do not let him get into any trouble." "What did you say?" "I'm driving and cannot hear you. I'll hang up now." Jiang Ziwen decisively ended the call. Afterward, he remarked, "As a brother, I ought to advise you to maintain decorum from Luohan's perspective, yet as a man, I find it difficult to adhere to such principles." "Never mind. I shall simply pretend not to notice." Bai Mo chuckled softly, unable to resist a playful retort. "You truly are a wonderful brother." "Sometimes I think so too." Chapter 54, The Cat with the Story. When Bai Mo arrived, he bore no luggage whatsoever, merely collecting the room key at the hotel without even stepping into the room before accompanying Jiang Ziwen to the university town. His entrepreneurial venture was located in a nearby residential building, where the rooms served as dormitories and the living room functioned as both office and meeting space. This is the reality for most individuals at the inception of their startups. Numerous successful companies have emerged from humble rented quarters. I had intended to relocate to the city, but a few individuals are still in their third year, making commutes rather inconvenient, Bai Mo acknowledged with a nod, showing no signs of concern as he plopped down onto the sofa. Upon sitting, he discovered an abundance of cat fur adorning the fabric. It was then that he noticed a beautiful American shorthair lounging atop the computer tower, tilting its head curiously at him. Jiang Luohan promptly approached and scooped the cat into his arms. "This is Ice Cream, our company's lucky cat," he declared. "Is it yours?" Bai Mo inquired, surprised, as Jiang Luohan did not strike him as a cat person, with not a single hair visible on his attire. Jiang Luohan's expression turned somewhat peculiar, half smiling as he replied, "The story is rather lengthy. I'm too lazy to recount it." Bai Mo, while gently stroking Ice Cream's chin, asked, "Does a cat truly have a story?" "Not just a story, it's quite an extensive one." As Bai Mo entered, Jiang Luohan had already instructed someone to fetch him a glass of water, and at that moment, the individual approached with the cup, cheerfully proclaiming, "This is a token of affection, or perhaps a parting gift." As he shook his head with a sigh, another person, who had been typing away, set aside his work and approached, delivering a playful punch to his arm. "Damn it, you tell that story to everyone, don't you?" "My apologies, I was mistaken." The rapid acknowledgement, however, was accompanied by a barely concealed grin, indicating that the apology was little more than a formality. He would undoubtedly repeat the tale next time. Unperturbed by their playful banter, Jiang Luohan introduced Bai Mo. "This is Zhao Cheng, the cat belongs to him. That gentleman over there is He Wei. They are responsible for marketing and promotions." "Hello, Mr. Bai. I also hail from Hannan, and the name Dongxiang has recently been resounding far and wide. It is a pleasure to collaborate with you," Zhao Cheng said, extending his hand eagerly. "Ah, a fellow townsman." "Greetings," Bai Mo responded. Zhao Cheng's face bore the marks of fatigue, his long bangs failing to conceal the pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. Furthermore, it appeared that his hair had not seen a wash in quite some time, appearing greasy and unkempt. "Do not be misled by his current despondency, Mr. Bai. He has recently experienced heartbreak and is momentarily ensnared by his emotions. Once the new female students arrive, he will surely recover," He Wei interjected, concerned that Zhao Cheng's disheveled appearance might cast a negative impression on Bai Mo. Despite their frequent quarrels, the two shared a close bond. Observing Zhao Cheng's state, Bai Mo was suddenly reminded of a song. Do passionate individuals always suffer at the hands of the indifferent? Alas, he lamented his inability to recall the lyrics, rendering him incapable of borrowing from its wisdom. All he could offer was a heartfelt consolation. "Indeed, it is a matter of time before you realize that the fleeting thrill derived from making money pales in comparison to the sensation of that brief tremor." Zhao Cheng was momentarily taken aback, as was He Wei. Even Jiang Luohan began to stroke his chin thoughtfully. After a considerable pause, he finally responded by giving Bai Mo a thumbs up, acknowledging his expertise. Bai Mo brushed his hand away, declaring, "Enough of that, let us proceed to dine." "What about the others?" Bai Mo inquired, having learned from Jiang Luohan that there were about 10 individuals gathered, all university students. However, he could only see 2 at the moment. "They have gone to conduct market research and surveys. Brother Jiang has invested significant effort into this venture. No one dares to slack off," He Wei explained. Jiang Luohan muttered under his breath, "A bunch of fools," expressing his disapproval of the arrangements made. "Never mind them. Let us eat first and reconvene later this evening." Bai Mo had no objections. He was already quite hungry. Prior to this, he had asked Jiang Luohan about the investment amount for this venture. Initially, Jiang Luohan had mentioned 300,000, which was all the money he had earned from his entrepreneurial endeavors during college. However, upon learning of Bai Mo's achievements in Hannan, he proactively increased the investment to 1 million, having sought additional funds from his family. He had even consulted Jiangxia, who was optimistic about the venture, before approaching his parents for support. From the moment Bai Mo met Jiang Luohan, he sensed the respect that surrounded him. It was evident among everyone, from the burly man at the train station to these fledgling university students. The area surrounding Yuzhong University in 2004 was still quite desolate, with few projects underway, though there was no shortage of food. "Let us have a light meal now. I shall treat you more substantially this evening," he suggested. As the group indulged in spicy hot pot, their faces flushed from the heat, they exclaimed in delight. While Jiang Luohan took a sip of water, he turned to Bai Mo and asked, "By the way, didn't you mention having a friend in the provincial city recently? Should we invite her to join us tonight?" "I will check with her to see if she is available," Bai Mo replied, setting down his chopsticks. He called Su Wan, who had been busy coordinating celebrity engagements on Weibo. Her mother was supportive of her endeavors and had helped her arrange meetings with several media companies in the provincial city. You've arrived in the provincial city? Where are you now? Bai Mo had only mentioned to Su Wan that he would be going to the provincial city, without specifying the exact timing. Hence, she was unaware of his arrival until she received his call. It's not that I didn't want to inform you. It's just that without mobile ticketing, I couldn't predict what time I could purchase a ticket at the station, he explained. Are you free tonight in the university city? No. All right then, let us dine together this evening. Sure. As they prepared to hang up, Bai Mo faintly heard Su Wan's mother's voice in the background. Xiao Wan, don't forget, your sister Qin is inviting you tonight. Before Bai Mo could hear more, the line went dead with a quick beep. Su Wan had hung up too swiftly. Bai Mo glanced at his phone and quickly tucked it into his pocket. Whatever, he thought. After all, Su Wan herself said she had no plans. Is she a girl? Jiang Luohan sat beside Bai Mo, faintly hearing the voice of Su Wan. Bai Mo graciously acknowledged this, saying, yes, we were classmates in high school and she was in the same class as your sister. Jiang Luohan, with a strand of instant noodles dangling from his mouth, stared at Bai Mo in disbelief. You're impressive. I only dare to pursue girls from different schools. After speaking, Jiang Luohan slurped the noodles into his mouth. You really dare to say that to me? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Luohan? Bai Mo remained calm, continuing to eat his meal, and tossed his phone over. If you mention Su Wan, believe me, your sister will come rushing over. Jiang Luohan was taken aback. Maybe it's best to leave that alone. Chapter 55, Handsome Guy, could I get a favor? Xian, look, isn't that Qin? It really is her. In a restaurant in the heart of Yuzhong City, a group of youthful students began to whisper upon spotting Qin. Xian, weren't you hoping to enter the entertainment industry? Go and get familiar with her. Qin was a prominent figure from Tuyu Media. Following the millennium, many artists from Hong Kong and Taiwan transitioned to the mainland, spurring the development of the entertainment market there. Tuyu Media was at the forefront of this movement, boasting numerous artists and a wealth of reputable film and television copyrights. The creator of Tuyu Media was none other than Qin. Upon hearing this encouragement, the girl named Xian confidently approached. Hello, Sister Qin. At merely 27, Qin exuded the aura of someone in a position of power. Only after someone greeted her did she turn her gaze. And you are? I am Hu Yashwan. I was fortunate enough to be invited by a scout from your company. Hello, Yashwan. Qin assessed Hu Yashwan with a discerning eye. With subtle makeup and large eyes, she appeared particularly pure and charming, undeniably possessing the potential to be discovered. I might develop under your company in the future, so I hope to count on your support. Hu Yashwan, undaunted by Qin's scrutinizing gaze, responded with remarkable poise and confidence. She felt that as long as Qin remembered her name, it would be a success, and evidently, she achieved that. If the opportunity arises, I certainly will. Just as the two were engaging in delightful conversation, another group entered the restaurant. Wei led the way, quickly stepping back to drape his arm around Zhao Cheng's shoulder upon spotting Hu Yashwan and her friends. Old Zhao, listen, don't get too excited. Huh. Jiang Luohan and the others looked up at his words. Wow, what a coincidence. Should we change places? Bai Mo was still unclear about the situation, but at that moment, Su Wan was already running towards him. Handsome guy, could I get a favor? Su Wan feigned unfamiliarity with Bai Mo, playfully winking at him. Jiang Luohan and the others were left dumbfounded, forgetting all about Zhao Cheng. Have my eyes deceived me? Such a beautiful girl is approaching for a favor? You should accept. If you don't, we certainly will. To their astonishment, Bai Mo actually declined. Sorry, I'm not that kind of person. The others nearby spoke weakly, suggesting that any of them could be just anyone. Su Wan chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and remarked that it was better to be less casual. If you don't want to, that's fine. Can we at least share a meal? Jiang Luohan sighed upon noticing the way Su Wan looked at Bai Mo. His cousin was indeed exceptional, but Su Wan seemed equally impressive. It truly pained him. All right, could you two refrain from flaunting your connection? I'm nearly full without even having eaten. Jiang Luohan chided playfully, and the others soon realized they had been teased by Bai Mo and his companions. Someone chimed in with an air of self-satisfaction. I always said this beauty isn't blind. How could she not see that I am the most handsome? It turned out they had known each other beforehand. Pa, look in the mirror and see how repulsive you truly are. Su Wan continued to giggle. Let us go. The dishes are already ordered. We've just been waiting for you. As she spoke, she clasped her hands behind her back and walked towards Qin's table. Sister Qin, Bai Mo has arrived. The expressions of Jiang Ziwen and the others grew intriguing. He patted Zhao Cheng's shoulder and walked over. Zhao Cheng sighed deeply, steeling himself to follow. Jiang Ziwen, what brings you here? Hu Yashuan was taken aback upon seeing them approach. Jiang Ziwen's expression darkened slightly. I was about to ask you the same. Instead of pursuing your stardom, what are you doing here? Who are you trying to charm? Enough, Jiang Ziwen. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. Besides, you aren't in a position to judge me, Hu Yashuan retorted, clearly agitated and unwilling to dwell further on the topic. She turned to He Qin, her tone softening again. Sister Qin, they seem to have some misunderstandings about me. I must take my leave, but I will always await your call. He Qin maintained a gentle smile, nodding affirmatively, and Hu Yashuan departed. As she brushed past Zhao Cheng, there was a noticeable pause, albeit fleeting. Do you know each other? Su Wan inquired, nudging Bai Mo's shoulder. Bai Mo appeared bewildered. I don't know anything. Although unsure, he could guess that this rather attractive girl had likely abandoned her college boyfriend for her dream of stardom. So, you are Bai Mo. You certainly have a striking appearance, He Qin remarked with a smile. No wonder Xiaowan wanted to distract me today. Did I? Su Wan asked, staring at He Qin. The latter, seeing her expression, almost doubted herself. Didn't you? He Qin refrained from pressing the matter further, instead calling everyone to sit down. In the presence of He Qin, the few inexperienced college students appeared quite reserved. Jiang Ziwen, however, was unperturbed and nudged Bai Mo with his shoulder. Aren't you going to introduce us? Su Wan interjected directly. Su Wan, a classmate of Luohan. Hello, cousin. She had inquired about who would be attending on the way there. She understood that Bai Mo had come to the provincial capital for business and certainly could not be alone. Upon learning that Jiang Ziwen was Jiang Luohan's cousin, she exhibited minimal reaction, leaving Jiang Ziwen somewhat bewildered. Hello, this is my sister, He Qin, who is probably older than everyone here, so you can call her sister Qin. Su Wan tentatively stated, only to be met with a fierce glare from He Qin. Are you implying that I am old? He Qin retorted. Su Wan calmly replied with a sidelong glance. You said it yourself. It was evident that He Qin felt a mix of affection and exasperation towards Su Wan, prompting her to sigh. Compared to you all, I do indeed feel a bit older. No worries, spend some time with us, and you'll feel younger. Bai Mo interjected at the right moment, which only made He Qin feel worse. So everyone is saying I'm old, she thought, eager to change the subject. I heard that your Dongxiang plans to expand nationwide. Would you be interested in collaborating? Hearing this, Bai Mo was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at He Qin. What's wrong? She asked, perplexed. You resemble my long-lost 18-year-old sister. Chapter 56, Does our sister prefer young boys? He Qin burst into laughter, a sound reminiscent of a goose. She had heard countless flattering remarks, but never had she encountered someone like Bai Mo, who spoke such earnest nonsense. Once she regained her composure, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Bai Mo. In that case, I shall call you brother. All right, sister. Shall we discuss the collaboration when we find some time? Bai Mo had plans for promoting Dongxiang beyond just sports celebrity endorsements. He also aimed to incorporate charity and poverty alleviation. The term charity is not merely an advertisement. It serves as a profound commitment. Doing good can be anonymous, yet visibility is essential when needed, as it can yield unexpected benefits. However, Bai Mo had yet to determine the best approach. Simply advertising that for every item sold, a donation would be made could lead to moral coercion. While it may enhance his reputation, it would pose challenges for other clothing enterprises, potentially making Dongxiang a target of criticism within the industry. Thus, Bai Mo had been contemplating a gentler approach that would accomplish the goal without provoking backlash from competitors. Fortuitously, He Qin had brought up the topic. Su Wan had mentioned over the phone that He Qin would accompany her and briefly outlined He Qin's background. Her intention was to devise a way to distance herself from He Qin. However, Bai Mo firmly stated that such action would be unethical. Upon learning He Qin's identity, he had devised a complete plan but struggled to find the right moment to broach the subject. Unexpectedly, she had initiated the conversation herself. Sister, how about we find a CAF after dinner and have a preliminary discussion? He Qin rolled her eyes at his rapid change in demeanor. You truly have a sweet tongue and a clever mind. Bai Mo graciously acknowledged this, but that depends on the person. You wouldn't think I could address everyone so naturally as sister, would you? He Qin giggled, covering her mouth. Well, I wouldn't know. After speaking, he turned to Su Wan. Xiao Wan, those who lie are not frightening. What is truly alarming is when one is fully aware of the deceit yet chooses to believe it. Su Wan nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. Yet, at times, a lie can be more melodious than the truth. Bai Mo felt slightly insulted, awkwardly rubbing his nose, though the embarrassment did not linger long. After dinner today, I shall escort Xiaowan home, and we can discuss the collaboration tomorrow. Suwan looked at Yiqin in confusion. Did I ask you to take me home? Yiqin blinked. Initially no, but now yes. But I never said that. I did, and that suffices. Bai Mo sensed that his sister seemed to harbor some prejudice against him, casting wary glances in his direction while conversing with Suwan. As if to warn her, be cautious, he is not a good person. Fortunately, Bai Mo was shameless enough that had he possessed even a modicum of dignity, he would have left by now. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat stifled due to Yiqin and Suwan's presence. The group led by Jiang Luohan felt restrained. They dined in silence, not even partaking in drinks. Aside from Jiang Luohan managing to utter a few words, the others remained as mute as clams. Yiqin's commanding presence firmly subdued the entire room. So, do you know that Xianyan? Yiqin broached the subject. Upon hearing the name, Zhao Cheng involuntarily shuddered. Seizing the moment before anyone else could respond, he spoke up. I know her, though we are not close. He discerned that Hu Yashuan's appearance there was intended to curry favor with Yiqin. Although they had parted ways, there had been love once. Lacking any further well wishes, he settled for wishing her success in her career. Her singing is quite lovely. Jiang Luohan and the others wished to speak, but seeing Zhao Cheng's pleading gaze fixed upon them, they refrained. However, their subtle actions could hardly escape Yiqin's notice. She had witnessed such scenarios too often. Perhaps due to an excess of leisure in her daily life, she found herself indulging in a touch of mischief. How well do you sing? Zhao Cheng was puzzled by her inquiry and could only respond, it's passable. Ah, such modesty. As soon as he finished speaking, He Wei chimed in. Passable? Jinjia. Let me tell you, he won first place in our school's singing competition. It's a pity there are only supergirls now, no superboys. He had been known for his singing prowess, which had won him female admirers. Realizing he had said too much, He Wei quickly fell silent. Ahem. Let us focus on our meal. Yiqin seized upon the crucial point, asserting that singing well is sufficient, and even if one does not, it matters not. Tomorrow, you should reach out to him and mention that I referred you, she said, handing over a business card. Zhao Cheng was a bit bewildered, but accepted it nonetheless. Jinjia, are you trying to poach someone from me? Although Jiang Luohan feigned reluctance, he was secretly elated. It was evident that Yiqin was deliberately supporting Zhao Cheng. Is that so? After Yiqin spoke, she resumed eating. Do eat more vegetables. In the midst of Bai Mo and Yiqin stood Suwan. At that moment, Bai Mo turned to Suwan and inquired, does our sister have a fondness for little pups? Suwan giggled, covering her mouth. Now that you mention it, I find it quite likely. He then asked, do you think she would fancy someone like me? After pondering for a moment, Suwan replied, shall I ask her for you? Sure, Bai Mo responded eagerly. Without hesitation, Suwan turned to Yiqin and exclaimed, Sister Qin. Bai Mo wants to know if you like him as a little pup. Her voice resonated loudly, catching the attention not only of their table but also of several others nearby, who cast curious glances their way. Oh my, even with Bai Mo's thick skin. He felt an urge to find a corner to hide in. Suwan, you've gone astray. She beamed with pride, a smirk playing on her lips as she retorted. You asked me to inquire. Noticing Yiqin's gaze, Bai Mo quickly interjected, Sister, allow me to explain. Naturally, Yiqin did not take the jest to heart. She merely set down her chopsticks and regarded him. Go ahead and defend yourself. Without wasting any time, Bai Mo began. I heard from Suwan that you don't have a boyfriend yet, so I just wanted to know what type you prefer. I have an uncle tall, kind-hearted, and with a great temper. Suwan, having met Bai Mo's uncle, instantly chuckled at the thought. I can attest to that. He truly is tall and imposing. Tall is one descriptor, while big refers to another. Indeed, Yiqin's uncle fits the bill perfectly. Yiqin was not the type to blush over a mere jest. With her hands propped under her chin, she displayed no discernible expression. In that case, it might be worth a meeting. Chapter 57. Local charm when Yiqin departed. She conveniently settled the bill, exchanged numbers with Bai Mo, and then climbed into her red BMW. Although Suwan was reluctant to leave, she understood that if she lingered, Yiqin would follow, making the entire group uncomfortable. Thus, she reluctantly joined her in the car. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Bai Mo replied, waving as she closed the window. Driver, please proceed. Yiqin rolled her eyes, but pressed the accelerator nonetheless. On the way back, Yiqin suddenly inquired, was it him who blocked your path that time? Yes, Suwan nodded. He was even more handsome back then. Yiqin refrained from responding, instead continuing her questioning. So your trip to Jiangsu and Zhejiang was for him? Suwon gazed out the window, a smile creeping onto her lips. I went for the delicious food. Upon hearing this, Hee-chin wisely chose not to pry further. Suwon had always been resolute in her decisions, unyielding to the influence of others. Once Hee-chin left, Jiang Ziwen and his companions felt an unexpected sense of relief. They had inexplicably enjoyed a free meal, which felt delightful. After Jiang Ziwen remarked this, he threw an arm around Zhao Cheng's shoulder. Old Zhao, once you make it big, don't forget the brothers. Zhao Cheng chuckled wryly. We're still far from that. Ever since he had seen Hu Yashuan at the restaurant earlier that day, his spirits had been notably low. Jiang Ziwen had grown accustomed to his expression. He simply stated, All right, Bai Mo has arrived today. Let's all unwind at the Clover Bar. Fei Fei and her friends are already waiting for us. There is a saying, the vibrant lights and intoxicating drinks cultivate a man's ambition, while the allure of flirtation reveals a woman's charm. Bai Mo was indifferent to the notions of ambition. Rather, he was intrigued by the local customs and culture. Beneath the dim lighting and amidst the pulsating music, a throng of revelers danced wildly in the center of the dance floor, occasionally punctuated by the shrill screams of women and the laughter of men. Bai Mo's perception of a bar could be summed up in two words, release and romance. The lonely sought companionship, the curious sought exhilaration, and the disheartened sought solace. In his past life, he had little to release and no need for romantic entanglements, only attending such places when necessary for business dealings. The conspicuous Maserati key in his hand rendered him uncertain of whether he was the hunter or the prey upon entering. Brother Jiang has arrived. This way, please. Jiang Ziwen was a regular at this bar, and as soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by a heavily made-up middle-aged woman who linked her arm with his. Your friends have been waiting for you. Jiang Ziwen nodded in acknowledgement, occasionally brushing against the woman's ample bosom, eliciting her continuous giggles. Brother Jiang, you are truly insufferable. This was also the reason Bai Mo harbored a distaste for bars, especially those of this era. The thought of being addressed as brother by someone over a decade his senior in such a coy manner was enough to make him uncomfortable for days. At that moment, he felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering if Fei Fei's friends would all be like this. However, it was evident that he was overthinking. The woman led them to his spacious booth where about 10 young women were already seated. Despite the flickering lights, it was clear that they were all quite attractive. Brother Jiang. A girl in a short skirt stood up upon seeing Jiang Ziwen, bouncing over to him. You finally made it. As she spoke, she nestled against him like a little bird. Jiang Ziwen affectionately tousled her hair and then pointed to Bai Mo with one hand while holding her with the other. You've met everyone else. This is my brother, Bai Mo, a millionaire tycoon. Make sure to treat him well. Fei Fei nodded and smiled at Bai Mo. Hello, Mr. Bai. After exchanging pleasantries, she waved to one of her friends behind her. Cece, make sure to take good care of Mr. Bai. The girl named Cece appeared visibly timid. But upon hearing her name called by Fei Fei, she stood up. Hello, Mr. Bai. Bai Mo glanced at Cece and did not detect the distinctive aura typically associated with women of the night. Jiang Ziwen noticed this too and leaned closer to whisper into Fei Fei's ear. Which school does she attend? Communications. Fei Fei seemed to anticipate Jiang Ziwen's inquiry and answered before he could speak. She volunteered. Her family is facing difficulties and she encountered some issues. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ziwen nodded. That's good to know. As they conversed, Cece shyly entwined her arm around Bai Mo's. Despite the cacophony surrounding them, Bai Mo could distinctly hear her hurried breaths, which suddenly stirred a sense of guilt within him. Yet, upon reflection, he reassured himself that even if it were not he, others would certainly fill that role, alleviating his discomfort. At least he harbored no peculiar or deviant inclinations. To Bai, I raise my glass to you. Cece quivered as she lifted her wine glass towards Bai Mo. He too raised his glass, intending merely to take a sip, only to witness Cece down the entire drink in one go. This was Louis XIII, specifically ordered by Jiang Ziwen to host Bai Mo. To see her finish it in one gulp was astonishing. Afterward, it was evident that she felt somewhat unwell, squinting her eyes in an effort to maintain her composure. After some contemplation, Bai Mo set his glass down. She sought courage from the drink, and he had no need to meddle. You should stick to this. He offered her a bottle of mineral water. Do not burden yourself, just lean on me. You need not do anything else. The compensation you deserve will not diminish. Having consumed alcohol, Cece felt slightly dizzy and swayed her head. But Sister Fei Fei said I have the final say. Oh, Cece nodded, then leaned against Bai Mo. The effects of the drink hit her hard, and as the world spun around her, she succumbed to slumber. During this time, Jiang Ziwen and others intermittently invited Bai Mo for drinks, and upon witnessing this scene, they exchanged knowing smiles. Bai Mo, have fun. Rest assured, I shall not speak indiscreetly. Jiang Ziwen, after consuming a couple of liang of alcohol, began to ramble incoherently, boasting of his prowess. This collaboration will surely be a win-win. Leave the Yuzhong market to me. You can trust me. I earned 300,000 during my 3 years in university, all thanks to my connections. My abilities. Bai Mo could hardly bear to listen, meekly interjecting, I made 200,000 in 2 weeks. Jiang Ziwen fell silent. Fei Fei was taken aback, casting a deep glance at Bai Mo. After a moment, Jiang Ziwen spat out, damn. You're truly a freak. It's a good thing you're not coming to Yuzhong. Otherwise, every encounter would be a source of discomfort for me. With that, Jiang Ziwen slumped onto Fei Fei. Bai Mo, that Jiang is drunk. I'll take him to rest. You carry on. Bai Mo nodded, intending to leave as well. The others had long since vanished, leaving only He Wei accompanying Zhao Cheng, who was sulking over his drink. Seeing everyone had departed, he staggered to his feet. He Wei grumbled, damn it. Even in a drunken state, I still have to babysit you. When you become a big star, you owe me a few beautiful girls. Zhao Cheng, eyes closed, struggled to lift his hand, but failed repeatedly. No problem. Chapter 58. Fragrant shadows wake up. Everyone has gone. After all had departed, Bai Mo nudged Cici. As she rubbed her eyes, he stood up and made his way toward the bar's entrance, not forgetting to remind her, you should leave as well. Cici, still groggy and disoriented, felt a bit lightheaded. As I regained a semblance of clarity, I discovered an unexpected sum of over 1,000 yuan along with a note in my bag. It instructed me to find a hotel room to rest. Setting aside the fact that the city center is quite distant from the school, it is perilous for an attractive girl who has had a few drinks to return alone. Even if I managed to make it back, entry to the campus would be impossible. I, Bai Mo, had no intention of jeopardizing someone else's safety due to a mere oversight. The night air was thick with warmth as I stood at the crossroads, smoking and awaiting a taxi. In the stillness of the night, I noticed scattered flyers on the street, though curiosity piqued my interest regarding their authenticity. I refrained from investigating further, wary of potential traps. Upon arriving at the hotel, I chose not to ascend immediately but rather sought out an internet CAF nearby. The CAF was bustling, predominantly filled with gamers, though a few girls were watching television, accompanied by men. It was only the girls engrossed in their studies who appeared to be solitary. My purpose at the CAF was not to indulge in games, but to open a document and commence work on my proposal. Since He Qin had extended a collaboration opportunity, I felt compelled to present a satisfactory plan. Where is Dad? The days we long for? Run quickly, brother. He Qin glanced at the several proposals in her hands, then at my weary visage, exclaiming in surprise, did you write these overnight? I nodded, stifling a yawn. Yes. He Qin seemed perplexed further. Didn't you all go out last night? We did, I clarified, and we even did some good deeds. The nightlife of youth was not something He Qin wished to scrutinize. Yet, the proposals before her were striking. By 2004, domestic variety shows had already gained substantial traction, and He Qin was inclined to venture into this realm, albeit lacking a suitable plan. Are you suggesting we incorporate charity and advertising into the variety show? Indeed, I affirmed. After all, you're my sister. I wouldn't want you to incur losses. This way, your program would flourish and the artists' reputations would benefit, a quintessential win-win. As I conversed with He Qin, Suwan handed me a freshly brewed coffee. I find this feasible, Sister Qin. Why not give it a try? He Qin set down her proposal and looked at Suwan. Didn't you consider making me a cup? Suwan blinked innocently before promptly calling out Sister Ho. Please make a cup of coffee for your boss. Almost instantly, a response echoed back. Okay. He Qin could only sigh, saying nothing further. We can give it a shot. However, let me clarify that I want to be investing heavily in the first season of the variety show. As for the charitable donations you mentioned, I can tentatively agree to that. He Qin's willingness to acquiesce so readily left me elated, and I knew better than to ask for more. All right, sister. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. All right, I have several meetings to attend. You may return to your tasks. Someone will be in touch with you shortly. He Qin was genuinely busy. The time she carved out to meet me was scarce. Once our business was concluded, she did not hesitate to issue her farewell. I bore no resentment, leaving with a cheerful demeanor. You carry on. Suwan departed while discussing the progress on Weibo with Bai Mo. She had successfully contacted prominent figures such as Hua Gu and Fa Go, and under their influence, a considerable number of other celebrities were anticipated to follow suit. Bai Mo stared at Suwan in astonishment upon hearing about these two individuals. You managed to reach out to them? He thought. realizing he had underestimated Su Wan in the past. Although he was aware of her capabilities, he had not anticipated her possessing such formidable connections. Su Wan was pleased by Bai Mo's reaction and smiled. A significant part of this is thanks to Sister Qin. Her family's network is extensive, particularly within the entertainment industry. Bai Mo nodded in acknowledgement, curious about the nature of Su Wan's relationship with Yi Qin. However, Su Wan did not grant him the opportunity to inquire further. "Are you busy this afternoon?" she asked. "Busy," Bai Mo replied without hesitation. This response seemed to align with Su Wan's expectations, yet she did not appear disheartened. She continued to smile playfully. "What? Busy?" Feeling her hand resting on his waist, Bai Mo pondered for a moment before rephrasing his response. "Not busy anymore?" Upon hearing this, Su Wan nodded in satisfaction. "Oh, that's good. I've been to the provincial capital several times. But the only memorable visit was when my mother took me to the Qingshan Lake amusement park during my childhood. It was quite enjoyable." As she spoke, Su Wan looked up at Bai Mo, waiting for him to contribute to the conversation. Bai Mo certainly understood what she wished to hear. For the sake of that cup of coffee, he decided to indulge her this once. "The amusement park? Huh? I was just thinking of going. Would you like to join me?" "Sure. But you can take your hand back now," Su Wan replied, naturally retracting her hand behind her back and skipping ahead. Humming a tune, Bai Mo recognized the melody as resembling the theme song of a currently popular drama, Dark Fragrance. It was a rather melancholic song. Yet she sang it with such joy. Bai Mo was left puzzled, unsure of what she found so amusing. Qingshan Lake Amusement Park held countless memories for the people of Yuzhong. Even Bai Mo, who had rarely visited, was familiar with its reputation. Unfortunately, over time, it had gradually fallen from grace, even approaching desolation. Back in 2004, before the Yuzhong Star was established, the park was bustling with visitors. Primarily families with children and a few young couples. Su Wan and Bai Mo standing together felt entirely natural. She even brought the drink that Bai Mo had just purchased for her to his lips, just as he was about to take a sip. Su Wan swiftly pulled it away. "If you want some, you'll have to buy your own." "But I bought that," Bai Mo protested. "It's mine now," Su Wan replied, glancing at him with a playful expression. "Is there a problem? You're happy, and that's what matters," he conceded. Chapter 59. I have a friend. I paid the full amount. "And you tell me you went to an internet CAF last night?" Jiang Luohan looked at Bai Mo in astonishment, realizing the unnecessary expenses he had incurred, which made him wince slightly. Bai Mo, however, remained unfazed. Observing Jiang Luohan's expression, he tentatively suggested, "How about we call her back today?" Jiang Luohan sighed, feeling as though he was the one playing the villain. "Forget it. I'll be more careful next time." After speaking, he took a seat at the conference table and casually tossed over a "Observe closely." Bai Mo did not come to Yuzhong for mere indulgence, but rather for the market opportunities it presents. Yesterday, Jiang Luohan's hospitality was difficult to refuse, and he did not shy away. Today, however, it was time to discuss serious matters. Su Wan was aware of this, which is why she did not linger long at the amusement park and found an excuse to leave early, merely mentioning that they would depart for Hannan together. Bai Mo picked up the contract and perused it. Most of the content had already been negotiated. However, Jiang Luohan had surprisingly made some concessions regarding profits. Being a forthright individual, Jiang Luohan spoke directly to Bai Mo, stating, "Your target is the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai region. I will not compete with you. If you achieve success in Yuzhong, I would like to pursue opportunities in other areas of East China." Bai Mo gently set the contract down and regarded him quietly. Although it was merely a verbal promise, Bai Mo would not easily commit. Familiarity should not cloud business dealings. Once the brand effect of Dongxiang is unleashed, many will undoubtedly be eager to become agents. Noticing Bai Mo's demeanor, Jiang Luohan adopted a more serious tone. "I have always believed that online shopping is the future, and I have already begun to establish connections in this area. You can have the other regions outside Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. I will create an online store for Dongxiang." In 2004, domestic online shopping platforms had only just begun, yet the annual transaction volume had already reached 8 figures. This was merely the beginning. In 2005, online sales would experience a complete explosion, with subsequent years witnessing exponential growth. Bai Mo also harbored intentions of venturing into this domain. However, an individual's capabilities are ultimately limited, and in the short term, he could not afford to divert his attention. Jiang Luohan's willingness to take on this responsibility was welcome. Nonetheless, it was essential not to appear too eager. Last year, a newly established online shopping platform called Taobao emerged, although it currently only facilitated guaranteed transactions. It would surely continue to optimize. If possible, investing would be ideal. Jiang Luohan had already intended to develop an online platform and was aware of this burgeoning website. However, upon hearing Bai Mo's words, he shook his head. Becoming a merchant is one thing, but they do not yet have a retail clothing store on their site. Upon reaching this point, Jiang Luohan sighed. His transaction volume last year had already exceeded 30 million, and the investment requirements were now prohibitively high. Bai Mo did not press further, stating, "Forget I mentioned it. Just ensure you do not regret it later." Jiang Luohan felt a flicker of temptation at Bai Mo's words. Yet, considering his own financial constraints, he reluctantly decided to set aside this idea for the time being. Perhaps in a few years. What about the contract? Bai Mo wasted no time, picking up a pen to sign his name and affixing a contract seal. He always carried his dining utensils with him. Let me be clear. If Yuzhong does not achieve the desired transaction volume, I will not grant you the East China region. Jiang Luohan wore an awkward smile, assuring him, just wait and see. The marketers had long reached an agreement. Grant me the agency rights, and I can collect funds from them tomorrow. You need only wait for the money to arrive. Upon hearing the words collect money, Bai Mo's spirits soared. It seemed that this month's salaries for the employees and the payments for his uncle's goods were finally secure. Bai Mo had not interfered at all in the market of Yuzhong. Since he had handed it over, he did so completely. After obtaining the agency contract, Jiang Luohan sprang into action. Young entrepreneurs are never short of passion, a quality Bai Mo lacked. While others were risking everything, he bore no burdens. Even the prospect of bankruptcy didn't faze him. After all, the World Cup was merely 2 years away. Although he only remembered the championship teams, that was sufficient. Bai Mo lingered in Yuzhong for an additional 2 days, primarily because Suwan mentioned that a Hong Kong Taiwanese celebrity she admired was coming over. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to wait with her. Zhang Xiaohan, He nodded. Yes, our company has some business collaboration with her. Conveniently. She is available now, so we extended an invitation. Bai Mo's impression of her wasn't profound. He only recalled that she was the sole torchbearer from Taiwan at the 2008 Beijing Olympics. There was also a song that resonated with him, Invisible Wings. He pondered whether the song had elevated her or if she had elevated the song. She likely had not composed it yet at this stage. If this song were to serve as the theme for a dynamic poverty alleviation campaign, Bai Mo's thoughts began to stir again. Do you like her too? Suwan inquired as she noticed Bai Mo lost in contemplation. Bai Mo shook his head, admitting he only knew she sang beautifully. After stating this, he turned to He, asking, "By the way, sister, is your business collaboration aimed at getting her to sign with your company to develop in the mainland?" He graciously nodded. "Yes, she sees the potential in the entertainment industry here, and I see her potential. Sister, a friend of mine once wrote a song that I believe would suit her perfectly." "You have a friend who writes songs?" Suwan was astonished. In her memory, although Bai Mo's social circle was intricate, it consisted mainly of peers. It seemed improbable for him to know someone who specialized in lyrics. Bai Mo shrugged. "I have another friend who, instead of attending the capital university, is going to Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. Isn't that even more astonishing?" Suwan turned her gaze to the window, feigning disinterest. "What splendid weather!" He, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to change the subject. "Do you have the lyrics?" "Let me see." "Yes, please make way," Bai Mo replied, moving in front of He to signal her to shift over. He intended to print them using her office computer. He hesitated noticeably. Her computer was strictly off-limits to others due to the abundance of sensitive information it contained, even lacking an internet connection. However, upon seeing Suwan beside her, she relented. Bai Mo understood that this was not entirely appropriate. One could never know what sensitive material a media professional's computer might hold. He merely wished to gauge her attitude, though she referred to her as sister. It was merely driven by self-interest. Bai Mo was taken aback when He actually acquiesced, even refraining from forbidding him to touch her documents. "Sister, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall truly lend my assistance." He shot him a glance, sensing the shift in his tone. "What? Was your prior offer of help insincere?" In Chapter 60, Bai Mo pondered while tapping on the keyboard. "Did I ever say that before? I don't believe I did." Without allowing He a moment for contemplation, he swiftly shifted the topic. "Yeah, I only have the lyrics, but I cannot compose the music. However, I am familiar with the melody. You have a dedicated teacher for that, don't you?" "Indeed," He replied, picking up the phone to call the front desk. "Please send Wanya to my office." Shortly after hanging up, a young woman with short hair in her 20s entered. Qingjia, you called for me? Take a look at his lyrics and determine how to set them to music. Wang Yi glanced in the direction He-Chin indicated, momentarily taken aback to see Bai Mo leaning against her boss's chair. However, she quickly composed herself, nodding and approaching. All right. As Wang Yi examined the lyrics, a spark of inspiration illuminated her expression. Bai Mo then suggested, would you like to hear the general melody as I hum it? Though he wasn't particularly skilled at singing, humming the melody posed no challenge. Okay, just a moment. I'll record it first. Wang Yi worked efficiently after a single rendition. She had grasped the general melody and made adjustments for any off-key notes. This song is fantastic, Wang Yi exclaimed, excitedly handing the initial draft to He-Chin. Although not a professional musician, He-Chin had acquired a certain appreciation for music through exposure. After reviewing the lyrics, she nodded in satisfaction, returning the manuscript to Wang Yi. She indicated for her to go and refine it further. She then turned to Bai Mo, inquiring, very inspiring. It could serve as a lead single. Are you suggesting I present this to Jiang Luohan as a meeting gift? Bai Mo nodded affirmatively. Yes. However, I intend for this song to be the annual theme for Dongxiang. This year, we have donated supplies to numerous schools in mountainous regions, and we are currently in need of a spokesperson for filming. He-Chin found it difficult to decline. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for her. Ever since learning of Jiang Luohan's intent to venture into the mainland, several companies had reached out to her. She was now poised to negotiate, and presenting this meeting gift could certainly secure her an advantageous position. This was far more credible than mere empty promises. I will communicate with her to gauge her interest. If she is unwilling, there is little I can do, considering she is not yet an artist of our company. With the song now on the table, Bai Mo found it hard to envision failure. He smiled at He-Chin, saying, success lies in our efforts. I await your good news. By the way, how is Zhao Qing doing? Bai Mo suddenly recalled that Zhao Qing was still with He-Chin's company and casually inquired. After a moment of thought, He-Chin struggled to recall who Zhao Qing was, ultimately shaking her head in uncertainty. At that moment, her sudden inclination towards mischief was merely a fleeting whim, hardly warranting much attention. She simply entrusted her subordinates to keep an eye on things. She was curious to see if a single remark from her could indeed alter the course of someone's destiny or mend a broken relationship. He should be studying at the company now. If you wish to know, I can summon him to inquire. Bai Mo quickly shook her head, deciding against disturbing him. After speaking, she cast a peculiar glance at He-Chin. Sister Qin, you haven't actually invited that Hu Yashuan, have you? He-Chin chuckled. Why not? It's an excellent publicity stunt. Bai Mo couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, acknowledging her prowess as a media person, even in the absence of news. She understood how to create it. He-Chin, uninterested in delving deeper into this topic, reiterated it was merely her playful inclination. She continued speaking to Bai Mo. I had the team review your proposals. Given the current market trends, everyone seems to favor more competitive shows like Run, Brothers, which appears quite suitable. What do you think? Bai Mo recognized that He-Chin and her team undoubtedly had a better grasp of the television variety market than she did. Since they were in agreement, there was likely no cause for concern. She directly responded to He-Chin. I have no objections, as long as we can visit some impoverished areas during filming. He-Chin nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed part of the plan. It would not only promote Bai Mo but also enhance the artist's reputation while benefiting people in those mountainous regions, a win-win situation. Do you have any suggestions for guest selections? Or is there someone you wish to see rise to fame? I can offer you a guest slot, she inquired. Bai Mo contemplated for a moment. I need to think carefully. Although I am not currently acquainted with any celebrity, I wouldn't mind holding on to this slot. Just because there are no opportunities now doesn't mean there won't be in the future. From planning to inviting guests and filming, there is still a considerable amount of time. If an oblivious young star were to approach me during this period and was willing to make some sacrifices, I would not object. Sister Qin, you are leading Bai Mo into temptation, Su Wan interjected, pouting and expressing her disapproval of He-Chin. Initially, when Bai Mo and He-Chin discussed serious matters, she had chosen to remain silent. Yet, she was taken aback that He-Chin would offer a variety show slot to Bai Mo. Although she was not part of the industry, she understood how fiercely individuals in this realm would compete for exposure. Not just Bai Mo, who was merely 18, but even mature men in their 30s and 40s could succumb to such allure. He-Chin immediately countered, how can that be considered leading? The choice is reciprocal. He can refuse. She then turned to Bai Mo, brother, will you decline? Bai Mo replied, sister, I truly cannot utter the word refuse to you. With his smooth words, Suwon saw this was Bai Mo's choice and refrained from further comment, though she still offered a gentle reminder. Bai Mo, your venture is destined to become a sensation, potentially evolving into a national brand. In this context, your reputation is paramount. It must remain untainted by scandal or gossip, which is precisely what Suwon is concerned about. The number of opportunities is trivial. It is one's reputation that truly matters. An entrepreneur's standing can profoundly influence the trajectory of their enterprise. Bai Mo is undoubtedly aware of this, for he understands the potency of public opinion better than anyone. Take, for instance, the case of Guoxi, whose trajectory was once comparable to that of the industry's giants. At the pinnacle of his career, a scandal abruptly thrust him out of the limelight. Yet, for Guoxi, it was still worth it. Presently, Dongxiang is not yet successful, and Bai Mo remains relatively unknown, which means he is not under scrutiny. However, once Dongxiang gains national exposure, the scenario will shift dramatically. As the youthful proprietor of Dongxiang, his story will undoubtedly pique the interest of the media. It is even conceivable that the minutiae of his high school mathematics scores could be meticulously examined. Should a rumor of an affair with a certain rising star emerge, that star would find it nearly impossible to evade fame. Chapter 61. Youth Wasted. Bai Mo ignored Bai Tu on the train. Suwon sat beside Bai Mo, wearing headphones. Upon hearing a new song, she removed one earbud and placed it in Bai Mo's ear. Jiang Luohan recorded this song but has yet to showcase it publicly. She wanted you to hear it first. It is truly enchanting. She mentioned that this song resonates with her deeply and expressed a desire to meet you specifically. When Jiang Luohan met He Qin, she had not yet decided which company to partner with, but upon seeing the lyrics He Qin provided, she nodded without hesitation. In her words, the song evoked a wonderfully inexplicable sense of familiarity. Initially, Bai Mo struggled to stay awake. But as soon as Suwon inserted the earbud into his ear, he was instantly alert. Jiang Luohan's voice was ethereal and delightful, delivering an inexplicable sense of impact through the song. By the way, who actually penned this piece? Suwon inquired curiously. Bai Mo turned his head, inadvertently meeting Suwon's gaze. Given their proximity, this slight movement brought them even closer. Suwon's eyes sparkled with an indescribable emotion. Yet she did not feel shy due to the ambiguous closeness. She continued to gaze intently at Bai Mo. Bai Mo distinctly recalled turning to answer her question. But upon encountering Suwon's gaze, he completely lost his train of thought. What did you just say? I asked what you would like to eat tonight. I still owe you a meal. Bai Mo pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting, how about spicy hot pot? The 6 yuan variety will suffice. Suwon, unaware of the joke, assumed Bai Mo genuinely craved that dish and nodded in agreement. Sure. At that moment, however, Bai Mo's phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, he initially intended not to answer. Yet, Suwon inexplicably looked at him and pressed the answer button. After completing this action, she reclaimed the earbud from Bai Mo and resumed listening to her music. No need to come and pick me up. I have other plans later. What? You're already at the train station? You can head back. Suwon and I will return together. After Bai Mo finished speaking, Jiang Luohan on the other end fell silent. After a moment, she softly said, Where are you going? I'll drive you. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Bai Mo removed Suwon's earphones. Upon putting them on, she discovered there was no sound at all. Suwon smiled mischievously. It's time for a new phone. Why is there no sound? We'll have an extra person for dinner tonight. I'll treat you. Suwon bit her lip and murmured something regrettable. What did you say? Bai Mo, not having heard clearly, inquired. Suwon sighed deeply and remarked, How many years of youth do we have? Half of it wasted. What do you mean? Suwon did not respond, but placed her palm against the car window, gazing at the sunlight filtering through her fingers. Half of our youth is squandered, so we must embrace the other half with fervor. After shaking her hand, she turned back. Here, I haven't given you your graduation gift yet, Suwon said, pulling out a beautifully wrapped box from her backpack. Bai Mo was surprised to find that she had received a gift. Although she was curious about its contents, she refrained from opening it in front of her. After handing the gift to Bai Mo, Suwon closed her eyes and began to rest. Not long after, Bai Mo felt a weight on her shoulder. Suwon had leaned against her, a slight smile gracing her lips. She clung to Bai Mo's arm, seeking a more comfortable position. It was unclear whether she had fallen asleep or was merely resting. Suwon only opened her eyes when they reached their destination, a rosy hue adorning her cheeks. She nudged Bai Mo, urging, Let us go. The afternoon sun blazed down, and the lack of shade at the exit intensified the heat. Suwon, holding an umbrella, initially intended to shield Bai Mo, but upon spotting Jiang Luohan standing under the sun at the exit, she abandoned Bai Mo without a second thought. There was no need to wait. You could have stayed in the car. Jiang Luohan cast a resentful glance back at Bai Mo before pouting at Su Wan, saying, "I was afraid I wouldn't find you in the car." At that moment, Bai Mo approached, and upon stepping into the sunlight, she felt an intense heat. She wondered how long Jiang Luohan had been standing there and quickly said, "All right. Let us go." "Okay." Jiang Luohan nodded, then linked her arm with Su Wan's, leaning against her umbrella, disregarding Bai Mo entirely. "Xiao Wan, when are you going to the provincial city? How long will you be there?" Su Wan understood Jiang Luohan's intention and replied directly. "I went before him and spent a few days with my mother while also doing some promotional work." "Oh, I see." Su Wan's parents were separated, and her mother resided in the provincial city, a fact Jiang Luohan was aware of. Upon reaching the parking lot, Jiang Luohan invited Su Wan to sit in the front seat to chat while she herself climbed into the driver's seat, ignoring Bai Mo completely. "Xiao Wan, where to next?" The snack street outside the school has been a long-neglected destination for indulging in spicy hot pot. White Mo felt as though he were an invisible entity, a mere specter. This sensation intensified once he boarded the vehicle. The two individuals in front were engaged in lively banter, and each time he attempted to interject, his words were met with disregard. As time passed, White Mo relinquished his desire to engage. He retrieved his phone and dialed Suzhong. During this period, Dongxiang has been expanding at a remarkable pace. In addition to the specialty stores operating under the hermit crab model, 2 more direct stores have recently opened. The markets in surrounding counties are also being developed. With White Mo's investment of 2 million, the market has been thoroughly opened. Franchisees have been flocking in, and even businessmen from other provinces have come seeking opportunities. Advertisements featuring several sports stars can soon be prepared for television. I have negotiated a business collaboration in the provincial capital, and in due course, a few first- and second-tier celebrities will visit the school we sponsor to make donations. We will film some segments, so the promotional department should be ready. After the call, White Mo realized the vehicle had already come to a halt. Su Wan and Jiang Luohan had exited to place their orders. Upon glancing at the shop's name, Streetside Spicy Hot Pot, he entered. Inside, he found a bottle of open beer already placed before Jiang Luohan. Su Wan cast a pleading glance his way, subtly motioning for White Mo to intervene. From his recollections, the last time Jiang Luohan drank was during their hotel visit, and he could not permit her to indulge again. Drinking and driving posed too great a risk. "Shall I have a sip?" he inquired as he approached, taking hold of the beer and sampling it. It was refreshingly cold, a delight on a summer day, especially when paired with spicy crayfish. Spicy hot pot, however, was best avoided. It was too harsh on the stomach. Jiang Luohan merely shot him a glance, unperturbed, and called out to the server, "Bring me another bottle." Following her request, she provocatively addressed White Mo, "Do you dare to drink with me again?" Having stood under the sun for some time, Jiang Luohan had perspired profusely. Although the sweat had dried, remnants clung to her hair, framing her face, and the signs of exertion were evident at the corners of her eyes. This, combined with her melancholic gaze, lent her beauty an endearing sorrow. Perhaps provocation had once held sway over the 18-year-old White Mo, but now his heart remained unperturbed. "My mother says the outside world is perilous, especially for boys who must learn to protect themselves. Moreover, one should refrain from drinking, particularly in the company of girls." Jiang Luohan fell silent, tears welling in her eyes. After wiping them away, she stubbornly declared, "Then I shall drink alone." This time, White Mo did not attempt to dissuade her but inquired instead, "How much money did you bring today?" Uncertain of his motives, Jiang Luohan nonetheless opened her wallet to check. "Over 200. Why? Lend it all to me." "Oh." Without questioning his reasoning, she intended to hand her wallet to him. But upon catching sight of the photograph tucked away in the compartment, the only picture of the two of them together, she hastily withdrew her hand. He simply took the money out. Bai Mo directly stuffed all the cash into his pocket and then said to her, "I will only cover the meal, and at most the cost of this bottle of wine. If you wish to drink more, call your father to settle the bill." Jiang Luohan was taken aback, staring blankly at Bai Mo. At that moment, the waiter brought over the wine and inquired whether it needed to be opened. Forget it for now, she thought. She couldn't possibly tell Jiangzhu about her drinking. Once the waiter departed, Jiang Luohan's expression grew even more aggrieved. "Do you only know how to bully me? Do you see me bullying others?" Su Wan, hearing this, kicked Bai Mo under the table, rolled her eyes, and continued to munch on sunflower seeds. Bai Mo shot her a glare before turning his attention back to Jiang Luohan. Speak your mind. Are you hoping that alcohol will embolden you? Jiang Luohan was incensed. Pouting as she retorted at Bai Mo, "You're the coward." After hesitating for a while and taking a deep breath, she finally resolved to ask, "Bai Mo, you like Suwan, don't you?" Suwan halted her snacking, glancing anxiously at Jiang Luohan before Bai Mo could respond. "Luohan, what nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Luohan countered, "I'm not speaking nonsense." "Bai Mo, you tell us, is it true or not?" Now both Jiang Luohan and Suwan felt a surge of tension. Suwan was also curious, but merely out of idle interest. She understood well that friends could last a lifetime, yet once they became lovers, they could never revert to mere friendship. Thus, she had never contemplated confessing her feelings to Bai Mo, nor did she wish for him to confess to her. If Bai Mo were truly to do so, she would find it impossible to utter the word no, yet she feared even more the prospect of saying yes. Remaining unconfessed allowed them to stay together, even if only as friends. Suwan didn't mind watching him be sweet and happy with his girlfriend, experiencing the ups and downs of their relationship. She was content to be a spectator, finding joy in Bai Mo's happiness. Even in his moments of sorrow, she could find ways to comfort him. A romantic relationship might involve more, but once it ended, it would be irrevocably over. Suwan dreaded the thought of a future where she and Bai Mo were like strangers. "Bai Mo, don't respond," just as Suwan was about to intervene. Bai Mo smiled and waved her off. "It's fine." After saying this, he lifted the corners of his mouth and turned to Jiang Luohan. "Do you want to know?" Jiang Luohan nodded eagerly, "Yes, very much." At that moment, Suwan swallowed hard, her hands unconsciously clenching. Bai Mo, however, appeared utterly composed. "There may be boys who don't fancy beautiful girls, but clearly, I am not one of them. Why wouldn't I like someone as lovely as Suwan?" Jiang Luohan was still pondering Bai Mo's words, feeling as though her question and his response were misaligned. However, Suwan chimed in with a smile, "So you mean you like all pretty girls, right?" Bai Mo's answer was already quite satisfying to her. At the very least, it indicated he liked her. It was a kind of affection that didn't rush to confirm a relationship. Bai Mo stroked his chin and mused aloud. "It could be said that my standards for beauty are rather elevated. At the very least, one should possess qualities akin to Jiang Luohan." Jiang Luohan gazed at her with a slight air of melancholy. "What do you mean by at least someone like me? Am I truly so lacking? Have I caused you any distress?" Though her words were laced with sarcasm, the resentment within Jiang Luohan's heart had considerably dissipated. To appreciate beauty, at least one must see reflections of themselves, which implies a certain fondness for oneself. Upon learning from Bai Mo that he had returned with Suwan, she felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Otherwise, she would not have lingered alone under the sun for so long. It was not a peculiar obsession, but rather an acknowledgement of her own limitations. "Eat more vegetables and speak less," Bai Mo advised, taking a sip of beer before pouring a dash of vinegar into Jiang Luohan's bowl. Frustrated, she wanted to retort but found herself at a loss for words, only managing to stomp her foot in irritation. Suwan couldn't help but stifle a giggle. After finishing her meal, Suwan wiped her mouth and declared, "All right. I shall take my leave. Are you two continuing to play?" A flicker of anticipation appeared in Jiang Luohan's eyes, yet Bai Mo yawned and shook his head in refusal. "There is nothing to do outside. I'm heading back to grind for the dragon-slaying blade and then enjoy a good night's sleep." The dragon-slaying blade in the game had always been Bai Mo's obsession. Regrettably, it was a challenging endeavor to obtain. With work awaiting him at the company after several days of absence, there were numerous documents requiring his signature. A trace of disappointment flashed in Jiang Luohan's gaze, but she refrained from further persuasion. Instead, she linked arms with Suwan and said, "Shawan, let me escort you home." After saying this, she turned to Bai Mo and asked, "Would you like to join us?" "It's not on the way. You two go ahead," he replied. As she watched Bai Mo enter a taxi, Jiang Luohan murmured dreamily, "Shawan, I really like him, so very much." Suwan merely smiled in response. "Then good luck with that." Chapter 63. See you at university. After 3 months of development, bolstered by the endorsements of several champion athletes during the Olympics, Dongxiang has emerged as a well-known national sports brand. Beyond apparel, it now encompasses a variety of sports footwear and outdoor gear. Its flagship stores have proliferated across provincial capitals, and even some prefecture-level cities have begun to showcase the brand's presence. Another significant factor contributing to Dongxiang's popularity is the theme song performed by Zhang Shaoan. The Chinese music scene in 2004 was fiercely competitive, with an abundance of hit songs emerging. Once Invisible Wings was released, it soared to prominence, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the Mandarin music charts for an extended period. Its remarkable success can be attributed not only to its melodious tune, but also to its timeless essence. Amidst a group of ragged, emaciated children, an angel adorned with transparent wings emerged. Her sweet voice brought joy to those children while simultaneously inspiring their growth. This song has become particularly popular within schools. At last, I witnessed the blossoming of all my dreams. The voices of the youth pursuing their aspirations resonate with brilliance. I have finally taken to the skies, gazing with intent, unafraid of the invisible wings that allow my dreams to endure longer than the heavens. I shall leave a wish to let my imagination soar. During the opening ceremony of the first year and the senior pledge meeting, the song Invisible Wings inspired everyone. At this moment, Lao Shu cast a glance at Bai Mo. The lyricist of this song also bears the name Bai Mo. Could it possibly be you? Bai Mo shrugged. Do you hold me in such high regard? Or are you merely overestimating yourself? My limited knowledge of language is something you imparted to me. Could I possibly possess such talent? Lao Shu concurred with this sentiment. Bai Mo maintained balanced scores across all subjects, neither lacking nor excelling particularly. Given his writing abilities, he was not yet capable of crafting such lyrics. Choosing not to dwell on this matter, Lao Shu inquired, by the way, you all have but a week until school begins. When will you report? They were set to depart the following day to film a promotional video for new students. I shall arrive in due time. Primarily, I am reluctant to part from you. I wish to see you more. Lao Shu sighed with a hint of helplessness. When have you ever visited me without bringing something? In fact, I would prefer if you didn't come at all. The doctor has advised against smoking and drinking. I am merely assisting you. So, I should express my gratitude to you? No need for thanks. It is what a student ought to do. Lao Shu found it difficult to continue conversing with Bai Mo and turned her attention to Su Wan. Su Wan, would you mind coming to my class shortly to offer a few words of encouragement? They greatly admire you, our esteemed top student. Su Wan readily agreed. Of course. What about me, Teacher Shu? Am I not worthy? Jiang Luohan interjected at that moment. Your grades are commendable, yet you insist on squandering those few extra points. Teacher Shu remarked, casting another sidelong glance at Bai Mo. Jiang Luohan's scores could easily secure a spot in any prestigious university. Yet she inexplicably chose to attend a finance institute in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. In truth, Lao Shu attributed all these misfortunes to Bai Mo. After playfully sticking out her tongue, Jiang Luohan fell silent. The classroom remained as it was, merely filled with a new cohort of students. Su Wan gazed at the seat that once belonged to Bai Mo, now occupied by a young girl. She wondered if any boys would notice the first rays of sunlight that graced her each morning. Su Wan spoke extensively and concluded with a poem for the new students. The sea surges boundlessly, the sky forms the shore. I ascend the pinnacle of the mountains. I am the peak. Go forth, young ones. Amidst the resounding applause, Su Wan bowed to Lao Shu and exited the classroom. Those 3 leaves you gifted me. Are they from that very tree? Bai Mo pointed to the tree outside the window. Upon returning from the provincial capital, Su Wan had presented Bai Mo with a beautifully crafted album, a collection of 12 photographs and 3 pressed leaves. The images corresponded to Bai Mo's high school journey through the seasons, each captured from a unique perspective, perfectly framing a branch visible from the window. Adorned with fresh leaves each year, Su Wan graciously nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is that tree, and those are the new leaves from that very branch. No wonder I felt a tremor in that branch when you entered. Did you notice it? No? Luohan, did you see it? Jiang Luohan bit her lower lip and shook her head. A sudden pang of guilt washed over her. She had indeed given Bai Mo a graduation gift, though it lacked the thoughtfulness that Su Wan had demonstrated. Her mind began to ponder what kind of gift she could present to Bai Mo anew. Before Jiang Luohan could finalize her thoughts, the group exited the school gates. Bai Mo, are you truly not joining us? Both Su Wan and Jiang Luohan had received invitations from their respective schools to partake in freshman promotional photo shoots, which they had accepted. However, they still wished to go with Bai Mo. Bai Mo shook his head in response. I cannot bear to leave my mother and old Bai. Su Wan smiled lightly. Very well then, we shall meet in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Indeed. With that, Su Wan wasted no time and hailed a taxi to depart. Bai Mo had initially planned to take a taxi home as well, but was halted by Jiang Luohan's call. My father intends to buy me a new car in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. This one cannot be driven there. What kind of car do you prefer? Bai Mo paused. You wouldn't want me to be your free chauffeur, would you? Bai Mo had already obtained his driver's license, yet he had no immediate plans to purchase a vehicle. Jiang Luohan had mentioned more than once about letting Bai Missouri drive her car, but he had chosen to selectively ignore those suggestions after weighing the pros and cons mainly. The interior of the Audi was too cramped for comfort. Jiang Luohan remarked, "I could be your driver as well. Which car do you find comfortable to sit in as a passenger?" After a moment's contemplation, Bai Mo replied, "Choose whatever you like. If it were up to me, I would opt for a Range Rover. It's quite spacious and suitable for a young lady." Jiang Luohan nodded. "Then I shall take it for a test drive once I arrive in Jiangsu and Zhejiang tomorrow." "Yes." After bidding farewell to Jiang Luohan, Bai Mo returned home. Old Bai and he may had yet to return from work. After the development of Dongxiang, Bai Mo had suggested they retire early and enjoy their lives. Even if they found it hard to remain idle, they could always attend casual classes at Dongxiang, living a life of leisure. However, they were unwilling. Bai Mo could not be bothered to persuade them. They were nearing 50 and resistant to advice. When he returned, he bought groceries, intending to prepare dinner for the two of them. As he entered university, his time at home would only diminish. If he did not seize the opportunity to do more now, he might not have another chance. Bai Mo's wealth had grown considerably, and many of the veterans at Dongxiang, including He Tsong, urged him to reconsider attending university. With his capabilities, utilizing his time for the development of Dongxiang might yield better results. Nonetheless, Bai Mo declined. In his previous life, he possessed only a high school diploma, a perpetual source of pain within him. Even though he had seized opportunities to establish his own company and achieved a measure of success as perceived by others, he felt devoid of the cultural refinement that a university education bestows. Ultimately, he regarded himself as nothing more than a newly wealthy individual. Can one acquire knowledge in university? Bai Mo did not deny it. However, more importantly, it fosters a habit, a cultural sophistication unique to the educated. Therefore, attending university is imperative. Chapter 64. Lao Bai's desire to purchase a home. As the new school term commenced, the business at the arcade plummeted drastically. Huang Mao sat on the steps in front of the arcade, smoking a cigarette. Upon spotting Bai Mo approaching, he hurriedly stood up, brushing off his pants and greeting him. "Mo Gu, you've arrived." Bai Mo nodded slightly, his gaze drawn to the notice on the door regarding the arcade being for sale. He inquired of Huang Mao, "Are you seriously considering selling?" Huang Mao chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Well, many people are opting for internet cafes now. It's becoming increasingly difficult to sustain the arcade. I'd rather sell it now and recoup some money. Who knows what might happen if I wait longer." This establishment was funded by the compensation his father received due to an injury. Although it hadn't generated significant profits over the years, it had consistently provided for his family's needs. One could only imagine the resolve he mustered to reach such a decision. "What are your plans next?" Huang Mao glanced around the arcade, letting out a deep sigh. "I suppose I'll find a job in a factory. With no education or skills, and lacking the connections or courage to run a business, working in a factory seems to be the best option." After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mo asked Huang Mao, "Are you aware of the growing popularity of internet cafes? Would you be interested in venturing into that realm?" Bai Mo felt a profound gratitude towards Huang Mao. In his past life, it was Huang Mao who selflessly shielded him from a madman's lethal strike. The memory still sent shivers down Bai Mo's spine, prompting him to want to assist Huang Mao in return. Despite lacking formal education, Huang Mao was resolute. He would reciprocate kindness tenfold. Huang Mao shook his head with a wry smile. He had initially considered it but ultimately abandoned the idea after calculating the cost of opening a new establishment. "As long as you give it a thought," Bai Mo declared, retrieving his phone to call Lu Ying. Under Bai Mo's persuasion, she had become an employee at Dongxiang, currently overseeing operations across the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions. "Boss, what can I assist you with?" She answered promptly. "In a week's time, I need to establish an internet cafe outside the finance university with over 100 computers. Is that feasible?" Lu Ying asked directly. "Should I use the company's account for this?" "Count it as a personal expense. Just send me the quotation when it's ready, and I'll transfer the funds to you," Bai Mo replied. After hanging up, he patted Huang Mao on the shoulder. "Let us head to Jiangsu and Zhejiang." Seeing Huang Mao hesitating, Bai Mo added, "If there's a loss, I'll take responsibility. If there's a profit, we'll split it 50-50. No need for hesitation, just say yes or no." Huang Mao was primarily concerned about letting Bai Mo down and incurring losses. With Bai Mo's assurance, he gritted his teeth and responded decisively, "I'm in. I'll ensure they set aside 3 rooms for you at the internet cafe. You and your sister should bring your father along. He shouldn't be left alone given his mobility issues." Huang Mao nodded, a sudden wave of emotion washing over him. He looked at Bai Mo, hesitant to speak, fearing his voice would betray his feelings. All right, I'll take my leave now. Once you've arranged everything here, contact Lu Ying. Here's her number. I'll inform her about you. Bai Mo turned to leave, and as he did, Huang Mao finally found the courage to express his gratitude, whispering a heartfelt thank you. Her voice was tinged with emotion, although it was warm now. The temperature would drop in a month, so bring along some warm clothing. It is essential to maintain a good relationship with your roommates, as living under the same roof will inevitably lead to moments when you may need their assistance. Of course, if they face difficulties, lend a helping hand if you can. This is a local specialty. Share it with your classmates, but refrain from giving anything to the teachers just yet. It might come across as overly eager and could be off-putting if they do not know you well. Wait until you are more familiar with them. Why have you stuffed your sheets and blankets into the wardrobe? Are you not taking them with you? What if you get cold? This was the first time Bai Mo observed he may being so chatty, yet he showed no sign of impatience and continued to smile. He had no intention of taking his clothes and bedding. He could simply purchase new items once he arrived there. Wearing high school attire during university would inevitably seem juvenile. However, recognizing that this was his mother's goodwill, he refrained from arguing, as her happiness was all that mattered. He continued her monologue. Once you're in university, no one will oversee your meals, so remember to eat on time and avoid staying up late. Also, if you fancy a girl, pursue her. After all, you'll need to prepare your own dowry. Bai Mo lost track of how long he may have been talking, and even Lao Bai could no longer bear it. Enough already. The child is grown. What is there to worry about? He may shot Lao Bai a look. You're at ease? If you were, you wouldn't be inquiring about housing prices in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Lao Bai fell silent, opting not to respond. Bai Mo, however, seized upon the critical information. Lao Bai, do you have secret savings for buying a house? He may regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, awaiting Lao Bai's reply. Bai Mo's eyes darted around, and he instinctively reached for a cup. None. He may shot him a glance, choosing not to expose him. Bai Mo remarked. If you have the money and want to buy, do it now. Suzhou, Hangzhou, or Shanghai would all suffice. If you purchase now, even if I end up bankrupt later, I can still rely on you for support. Do you have such faith in real estate? Lao Bai suddenly inquired. Bai Mo sighed, feeling a bit helpless. It's impossible not to have faith. It is an inevitable trend. Lao Bai nodded in agreement, saying, yes, Jiangzhe mentioned the same. He has acquired a considerable amount of land in the Jiang and Guang regions. Sometimes, Jiangzhe would invite Bai Xingxuwei over for tea, and during their chats, they would discuss such matters. He even asked if Bai Xingxuwei was interested in investing, claiming it was a guaranteed profit. However, Bai Xingxuwei declined, stating that he would not benefit from unearned wealth. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo scoffed. He deserves to profit. The land he possesses will be the most lucrative in the future, as long as he doesn't act recklessly. Those properties will ensure a lifetime of comfort for him and Jiang Luohan. He may approached and gently tapped Bai Mo on the back of his head. Mind your own business. No matter how wealthy others are, it's their fortune to manage. Focus on your own affairs. I know that Jiangzhe's business is substantial. He appears to be worth billions, but he also has considerable bank loans. This is a common issue in the real estate industry. If the bank ceases to grant loans, and assets cannot be sold, leading to a broken cash flow, it would spell disaster. Massive structures can collapse overnight, which is precisely why Bai Mo is reluctant to engage in real estate. The capital investment is substantial, the uncertainties are numerous, the return cycle is lengthy, and it requires meticulous networking, far too cumbersome. In contrast, Bai Mo believes that diligently attending university while embarking on small entrepreneurial ventures is the best course of action. He harbors great anticipation for his university life, eager to encounter a diverse array of individuals. After all, university students are likely to be easily swayed. Chapter 65. The most terrifying senior at the end of August. The sweltering heat is unbearable. The incessant chirping of cicadas creates a cacophony that grates on the nerves. Upon exiting the train station, Bai Mo inhaled deeply, relishing the taste of freedom unrestrained by He Mei. The station was bustling with people, primarily newcomers accompanied by their parents, burdened with an array of luggage. Their faces still bore the freshness of youth. In stark contrast, the seniors outside the station, welcoming the new students, appeared far more polished. They engaged in lively conversations with the newcomers and their families, exuding familiarity. Rest assured, dear uncles and aunts, our school takes great care of its newcomers. It's an hour's journey to the campus, and we have arranged transportation that departs once full. If you have pressing matters to attend to, there's a bus stop over there with routes to the school clearly marked. Taxis are also an option, but remember, a fare of 15 per person is sufficient. Many drivers anticipate this moment to overcharge, so don't get taken advantage of. If you need bed linens or a phone card, just let me know, and I can assist you in obtaining them at a reduced cost. If you wish to take a part-time work during weekends or holidays, feel free to reach out to me. Had Bai Mo been an oblivious novice, he would have undoubtedly been touched by the senior's enthusiasm. However, he quickened his pace, sidestepping the crowd and making his way toward the reception area for the School of Finance. A slender, dark-skinned senior spotted him and approached with a smile. "Are you a freshman in finance?" Upon receiving a nod from Bai Mo, she graciously took hold of his wheeled suitcase. "You must be weary from the journey. Come sit for a moment and have some water." She offered him a bottle of mineral water. "Thank you," Bai Mo replied politely, accepting the water and taking a generous sip, quenching his thirst after the long ride. The senior continued, "Are you alone? Planning to take the school-arranged transport?" "I'll take the school's bus. I'm in no rush," he replied. "All right, then we'll have to wait a bit." As the two chatted, several other seniors approached, laughing and joking. "Jia, this freshman is quite handsome. Have you made your move?" One of the seniors teased upon noticing Bai Mo conversing with Jia. Jia, whose complexion was slightly darker, blushed at the remark. "Taozi, don't say such things." "Oh, so you haven't tea yet, huh?" Taozi winked at Bai Mo. "Hello there. Handsome Junior. May I have your contact information?" Peach, with her exquisite features and delicate makeup, possessed a maturity that belied her age. Her words flowed forth with an audacity that was utterly captivating, presenting a lethal allure to the fresh-faced boys who had just embarked on their university journey. Bai Mo was on the verge of dismissing her advances, merely seeking her phone number, yet before he could voice his intentions, he was interrupted by another individual. "Enough, Peach. Don't frighten the poor lad," the interjector said. Peach feigned innocence and cast a wistful glance at him. "How could I scare him? Wasn't it agreed that the attractive junior girls belong to the seniors, while the younger boys are left to the senior girls? There are already several lovely juniors, including the stunning Jiang Luohan. After finally spotting a junior who catches my eye, you accuse me of scaring him?" Peach continued, her chatter relentless, prompting the surrounding crowd to plead for mercy. "Peach, I was wrong. Please, carry on." She chuckled, pulling a chair to sit directly in front of Bai Mo. "Hey there. Handsome, where are you from?" she inquired. "Hannan," he replied. "Hannan," exclaimed another senior nearby, his surprise evident. "Isn't that where Jiang Luohan is from?" "Jiang Luohan? Is she well known?" Bai Mo asked, curiosity piqued. He was baffled by how quickly everyone seemed to recognize her, considering she had only been at the school for a few days. "Indeed, she's one of the freshmen featured in this year's promotional photos. Absolutely stunning," came the reply. Bai Mo nodded in agreement, never having denied her beauty, yet continued to question, "But she has only just arrived. How do you all know her? Surely, beauty alone wouldn't garner such attention, as our school has no shortage of attractive girls." "You clearly don't understand," Peach interjected, seamlessly continuing the conversation. "If it were merely her looks, she wouldn't stand out so dramatically. The real kicker was on the day she enrolled. She arrived driving a Range Rover. That vehicle far surpasses our principal's ride in terms of luxury. A girl with such a car? That contrast is simply intoxicating. Combine wealth with beauty, and it's a recipe for intrigue." As she spoke, her lips pursed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Everyone's been saying that whoever manages to win her over might as well save themselves 3 decades of hard work. Unfortunately, I prefer men. How about you give it a try, Junior? We're both from the same place, and you're not bad-looking. Your chances are quite favorable." Bai Mo nodded earnestly, intrigued by the suggestion. "Actually, I might just consider it." His response elicited laughter from the group, who assumed he was jesting, yet they encouraged him nonetheless. "Make sure to put in the effort. Don't let her be snatched away by someone from another school." The seniors and juniors engaged in lively conversation, growing familiar with one another. New students continued to join the group, their faces flushing with embarrassment at the playful banter from the upperclassmen. However, this was merely a fleeting phase. Soon enough, they would be sharing crude jokes, each one more risque than the last. Just as the conversation reached a delightful crescendo, Bai Mo's phone chimed, a classic Nokia ringtone, piercingly clear. As he retrieved his device, a momentary look of astonishment flickered in the eyes of those around him. In this era, few possessed such a phone. Even having a modest communicator was considered quite the achievement. "I have arrived at the train station and will soon take the school bus over. It is too far for you to come. I have arranged for Lu Ying to reserve dinner nearby the school, so you may contact her first." After ending the call, everyone turned to gaze at Bai Mo with a different expression. "What's wrong? Tao Zi was the first to speak. Bai Mo, that girl's voice is quite melodious. Is she your girlfriend? Is she from our school? The Nokia not only has a loud ringtone but also a clear call quality. They heard Jiang Luohan's voice as well. Yes, she is from our school, but not my girlfriend. Upon hearing Bai Mo's words, a few freshmen visibly sighed in relief. At least no one is competing for her affection. The senior who had been playfully teasing Tao Zi, named Ming Yuan, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What type of girls do you like? I can help you scout." He added with a smirk, "Just don't fall for someone like Tao Zi. Don't be fooled by her feminine charm. She is actually a fierce tigress." Tao Zi was displeased and shouted back, "And Ming Yuan, dare to utter another word and see what happens." And Ming Yuan fell silent, merely giving Bai Mo a knowing look. Bai Mo discerned that these two were clearly engaged in a playful banter, both unwilling to break the faade. "Jia, the bus has arrived." A senior jogged over to inform Jia. Upon hearing this, Jia stood up and smiled at everyone. "Let us go, board the bus. Tao Zi and Ming Yuan will take the next one. I'll arrange for someone to switch with you." Jia, "Spare me. I don't want to be with her." And Ming Yuan exclaimed in frustration. However, it wasn't long before Tao Zi pinched his ear. "What? Are you feeling wronged? Stay put and behave yourself." Chapter 66. The flavor of youth. In his previous life, Bai Mo had visited the university town during the summer. Wishing to experience the essence of youth, the sight of long, fair legs beneath short skirts and shorts always brought a sense of exhilaration. A breeze would have made it even better. "We have arrived." Everyone disembarked in an orderly manner, mindful of their safety, and followed the directional signs to report to their respective departments. Once the bus was parked, Jia called out to the crowd with a megaphone. The new students gazed at the magnificent school gate, their hearts stirred with excitement. This is where they would spend the next 4 years. Is that a Land Rover? That must be Jiang Luohan, indeed beautiful. She is looking this way. Is she coming over to greet me? Well, you should take a look in the mirror and see your own appearance. Jiang Luohan was dressed in a light blue short-sleeved shirt paired with denim shorts, perfectly showcasing her long, fair legs. She wore a baseball cap, and her hair was styled in a simple low ponytail cascading gracefully down her back. This is the essence of youth. Upon seeing Bai Mo step off the bus, she beamed and jogged over. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, she playfully leaped in front of Bai Mo and twirled around. "Do you think I look good?" At this moment, Jia also alighted from the vehicle, initially intrigued by the crowd's curiosity, only to discover the scene they were observing. Bai Mo removed Jiang Luohan's hat and placed it atop his own head. The sun was somewhat blinding, and a bit of shade would certainly improve the situation. It looked lovely. Without that hat, she would appear even more beautiful. Jiang Luohan huffed, her delicate nose wrinkling, and handed over the umbrella she held. "If you think it looks good, then do me the favor of opening the umbrella. Otherwise, I might end up getting tanned, which wouldn't be appealing." Such a hassle. Bai Mo rolled his eyes but complied, raising the umbrella. "Getting tanned would merely diminish your beauty," he retorted. "Look over there," he said, gesturing toward the school gate. "It's all stunning." Jiang Luohan naturally linked her arm with Bai Mo's, scoffing lightly. "Humph. Even if others are beautiful, you can't touch them." "What? Do you mean to imply that yours is within reach?" Jiang Luohan's cheeks flushed, whether from the sun or otherwise. She whispered almost inaudibly, "Why don't you give it a try?" Bai Mo instinctively glanced down. The summer attire was already loose, and upon closer inspection, he beheld a fair expanse adorned with pink lace, perhaps even a hint of a curve. Initially, Jiang Luohan was oblivious, but she soon noticed his gaze as Bai Mo swallowed hard. In a swift motion, she pressed her hand against her chest. "Pervert, you're still looking." Feigning calmness, Bai Mo scoffed dismissively. "Pfft, there is nothing to see. I wouldn't want to look even if you showed me." Jiang Luohan stamped her foot in frustration. Although she knew better than to engage with this rogue at that moment, her heart was unwilling to concede. She scrutinized him, tentatively asking, "Are you really not going to look if I show you?" Bai Mo's heart raced unexpectedly, yet he maintained his composure and shrugged. "Well, if you dare." Jiang Luohan smiled playfully. "Very well." With that, she lowered her hand. "Are you serious?" Bai Mo murmured in disbelief. "No way. Dream on." Jiang Luohan replied, distancing herself, and observed the unmistakable disappointment on his face. She couldn't help but whisper, "You're not even my boyfriend. Why should I show you?" Having said that, Jiang Luohan headed towards the area designated for the finance department's registration. Noticing Bai Mo had not followed, she called back to him. "Hurry up." Jiang Luohan attracted many glances as she walked, and Bai Mo felt somewhat unjustly scrutinized. In that moment, He understood a singular truth. She truly was a femme fatale. Jiang Luohan playfully remarked, "If I were truly a femme fatale, I would torment you every day." Bai Mo curiously inquired, "And how do you plan to do that?" Jiang Luohan pondered, beginning to count on her fingers as she outlined her intentions. "I will bring you breakfast at 8:30, then head to class, ensuring you don't sleep in. In the afternoon, I'll deliver milk tea and drinks, making you prone to diabetes. That evening, I invited you for a late-night snack, intending to indulge you until you became utterly unmanageable, even offering to do your laundry, thereby rendering you incapable of self-sufficiency." Bai Mo was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he uttered a single phrase, "You were truly cruel." Jiang Luohan looked up at him, boasting, "So, are you afraid? I implore you, come and wreak havoc upon my life. Moreover, are you certain you possess the skills to wash clothes?" Jiang Luohan, having been pampered since childhood, was treated like a precious gem by Jiangxia. Every meal was prepared by a dedicated chef, a quintessential example of someone who has never lifted a finger. Could you genuinely manage household chores? Bai Mo was intrigued. Had he been raised under such circumstances, he would likely lack any practical skills. Merely existing on sustenance without effort, this seemed the most prudent route. Entrepreneurship? Investment? Impossible. As long as one steered clear of gambling and substance abuse, the fear of financial depletion would never haunt them. "Who do you underestimate?" she challenged. "Since childhood, I have washed my own clothes. Thank you very much." "Well, that is quite impressive," he replied. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the reception area of the finance department. Bai Mo located his class, led by a middle-aged instructor in his 40s. Beside him sat a boy roughly the same age as Bai Mo, assisting the teacher with the registration process. "Bai Mo? Hello. I am Ho Chirue, but you can call me Monkey. I'm in finance class 1, just like you, and I look forward to your guidance." This young man, known as Monkey, wore frameless glasses, giving him a particularly refined appearance. He seemed to possess a reserved demeanor. However, his words conveyed a sense of approachability. "Hello, Teacher Liu." Bai Mo greeted the instructor before turning back to Ho Chirue. "Monkey, how many people have arrived in our class?" Ho Chirue flipped through the handbook and replied, "Over 30 now. We just need a few more for a full roster. By the way, your dormitory is on the 7th floor, room 718. Although it's a bit high, it will serve as a good opportunity for physical exercise." Bai Mo had no extravagant expectations for his accommodation. As long as it was habitable, he would not mind. After all, he planned to purchase a flat nearby, ensuring that even during late nights at university, he would have a place to return to. Once he graduated, he could sell it at a premium in a few years. How delightful. At that moment, Teacher Liu handed Bai Mo an enrollment manual and remarked, "We will hold our first class meeting tonight at 7 o'clock in Building 6, room 211. Please do not be late." "Understood," Bai Mo replied as he prepared to head to his dormitory. At this juncture, Ho Chirue noticed Jiang Luohan behind Bai Mo, and his gaze suddenly shifted. "Is she your girlfriend?" "Quite lovely." Bai Mo caught the glimmer in his eyes and shrugged. "Oh." After completing his formalities, Bai Mo proceeded towards the dormitory. At which point Jiang Luohan inquired, "What did he say to you just now?" "I couldn't quite hear." "He said he fell for you at first sight." Jiang Luohan laughed, her eyes curving in disbelief. "And how did you respond?" "I said, what is there to fall in love with at first sight? It is merely a matter of physical attraction." Chapter 67. I only wished to study. The door to room 718 stood ajar, occasionally emitting a series of somewhat lewd chuckles. Upon entering, Bai Mo discovered that the other 3 had already arrived. They were seated together, chatting and laughing, with the floor scattered with sunflower seed shells. However, it was evident that it had recently been thoroughly cleaned, the floor gleaming as if new. "Ah, you finally arrived." The speaker was a robust man with a deep voice and a hint of a northeastern accent, exuding a warm familiarity. The others promptly rose to clear the passageway. A slender man, approximately 168 centimeters tall and wearing glasses, addressed Bai Mo, "We arrived first and chose our bunks at random. I hope you don't have any objections. If you do, we can easily switch." Bai Mo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that. The 4-person rooms are all quite similar. Switching makes no difference." "I am Bai Mo. May I know how to address you?" The bespectacled man smiled and presented a generous handful of sunflower seeds. "I'm Mao Yang from Xianzhou. Do try these seeds. They are roasted by my family." Bai Mo casually set down his belongings and accepted the seeds. After tasting a couple, he found them quite delightful. "I am Xie Mingwei from Shanghai," he said, his face adorned with a confident and relaxed smile. "I look forward to our future interactions." Let us call it mutual support then, Bai Mo replied. Indeed, that's a fair point, chuckled Xiong Chao, the robust man, who added, I might speak a bit loudly. Please don't mind me. I'll try to restrain myself. After this brief introduction, Bai Mo proceeded to make his bed. The others initially offered to assist, but he graciously declined their help, prompting them to sweep the floor instead. We have a class meeting at 7. What are the plans afterward? Perhaps we could dine together? Xiaming suggested once the dormitory was tidy. Both Xiong Chao and Ma Liang nodded in agreement. Sounds good, Bai Mo replied, having just finished arranging his bed and seated himself at his desk. Although Luing had already arranged a meal at a nearby restaurant, Bai Mo felt it was important to participate in this inaugural dorm gathering. After all, one could always eat twice. The timings did not overlap. If there was one thing Bai Mo was known for, it was his hearty appetite. After a bit more conversation, Jiang Luohan called Bai Mo to inquire if he was ready. All right, I'll be down shortly, he replied, and after hanging up, he glanced apologetically at the others. Before he could say anything, Ma Liang waved his hand. Let us hurry up. We don't want to keep them waiting. That might lead to some unfavorable impressions. Xiaming chimed in. Exactly. We should invite them to join us for dinner. It's rather dull for 4 men to dine alone, added Xiong Chao. Why not invite the girls from their dormitory? At this moment, to decline would render Bai Mo somewhat unsociable, so he responded, after the class meeting tonight. I'll see if anyone in the class catches my interest. If so, I'll invite them first. After all, proximity has its advantages. If no suitable candidates are found, I will make other arrangements. Xiaming gave Bai Mo a thumbs up. Excellent. Let us go. Enough chatter. With that, Bai Mo exited, followed by the others with amused smiles. Through a brief encounter, Bai Mo formed a preliminary understanding of his 3 roommates. Xiong Chao appeared boisterous and somewhat intimidating, yet he was considerate of others' feelings. Ma Liang was the quintessential young man who had just transitioned from his senior year of high school, naive and unreserved in his interactions. Xiaming seemed amiable but bore an air of pride characteristic of urban dwellers. Overall, he was quite agreeable. Bai Mo felt fortunate not to have encountered any peculiarities among his dormitory mates. Have you met your roommates? Jiang Luohan had been waiting downstairs in the boys' dormitory for a while. Passers-by occasionally cast glances her way, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. Otherwise, she would not have called Bai Mo. All right, let us go eat, Bai Mo suggested. Glancing at the time, it was already 5 o'clock. They could return after dinner to hold a class meeting and continue dining afterward. The restaurant was conveniently located 5 minutes away from the school. Upon entering the private room with Jiang Luohan, Su Wan was already there. From the moment Bai Mo stepped inside, her gaze remained fixed on him. Only when he deliberately seated himself beside her did she divert her eyes. Are you adjusting well? Bai Mo inquired. Su Wan shrugged slightly, letting out a resigned sigh. It's so dull. We wrapped up the photo shoot in just 1 day. I wonder why we were called here so early. Jiang Luohan chimed in with a complaint. At that moment, Huang Mao and his sister entered, greeting Bai Mo. How is the internet CAF going? Bai Mo asked. All the machines have been set up, and once the charging system is in place, we can commence operations, Huang Mao replied, appearing particularly reserved. He answered Bai Mo's inquiries but remained silent otherwise. His sister glanced at Jiang Luohan and then at Su Wan, feeling a sudden wave of self-doubt. Lu Ying arrived fashionably late, accompanied by several heads of departments from the Jianghu region. Boss, since you say you're busy, shall I not consider this dinner a private gathering? Bai Mo shot her a sidelong glance and replied, if you thought it was a private gathering, do you really believe I would invite you? Lu Ying smiled, revealing dimples on either side. Indeed, then who would you bring? Certainly not me. Why bother with such concerns? Lu Ying shook her head dismissively, expressing disdain. When I joined the company, I had to flatter and ingratiate myself, and now that I've succeeded, the true colors are revealed. Bai Mo cleared his throat. Success? You might want to rephrase that. Otherwise, others might think I have a penchant for younger companions. Lu Ying dismissed him with a wave, turning to the heads of the departments beside her to vent her frustrations. Look, this is what you call astute, resourceful, and daring, our little Mo. What do you think? Is meeting him not as impressive as hearing about him? The others merely smiled awkwardly, refraining from speaking. After all, he was their superior, and they hoped to continue working under him. Bai Mo, however, was in high spirits. See, everyone recognizes my numerous virtues. Why can't you? It was evident that Lu Ying harbored considerable resentment as she continued to complain. I have observed a significant market in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. Are you merely going to cast it aside? You claim you are here solely for your studies? Let us be realistic. Bai Mo paid no heed to her complaints. Focus on your studies while I handle the finances, she urged. Chapter 68. Sponsorship now. Let us return to the matter at hand. The primary reason Bai Mo arranged this meal was to discuss the development of Dongxiang. Initially, she intended to invite only Lu Ying and her associates. However, Jiang Luohan insisted on accompanying them, claiming she wished to learn about Dongxiang's business philosophy, a statement that was hardly credible. Bai Mo intended to decline firmly. Yet, Jiang Luohan revealed that she had already invited Su Wan as well. Left with no choice, Bai Mo acquiesced. It had been several days since she last saw Su Wan, and she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to it. With the group expanding, Bai Mo also invited the Huang siblings, as she had a task for him to undertake. Lu Ying, in the coming period, various universities will be organizing welcome parties, and they will likely be seeking sponsorship. This presents a promising opportunity for publicity. Lu Ying adopted a serious demeanor, setting aside her playful expression as she took out a pen and paper to jot down notes. How many schools are seeking sponsorship? The franchise fees for the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions in August are still with you. Utilize that amount to negotiate as much as possible. Lu Ying paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Understood. In August, Dongxiang experienced rapid growth in the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions, signing over 200 franchise agreements. Each franchise incurred an initial fee of 50,000, a brand usage fee of 30,000, a security deposit of 50,000, and a merchandise fee of 70,000. The total amassed from these 200 franchises is a substantial sum, currently held in the account of the Jiangsu branch. Bai Mo set these fees high as he strictly limited the number of stores per city based on population and area, ensuring excellent protection for the franchisees. This aspect attracted numerous franchisees seeking to collaborate with him. A slight delay could result in forfeiting the opportunity to franchise in that city. By the way, Lu Ying remarked as she closed her notebook, I would like to discuss the matter of the agency factories in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions with you. Currently, we have approached 5 garment factories and conducted site visits. Each possesses its own advantages and disadvantages. I will send you a detailed report via email tonight. Please make sure to review it. Dongxiang has now reached a scale where the garment factories of each zone can no longer meet Bai Mo's demands. He had not considered establishing his own factory. Instead, collaborating with agency factories for production while handling the branding seemed the optimal choice. While it may appear that production costs are higher, from a management and transportation perspective, this approach facilitates better cost control. Bai Mo nodded. I will glance at it tonight. You shall make the final decision on the specifics. Other regions are managed by regional heads, and you cannot afford to become complacent simply because I am studying here. She added. Bai Mo defined her role as signing off on decisions and making overarching choices. The development of individual regions relied entirely on the respective regional heads. If they were unable to resolve matters, it would escalate to the higher functional departments at headquarters. Only when those departments could not reach a decision would the matter come to Bai Mo's attention. At that point, every decision made would carry an element of risk. Lu Ying, upon realizing that Bai Mo had no intention of intervening in the brand operations of the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai regions, resigned herself to the situation. She leaned back in her chair and let out a sigh. Although she was acutely aware that his indifference stemmed from laziness, she couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion. Bai Mo chuckled softly. Perhaps it was merely due to the ample trust he had bestowed upon them. Lu Ying wholeheartedly agreed. Are you not afraid of incurring insurmountable losses? She inquired. Indeed, I am, Bai Mo replied. If I weren't, why would I open an internet CAF? This is merely a contingency plan. Should Dongxiang encounter financial ruin, rest assured, I will be the first to exit. The company's bankruptcy is of no concern to me. The group surrounding him was taken aback. Today's Bai Mo was somewhat different from the one they had heard about. Lu Ying, however, remained composed. Since her first interaction with Bai Mo, he had consistently maintained this demeanor. Ironically, it was this very attitude that had crafted the legends surrounding Dongxiang. Bai Mo continued speaking. What I share with you today is simply to alleviate any psychological burdens. If Dongxiang profits, I will distribute dividends, ensuring that everyone reaps abundant rewards. However, should losses occur, his smile faded as he released a puff of smoke. Continuing, I will identify the cause and the individual responsible. Rest assured, I will not dismiss them. I will simply inform everyone in the company that it is due to this person's negligence that bonuses have been withheld. As for how they choose to react, I can no longer concern myself with that. Upon finishing his statement, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Even Jiang Luohan was taken aback by his tone. Only Su Wan, maintaining her composure, sipped from her teacup. Now that everyone is present, I shall have the waiters serve the dishes, she declared. Time seemed to resume its flow after her words. Yes, I am a bit hungry, Bai Mo acknowledged, understanding the principle of moderation. Once the intended effect was achieved, he quickly softened the stern expression on his face. Huang Jing, the internet CAF is about to open. Have you devised any promotional activities? Bai Mo inquired. Casually eating while addressing Huang Mao. Huang Mao shook his head vigorously. While he could manage playing billiards or video games, he felt somewhat lacking when it came to business. Bai Mo recognized this and decided not to press him further. I have a suggestion. With military training approaching, the suppliers of bottled water around the school are particularly busy. Contact them and propose to place an advertisement on their water bottles, offering them 50 cents per flyer. They will be quite amenable. Remember, the advertisement must only be affixed to the bottles and absolutely not distributed within the school. Bai Mo loathed the marketing individuals who, under the guise of seniors, infiltrated dormitories with flyers and various inferior products for promotion. Thus, he would never engage in such practices. The advertisement should announce the opening of the Internet CAF and the upcoming competitions for Warcraft, Shanghai, and StarCraft, with a grand prize of 3,000 yuan. Huang Mao, not lacking in intelligence, nodded in understanding. I will reach out shortly, he affirmed. Bai Mo felt confident in Huang Mao, but still harbored concerns about him being misled. Thus, he turned to Lu Ying and inquired, Sister Ying, do you have any suitable marketing talents available for me to borrow for a few months? Lu Ying nodded, sure. You're heading to the Internet CAF, right? I'll bring someone over tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo felt relieved. By the way, how is the recruitment for the Internet CAF going? It's about to open, and you haven't filled the positions yet, have you? You needn't worry about that. Huang Mao's sister quickly replied. My brother has established a family there, and many members are from the Jiangsu region. Since we announced the opening of the Internet CAF, numerous individuals have expressed their willingness to come and work. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Bai Mo. According to your requirements, I've selected girls with good looks and figures. When Bai Mo heard the term family, he momentarily froze. It wouldn't happen to be Zong AI, would it? Chapter 69. Losing a phone. If you love, please love deeply. If you abandon, I shall remain devoted to the end. Those who have lived through this era surely have their share of Martian text and poignant quotes. Bai Mo recalled that during the rise of non-mainstream culture, his right eye had been sealed. His hair had never been black. Reflecting on those times now sends shivers down his spine, as he feels utterly embarrassed. Yet, back then, he reveled in it. How do you know about Zong AI? Huang Ying asked in surprise. Are you involved as well? I can have my brother give you an elder position. No, I could even make you the clan leader. Bai Mo shuddered at the thought. Never mind, I've merely heard about it. You all should strive to grow and strengthen. Bai Mo had never realized that Huang Mao was actually the founder of Zong AI. Previously, he had only thought his hairstyle was eye-catching. Unaware of such a significant identity, Bai Mo dared not pursue the topic further, fearing that he might truly become the clan leader. I have a class meeting to attend shortly. I must take my leave, Su Wan said as she finished her meal, wiping her mouth with a napkin. After informing Bai Mo, she intended to depart, but not before placing a small box on the table. She subtly kicked Bai Mo and gave him a knowing look, signaling him to take it with him later. Bai Mo nodded in understanding, aware that Su Wan was not one to be frivolous. He waved goodbye, deciding not to continue eating, as there was another event in the evening, and he needed to save some appetite. He was also curious about what his new classmates looked like, particularly if there were any beautiful girls. What defines beauty? At the very least, someone like Jiang Luohan. Dining is often like this. Once one person leaves, the gathering is not far behind. Bai Mo held the box that Su Wan had placed on the table, intrigued about its contents. He initially intended to open it, but a sticky note sealed the opening, suggesting he find a private spot to avoid social embarrassment. Bai Mo was always one to heed advice. On the way back to school, Jiang Luohan chattered incessantly. Bai Mo, after the class meeting, would you like to explore the campus? Her eyes sparkled with shyness and anticipation. Strolling hand in hand with someone you admire across the schoolyard is a cherished fantasy for many. I don't have time, Bai Mo firmly declined. Having made plans with her dormitory mates for a meal, Jiang Luohan appeared somewhat disheartened, yet she managed to utter, very well, perhaps next time. After walking for a while, as Jiang Luohan absorbed her disappointment with her head lowered, she heard Bai Mo call her name. The weight of her disappointment lifted instantly. She quickly raised her head and responded, "Here. Where's your phone?" Bai Mo inquired. "My phone," Jiang Luohan murmured, patting her pocket, only to find it empty. "Where's my phone?" Bai Mo swiftly turned to search for the girl who had just brushed past Jiang Luohan, but found nothing. "Bai Mo, my phone is lost." "Try calling it," Bai Mo suggested, pulling out her phone to dial. However, all they heard was the sound of it being turned off. This occurred several times in succession. Jiang Luohan bit her lower lip, gazing at Bai Mo with a forlorn expression. Bai Mo, however, seemed unperturbed. "What are you upset about? It's not as if you can't buy another one." Setting aside the fact that Jiangzhe was a wealthy man, Jiang Luohan's local online business had already begun to turn a profit. The cost of a phone was trivial for her. "But that phone," Jiang Luohan's voice dwindled. "It has photos from my high school days. You took candid shots of me?" Jiang Luohan buried her face further, her ears flushing a deep crimson. "I only took them openly. You just didn't notice," Bai Mo retorted. During their high school years, the two had indeed grown quite close, often talking for half an hour at a time. Bai Mo had boldly admitted to her feelings, while Jiang Luohan had been reluctant to acknowledge them, perhaps due to a sense of propriety that often accompanies young women, leading to her rejection. "Perhaps we should report it to the police," Jiang Luohan suggested when a girl carrying a basket approached them. "Hello, is this your phone?" Bai Mo glanced at the girl, noticing her basket was filled with mountain walnuts. It must have weighed at least 30 to 40 pounds. When the girl looked up, Bai Mo detected a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. "Yes," Jiang Luohan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she hurried to retrieve it. "Thank you so much." She intended to offer some money as gratitude, but was stopped by Bai Mo. "I just found it by the roadside," the girl said, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling like a child caught in a misdeed. "All right," Bai Mo replied without further ado. "Are your walnuts for sale?" Yes. They are from the mountains and are quite delicious," she said, placing her basket down to offer one to Bai Mo. The skin was thin, and with a little pressure, Bai Mo cracked it open. The taste was slightly astringent, explaining why they had not sold well. "Are they not palatable?" Bai Mo sighed. "How much do you have?" "Sell them all to me." "Huh." The girl thought she misheard and looked at Bai Mo with confusion. Her hands bore many calluses, and her skin had a sallow hue, indicative of malnutrition. Yet despite these imperfections, her appearance and figure were quite commendable. "How many pounds do you have, and what is the price?" "Just tell me." Oh, she nodded, suggesting that the total weight of 34 jin could be rounded down to 30 jin, and offered 120 yuan. However, she quickly shook her head, stating that 100 yuan would suffice. Bai Mo glanced around, and indeed, in a corner, he spotted a familiar figure watching them intentionally or not. Observing the panic in the person before him, Bai Mo sighed and decided to relent. "Adding the basket," he said, 200 yuan, and I will take it all." With that, he handed over the money. "This is a bit heavy. Shall I carry it to your dormitory?" As she spoke, she intended to lift the basket, but Bai Mo preempted her. "All right, let us go." Jiang Luohan was bewildered by the unfolding events, merely gazing at Bai Mo. In her eyes, Bai Mo epitomized the model of a selfless benefactor. After walking for a few minutes, Bai Mo remarked with a hint of exasperation. Having never engaged in manual labor since childhood, this was his first experience carrying such a cumbersome basket, and he found it rather taxing. "Let us take a break," Jiang Luohan murmured, offering him some water. "Would you like something to eat?" "Help yourself. I just had a full meal." Bai Mo rolled his eyes, feeling a tad helpless. Jiang Luohan timidly suggested, "I could help you wash your clothes if that would be of any use." Just as Bai Mo and the others entered the campus, the girl who had been selling walnuts was approached by another individual. "Sister, why are you still giving him money? Our brother says that someone like him must come from a wealthy family. Losing a phone is of no consequence." The sister wore a worried expression, urging her to find something more serious to occupy her time. "I'm genuinely concerned." However, the young girl appeared unperturbed as she continued on her way. "Make sure to focus on your studies. You're the only diligent university student from our village. Spend the money I gave you without any guilt. They're all wealthy." Her sister frowned, wanting to say more, but the girl waved her off. "Our clan leader has opened an internet CAF nearby, and I'll start working there soon. It's a legitimate job, isn't it?" Her sister exhaled in relief and nodded. "But you must not. You cannot embezzle, understood?" "I know." Chapter 70. Class meeting: how to ensure that everyone recognizes you during your first class meeting at university. Bai Mo's strategy was to enter the classroom carrying a heavy basket on his back. By the time he arrived, the classroom was already filled with students. There was a palpable divide between the boys and girls, each group clinging to their respective dormitory affiliations, chatting and laughing amongst themselves without intruding on one another. The moment Bai Mo stepped in, the atmosphere quieted significantly as they regarded him with curious eyes. The three members of Dormitory 718 had secured a spot for him not far from the entrance. Upon seeing him, Xiaminghui exclaimed, "Old Bai, what is this? Since I didn't bring any gifts for everyone, I thought these walnuts looked good, so I bought a few." Bai Mo replied, placing the basket beside the podium. He then called out to Xiaminghui and the others, "Come over and help me distribute these." "Oh right." The trio immediately sprang into action, extracting walnuts from the basket and beginning to share them around the classroom. "Don't be shy. Feel free to eat." Bai Mo clapped his hands. "At long last, I have resolved this matter. Monkey, this is for you." Ho Chirui seems to be assuming the role of the temporary class leader. He was the last to enter the classroom, holding a floral roster, seemingly intending to take attendance first. Upon entering, he noticed Bai Mo offering a handful of walnuts. "Thank you." He was not at all reserved, placing the roster on the podium before accepting the walnuts with both hands. He then set them down on an empty seat. "Are these from your home?" Listening to the crackling sounds of walnuts being crushed in the classroom, Bai Mo did not elaborate, simply nodding in affirmation, "Yes." "Give them a try. I can't seem to open them. Could you assist me, handsome?" A girl said with a smile. Bai Mo glanced at her. Although she was sweet and charming, there was something lacking that did not align with his preferences. Meanwhile, Ma Liang was gazing at her, captivated. "My hands are dirty. Let him help you." Bai Mo gestured toward Ma Liang, indicating it was his turn to shine. Just as Ma Liang was about to approach with a grin, he saw the girl firmly squeeze 2 walnuts in her palm. With a crack, one of the walnuts split open. While mountain walnuts are relatively easy to peel, it shouldn't be this effortless. "Thank you. I suddenly managed to open it." Ma Liang abruptly halted his movement, awkwardly chuckling. At that moment, Ho Chirui had already written teacher Lu Jin's name and phone number on the blackboard. Turning around, he greeted everyone. "All right, thank you, Bai Mo, for the gift. Please quiet down for a moment. We will eat later. I am Ho Chirui, your classmate. Teacher Lu will arrive shortly. Let us take attendance first. When your name is called, please respond." After he spoke, the classroom fell into a considerable silence, with only a few remaining murmurs quickly dissipating. Once attendance was completed, Lu Jin entered, carrying a thermos. "Teacher Lu, everyone is here." Ho Chirui handed over the roster and then dutifully returned to his seat. Unlike others who clustered in groups, he sat alone. "Hello, classmates. Welcome to the School of Finance." Lu Jin began with a series of uninspiring welcome remarks before allowing everyone to introduce themselves. Starting from the first person at the door, they took turns stepping forward. At this moment, everyone was exceedingly earnest. The pin-up, youthful exuberance of 3 years was finally released. Their desire for the opposite sex was at an unprecedented height. The girl who had just asked Bai Mo for help with the walnuts drew considerable attention from the boys. Her pure and sweet appearance, combined with her graceful demeanor, was indeed captivating. "Ho Winya," Ma Liang murmured. "Oh no, it's a heartthrob feeling. It's pretty, but unfortunately, she is too short," Xiang Chao interjected, shaking his head. "Short?" Ma Liang questioned, perplexed. "She is at least 160 centimeters. Is that short?" Xiang Chao, uninterested in further debate, shrugged his shoulders, then pretend I said nothing. The class had slightly more girls than boys, but overall, the distribution was quite balanced. The girls were quite attractive as well, though none possessed the breathtaking allure of Jiang Luohan that could captivate at first glance. However, there are indeed a few girls like Ho Winya who can score an impressive 8 or 9 points. "Greetings, I am Jing, characterized by tranquility. It brings me joy to witness the sparkle in Xiaminghui's eyes as I introduce myself. Not only him, but many boys unconsciously held their breath upon hearing my voice, fearful that any sound might hinder their ability to hear my words. My voice is gentle and soft, much like my name." After concluding my introduction, I bowed to everyone. Bai Mo, unable to catch what I had said, simply joined in the applause. When it was the boys' turn, they adhered to a conventional format. Although a few were humorous, it was challenging to remember their names at that moment. There were also those who were shy and barely managed to utter their names and origins before blushing and stepping down. The first to take the stage from class 718 was Xiang Chao. His opening remark was, "If anyone bullies you at school, come to me. I may not excel in other areas, but I possess considerable strength and can take a hit." Cough, cough. Cough. Lao Lu could no longer bear it and coughed twice to signal him to tone it down. Laughter erupted from the audience. Xiang Chao quickly stated his name and hurried off the stage, his towering figure of nearly 6 feet tall surprisingly shy. Ma Liang said little, for his personality was ill-suited for the podium. However, Xie Minghui began his impromptu performance. I am Xie Minghui from Hu City, and I'm delighted to gather with all of you here. I just heard that Jing enjoys listening to music, particularly songs by Jiang Luohan. What a coincidence. I do too. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience at this revelation. Nevertheless, Xie Minghui paid no heed and continued, especially that song Invisible Wings. It is simply enchanting. They say that good wine is not enough for a true friend. On behalf of our dormitory 718, I sincerely invite your dormitory to join us for dinner after the class meeting. Is that agreeable? Jing's face instantly flushed crimson, and her classmates around her began to tease. Despite this, she did not respond immediately, suggesting they discuss it later. Although declined, Xie Minghui remained composed and dignified, his mere presence captivating attention. It was evident that even if he could not pursue Jing, he had ample opportunities with other girls in the class. Chapter 71. The grievance. Xie Minghui exuded an air of refinement and scholarly elegance, creating a striking contrast with Bai Mo's handsome face bore a mischievous grin, unmistakably indicating a less virtuous character, yet he was not off-putting. This resemblance to Guiqilin was noteworthy. In the future, should anyone inquire about the first gift received in college, I hope you will remember that it was Bai Mo who brought these walnuts from afar. Of course, do not feel overly sentimental, just enjoy them. Once finished, do not ask me for more, there are none left. Bai Mo succinctly concluded his remarks and stepped down. He feared that if he spoke further, he might inadvertently transform the occasion into a corporate meeting. Mo go, Ma Liang remarked. I believe it would be better to dine with Jing and her dormitory rather than with Ho Winya and her group. What do you think? As Bai Mo returned to his position, he was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of dread. Are you asking me to make a choice? He exclaimed. Neither Xie Minghui nor Ma Liang understood Bai Mo's meaning and looked at him in confusion. Bai Mo rolled his eyes. Can't we just call everyone? Ma Liang hesitated. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Indeed, it might be better not to call anyone at all. However, before Ma Liang could express his thoughts, he was interrupted by Xie Minghui. Let's just follow MOG's lead and give it a try. Whether we can arrange a meeting is uncertain, so why not start the selection? I'll go to Jing. And you, Liangzi, can head to Ho Winya? Ma Liang's face suddenly flushed crimson, and his speech became stammered. In front of Bai Mo and his friends. Ma Liang felt emboldened, yet when it came to the opposite sex, he would turn bashful at the mere utterance of a word. Maybe I should just pass, he murmured. But Xiang Chao couldn't bear to watch any longer and remarked, You're so cowardly. Ma Liang casually retorted, Then you go. If you're not going, then I won't either. Xiang Chao crossed his arms defiantly, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Left with no choice, Ma Liang cast a pleading glance at Bai Mo. Xie Minghui took note of this and chimed in. Are you suggesting Mo should go? If he does, you might as well concede. Did you not see how the girls looked at him during his introduction? It was akin to how we gaze at Ho Winya and Jing. Ma Liang appeared conflicted, torn between the desire to go and the fear of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the self-introductions concluded. Lao Lu instructed the students to select one male and one female representative to assist him during military training. The boys unanimously chose Ho Chi-Rue, who had been leading them all along, while the girls engaged in spirited competition, ultimately resulting in Ho Winya's slight victory. After Lao Lu shared a few reminders about military training, he departed, leaving the room buzzing with youthful energy. At some point, Ho Winya approached the group near classroom 718. What a pleasure to meet you all. Shall we have dinner together later? Ma Liang and his friends were taken aback, having been contemplating how to extend an invitation, only to find it offered to them. Well, that sounds lovely. Bai Mo remained silent, but Xie Minghui readily agreed. Whether they could arrange a meeting with Jing was secondary. Having Ho Winya's presence was already a boon. At this moment, there was no need to consider who had first laid eyes upon whom. Feel free to choose whatever you wish to eat. It's on me, Ho Winya said, laughing charmingly, then we won't hold back. Once she departed, Ma Liang cautiously turned to Xie Minghui. Aren't you going to find Jing? Oh, right, Xie Minghui replied, heading towards Jing. However, he returned shortly, his face clouded. She is not going. That's fine. More people would make it awkward. This arrangement is perfect, 1-to-1. Ma Liang concurred. But just so you know, Ho Winya is mine. Xie Minghui shook his head. It's a matter of skill. Ma Liang accused Xie Minghui of being unscrupulous, while Xie Minghui countered that Ma Liang was immature. The two individuals argued for a while, yet reached no conclusion. They simply turned their heads away from one another, choosing to ignore the other. Bai Mo remained indifferent. For the boys' feelings were not so profound. Emotions arise swiftly and dissipate just as quickly. Despite the apparent discord, it would soon settle. Xiamingwei disregarded Ma Liang, but still wished to converse with Bai Mo Ge. Would you like to invite your girlfriend to join us? Xiaminghui's intentions were clear. Even to Xiong Chao. You want Mo Ge to bring his girlfriend along to shatter Ho Weini's fantasies, don't you? After all, she did come over to invite Mo Ge just moments ago. In the 718 dormitory, Bai Mo was the eldest, and everyone referred to him as Ge. Unfazed by the exposure of his thoughts, Xiaminghui chuckled softly. I do have that notion. However, Bai Mo shook his head. When did I ever claim to have a girlfriend? Then who was it that called you today? A high school classmate. Really? Or would you like me to inquire? As he spoke, Bai Mo placed his vibrating phone on the table, sliding it towards Xiaminghui. The caller ID displayed Jiang Luohan. Jiang Luohan. Xiaminghui murmured, feeling that the name was quite familiar. After a moment, he exclaimed, no way, it's really Jiang Luohan. Before arriving at school, Xiaminghui had already frequented various forums and discussion boards, where Jiang Luohan's name was among the most mentioned among the freshmen. Wealthy and beautiful, driving a Range Rover. She was undoubtedly a captivating presence. Bai Mo paid no heed to his astonishment, retrieving the phone and pressing the answer button. Speak. Just now. A few male classmates wanted to invite our dormitory for dinner. Bai Mo was unfazed, recalling that he had done the same when he first entered high school. And then, Jiang Luohan replied excitedly, my roommates boldly declined. They said that their intentions were too obvious and advised me to be cautious in the future. They're really easy to get along with. As she spoke, Jiang Luohan's tone shifted to one of careful hesitation. I'm treating them to dinner tonight. Would you like to join? Bai Mo responded calmly, I have prior engagements tonight. One of our dormitory's unfortunate souls also intends to invite another dormitory for dinner. Jiang Luohan felt a tinge of disappointment. This marked the second time Bai Mo had rejected her today. Yet, this was not the most pressing matter. She bit her lip. Her expression filled with concern as she tentatively asked, is it a girls' dormitory? Indeed, the boys can take their time to get acquainted, but with girls, one must seize the moment. Just as Jiang Luohan was about to probe further, a chorus of reprimands echoed from the other end, as if someone was challenging. Who is the unfortunate soul? Before she could catch the response, the call abruptly ended, leaving only the sound of a dial tone. Luohan, what happened? Why do you look so upset? A girl beside Jiang Luohan inquired with concern. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Luohan felt quite aggrieved. Xie. Bai Mo is going to socialize with the girls' dormitory. Dongxi was filled with questions. Such a flirt? Why do you still keep him around? After seeing Jiang Luohan pouting, on the verge of tears, she could only offer words of comfort. It was merely a casual meal in 2 dormitories to get acquainted. And there would be nothing to worry about. Have confidence. After all, who in our school could possibly surpass you in excellence? Jiang Luohan shook her head, stating that perhaps he would not believe her, but in his presence, her confidence waned entirely. She couldn't help but worry about what would happen if he chose to ignore her. Chapter 73. The girl he wishes to marry. Bai Mo. Clarify who the resentful person is. Xiaminghui shouted, arguing with Bai Mo. Bai Mo hastily ended the call, shrugging his shoulders. Who? It certainly isn't me. He was resolute. The identity of the resentful person was clear to all. Ma Liang joined in the mockery, chuckling. Xiaminghui was at a loss with them, snorting in frustration before conceding. However, he quickly regained his amiable demeanor and inquired of Bai Mo, is it truly Jiang Luohan? Bai Mo confirmed, albeit uncertain if it was the Jiang Luohan that Xiaminghui referred to. Xiaminghui suddenly recalled Bai Mo mentioning that his family was from Hannan. Coincidentally, Jiang Luohan hailed from the same place. Nodding, he mused aloud, it must be her. I'm curious, what does her family do? At less than 20 years old to drive a Range Rover, she is certainly not an ordinary individual. Bai Mo shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, what? Are you hoping to live off her? Xiaminghui chuckled awkwardly. Well, that's not entirely out of the question, but her family's hospitality isn't palatable. After Bai Mo spoke, Xiaminghui gave him a knowing look and asked, how do you know that? Have you tasted it? Bai Mo took a deep breath and shook his head. She did offer, but it's not to my taste. Humph. Xiaminghui thought Bai Mo was jesting and chose not to pursue the topic further. After a lively commotion in the classroom, old Lu came over and announced that they could leave, prompting everyone to rise and prepare to depart. Initially, everyone was quite obedient upon entering the school. Without the teacher's permission, they dared not leave. As time passed, whether the entire class could gather together would be uncertain. What do a few of you wish to eat? Xiaming eagerly approached Ho Wenyuan and her companions, soliciting their preferences. A girl beside Ho Wenyuan sighed. Glancing at the throng of people, let us step outside and take a look first. We still don't know where there might be available seating. On the first day of school, restaurants outside were crowded. Simply finding a place to dine would be a stroke of luck. The four girls from Ho Wenyuan's dormitory were all quite attractive, aside from one who was a bit shy and reluctant to speak. The other three quickly mingled with Bai Mo and his friends, sharing laughter along the way. Bai Mo, during high school, did you have any girls you liked? Where are they now? After Xiaming recounted his experiences pursuing girls in high school, Ho Wenyuan shifted the conversation to Bai Mo. You're unaware of this, aren't you? Xiaming eagerly seized the opportunity to showcase his knowledge, addressing the group with an air of authority. Mo Gu was with Jiang Luohan, with her around. Could there have been anyone else he liked? If you can talk, then please do so. Bai Mo rolled his eyes. I had many crushes in high school. I liked any girl who was pretty. Oh? Ho Wenyuan perked up, intrigued. Then tell me, are there any pretty girls in our class? As she spoke, she playfully winked at Bai Mo, her intentions unmistakably clear. She yearned for his compliments. Bai Mo glanced at Ho Wenyuan, recalling how, since their first encounter in class, she had been subtly trying to get closer to him. At 18, Bai Mo might have been vain enough to believe in his own handsomeness. But he was no longer so naive. He deftly shifted the topic to Xiaming. Old Xia, tell me, are there any beautiful girls in our class? Xiaming nodded eagerly. Yes, the four most beautiful girls are right here. The others giggled, accusing him of being insincere. But Xiaming insisted earnestly that he was speaking the truth. Ho Wenyuan sighed in resignation, realizing that Bai Mo was indeed impervious to flattery. In 2004, the university lacked a designated parking lot, merely marking spaces along the roadside. Among the cluster of cars, a Land Rover stood out conspicuously, drawing the attention of passers-by. Luxury vehicles and beautiful women were both hot topics, and when combined, they created an explosive discussion. Jiang Luohan exemplified this perfectly. Bai Mo, do you think if you asked Jiang Luohan for her car keys, she would lend them to you? Xiaming inquired, glancing at the Land Rover. No. Bai Mo replied bluntly. Xiaming nodded in agreement. After all, car keys were not easily borrowed. I mean, I wouldn't need to ask, he added. And the implication was clear to everyone present. Ma Liang, mistaking Bai Mo's demeanor for a desire to save face, interjected. So what if it's a Land Rover? We'll buy one in the future. Bai Mo fell silent. It was commendable for young people to have dreams. The restaurants surrounding the school were bustling with business these days, with every establishment filled to capacity. After wandering for quite some time without finding an available table, Ho Wenyuan suggested, if it comes to that, we can just grab something at the snack street. The girls in their dormitory agreed, and Xiaming reluctantly nodded, conceding that snacks would suffice. Just as they prepared to head to the snack street, a voice called out to Bai Mo, are you here for a meal too? Surprised, Bai Mo turned to see Su Wan, who was holding a box she had given him. Having not yet found the opportunity to open it, she had insisted he wait for a moment when no one was around. Xiao Mo, it's good to see you again. Bai Mo then noticed a middle-aged woman beside Su Wan, who bore a striking resemblance to her, though time had left its marks on her face, with wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Nevertheless, she remained strikingly elegant. Hello, Auntie, it's been a while. You look even younger, Bai Mo greeted. Recognizing Su Wan's mother, who had previously assisted with their collaboration with the television station, Su's mother smiled and nodded. Are you all planning to go eat? Bai Mo glanced around at the crowd, feeling a bit helpless. Yes, but we haven't found a place. There are 8 of you, right? Mother Su glanced at Bai Mo and, upon receiving a nod from him, proposed, I have reserved a private room at the Zijin Lake restaurant. It seems rather quiet with just the 2 of us. If you don't mind, why not join us? The Zijin Lake restaurant is the finest establishment in the vicinity. A national chain that operates on a membership basis, making it inaccessible for students. Xiaming and his companions felt somewhat restrained in front of their elders and could only look towards Bai Mo for a decision. Thank you, Auntie. But Bai Mo began to decline, yet at that moment, Mother Su gestured an apology and answered a phone call. After a brief conversation, she hung up and cast an apologetic glance at Su Wan. There's a matter at the station. I must return. You should go eat with Xiao Mo, she stated. Su Wan replied briskly, all right, no need to see you off. Mother Su nodded and turned to Bai Mo, saying, Xiao Mo, Auntie is leaving now. Please take care of Xiao Wan. After her departure, Su Wan playfully smiled. Remember, you just agreed to it. She then turned her attention to the others, lingering for a moment on Ho Winya, though she did not dwell on it. Hello, everyone. Suwon was quite adept at socializing and soon blended in with Ho Winya and the others. Meanwhile, Xie Mingwei and his friends eagerly pulled Bai Mo aside, inquiring. Her name is Suwon, right? With such beauty and charm, she's simply stunning. What is your relationship with her? Bai Mo chuckled as he observed Suwon's retreating figure and whispered, let us put it this way, she gifted me a graduation present, and when I opened it, I almost wanted to drag her off to get a marriage certificate. Chapter 74, The Unwillingness to Manage Wealth. What is concealed within this mystery? After settling at the large round table, the others engaged in their conversations. Bai Mo placed the box on the table and asked Suwon, aren't you curious? For some reason, whether it was the lighting or something else, a blush suddenly appeared on Suwon's cheeks. You'll find out when you go back, she retorted, dismissively. Since Bai Mo and Suwon had already dined together once, he wasn't particularly hungry this time. Most of their time was spent drinking water and chatting. After drinking too much water, he felt the urge to use the restroom. Just as Bai Mo stepped out of the private room, Ho Winya hesitated for a moment before following him. Suwon noticed but said nothing, nor did she intend to follow. During their earlier conversation, Ho Winya had been subtly probing Bai Mo, asking him about various matters, seemingly aware of his identity. Suwon recalled Bai Mo once saying, it is a good thing when someone has ulterior motives towards you. If they're kind to you without any motives, that's troublesome. It requires genuine sentiment to forge a connection. Having motives changes the dynamic. One can simply accept their kindness as a mere transaction. Suwon understood this, though the others were oblivious. Even Ho Wenya's roommates found her actions rather reckless. If Suwon weren't present, it could be understood. But given that she was there and the unique bond she shared with Bai Mo was palpable, her behavior seemed rather inappropriate. A young woman rose with the intention of stepping outside, but was intercepted by Suwon. Let us first have something to eat. There is no rush, she suggested. Xie Mingwei and his companions exchanged glances and chose to remain silent, yet their gazes towards Suwon revealed a sense of awe. She exuded a gentle charm, radiating tranquility and grace, embodying the refined air of an educated lady from a prestigious family. Xie Mingwei, who prided himself on having encountered many prominent figures in the big city, had never witnessed such poise in someone of her age. Let us be direct. What is it? Bai Mo halted by the restroom door, lighting a cigarette, patiently awaiting Ho Wenya's arrival. Ho Wenya bit her lip, hesitating to speak. If you don't say anything, I shall proceed inside, Bai Mo remarked, preparing to turn back. The pretense of using the restroom was merely a guise. He simply wished to indulge in a smoke. As for the processing factory in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, can you consider us? Upon extinguishing the cigarette, Bai Mo mused, what could be so important? I'm afraid this does not fall under my jurisdiction. Forgive my inability to assist. With that, he brushed past her, intending to depart. He had entrusted all operations in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang-Shanghai region to Lu Ying, preferring not to interfere excessively. If you are willing to assist us, I am ready to do anything you ask. Bai Mo paused, turning around to scrutinize her with curiosity. Nothing particularly remarkable caught his eye, which made Ho Wenya feel slightly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she stood her ground, allowing him to observe her. Compared to Jiang Luohan, I really have nothing I wish for you to do. As she watched Bai Mo re-enter the private room, she stood in a daze, ultimately succumbing to her emotions. Crouching down and embracing her head as she began to sob. It felt as though hope had truly vanished. After all, it was the culmination of generations of effort. Upon entering the private room, all eyes, except Suwon's, turned curiously towards Bai Mo, occasionally glancing behind him. Unfazed, Bai Mo resumed his seat. Turning to Xie Mingwei and Ma Yang, whispering, she is in need of comfort. Who among you will go? As he spoke, he placed a business card on the table. A word of caution. Her material expectations may be quite high. If you lack the capability, it is best to avoid unrealistic fantasies. Otherwise, even if you attain something fleeting, it will not bring happiness. Ma Yang merely spoke of bravery but was inwardly hesitant to approach her. Hearing this only deepened his reluctance. Xie Mingwei, however, found his thoughts wandering. Yet, before he could decide whether to approach, he saw Suwon pick up the business card and walk towards the exit. Bai Mo stifled a laugh, expressing his regret to the others. What a pity. You may not realize what you have missed. The opportunity was presented to you, but you failed to seize it. In his past life, Bai Mo had only possessed a high school diploma, laboring in society for over a decade before achieving modest success in his career. It was within such an environment that his audacious character was forged. If one easily succumbed to the urge to be overly compassionate, success would remain elusive. As the saying goes, mercy does not command armies, and righteousness does not command wealth. Had it not been for the two individuals in the dormitory who harbored feelings for Ho Wenya, he would not have even bothered to smoke. It is even more improbable to produce Liu Ying's personal business card. The act of exchanging business cards reflects one's attitude and signifies a willingness to assist with a small favor. It ultimately depends on who will receive this goodwill. Originally, it was intended for Xie Minghui and Ma Liang, but alas, these two are utterly useless, appealing in appearance yet lacking in substance. Before long, Su Wan and Ho Wenya re-entered the private room. Thank you. In front of everyone, Ho Wenya bowed to Bai Mo, a gesture that left the crowd in bewilderment. It is not I who is helping you, Bai Mo remarked while picking up peanuts with his chopsticks, consuming them as he spoke. Ho Wenya nodded and settled back into her seat. Xie Minghui and the others were filled with confusion, yet they remained uncertain about how to inquire. Well then, you may eat at your leisure. I shall take my leave. After glancing at the time, Su Wan decided it was time to depart. She casually asked Bai Mo, "Will you see me off?" Chapter 75. Inexpensive labor. The garment factory belonging to Ho Wenya's family has been in operation for many years. However, the equipment is now severely outdated, and production is insufficient. It fails to meet the demands of Dongxiang and the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. I inquired with Jia, and she assured me that even with this additional agency factory, it would not affect Dongxiang's subsequent bidding process. As Su Wan spoke, she cast a deep glance at Bai Mo. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired the ability to alter the fate of a small enterprise with a mere sentence. Not long ago, she had even enlisted some online supporters to promote the garment factory's consignment model. It has only been 3 months. Su Wan is always prudent in her actions, a fact that Bai Mo is well aware of. He trusts her implicitly. He merely responded, "You can arrange it as you see fit." Su Wan nodded and asked Bai Mo, "Aren't you curious why I am helping her?" Upon observing Bai Mo's unperturbed expression, she realized he was indeed uninterested, prompting her to let out a sigh. Recently, Dongxiang has been flourishing, yet numerous negative remarks have surfaced online. You ought to be cautious. I just asked her about the situation at their garment factory. It is somewhat peculiar. Lending them a hand may yield unexpected benefits in critical moments. I know you have made ample preparations to counter those rumors, but human nature is unpredictable. A little more planning is never amiss. Bai Mo sensed that Su Wan appeared somewhat exhilarated this evening, her conversation notably more animated than before. Given her usual disposition, she would quietly handle such matters without informing anyone. Even during lunch that afternoon, she did not exhibit this feeling. It seems her mother must have said something to her upon her arrival. Bai Mo hesitated to inquire directly. As long as she was happy, that was sufficient. This girl is remarkably understanding, to the point of evoking sympathy. Even if he were to ask, she would not divulge anything. Bai Mo escorted her to the entrance of the dormitory building, and just as he was about to leave, he was called back. Bai Mo, if you could return to that day, would you still resolutely stand in front of me? A complex array of emotions crossed Su Wan's face. Bai Mo contemplated their interactions during their 3 years in high school. The most memorable instance was that time when he had even ended up in the hospital. Let us discuss it if we ever return. Well then, I shall take my leave, Bai Mo remarked as he prepared to depart. Having roughly guessed what Su Wan wished to convey, upon careful reflection, the timing aligns perfectly. That individual is soon to be released from prison, and upon his emergence, his first act will undoubtedly be one of vengeance. In a previous life, Su Wan was at Capital University, a place he could not access. Thus he sought refuge in Bai Mo. This culminated in the incident where a certain yellow-haired individual shielded Bai Mo from harm. At this moment, Su Wan, facing Bai Mo's silhouette, remarked, "Should there be a next time, remember to flee first." Bai Mo waved his hand, acknowledging her words. Had it not been for Su Wan's reminder, Bai Mo might have nearly forgotten the matter. The root of this predicament traces back to Su Wan's mother. During her tenure as a journalist, she exposed a pharmaceutical company's illicit use of banned substances. Unable to retaliate against her directly, those individuals redirected their vengeance towards Su Wan. This incident also stands as a primary reason for the separation between Su Wan's parents. Upon returning to his dormitory, Bai Mo found his roommates absent, likely engaged in activities with Ho Wenya and her companions. After all, it was their first social gathering, and it was only natural for them to enjoy themselves for a little longer. Uncertain of any further developments, Bai Mo seized this opportunity to open the box. Inside the large box were 2 smaller boxes nested within, akin to Russian dolls. One contained sunscreen and similar items, while the other, upon opening, revealed the unmistakable words carefree. Just as Bai Mo extracted it, The door swung open. To his astonishment, it was Xiaming Hui who entered. Upon noticing Bai Mo holding the carefree product, he exclaimed and promptly retreated. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he re-entered. Bai Mo, now empty-handed, maintained his composure. Rest assured, I saw nothing, Xiaming Hui assured him. Both Ma Liang and Xiong Chao looked on, puzzled, while Bai Mo remained unfazed. It was best they hadn't seen anything, otherwise, silence would be the only option. Xiaming Hui, with a mischievous grin, approached and whispered, Bai Gu, are you suffering from hemorrhoids? I used to wear them when I had the same issue. They were quite effective. Get lost. Bai Mo retorted disdainfully. This is a military training insole, understood? Oh, Xiaming Hui contemplated for a moment before nodding. What you say does make sense. Do you have any extras? Bai Mo promptly declined. None available. Find someone else to deliver them. If no one can, then you'll have to purchase them yourself. Don't be shy. I'm a grown man. How could I possibly, as the group continued their lively banter in the dormitory? Ho Chirue knocked and entered, carrying several military training uniforms. I brought the sizes you requested. Try them on to see if they fit. As Xiaming Hui reached for the uniforms, he casually draped an arm over Ho Chirue's shoulder, smiling warmly. Monkey, we knew you'd have our best interests at heart. Could you do us a favor? Ho Chirue adjusted his glasses, hesitating before responding. What do you need? Let me see if I can assist. We need you to buy us some sanitary pads, Xiaming Hui blurted out. Noticing the peculiar look in Ho Chirue's eyes, he hastily added, they serve well as insoles. They absorb sweat and are soft. As Ho Chirue departed, he muttered curses at Xiaming Hui, labeling him a pervert. Xiaming Hui sighed deeply in response. It appears that I must hasten to find a girlfriend. At this moment, Bai Mo had just finished his morning routine and joked, aren't you pursuing Ho Wenya? What happened? Upon hearing Bai Mo mention this, Xiaming Hui sighed and fixed his gaze upon him. Mo Gu, are you concealing something from us? Why would Ho Wenya bow to you and express such gratitude? Bai Mo blinked, pondered for a moment, and replied, what do you mean by concealing? There are simply many things about me that you are yet to learn. When the day comes that you discover them, you will undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, realizing how fortunate you have been to be my roommate for so many years. Xiong Chao and Xiaming Hui scoffed dismissively at his words before returning to their tasks, evidently perceiving Bai Mo's claims as mere bluster. Ma Liang cast a knowing glance at Bai Mo and said, Mo Gu, now that the military training is over, I plan to seek a part-time job. Do you have any recommendations? Among the four in the dormitory, Ma Liang's family circumstances were the most dire. He had previously mentioned that his mother had passed away, leaving his father to support him and his younger brother solely through farming. Growing up in such an environment had instilled in him a certain shyness and insecurity, yet he faced reality with remarkable fortitude, firmly believing that with hard work, he could alter his plight. Compared to his peers, he exhibited a notable maturity. Bai Mo held a favorable view of his dormitory mates and was willing to assist them as best he could. Thus, he suggested, part-time jobs often entail the most menial labor for the least reward. Instead of toiling for minimal pay, you might consider what you can create for yourself. The university campus is rife with opportunities. Even purchasing snacks at wholesale prices to resell can prove profitable, provided you are willing to endure the hardships. Chapter 76, Breakfast the following morning, Bai Mo was still lost in dreams when he suddenly felt someone nudging him. Groggily opening his eyes, he discovered that the other three were watching him intently. He reached for his phone beside the pillow and noted that it was barely 7 o'clock. What on earth? Why are we up so early? Bai Mo, unfazed, could sleep soundly anywhere. Still sleeping? Xiaming Hui retorted sarcastically, is this splendid university life meant for slumber? What about the early morning exercise and serendipitous encounters in the library we discussed last night? Were those all mere fabrications? Bai Mo finally sat up, reflecting on how their animated conversation had led him to craft an idealized vision for his university life. With a deep sigh, he chastised himself for getting carried away. Resolutely, he declared, I shall remember your words. Henceforth, I will rise this early every morning. Xiaming Hui promptly replied, of course. Bai Mo, disinterested in further explanations, merely wondered how long this enthusiasm would endure. While washing up, Bai Mo's phone rang. He answered and put the call on speaker. While I wash my face. Well, would you like me to get? I'm at the cafeteria now. What do you want me to buy for you? Upon hearing this, Xiaming Hui and the others, who were seated on the bench waiting for Bai Mo, immediately gathered around, silencing themselves to listen intently. 1 bag of soy milk and 2 rice cakes, Bai Mo instructed. All right, Jiang Luohan replied before inquiring further. Are your roommates with you? What are they eating? They are robots. They just need to recharge. Before the words of Bai Mo could fade, Xiaming and the others were already in disarray, a cacophony of wails and protests erupting. What nonsense are you spouting? Beautiful lady, we want the same as him. Thank you. Jiang Luohan responded eagerly, and after hanging up the phone, she began to prepare. Her several roommates beside her wore expressions of helplessness. People often say that when boys are in a relationship, they are supported by an entire dormitory. Yet here it seems you are the one sustaining them all. Jiang Luohan smiled sweetly. Because it's Bai Mo. Besides, this small amount for breakfast is nothing. He has already given me 100,000 as startup capital. 100,000. Dong Shi and the others gasped in shock. In this era, such a sum exceeds the understanding of an average student. Jiang Luohan, however, nodded nonchalantly, though her expression quickly turned somber. Unfortunately, he is not the only one. Dong Shi and her companions exchanged glances, their faces filled with astonishment. Let us not discuss this anymore. Let us go buy breakfast. On Bai Mo's side, Xiaming and the others scrutinized him with disdainful gazes, tentatively asking, that voice, could it be Su Wan? Their impression of Su Wan was too profound, leading them to believe that Bai Mo being with her was already a stroke of luck. How could there be anyone else? No, Bai Mo readily admitted, leaving them speechless. Aren't you afraid we'll tell Su Wan? A girl is buying you breakfast this early, and you accepted? Bai Mo looked at their puzzled faces, wondering why he should be afraid. Xiang Chao gave Bai Mo a thumbs up. Bro, are you taking on disciples? I'm willing to pay for lessons. Bai Mo shook his head, casting him a slightly regretful glance. First, you need to be handsome. Of course, that is not the most crucial factor. Ma Liang quickly inquired. What is the most important thing then? You need to have money. Once you have money, you will discover that those aloof goddesses have their sweet and salty sides too. Xiaming nodded in agreement. So, the girl buying you breakfast is after your money? Bai Mo remained silent, merely patting his shoulder. She drives a Land Rover. Her family is not lacking in money. It's simply because I am handsome. The cafeteria was bustling with people, predominantly freshmen clad in camouflage uniforms. The upperclassmen had yet to arrive, and even when they did, not many could rise this early. Before entering the cafeteria, Xiaming and the others could hardly believe that the person who had just offered to buy them breakfast over the phone was Jiang Luohan. It seemed utterly implausible, akin to a tale from the Arabian Nights. However, upon seeing Jiang Luohan jog over to greet them, they were left dumbfounded. Their first reaction was that Jiang Luohan was even more beautiful in person than the photos posted on forums and message boards. I've reserved a spot over there. Your breakfast is ready. Thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Luohan smiled, her eyes sparkling. She pulled Bai Mo aside, chattering incessantly. Bai Mo, I will be speaking as the representative of the freshmen shortly. Moreover, there is the task of hosting the welcome party. Upon finishing her statement, she stared intently at Bai Mo, seemingly awaiting his praise. However, Bai Mo merely shook his head and sighed. Is there truly no one else at our school? Ugh. Jiang Luohan, not perturbed, spat dismissively and chose not to linger on the topic. Xiaming and the others were left dumbfounded. Is this truly the goddess from the forum? Before Bai Mo, she appeared nothing more than a lovesick admirer. Jiang Luohan led them to the designated dining table, where several of her roommates were present. Bai Mo? Dongshi glanced at Bai Mo, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him, and failing to comprehend why Jiang Luohan was so infatuated. Pleasure to meet you, beautiful. Jiang Luohan's roommates were all quite striking in their own right, each capable of turning heads individually, yet when alongside Jiang Luohan, they seemed rather ordinary. The other individuals from the two dormitories were strangers to one another, and despite a brief introduction, they each kept to themselves, engaging in minimal conversation. It was Jiang Luohan who continued to converse with Bai Mo. Eventually, the surrounding individuals could no longer tolerate the atmosphere and, having hastily finished their meals, excused themselves. You two take your time. We will head off to find the line. Bai Mo had intended to leave as well, but Jiang Luohan clutched the hem of his shirt, refusing to let go. What is the matter? Bai Mo inquired once the others had departed. Jiang Luohan bit her lip, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. How about we find a place to stay outside? Jia and the others are quite nice, but when I'm around, they seem uncomfortable, always accommodating me. I can't quite describe the feeling, but it's not pleasant. A blush adorned Jiang Luohan's cheeks. One could only wonder at the resolve she summoned to voice such a sentiment. Bai Mo understood her predicament, which was precisely why he had always chosen to maintain a low profile, not even purchasing a car. He feared that stark disparities would deter others from engaging with him. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and isolation is never a favorable circumstance. Chapter 77. Galaxy Internet CAF Jiang Luohan did not encounter any melodramatic scenarios in her dormitory. No one harbored jealousy or offered derisive remarks due to her privileged background, nor did anyone indulge in sycophantic flattery. However, the chasm created by such significant differences cannot be bridged by mere words, particularly for sensitive young women. Everyone was acutely aware that they hailed from disparate worlds. Many individuals exhibit humility in the presence of those who occupy a notably higher status, instinctively distancing themselves unless there are personal gains involved. After all, no one enjoys the feeling of being overshadowed. Yet, what Jiang Luohan found unsettling was their humility. Bai Mo did not directly respond to her query. Instead, he asked, "Do you have any plans after military training tonight?" Upon receiving a negative shake of her head, he continued, "All right then, wait for my call after the training." Although Jiang Luohan was unaware of Bai Mo's intentions, she cheerfully agreed. Okay. The playground was a mere 3 to 4 minutes walk from the cafeteria. When Bai Mo arrived at the assembly point for Class 1 of Finance, the rest of the class had already gathered. On the first day of training, a rare sense of enthusiasm permeated the atmosphere. As Bai Mo made his way through the crowd, both boys and girls regarded him with curious glances, occasionally accompanied by murmurs. The boys expressed envy, while the girls wore expressions tinged with a hint of regret. Xiaming we approached with a sheepish grin and remarked, "Emogu. It seems you've become quite the sensation in class." Bai Mo, somewhat perplexed, was soon enlightened by Xiaming Hui's explanation. After returning from their dormitory yesterday, some of Ho Wenya's friends mentioned that you have a girlfriend, and she is from Jiangxia University. You know how girls love to gossip. Bai Mo blinked in confusion. Did I ever say she was my girlfriend? Xiaming we shook his head, that you haven't explicitly stated it. Everyone has been watching. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point was that this morning, many had witnessed your intimate gestures with Jiang Luohan, which sparked quite a commotion. Finally, Bai Mo understood why the gazes directed at him felt so peculiar. A scoundrel? No, that term hasn't even emerged yet. A philanderer? A fickle-hearted person? Treading on two boats? Bai Mo felt compelled to clarify, fearing that rumors would tarnish his reputation and thwart his romantic prospects in university. Do you believe me when I say that my relationship with both of them is purely platonic? Ma Liang and Xiong Chao rushed over. Upon hearing this, they promptly shook their heads. Bro, you truly are my brother. Do tell us, how did you manage that? Bai Mo recognized that a feeble explanation would be futile. Instead, he decisively proposed, how about I conduct a class on this? Absolutely, that's the phrase we've been waiting for, they exclaimed. As the clock approached 8, the military instructors finally appeared. The instructor for Class 1 of Finance was relatively young, appearing almost like one of the students. Yet, his gaze was far more resolute than that of these freshmen. He was a stern individual, allowing no chatter beyond roll call, the counting of 1, 2, 3, 4, and the chanting of slogans. The military training was rather uneventful, with little of note occurring. Few dared to challenge the instructor's authority, as he was quite capable of making students stand under the sweltering 37-degree sun on the podium. If one were to mention any minor incidents, it would be that the delivered bottles of water were adorned with advertisements for a newly opened internet CAF. No kidding, the middle door is unbeatable. During a break, Xiaming we boasted while sipping water. Let us register for that contest after lunch. There's a 3,000 yuan prize, which means if 5 of us participate, each person would get 600. Ma Liang, initially disinterested since he had never played computer games, found himself intrigued upon hearing about the prize. Emogu. We need 3 more. Are you in? Sure, I'm going. All right, now we just need to find one more. After musing aloud, Xiaming Hui's gaze fell upon Ho Chirue, who was pouring water. Monkey, we need one more. Are you joining? I won't. No worries, none of us really know how to play. We'll just mess around. Xiaming we began to act, envisioning the moment when Ho Chirue would surprise him with unexpected skills. It's settled then. I'll include you when I sign up. Ho Chirue found himself unable to refuse, ultimately managing only a reluctant nod. The news of the Internet CAF competition swiftly swept through various institutions nearby, attracting a multitude of onlookers and eager participants alike. Along with the excitement, the Galaxy Internet CAF gained prominence, a name bestowed by Huang Mao, who claimed it possessed a commanding aura. The CAF advertised its first-rate configurations, top-notch services, and a throng of beautiful women, each aspect striking a chord with the young men. The CAF was set to commence trial operations the following day, offering free internet access for all, with official operations beginning the day after, 3 hours for merely 5 yuan, and an overnight stay for 10. For competition registration, individuals were instructed to leave their contact information, ensuring they would be notified of the competition date and expected to attend punctually. Teams could register directly, while individuals without teams were advised to sign up solo. Galaxy Internet CAF boasted 2 floors with nearly 200 computers. Even before opening, a crowd had gathered outside, all there to register. "You go sign up. I'll step into the restroom," said Bai Mo as the group arrived, momentarily finding themselves unable to enter due to the throng. After greeting the others, he ventured inside. "Apologies. We are not yet open." Bai Mo was intercepted by a girl upon sneaking in through the back door. She was adorned with heavy makeup and vividly colored hair, seemingly defying gravity with the amount of hairspray used. Bai Mo's eyes twitched at the sight, wondering if this was indeed the attractive beauty Huang Ying had promised. "Huang Zheng, is Huang Ying here?" he inquired. "Yes, do you know them?" she responded, her demeanor shifting upon hearing the names. "Please take me to them." "Certainly." Inside the CAF were several makeshift offices designated for a few technicians and Huang Mao to manage daily operations. Upon entering, Bai Mo happened upon Huang Mao organizing the opening arrangements. Having previously operated a gaming hall, he was familiar with the general procedures, even if there were oversights. A bespectacled girl stood beside him, assisting. "Mo Ge, you're here," Huang Mao exclaimed, hastily putting aside his tasks. "We're ready for the trial opening tomorrow. Would you like to review the specific procedures?" Bai Mo understood that Huang Mao was not adept at creating electronic documents, likely attributing the work to the girl in glasses, presumably Lu Ying's assistant. After a quick glance, he found no issues. "Mo Ge, these are the selected staff according to your requirements. Please take a look." At this moment, Huang Ying also approached to greet him. "This is President Bai. Everyone, please call him President Bai." 8 young women, each with distinct hairstyles and attire, stood before him, eliciting a sense of discomfort in Bai Mo. In unison, they chimed, "Hello, President Bai." The chorus of voices struck him with an uncanny resemblance to visiting a nightclub in a past life. "Is this truly the selection you made?" Bai Mo queried Huang Ying. She nodded earnestly. "Many applied, and I meticulously chose each one. No tattoos, non-smokers, attractive with long legs. The crucial aspect is their hairstyles and outfits." Bai Mo found himself at a loss for words. Taking out his phone to check the time, he noted that there was still an hour until the afternoon military training, leaving ample time. The hairstyles had to be completely changed, dyed back to black, and the clothing was also unsuitable. After Bai Mo finished speaking, the girls began to whisper among themselves. Their hairstyles were a source of pride, a matter that was non-negotiable. Hearing the murmurs below, Bai Mo added, "In a moment, I will give everyone 100 yuan. Those willing to stay can use this money to redo their hair, adopting the straight black style like the other students at school. Those who do not wish to stay may take the money and leave." With that, he cast his gaze toward a petite figure in the corner. Among the group of rebellious girls, she appeared the most normal, yet this very normalcy posed the greatest problem. "How old are you?" Gone Xin had been trying her best to avoid Bai Mo's gaze, but unexpectedly, he called her out. Nonetheless, she still harbored a glimmer of hope. 18. Huang Ying chimed in, adding, "Her name is Gone Xin. She is quite clever." Bai Mo nodded. "Huang Jing, you take them outside and give them the money. Then, wait for me for a moment." Huang Mao nodded and let a few of them out. Huang Ying looked back, puzzled as to why Bai Mo had kept Gone Xin behind, but she refrained from asking further questions. Gone Xin bit her lip and hung her head, beginning to sense that something was amiss, yet she remained silent, merely pouting. "You were the one who stole the phone, weren't you?" At first, Bai Mo thought her figure seemed familiar, and after a moment of reflection, he remembered she must be the one he had seen during Jiang Luohan's phone incident. Gone Xin lifted her head, her bright eyes sparkling with a cunning that belied her age. She chose not to argue and directly admitted her guilt. "So, do you want to report me?" Bai Mo shook his head. Ordinarily, he would not involve himself in such matters. As long as she did not steal from his internet CAF, he was indifferent. The clientele was primarily comprised of college students who were still developing their independence. If thefts were to occur frequently, especially by an employee, it would not only ruin the CAF, but would also weigh heavily on his conscience. Bai Mo would not allow such occurrences. "I won't say anything to them. When you receive the money, you can leave on your own." After stating this, he walked outside, leaving Gone Xin behind with a complex expression as she watched him go. "Huang Ying, come with me to buy work uniforms." We will have everyone in uniform at the internet CAF. Huang Ying glanced back at Gan Xin, noticing her despondent demeanor, but she asked no further questions and nodded. All right. Mo go. Bai Mo led Huang Ying to the registration point, where they found Xie Mingwei and the others. After about 10 minutes, they finally managed to squeeze in. I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first. You don't need to wait for me. Got it, got it. Always so mysterious, Xie Mingwei replied, waving his hand in acknowledgement, too busy to pay him much attention. Nearby the university town, there were numerous places selling clothes. Bai Mo browsed several shops before making a choice. A pleated skirt paired with a small shirt and a bow tie. A perfect match for the current fashion. Although this Japanese style had not yet become widespread, it indeed looked delightful on young girls, especially those with long legs and good figures. Is Mo Gugon Xian not suitable? Huang Ying had been conflicted all the way, but ultimately, she mustered the courage to ask. She quite liked the young lady and often engaged in delightful conversations with her. Do you wish to keep her? Bai Mo directly inquired. Huang Ying bit her lip and shook her head. You have the final say, she replied. Recalling the brief recounting of the girl's past life and the promise she made to never revert to her former ways, Bai Mo paused for a moment, contemplating, before responding. You all decide for yourselves, but consider the consequences carefully. If any theft occurs in the internet CAF, I shall not show mercy. Huang Ying quickly nodded, assuring him. Rest assured, it won't happen. Bai Mo had no other objections. After all, the CAF was originally meant for Wang Mao and his siblings. They could make their own decisions regarding such matters, while his interference with their attire and hairstyles stemmed from an inability to endure the sight. After all, they would still be visiting to surf the internet, and it was far better to gaze upon legs than to witness chaos. Bai Mo did not return to the CAF. Once the clothes were decided, he went straight back to school. The afternoon military training could have been quite tedious. However, Jiang Luohan, as if to assert her presence, approached Bai Mo with a cup of frozen lemonade. Try it. I made it myself, and the ice was bought from the water bar outside. After a day together, many had gotten to know Bai Mo, and upon witnessing this moment, they began to tease. Hushed whispers filled the air, with remarks about how sweet it was to drink without feeding one another. Even Jiang Luohan, who was usually generous, found it hard to bear, her cheeks turning crimson. Bai Mo took a sip, finding the balance of sour and sweet just right, though he frowned slightly. What's wrong? Is it not good? Jiang Luohan asked with concern. It's a bit sour, Bai Mo nodded, glancing at the onlookers, and raised his voice to clarify. I'm not referring to the drink. I mean them. A round of laughter erupted, and Jiang Luohan couldn't help but chuckle. Her smile was truly radiant. Bai Mo had long since grown accustomed to such reactions, yet many remained utterly captivated. All right, I must take my leave. I will await your call tonight. Jiang Luohan waved and returned to her group. She had merely come to deliver some water. Bai Zong, your romantic life is truly fascinating, Ho Wenya remarked. Watching Jiang Luohan depart, Bai Mo shot her a glance. Bai Zong, apologies, but here, I am merely Mo Go. Please be mindful of your words next time. Ho Wenya smiled lightly. Of course, Mo Go. Bai Mo nodded in satisfaction. A promising student. Ho Wenya continued to inquire, Mo Good. You mentioned yesterday that you like beautiful girls. What, in your opinion, defines beauty? Bai Mo pointed to Jiang Luohan's silhouette, stating, at the very least, one must possess her qualities. Ho Wenya had always held confidence in her own looks, yet upon seeing Jiang Luohan, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. The air of privilege and refinement that Jiang Luohan exuded was overwhelmingly impressive. If one were to define beauty through Jiang Luohan, it would indeed be a challenge to find many who could measure up. Nevertheless, Ho Wenya pressed on with her curiosity. What about Su Wan? In terms of sheer attractiveness, it is unlikely that one could surpass Jiang Luohan, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps you are asking a bit too much, Bai Mo muttered impatiently. Nonetheless, he continued, Su Wan is truly in a league of her own. Each possesses their own unique qualities. After all, Ho Wenyang blinked playfully, teasingly inquired, so, how would you choose? Bai Mo retorted, such unnecessary chatter. He then turned and walked away, exclaiming internally, how I loathe multiple-choice questions. Chapter 79. The class begins compared to the daytime. The evening training was far more engaging. Rather than mere training, it resembled a gathering of camaraderie and enjoyment. Singing duets, dancing battles. Those with any talent were eager to showcase their abilities, vying for the privilege of selecting a partner. Bai Mo inhaled deeply, amidst the scent of sweat. There lingered an unmistakable hint of hormones. Although Xie Minghui exuded flamboyance, he had undeniable talent. After delivering a rendition of Invisible Wings, he received thunderous applause. He settled beside Bai Mo, grinning with pride, and asked, "What do you think, Mo Go? Not bad, right?" Bai Mo nodded, generously offering his praise. Indeed. It was quite remarkable. Of course, this is my favorite song, he declared, raising his voice intentionally, as if fearing that the silence on the other side might not hear him. Unable to tolerate Xie Minghui's arrogance any longer, Bai Mo quietly inquired, "Since you adore this song so much, you must know who the composer is, right?" Of course, Xie Minghui replied with enthusiasm. "It's Bai Mo." Xie Minghui was taken aback, increasingly bewildered. Bai Mo patted his shoulder and excused himself to the restroom. "Wait, this is truly Bai Mo. Come back and tell me this is merely a coincidence." Xie Minghui was in disarray, coming from a major city. He initially believed he would be the most radiant presence here, the trendsetter of the entire finance department. However, upon encountering Bai Mo, he realized he felt overshadowed at every turn, just as he had begun to regain some confidence through singing. He was confronted with the revelation that it was Bai Mo who had composed the song. The first day of military training concluded at 7:30, and at this moment, class director Lao Lu approached, instructing all students to return to the classroom for orientation. The youthful revelers, caught up in the moment, sighed collectively upon hearing the announcement. Just as I was beginning to feel a sense of youth again, "You want me to return to the classroom?" Yet, despite their grumbling, the students knew they had to heed the teacher's words. They could only look forward to the military training schedule for the following evening. The orientation would last only 2 or 3 days, but the most tedious part was writing reflective essays. After ushering everyone back to the classroom, Lao Lu left them to their own devices. A loudspeaker began to broadcast information about the school's culture and regulations. At this juncture, it was also the time for various student council departments to recruit new members. "Emoga, what do you think? Is it better to join the student council at our department or at the school level?" A senior from the publicity department was introducing her team when Ma Liang turned to Bai Mo with a question. Xie Minghui, still looking gloomy, leaned in as well. He had made up his mind. If Bai Mo chose the school level, he would opt for the department. Conversely, if Bai Mo went for the department, he would choose the school. Ultimately, he simply wished to avoid him. Otherwise, one might feel as though they are perpetually trapped in obscurity. Bai Mo did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he countered Ma Liang's inquiry with a question of his own. "Are you contemplating entrepreneurship?" Ma Liang eagerly nodded in affirmation. "If you wish to embark on such a venture, it would be prudent to attend school. At least when faced with the possibility of failing due to excessive absences, you could argue that your official duties kept you occupied. Who knows? You might even manage to procure a couple of leave slips stamped by the school. The departments, however, are a different matter. The professors are well acquainted with you, and they will readily ascertain your whereabouts." Although Bai Mo had never attended university and possessed limited knowledge, he spoke with such conviction, relying solely on his imaginative fabrications. After all, it was their first time, and they were equally inexperienced. After analyzing several points, Ma Liang promptly resolved to join the Student Union's External Relations Department. He even inquired if Bai Mo would accompany him. Bai Mo expressed a lack of enthusiasm, though he considered the Cultural and Entertainment Department, having heard that the ladies who sang and danced possessed commendable figures. Upon hearing this, Xie Minghui couldn't help but interject with a quip, "Do you truly desire more? Are you genuinely intent on leaving us with nothing?" Bai Mo, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled and scratched his head. "How should I put it? Oh, right. Their essay saying, 'Cast a wide net to catch more fish and select the best among them.' It's always wise to have multiple options." After he finished speaking, those around him gathered closer, displaying an eager thirst for knowledge, awaiting Bai Mo's continuation. Moreover, if you have not yet decided whom to pursue, or if you are uncertain whether you can win their affection, why not attempt to court several at once? Engaging in conversation with 100 individuals will surely yield a few responses. In summary, he declared, to be devoted to one is to be a mere dog. To be devoted to many is to become a wolf among dogs, unafraid of the vast ocean. Just as Bai Mo was reveling in his spirited discourse, several members of the student council entered the room. "Attention, students. Please adhere to classroom decorum. Refrain from whispering." Upon hearing this, the previously gathered crowd obediently settled down. This is what first-year students are like, obedient and easily managed. Bai Mo glanced at the badges worn by the newcomers. The disciplinary committee? Ah, that explains their stern demeanor. The committee was recruiting new members, inviting interested individuals to attend interviews in room 213 the following afternoon. Once the committee departed, Bai Mo lost interest in continuing the conversation and instead rested his head on the desk. This mundane existence was rather tiresome for him. After the disciplinary committee, the next group to enter was from the External Relations Department, tasked with the most arduous responsibilities, often receiving disdainful glances and frequent rejections. Yet, it was also the department that offered the most personal growth opportunities. The speaker on stage was eloquent, captivating many with his words. Ma Liang, already inclined towards this department, posed several questions, all of which were answered with ease. As the speaker prepared to leave, he approached Bai Mo. Bai Mo? Only then did Bai Mo lift his head to look. Ah, Senior Ing, it has been quite some time. Your complexion appears even healthier now. Senior Ing had a vivid impression of Bai Mo. She had noticed him during Ma Liang's inquiries and decided to greet him, as she was responsible for welcoming new students. To her surprise, Bai Mo's opening remark was quite impressive. Senior Ing was not offended. She merely replied, "The sun has been intense these past few days, and I have been quite busy. That's all there is to it." Indeed. I am the head of the outreach department. Would you be interested in joining? Ing Jie possesses a profound understanding of social nuances. The invitation extended to Bai Mo was not merely due to a fleeting interaction that revealed his merits, but rather because of Jiang Luohan. She had witnessed firsthand the charming demeanor Jiang Luohan exhibited in his presence. As a fellow female, she comprehended the implications of such behavior. Jiang Luohan is a focal figure within this year's student council. Regardless of the department she joins, that department will undoubtedly receive significant exposure, greatly benefiting the subsequent endeavors. Joining the outreach department would be even more advantageous. With Jiang Luohan's stature, engaging with businesses for sponsorship would not render her position so passive as it currently stands. Ing Jie has calculated her strategy astutely. Lacking confidence in persuading Jiang Luohan directly, she decided to approach Bai Mo instead. Bai Mo, too, harbored intentions of joining the student council, seeking to fully immerse himself in the university experience, with the student council being an essential component. The cultural and entertainment department was merely a jest, as the realms of singing and dancing were far removed from his talents. The outreach department, however, seemed to be the most suitable choice. It involved fewer responsibilities, primarily focusing on securing sponsorship during events, something he could easily manage. Upon receiving Bai Mo's affirmative response, Ing Jie departed with palpable joy, heading straight for Jiang Luohan's economics class. Chapter 80. Because it's you listening to the various promotions for the student council on stage. Jiang Luohan took out her phone, intending to inquire which department Bai Mo wished to join. After a moment's reflection, she set it aside. After all, Bai Mo had mentioned waiting for her call, and she could always ask him when they met. The outreach department's promotion was the most impressive, yet Jiang Luohan had not absorbed its content. It was not until a slender, dark-haired senior approached her that she took notice. "Senior, is there something you need?" With a gentle smile, Ing Jie addressed her. "Hello, Jiang Luohan. I sincerely invite you to join our department." This exchange had played out numerous times before, and Jiang Luohan had always responded with a smiling nod, promising to consider it seriously. After speaking, Jiang Luohan expected the senior to leave, yet she lingered, seemingly with more to say. "Is there anything else?" Jiang Luohan inquired. Ing Jie crouched slightly to align her gaze with Jiang Luohan's, whispering, "Bai Mo will be joining our department." "Really?" Jiang Luohan's expression shifted, confirming Ing Jie's suspicions. "Indeed. Then, as long as he joins your department, I shall too. It's a promise." Ing Jie smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. She added, "But don't mention this to him." "I understand," Jiang Luohan replied. Ing Jie departed, her joy evident, leaving Jiang Luohan equally pleased as she pondered Bai Mo's reaction upon discovering they would be in the same department. Shortly after the class bell rang, Jiang Luohan received a call from Bai Mo. "I'm at the exit of the Shuesi building. Where are you?" "Wait for me," he said before hanging up. As freshmen donned camouflage training uniforms, locating an individual in the bustling crowd proved challenging. Fortunately, Jiang Luohan exuded a captivating aura, ensuring she was the center of attention wherever she went. Bai Mo, accompanied by several companions, sauntered over. "Let us proceed to dine," he declared. Jiang Luohan responded with a vivacious affirmation. "All right. Wait a moment, are you serious? Mo go. Are you merely treating us to dog food?" Came the howls of discontent from Ma Liang and the others. Bai Mo, unfazed, simply remarked, "So, will you eat, or not?" "Eat. A fool is one who does not seize a bargain." Then silence yourselves. Very well, as you say. Jiang Luohan watched Bai Mo and the others engage in jovial banter. Feeling a pang of envy. Her dorm mates could never afford her such an attitude. They would immediately acquiesce to her every word, devoid of any playful exchanges. She appreciated them, yet sensed an absence. It was only upon seeing Bai Mo that she realized what was lacking, a sense of equality overshadowed by a feeling of distance. The group casually selected a well-frequented grilled fish establishment. Remembering Jiang Luohan's preference for chin fish, Bai Mo ordered two, along with some barbecue snacks and a chilled beer. Adults have their own dining etiquette. While middle-aged patrons may indulge in drunken ramblings, the youth are even more prone to it. After a couple of drinks, Ma Liang began to boast, "Once the military training concludes, I shall embark on my entrepreneurial journey. I will even purchase a Land Rover." Bai Mo shook his head, bemused by the youthful ignorance. Xian Mingwei scoffed, "Entrepreneurship? Do you even have a plan? Do you know how to attract foot traffic? Without such knowledge, how can you claim to start a business?" Ma Liang, shaking his head, proudly declared, "I may not know, but Mo does. Right, Mo? Before Bai Mo could respond, Xian Mingwei interjected, "Mo, enlighten us on how to boost foot traffic and what projects to undertake." Among them, Xiang Chao had the best tolerance for alcohol. Initially, he attempted to interject, but realizing the conversation's descent into absurdity, he opted for silence. Well aware of the futility in debating with someone half inebriated. Nonetheless, curiosity compelled him to direct his gaze towards Bai Mo. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol himself, Bai Mo had long since set down his chopsticks. He was unaware when Jiang Luohan took hold of his hand, tracing circles in his palm. Sensing the attention of the others upon him, Bai Mo stated, "Entrepreneurship is rather simple. For instance, you can anonymously post on the school's forum, declaring your intent to confess in the playground on a specific day. Subsequently, relay this news to your class group. Before long, the entire school will be aware of the impending confession, and many will come to witness the spectacle. At that moment, you can set out a few stools and call out, 'Does anyone need sunflower seeds, peanuts, or mineral water?' Do you think anyone would buy?" Upon concluding his explanation, Bai Mo felt a sharp pain in his palm and turned to meet Jiang Luohan's indignant gaze, unsure of what had provoked her ire. The others gasped in astonishment, as if struck by a revelation. "This is feasible." Xian Mingwei nodded vigorously. Ma Liang echoed enthusiastically, "Damn." Yet, the moment the word escaped his lips, he collapsed onto the table, marking the first fallen soul of the evening. Xian Mingwei, no longer able to hold on, succumbed as well. Bai Mo, however, remained alert and turned to Xiang Chao, suggesting, "Let us send these two back. If it proves too burdensome, I can have Monkey call for more assistance." Just as Bai Mo finished speaking, he observed Xiang Chao shake his head. With one arm around each of them, he hoisted them to their feet. "I fear they might vomit all over me," he remarked. "No worries. If that happens, let them wash your clothes for a week." Xiang Chao nodded earnestly. What a splendid idea. After settling the bill, Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan wandered aimlessly. Passing by a hotel, Bai Mo glanced inside. "Shall we book a room?" he proposed unexpectedly, causing Jiang Luohan to panic, her breath quickening. "I didn't bring my ID. My military training uniform has shallow pockets. I generally don't carry valuables." Bai Mo had forgotten his ID as well, and with a sigh of regret, he turned towards the school. "When I mentioned booking a room, what did you feel?" Jiang Luohan bit her lip, hesitating to speak, feeling shy. Bai Mo continued bluntly, "Were you frightened? Perhaps intimidated? Or did you think me unreliable?" Without allowing her a chance to respond, he added, "If so, then good. Therefore, refrain from suggesting we share accommodations in the future. One cannot predict what beastly actions I might undertake." After delivering his statement, Bai Mo turned to gauge her reaction but was met with her mischievous smile. "I'm anxious, but not afraid." "It's you," she confessed. Jiang Luohan truly felt no fear. Had she brought her ID, she would have ventured forth without hesitation. They had shared such experiences before, that time also after drinking. Chapter 81. Internet Cafe. Bai Mo believed he must have overindulged in drink, for he felt as though he were hallucinating. Shaking his head, he pressed onward. Though it was merely the first day of military training, a multitude of couples had already congregated beneath the girls' dormitory. The nearby grove buzzed with lively chatter, punctuated by the occasional peal of laughter. To bond with one's roommate, one must highlight shared traits to evoke empathy. While seeking accommodations is straightforward, evasion should never be the primary option. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Bai Mo paused and looked down at Jiang Luohan, who bore a rosy glow on her cheeks and nodded gently. She called out to him, "Bai Mo." Yes? In an instant, Bai Mo felt a warm, moist sensation on his right cheek. As realization dawned, he glimpsed Jiang Luohan hastily retreating. He touched his face and then turned to leave. Returning to the dormitory, he found Xian Minghui and Ma Liang perched on stools beside the restroom, inducing their gag reflexes. It seemed the effects of the alcohol had kicked in. Imogu is back. I thought Xiang Chao, the most composed among them, had taken a chair to the balcony, munching on sunflower seeds and occasionally glancing at the two in distress. Perhaps it was due to the concern that they might inadvertently stumble and end up with their faces pressed against the squat toilet. Unfortunately, without an identification card. Bai Mo shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, he found himself admiring Xiang Chao, who remained remarkably composed while munching on sunflower seeds. As Bai Mo spoke, he took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of the two individuals inside the restroom. A thin dog is indeed a thin dog, Xiang Chao concurred. 4 or 5 bottles of beer, far too weak. Despite the banter, Bai Mo still filled 2 cups with water from their mouthwash cups and handed them over. Having just vomited, a rinse was indeed necessary. Mo gu, Lao Xiong, when we drink. Do you take the opportunity to pour out the alcohol when we're not paying attention? Xiong Chao shot him a disdainful glance. Should we continue that next time? Xian Minghui quickly shook his head, clearly a bit apprehensive. All right, let us get some rest. We need to rise early tomorrow. In university, no one monitors your bedtime. Nor do they care if you rise the following day. Skipping class simply results in an absence, and at the end of the semester, one might receive a failing grade. It is often said that high school is a watershed moment, but it is truly in university that the disparities become pronounced. The grand declarations about rising early from dormitory 718 turned into a joke on the second day of military training. Xian Minghui and Ma Liang claimed they had headaches, and they could not rise until the very last moment. Xiang Chao, however, displayed discipline. He rose early, prepared himself, and was ready to go for a morning run. Before departing, he even inquired if Bai Mo wished to join him. Not for now, you go ahead. I need to step out. Today marked the first day of trial operation for the Galaxy Internet CAF. Bai Mo intended to assess the preparations. He wondered how many of those young girls would remain. When they addressed him as President Bai, would they still possess the same vigor as yesterday? Surely, they must have donned their pleated skirts by now. Just the thought was exhilarating. Upon entering the office, Bai Mo observed Huang Mao giving the bespectacled girl a shoulder massage, his face adorned with a placating smile. He exchanged a few words with her, prompting her to playfully scold him in return. Ahem, Bai Mo cleared his throat and coughed. The girl's face instantly flushed. Huang Mao quickly withdrew his hands, offering an awkward smile. Mo gu. Qing Jia has been quite tired these past few days. I'm just helping her with a shoulder massage. Bai Mo remarked with a hint of significance, then you must ensure you give her a proper massage. Huang Mao, showing a bashful side, quickly changed the subject. Mo gu, everything is ready. We commence trial operations at 9 o'clock today, and it will be free internet access until 1 in the morning. Tomorrow morning at 8, we will officially open. Bai Mo nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, where is Huang Ying? Huang Mao promptly replied, in another lounge, conducting final training for the staff, ensuring they provide service with a smile as per your instructions. Bai Mo responded. In a world where internet CAFs are ubiquitous, one must possess distinctive features to stand out amidst numerous competitors. A certain hot pot restaurant may not excel in taste or affordability, yet it has garnered national acclaim based solely on its almost obsessive service. Bai Mo envisioned that the internet CAF and esports market over the next 16 years would necessitate its own unique characteristics to thrive. Service, while ostensibly the simplest task, is often the most challenging to execute. Nevertheless, Bai Mo adheres to his principles, refusing to yield unconditionally in the name of service. A smile is reserved for those of refined character. It is not bestowed upon those who lack civility and engage in unreasonable provocations. You know what to do, right? Huang Mao quickly assured him, rest assured, everything has been arranged. Bai Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Mao, having experience in the gaming industry, was well acquainted with the necessary connections. Given his assurances, it was certain that no issues would arise, especially considering the substantial initial investment, a portion of which was allocated to cultivating relationships. In business, lacking a social network makes success exceedingly difficult, a truth that remains constant across all eras. Adjacent to Huang Mao's office lies the lounge of the Internet CAF. Although modest, it is equipped with sofas, a television, and a water dispenser, making it suitable for a brief respite. Bai Mo holds high expectations for his employees, yet he equally offers them meticulous care. Brother Mo, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Huang Ying inquired, gesturing towards a row of attractive female attendants clad in matching uniforms. Yesterday there were only 8. Today, we have 10, with day and night shifts. We are well prepared to manage the CAF's daily operations. Observing a single individual in a pleated skirt may elicit little reaction. Yet witnessing 10 in uniform creates a striking visual impact, particularly given the slender and straight legs of each attendant, a true feast for the eyes. Perfect, Bai Mo praised. Sensing the ambience was just right. If given the choice, he would undoubtedly prefer this establishment for his internet needs, as the fees are comparable. Yet this CAF is decidedly more visually appealing than others. Bai Mo also noticed Gon Xin, pleasantly surprised that she had indeed chosen to stay. The salary of a CAF attendant pales in comparison to her previous occupation, yet he refrained from probing further. Bai Mo continued to explore the premises, finding snacks, instant noodles, beverages, and tea all prepared. The pricing was quite reasonable, fully aligned with the spending capabilities of university students. As they walked, Huang Mao introduced various features, occasionally suggesting ideas. Sister Qing mentioned that our front desk doesn't require such a large space. We could create a bar area there, as young people enjoy milk tea. We could incorporate that. Bai Mo cast a sidelong glance at Sister Qing, who had been brought in by Lu Ying to assist. According to Lu Ying, she possesses numerous ideas, a strong cognitive ability, and the capability to operate independently. Her commendation by Lu Ying suggests she possesses notable talents. Furthermore, Bai Mo observed that Huang Mao habitually mentioned her in conversation, indicating some progress in their relationship. It remains uncertain whether she would return to the Jiangzhou branch once her assignment concludes. I intentionally reserved the front desk space for the future edition of a bar. If you believe it is feasible, feel free to make arrangements, Bai Mo stated. The name of the CAF could also be changed to Internet CAF. Chapter 82, A Confession? University life is replete with moments that become indelible memories, and military training is certainly among them. It is not that there are particularly unforgettable events. Rather, over the course of a fortnight, each individual has visibly darkened significantly. It will take several months to restore their former appearance, and for some, it may be a journey from which they can never return as they continue to drift further down the path of darkness. On the final night of military training, even the stern instructor began to sing. Initially, he sang about the strength of unity, but as the evening progressed, he transitioned to green leaves in the army. And amidst the melody, tears began to flow. Ultimately, they are merely ordinary individuals engaged in extraordinary endeavors. By the time military training concluded, it was already past 8 in the evening. Yet, the crowd on the playground showed no signs of dispersing. In fact, it only grew larger. It is in the nature of university students to gather and witness, particularly when it involves public declarations of affection. The ground was strewn with rose petals, catching the eye, complemented by circles of candles forming hearts. Bai Mo looked on with satisfaction at his creation, which appeared quite impressive. As more and more people arrived, they gradually encircled the heartwarming scene of confession, creating an impenetrable barrier. Mo Gu, are we really not going to be beaten? Ma Liang trembled and asked beside Bai Mo. No, if anyone gets hit, it will be him, Bai Mo replied, pointing at Xie Minghui, who was holding a bouquet of flowers and dressed for the occasion. Ma Liang felt reassured by this. He took out a loudspeaker and placed it on the table he had prepared earlier. Does anyone need sunflower seeds, peanuts, bottled water, snacks, or beverages? The night was already sultry, and the heat intensified with the growing crowd. Had it not been for the spectacle of the confession, the throng would have dispersed long ago. Just when the waiting became most exasperating, the sound of someone selling water pierced through, akin to a divine melody. It was inevitable that business would thrive. The crucial point was that the security personnel were blocked outside, unable to intervene with this small stall. Within half an hour, everything was sold out. Ma Liang and Xiong Chao hastily packed up and prepared to leave, only to realize that Bai Mo had vanished. The crowd had long since grown impatient. The extended candles had burned down, yet the leading lady had not made her entrance. Is she even coming? What is the situation here? Handsome, do you truly have a plan? As the murmur of annoyance spread, Xie Minghui set down the bouquet and sighed. I apologize. They just informed me that there are too many people, and they cannot squeeze in. Next time, I promise it will happen. Only Xie Minghui could shamelessly maintain a calm demeanor. The surrounding crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he began to clean up the litter. The broom had been prepared in advance, waiting nearby. He even wore an expression of heartache and melancholy. which instantly transformed the crowd's dissatisfaction into sympathy for him. Keep your spirits up. Do not be disheartened. You will surely succeed next time. Handsome, why not leave a way to chat? You are truly admirable. Many people leave a mess after their confessions, yet you intend to take it all away. Xie Mingwei pressed his lips together, a bittersweet smile adorning his face. In truth, his heart was already blooming with joy. The ground was littered with petals, both real and artificial, and the candles had not burned out completely, allowing for their reuse in the future. Outside the playground, Bai Mo was laughing to the point of tears. Xie Minghui's performance was simply too convincing. Bai Mo, you were truly mischievous. Jiang Luohan murmured beside him, her lips pursed. Such a romantic confession turned out to be merely a ploy to sell water and snacks? They even had the next event all planned. Mischievous? Bai Mo disagreed. The spectators derived joy from the spectacle, while we toiled and reaped monetary rewards. It was evidently a win-win situation. Where is the mischief in that? Jiang Luohan recognized that she could not out-talk Bai Mo, for he was exceptionally skilled at rambling. She hastily shifted the topic. Will you confess like that again? Bai Mo glanced at Jiang Luohan and sighed. I once offered my sincere heart to the moon, yet alas, it merely illuminated the ditches. There shall be no more such confessions. Jiang Luohan felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, she softly inquired, Bai Mo, what if I were to take you to the center and ask you to be my boyfriend? Would you agree? Bai Mo pondered seriously for a moment before replying, perhaps. Upon seeing Jiang Luohan's brows lift in delight, he quickly added, do not read too much into it. I merely wish to spare you the embarrassment before so many people. At present, I lack the awareness that a boyfriend should possess. Jiang Luohan felt no irritation. In fact, she was somewhat touched. Bai Mo could indeed be quite gentle at times. What if you acquire that awareness in the future? Bai Mo shrugged. Then you may congratulate me. It would mean I have encountered someone worth safeguarding with all my being. Watching Bai Mo's silhouette fade away, Jiang Luohan lingered beneath the dormitory, reflecting on his words. What if Bai Mo truly met someone deserving of his all? Could she genuinely utter those words of congratulations? At that moment, for reasons unknown, the image of Su-won suddenly filled her mind. If Bai Mo were to enter a relationship, it seemed Su-won would still be able to interact with him comfortably, as she could maintain a distance that suited both. And what about herself? Jiang Luohan dared not contemplate further. As soon as Bai Mo stepped through the dormitory door, he was pulled aside by Ma Yang. Bro, we hit the jackpot, he exclaimed excitedly. Everything is sold out. After calculating the costs, we made over 240. This was indeed more profitable than a part-time job. Xie Mingwei chimed in, boasting, of course. You should see how much effort I put into this. He continued to add the beautiful girls he had just met into his notebook, seemingly the greatest victor of all. Bai Mo quickly shut the dormitory door. If word of this got out, they would surely be in trouble. Keep it down. Doing this once or twice is fine, but too much will render it ineffective. Understood. Ma Yang replied cheerfully, then asked Bai Mo, what shall we do next? It's simple. You take this money, restock, and then promote on the 567th floor, telling everyone we sell snacks, instant noodles, and drinks. We can run a small convenience store on this floor. We could even give out our dormitory phone number, so we can deliver whatever anyone needs. On a scorching day, high up in a tall building, the desire to move becomes negligible. The lazy ones earn the easiest money. Ma Yang comprehended this well and promptly responded, all right, I will take care of it tomorrow. His enthusiasm was palpable, and Bai Mo continued. Once you have established a loyal customer base, you may consider collaborating with external businesses, whether it be meals or any other items. As long as there is a customer need, you shall deliver. If one person cannot manage alone, then expand your network. Forming a company is also an option. The more Bai Mo elaborated, the more notes Ma Yang took. Meanwhile, Xiang Chao and Xie Mingwei were left astonished, unable to fathom the feasibility of such schemes. Yet they felt intrigued. Bai Mo's discourse was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a mobile phone. So late, who could it be? Upon noticing an unfamiliar landline number, Bai Mo muttered in displeasure before answering. Bai Mo? It's Sister Ing. Is there something you need? Bai Mo seamlessly entered the External Relations Department, followed closely by Jiang Luohan. Perhaps due to the phenomenon of celebrity influence, this year's student council possessed the largest cohort within the External Relations Department. The school was organizing a welcome party and required assistance in securing sponsorship. Do you have time? Bai Mo pondered aloud. Didn't we say this event would be exclusively sponsored by Dongxiang? After his remark, he heard Sister Ing let out a sigh. The person in charge at Dongxiang wants us to kick back some of the sponsorship, Officially, they're sponsoring us 6,000, but they expect us to return 2,000. While this isn't entirely problematic, they even want Tauzi to accompany their leaders for dinner. What do they think we are? Bai Mo frowned. This situation was far from desirable. Bai Mo, are you listening? Sister Ing called out when she noticed the silence. We still need 5,000. Let us think of a way. It should not be an issue. Bai Mo adjusted his mood and let out a long sigh. It's all right, Sister Ing. 6,000, leave it to me. Chapter 83. Securing sponsorship the following day. After the military training demonstration concluded, the freshmen were granted half a day off. After lunch, the External Relations Department members convened in a classroom for a brief meeting. Sister Ing bore a heavy expression. Raising over 5,000 in 2 days is quite a challenge. At that moment, Tauzi suggested, why don't I just accompany them for dinner? In a lawful society, one tea cost me an arm and a leg. She casually fiddled with her freshly done nails, seemingly unconcerned. However, and Mingyuan beside her quickly interjected, no way. We are merely collaborators. Why should we do that? I refuse to believe that without Dongxiang, we cannot secure sponsorship. Sister Ing sighed again. This afternoon, we'll assign tasks. The veterans will guide the newcomers. Let us see how much we can raise. Tauzi, let us not revisit this matter. Sister Ing continued, directing the task allocation. Bai Mo and Jiang Luohan sat in the last row, engaged in conversation, oblivious to Sister Ing's instructions. The person in front could no longer endure the distraction and turned around to reproach, Bai Mo, Sister Ing is speaking. Could you please pay attention? And stop bothering Jiang Luohan. Bai Mo looked perplexed, wondering who was interrupting whom, yet he refrained from arguing, merely glancing at Jiang Luohan. She quickly turned her flushed face towards the window. It had just been her causing mischief all along. Sister Ing also noticed the situation and directed her gaze towards the two. Bai Mo, Luohan, you will be in my group, responsible for 2,000 yuan. Is that acceptable? Sister Ing assigned tasks to everyone. While others were tasked with smaller amounts, she took on the larger sum right from the outset. I had no objections. Bai Mo had already made arrangements, so the distribution of tasks was inconsequential to him. Luohan also had no dissent. Once the arrangements were completed, everyone busied themselves with their respective duties. Sister Ing intended to lead Bai Mo and the others towards the target area. However, Bai Mo called out to her at the intersection. Sister Ing, there's a newly opened internet CAF that needs promotion. Let us inquire with them first. The businesses on the street where the Galaxy Internet CAF was located were notoriously difficult to communicate with, as their trade was already thriving, and they had no need to spend on advertising or sponsorship. Thus, they had not initially been considered by Sister Ing. Nevertheless, since Bai Mo had mentioned it, she nodded in agreement. Let us give it a try. I will speak first, and if anything seems amiss, you may elaborate. Sister Ing continued to relay important points to Bai Mo, as securing funds was no easy task. Yet, Bai Mo, somewhat impatient, waved his hand. Just follow my lead. With that, he headed towards the internet CAF. Sister Ing, exuding a sense of helplessness, glanced at Luohan, who shrugged and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. It will be fine. You simply need to refuse firmly when contacting Dongxiang. There's no need to concern yourself with anything else. Upon learning about the situation with Dongxiang, Luohan felt quite annoyed. Initially, she had considered offering Bai Mo some advice on handling it, but it was evident that he was already prepared. Sister Ing, puzzled, chose not to inquire further. Since Luohan had deemed it acceptable, it must indeed be so. The internet CAF had been in operation for half a month and was thriving. Upon entering, 2 young ladies in pleated skirts greeted them warmly at the entrance. Their smiles genuine and unfeigned. Mo Go, you've arrived. The 2 young ladies beamed at Bai Mo as they approached him cheerfully. Luohan pouted in mild discontent. Stepping forward to stand beside Bai Mo and casting a discreet glance at the 2 girls. The implication was unmistakable. Though these girls were also in their 20s and not much older than Luohan, they had entered society earlier and understood the nuances of social interaction quite well. They each took a step back to create a slight distance, ensuring no misunderstandings arose. Mo Go, do you have any plans for today? It was Sister Ying's first visit to this internet CAF, and while she had heard of their enthusiastic service, she hadn't anticipated such fervor. They even knew the names of their guests. Please summon your boss. I have business to discuss. The boss? One of the girls blinked in surprise. The blonde told us there's only one boss here, and that Bai Mo noticed her confusion and reiterated, please call Huangzheng out. Understood. The young man with the yellow hair moved swiftly, jogging over. Mo Go, what's the matter? Bai Mo usually wouldn't seek him out unless there was an issue at hand. Our school's welcome party requires sponsorship. We're short by 6,000. Has the revenue been sufficient these past few days? During the grand opening, the Galaxy Internet CAF hosted a major event, offering a promotion of 100 for 50 extra. Many customers prepaid for a week or even a month's worth of internet usage at that time, although a portion of the funds was returned. It resulted in a higher daily user count, leading to an actual revenue that was less than expected. Fortunately, internet fees were merely a fraction of the CAF's total earnings, with significant contributions from snack, instant noodle, and beverage sales. 6,000? The young man repeated, nodding. That's enough. Daily revenue is approximately 5,000 now. Bai Mo wasted no time. All right then, the welcome party at the Financial University will be exclusively sponsored by the Galaxy Internet CAF. 6,000, transfer it directly to her. He pointed at Jia, who appeared bewildered. The young man promptly agreed. Okay, should we do it now? You just need to coordinate with her. After finishing his statement, Bai Mo approached Jia. Jia, I've secured the sponsorship for you. If anyone from Dongxiang contacts you again, make sure not to waver. Understood? Jia nodded, still in a daze. Although Bai Mo's actions seemed straightforward, there was an inexplicable complexity to the situation. He chose not to dwell on her and left after giving his instructions. Subsequently, he took out his phone and called Lu Ying. Manager Lu. Upon hearing Bai Mo's voice, Lu Ying felt a sudden jolt. He was uncharacteristically solemn. What's wrong? Bai Mo continued. Do you recall the sponsorship for the welcome parties at various universities that I entrusted to you? You should have arranged that by now. I don't care who you've assigned to handle it, but securing the sponsorship rights for the Financial University is imperative. If you can't even manage to distribute the funds, Bai Mo refrained from finishing his thought. Adults understand when to leave matters unsaid. After hanging up, Jiang Luohan approached, offering him a bottle of water. As the company grows, challenges are inevitable. Don't be too disheartened. Just try to avoid such issues in the future. Bai Mo nodded, feeling fortunate to have discovered the problem in time, preventing a potentially grave error. Had it escalated, it would have severely damaged Dongxiang's reputation. Now, he pondered a pressing question. How much of the online gossip surrounding Dongxiang was true, and how much was fabricated? The brand image of Dongxiang was modeled after the influencer trends of the future. While it appeared to be gaining traction, its foundation remained precarious. A tarnished reputation could lead to irrevocable ruin. Bai Mo returned to reality, noticing Jiang Luohan gazing at him with an expression that suggested she had something to say. Unable to resist, he inquired, "What's on your mind?" Jiang Luohan pouted slightly, then glanced at several young women in pleated skirts and white shirts inside the CAF. Tentatively, she asked, "Do you like that style of dress?" She had observed Bai Mo's gaze drifting toward the exposed thighs beneath the pleated skirts on several occasions. Chapter 84. A comparison with the sponsorship issue resolved, Jiang Luohan felt justified in taking Bai Mo out shopping in the afternoon. Although there are numerous clothing stores surrounding the school, none have captured Jiang Luohan's interest. Presently, her local online business is generating a commendable revenue, sufficient to cover her expenses. So, ultimately, it's still people arranged by your father who are assisting you in operating this local business? Bai Mo inquired from the passenger seat of the Land Rover, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Indeed. Is there a problem? Jiang Luohan replied, slightly puzzled. Bai Mo shook his head. No, after all, being born into a fortunate situation is a skill in itself. Jiang Luohan did not counter him, but softly remarked, I merely utilized the individuals and resources he arranged. Without accepting any of his investments, it has all been developed solely with the initial 100,000 you provided. Bai Mo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but glance at her twice. Had she not been driving, he might have reached out to check if her head had been scorched. Wasn't this a classic case of 50 steps laughing at 100? What was the difference between this and accepting Jiang Zhe's financing? However, prioritizing her safety, Bai Mo shifted the topic. By the way, what has your father been busy with lately? I heard he acquired a substantial amount of land. The mention of Jiang Zhe caused Jiang Luohan's brows to furrow momentarily. After a brief hesitation, she replied, I'm not entirely sure why this is happening. He hasn't disclosed much, but I've gathered some information from several uncles and relatives. He has made considerable asset pledges and has been acquiring land in some city. I'm unsure which city it is. Bai Mo could distinctly sense Jiang Luohan's concern and offered a token of reassurance. Rest easy, if it's merely land acquisition. In a few years, your future generations will be assured of a life of luxury. Acquiring land in 2004. As long as the location isn't utterly absurd and luck isn't against you. There is no way to incur losses, it's merely a question of how much profit you'll make. Jiangja has profound connections and extensive channels for information, under normal circumstances. He shouldn't encounter any issues. Of course, unforeseen circumstances can arise, but the likelihood is minimal, so I want to mention it to avoid troubling you. Bai Mo understood Jiangja's intentions. At Jiang Luohan's age, she should be carefree and reveling in joy. Risks and anxieties were matters he would handle himself. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Luohan resolved to cast aside her worries. After parking the car in the mall's parking lot, she and Bai Mo entered the building together. It was a rare occasion for her to shop in the city, and she intended to indulge herself. Some individuals are naturally suited to be fashion models, looking exquisite in everything they wear. Jiang Luohan continuously tried on various outfits, predominantly selecting styles that Bai Mo favored, youthful and vibrant. Bai Mo, do you have a particular fondness for long legs? She asked, approaching him with several shopping bags after settling her bill. He had consistently commented that he disliked long pants, but he seemed to admire skirts that revealed legs, frequently urging Jiang Luohan to model them for him. The implication was unmistakable. Sipping his milk tea, Bai Mo readily admitted. Yes, and inquired, do you know why? Jiang Luohan, intrigued, blinked and gestured for him to continue. Because that's all you have, he teased. What else is there to admire? There's nothing more. As Bai Mo spoke, his gaze fell upon a pair of proud figures, not grand, but certainly better than nothing. Jiang Luohan, with puffed cheeks, insisted, don't say that. Each time she conversed with Bai Mo, he seemed to express a subtle disdain for her. Yet, isn't that typical at this age? If you don't want to say it, then don't, Bai Mo remarked before continuing on his way. Shopping with a woman was truly a trial. Jiang Luohan hurried to catch up and blocked his path, while also handing him several bags. What a bother, Bai Mo muttered. Yet he accepted them nonetheless. Jiang Luohan couldn't help but smile. Bai Mo had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. As they walked in silence, Jiang Luohan tentatively asked, Bai Mo, which legs do you think are more attractive, mine or Suwan's? Just as Bai Mo took a sip of water, he nearly choked upon hearing her question. What did you say? Jiang Luohan, blushing, repeated her inquiry in a softer tone. I'm asking you whose legs look better, mine or Suwan's. Bai Mo wiped his mouth and replied, Suwan. Noticing Jiang Luohan's displeasure, he explained, when we were camping, she hurt her foot, and while applying ointment, I inadvertently touched her a couple of times. The sensation was quite pleasant, which significantly boosted her score. I haven't had the chance to assess yours. Jiang Luohan felt even more irked, as she had already regretted missing the last camping trip. However, she held her head high and confronted Bai Mo. You just want to provoke me, don't you? You want me to let you touch my legs, right? Bai Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment, but concealed it well. Curious about when Jiang Luohan had become so astute. Did I? I don't think so. Let us go back to school, he said, picking up his things and heading toward the parking lot. Sigh, nowadays, young girls are increasingly hard to deceive. With a mischievous smile, Jiang Luohan jogged to catch up with him. Upon reaching the Land Rover, she suddenly proposed, actually, it wouldn't be out of the question if I could sit in the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Bai Mo swiftly grabbed the car keys. The Land Rover, every man's dream, was something he had longed to drive. Can I take it for a spin? Although Jiang Luohan had witnessed Bai Mo's swift change of demeanor before, she was still taken aback by his response. Nevertheless, she grinned, her eyes sparkling, and nodded before settling into the passenger seat. Bai Mo drove steadily, prioritizing safety as he maneuvered with one hand on the wheel, which was understandable considering the circumstances. Upon arriving at school, Jiang Luohan's cheeks were flushed. Just before exiting the car, she turned to Bai Mo and asked, So, now what? Who looks better? Clearing his throat awkwardly, Bai Mo replied, Let us just say it's a tie. Jiang Luohan pouted, about to continue her banter when Bai Mo's phone rang. Sistering, what's up? Bai Mo. The person in charge of Dongxiang has contacted me again. He wants exclusive sponsorship rights for the upcoming welcome party. The proposal is so generous that it's hard to refuse. Sister Ing felt a whirlwind of emotions as she made this call. Though she had initially promised Bai Mo to decline, the offer was simply too tempting. Torn between her commitments, she decided to let Bai Mo make the choice. Regardless of his decision, she would accept it. She herself was quite astonished that, as a freshman, she possessed such abilities. It seemed as though she instinctively understood the nature of the collaboration with Dongxiang. Chapter 85. Everything appeared quite ordinary. Bai Mo, this is Manager Lei, the person in charge of the Dongxiang area. Inside the student council reception room, as Bai Mo entered, Jia promptly rose to introduce him. Manager Lei, robust and imposing, wore a gold chain whose authenticity was uncertain. A radiant smile adorned his face, his eyes squinting into slits. Hello, young brother. You are in charge of the sponsorship matters, correct? You must have heard of Dongxiang. We are very sincere in our desire to collaborate with you. Bai Mo disregarded him, redirecting his gaze towards Jia. How had the sponsorship matter become his responsibility? Jia shrugged, casting him a knowing glance. She had already refused the demands of this rotund man. Yet he persisted in his desire for collaboration, displaying an unyielding determination. Moreover, he had presented a very generous offer. Unable to make a definitive decision, she had no choice but to shift the burden onto Bai Mo. Manager Lei. We already have sponsorship secured, so we do not require your assistance at this time. Thank you for your kindness, Bai Mo replied firmly. Similar responses had already been conveyed to the plump man by Jia, yet he was evidently undeterred. Young Bai, I believe we can discuss this further. Dongxiang is a prominent brand. Should this collaboration go well, there will be ample opportunities in the future. We could even sponsor your future events at the university. Bai Mo cast a cold glance at him, retorting sarcastically. Do you require a kickback and a few female students to accompany you for drinks? With Bai Mo's blunt remark, Manager Lei dropped the pretense. He reined in his smile and, disregarding the appropriateness of the situation, pulled out a cigarette. Before he could light it, Bai Mo intervened. Smoking is prohibited in the office, he stated, gesturing towards the no-smoking sign nearby. The rotund man's expression darkened, yet he relented and set the cigarette aside. He realized that should he ignite it, Bai Mo would indeed take action. I only called you young brother out of courtesy. If you reject that, so be it. You students truly overestimate your own importance. If you cannot make this sponsorship happen, I will go to your school's leadership and inform them of how you conduct business. Rest assured, Dongxiang will continue to sponsor many universities. Don't expect to gain a penny from us, financial university. Bai Mo retorted with irritation. Are you finished? If so, be gone. I refuse to believe that the faculty at financial university would betray their own students for such paltry sponsorship. Moreover, can you truly speak for Dongxiang? Manager Lei's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, clearly taken aback that the student dared to speak back to him. In his agitation, he began to speak indiscriminately. Kid, Dongxiang is insignificant. The one who wishes to dine with that so-called Taozi is a leader from the economic development zone. It would be an honor for Taozi to be in his company. Do you genuinely believe that playing the hero here will earn you gratitude? Bai Mo felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. As long as it was unrelated to Dongxiang, it was satisfactory. I am genuinely concerned that there may be issues of conduct among the mid-level management, which would indeed be troublesome. Presently, it is merely a case of a single mouse dropping spoiling the entire pot of porridge, and there remains an opportunity for remedy. As for that so-called economic development zone, I simply will not attend. Bai Mo was still attempting to extract information, but at that moment, a teacher entered. Bai Mo recognized her. She was a teacher from the Student Union's direct leadership. We cannot aspire to the grandeur of Dongxiang, so please take your leave. We only encourage our students to seek sponsorship to hone their skills, nothing more. Surely, you do not presume that we are in need of that paltry sum? The actions of your esteemed company have been duly noted. The corpulent individual sensed that the conversation could not continue. With a cold huff, he rose to depart, taking the cigarettes from the table with him. Zhao teacher, what brings you here? Sister Ing greeted her, clearly taken aback by her presence. I was nearby and felt a surge of anger. Did they truly believe our school could be easily bullied? I had previously held a fondness for this brand. Bai Mo could sense Zhao teacher's ire, her voice trembling as she spoke. Sister Ing, could you kindly fetch a bottle of water for Zhao teacher? Bai Mo intended to divert Sister Ing and speak privately with Zhao teacher. If an individual's actions escalate to the corporate level, it could lead to significant trouble, particularly with such disreputable behavior. All right, Sister Ing responded before stepping out. The reception room was left with only Bai Mo and Zhao teacher. Bai Mo? Xiaoling has mentioned you. You seem quite remarkable. Zhao teacher was striving to calm her emotions. Bai Mo noticed the logo of Dongxiang emblazoned on her attire, which explained her agitation. Upon Sister Ying's return with the water, she observed Bai Mo and Zhao teacher engaged in cheerful conversation. In less than 10 minutes, they appeared to have known each other for many years. Bai Mo took the water, sipped it, and then stood to take his leave. Zhao teacher, Sister Ing, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Very well, Xiao Mo. If you encounter any issues within the school, do not hesitate to approach me. That phone call I received earlier is essentially operational around the clock. Zhao teacher's strict demeanor towards students was well known to Sister Ing, and seeing her now with such a thoughtful expression left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Once Bai Mo departed, Zhao teacher's smile faded. Xiaoing, do take care of Bai Mo. If he faces any difficulties at school, he can come to me. You should also interact with him more, Zhao teacher said, gently patting her shoulder before exiting. Just moments ago, Bai Mo had made a simple phone call to Lu Ying in her presence, briefly explaining the situation, which Lu Ying took very seriously, repeatedly apologizing to Zhao teacher. Although he did not explicitly mention Bai Mo's identity, Zhao teacher had already begun to regard him as the second-generation heir of a significant figure within Dongxiang. Most importantly, Lu Ying also mentioned that this matter would not only provide an explanation to the financial university but would also actively promote the establishment of a cooperative relationship, ensuring that graduates from the financial university would be prioritized as management trainees at Dongxiang. Upon exiting the office, Bai Mo proceeded to the Jiangsu Zhujiang branch of Dongxiang. Lu Ying had already prepared tea and awaited his arrival. Lei Yu, who had recently joined the company, had remarkably accomplished market expansion in 2 regions within less than half a month. While his capabilities were commendable, his recent actions were unexpected. I had looked into the leader he mentioned. Indeed, he possesses considerable influence not only in the economic development zone, but also throughout the entire Suzhou-Hangzhou area. Lei Pengzi is quite familiar with him. Should this matter lead into intentionally complicate our endeavors, Dongxiang's operations in the Suzhou-Hangzhou region may face restrictions. Bai Mo reclined in his executive chair, crossing his legs with a rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the desk. As Dongxiang gradually advanced, the instability of its foundation became increasingly evident. High-level connections are crucial. Lesser leaders may rely on generous local specialties, but without proper channels, even the most lavish gifts would be disregarded by higher-ups. While Bai Mo was lost in thought, Lu Ying's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she activated the speakerphone. President Lu, those students from the financial university are incredibly arrogant. They keep demanding sponsorship, suggesting we should offer them 300,000 to 500,000 up front. Are they not treating us like fools? I can't negotiate any further. Oh, by the way, there are 2 large shopping malls under construction in the economic development zone that haven't begun leasing yet. I now have a channel to secure preferential rights to the stores. The leadership mentioned that 50,000 would suffice. What do you think? Lu Ying turned her gaze towards Bai Mo, and upon seeing him nod, she continued, All right, understood. Let me contemplate it. Once Lu Ying concluded the call, Bai Mo retrieved his phone and dialed Jiang Luohan. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Luohan's cheeky voice resonated. President Bai, what brings you to think of me? Without wasting time, Bai Mo replied directly. Are you familiar with the concept of Xianren-Tiao? Jiang Luohan was taken aback. Have you fallen victim to Xianren-Tiao? But you're in Jiangsu Zhujiang. Discussing it with me is futile. Shall we report it to the police instead? Enough with that nonsense. Let's get down to business. That individual has a penchant for student girls and wields considerable influence in Suzhou-Hangzhou. Hence the need for someone from out of town. Got it. I'm well acquainted with this type of situation. I'll bring people over tomorrow. To deal with such extraordinary individuals, unconventional methods must be employed. Initially, Bai Mo had merely contemplated dismissing Lei Pengzi and perhaps administering some form of reprimand, followed by company-wide notification. However, he hadn't anticipated that the situation would escalate to extortion directed at him. The demand was a staggering 50,000 for the preferential rights. While Bai Mo was willing to invest in connections, he was not inclined to be regarded as a fool. After ending the call with Jiang Luohan, Bai Mo took a deep breath to compose himself before reaching out to Lei Pengzi. President Lei, the misunderstanding was on my part. After all, there were so many people present. Please understand. I gather you prefer the type of girl represented by Taozi, but she can be difficult to approach. However, I have several classmates who I assure you are even more attractive and less reticent. I understand the dynamics. Bai Mo did not conceal his arrangements from Lu Ying. She was privy to the entire exchange. While she was taken aback by Bai Mo's cunning at such a young age, she felt compelled to voice her concerns. If things were to reach an impasse, it is likely that your friend would also find themselves at a disadvantage. Bai Mo nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. So why provoke a standoff? It is quite normal for leaders to seek pleasure, and it is not unusual for a few junior reporters to inadvertently capture such moments. Is it? It is to be expected that the hotel would have some surveillance, correct? If you were to spend a considerable sum to acquire the negatives and present them to him, would that not also be reasonable? And if those negatives were to be misplaced in his possession, who would bear the blame? Chapter 86. The Danger of Desire. Brother, what brings you here? And why do you wear such a lewd smile? As Jiang Luohan pushed open the door to the private room of the restaurant outside the school, she spotted Jiang Ziwen and Bai Mo engaged in conversation, their laughter sending shivers down her spine. Come to see my esteemed sister? Jiang Ziwen halted his previous topic and began to jest with Jiang Luohan. Are you adjusting well here? Bai Mo hasn't been bullying you, has he? Bai Mo discreetly kicked him under the table. What does bullying mean? Speak properly. Jiang Ziwen snorted coldly. Bai, although you are now my superior, a fortune teller has proclaimed that I inherently possess a rebellious spirit. If you dare to mistreat my sister, I shall rally the eastern China region against you. Bai Mo feigned deep contemplation, stroking his chin. I have noticed, thus I am considering a change. Hearing this, Jiang Ziwen panicked. Brother, you are still my dear sibling. Currently, a significant portion of the distribution rights in eastern China rests in his hands. It can be said that he is reaping substantial profits. To jeopardize such wealth over a few unkind words would be a grave mistake. He quickly turned to Jiang Luohan. Dear sister, come and give your brother Mo a shoulder massage to help him calm down. TCH, Jiang Luohan rolled her eyes, but obediently approached Bai Mo to knead his shoulders. However, Bai Mo remarked, Enough, your strength is barely enough to tickle. Let us eat. I have been waiting for you. Oh, Jiang Luohan replied brightly, then sat down beside him obediently. Jiang Ziwen observed in bewilderment, largely because he had never witnessed such a delicate side of Jiang Luohan before. Brother, how long do you plan to stay here? During dinner, Jiang Luohan inquired. If it weren't for the fear of our father nagging me about not visiting you while in this area, I would have left this morning. Now that I have seen you, of course, I must depart immediately. Jiang Ziwen had arrived the previous day and hastily concluded his business, leaving the photographs and relevant footage with Bai Mo. He did not intend to involve himself further, as such matters were disreputable and a swift exit was imperative. Just before Jiang Luohan's arrival, they had been discussing a certain director who was all facade and no substance. They had assumed the situation was still in its infancy, only to find it had concluded abruptly. Given the circumstances, it was rather amusing that he had brazenly brought two individuals to a room. Jiang Luohan was merely making polite inquiries and had no further plans. Very well then, safe travels, no need for a send-off. All right, Jiang Ziwen nodded, then suggested. Do come to Yuzhong to visit when you have time. I would like to introduce you to your sister-in-law, as long as you feel satisfied. A gentle breeze at the old man's place should suffice, and her entry into our household should pose no significant issue. Jiang Luohan raised her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Which one are you referring to? I've encountered several before, none of them particularly impressive. Bai Mo, while dining, nearly choked upon hearing this remark. Though he managed to hold back, he was still caught off guard. Jiang Luohan quickly offered him a glass of water. Jiang Ziwen smiled sheepishly. This time it's serious. Oh, you said the same last time. Jiang Ziwen chose to remain silent, merely casting envious glances at Bai Mo. How did he manage to make Jiang Luohan so obedient? After the meal, Jiang Ziwen took a taxi alone. Bai Mo, what is my brother coming over for? The sun shone brightly in the afternoon. Bai Mo held an umbrella for Jiang Luohan. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he handed the umbrella handle to her. It's best not to inquire too much into adult matters. May I borrow the car keys? Oh, sure. Jiang Luohan took out the keys and handed them to Bai Mo. Habitually, she intended to take a seat in the passenger seat after he unlocked the car, but Bai Mo stopped her. I have some matters to attend to. You should return to the dormitory first. Jiang Luohan blinked, feeling a bit upset. Can I come along? I can just stand quietly beside you. Bai Mo disregarded her plea, simply stating, be good, listen, and go take a nap. All right. Jiang Luohan turned back several times, each glance revealing Bai Mo waving at her. Her mood lightened as a result. Bai Mo sensed the growing dependence Jiang Luohan had on him. It wasn't due to any unique charm he possessed. Rather, both Jiang Zhe and his wife had been exceedingly busy, leading to less contact with Jiang Luohan. No matter how strong she pretended to be, it was difficult for her to mask her discomfort since arriving in Jiangsu and Zhujiang. This was her first time venturing so far from home. In this unfamiliar environment, Bai Mo had become her sole source of solace. Instead of heading to the enjoyment division, Bai Mo arranged to meet Lu Ying at a CAF in the city. Besides Lu Ying, Su Wan was also present, bringing along her laptop. Upon seeing Bai Mo, she turned the screen towards him, displaying the images he had sent her, asking her to create a false forwarding record. To spare her from undesirable content, the photos had been meticulously curated, provocative yet devoid of any explicit material. Some images had already been uploaded using an anonymous account. I adjusted the forwarding count in the backend to display over 200 shares, traceable yet invisible to users. I also modified the search terms. Entering his name would yield relevant information, although the search results remain hidden for now. Suwon's Weibo account was nearing 1 million registrations, with daily active users numbering around 100,000. As the online populace grows, this figure is expected to multiply further. Well done, Bai Mo complimented. Suwon merely smiled in response, then remarked, if you wish to escalate the matter, I can assist in contacting several newspapers in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. Bai Mo settled beside her, casually sipping his coffee. A latte, his preferred choice. For the time being, it is unnecessary. We have not yet reached that stage. Lu Ying arrived fashionably late. After Bai Mo handed her the memory card, he asked her to take a few photographs of the exposed content on Weibo with her phone. After ensuring she had the right story, he let her depart. The director would undoubtedly be in a state of disarray upon learning this news. At that moment, Lu Ying would step in, claiming to have contacted the relevant websites to delete all content, and that she had secured the negatives. The remainder of the affair would be left to her to manage. Even if the director realized this was a trap, it would be of no consequence. He could only seethe in impotent rage, attributing all blame to Fatty Lei. After all, he was the one who brought him along. Thus, the saying goes, a word about lust is a blade hanging overhead. Suwon added with a knowing smile. Why are you looking at me like that? I am not the sort of person who is easily swayed. Suwon's smile was enchanting, her gaze fixed on him quietly. Bai Mo felt a twinge of guilt under her scrutiny. All right, I remember you have a class this afternoon. Shall I escort you back? Suwon replied without hesitation. No class. A while back, you and Luohan went shopping for clothes, didn't you? Chapter 87. Shopping while perusing the mall. Bai Mo distinctly noticed the differences between Suwon and Jiang Luohan. Jiang Luohan gravitated towards first-tier brands, purchasing without hesitation if something fit. Her style leaned towards a youthful, campus aesthetic. In contrast, Suwon embodied the essence of leisurely shopping, engaging in lively conversation while browsing. Grilled skewers and potato spirals. I want to eat everything I see, she exclaimed, critiquing the fare with playful banter. The food outside our high school is much better. Bai Mo held 2 skewers, both for Suwon, as they were too spicy for him. With his other hand holding an umbrella, he responded to her complaints. The National Day holiday is approaching. We can eat then. Suwon nodded in agreement. That sounds great. We can visit Teacher Shu then. With greasy lips, Suwon turned to Bai Mo and winked, saying nothing yet expecting him to understand. Bai Mo sighed, freeing a hand to offer her a napkin to wipe her mouth. Perhaps only Suwon could coax him into such acts. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she entered a newly opened clothing store nearby. Upon following her inside, Bai Mo realized it was a men's clothing store. How long has it been since you last bought clothes? Suwon asked, holding a shirt up against him for comparison. Bai Mo had modest expectations for clothing. As long as it was wearable, he was satisfied. His speed in purchasing clothes was remarkable. Once the thought crossed his mind, he could finalize it in any store. With the rise of online shopping, it became even simpler. After pondering for a moment, he replied, You'd have to ask my mother. Suwon stifled a laugh, then picked up 2 more garments and handed them to him. Go try these on and show me. She playfully pushed him toward the fitting room. When Bai Mo emerged again, Suwon's eyes lit up, circling him twice before nodding in satisfaction. It looks quite nice, she remarked, then added, I'm referring to the shirt. Bai Mo rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond to her teasing. Suwon handed over a coat for Bai Mo to put on, as the temperature was set to drop. I inquired with Aunt He, who mentioned that you hadn't brought any autumn attire. Am I correct? Bai Mo adjusted the garment and replied, I had intended to purchase some later, but I've been so busy that it slipped my mind. Suwon pressed her lips together, refraining from further commentary, and encouraged Bai Mo to try on a few more pieces. Afterward, as Bai Mo went to change back into her original outfit, she called over a nearby sales associate. Please wrap up everything she just tried on. Total it up, I'll pay by card. The sales associate was instantly elated, replying, Certainly, just a moment. When Bai Mo emerged, she was greeted by a collection of bags at the cash register. Suwon smiled sweetly, asking, Do you need me to help carry these? Bai Mo pinched her nose, feeling a sudden, inexplicable sensation. After exiting the men's clothing store, they browsed a few more shops. Suwon selected several items for herself, including long skirts and knit tops, predominantly in soft hues of khaki and off-white. Adorned in these garments, she exuded a youthful vibrance intertwined with an air of intellectual beauty. Which ensemble suits me best? Ultimately, after much deliberation, she relinquished the decision-making to Bai Mo. This exemplifies the distinction between Jiang Luohan and Su Wan. Jiang Luohan would simply purchase everything without hesitation, while Su Wan opts for only what is most fitting. It is not a matter of finances. Su Wan is not lacking in that regard. Bai Mo, who often struggles with indecision, promptly remarked, "Why choose? Let us take them all." Su Wan paused, considering, before handing the clothes to the nearby sales associate. Let him handle the payment. The items Su Wan selected were quite affordable. The total came to merely 500 to 600. In this era, that is considered expensive, yet for Bai Mo, it was inconsequential. The men's clothing appeared to be pricier. After their purchases, Su Wan wished to continue shopping, but her phone rang. "Shawan, the teacher called your name. I accidentally answered for you, and they caught on." Bai Mo overheard and turned to Su Wan, questioning, "Aren't you supposed to have no classes?" Su Wan playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "I know. I'll be back shortly. One class shouldn't be an issue." After hanging up, she turned to Bai Mo without a trace of embarrassment. "Will you take me back?" Bai Mo, relieved, found shopping with girls quite exhausting and had long wished to leave. "I'd be more than happy to." Bai Mo carried the numerous bags to the parking lot. Su Wan glanced at the Land Rover, her expression complex. Suddenly, she asked, "When do you plan to buy a car?" Bai Mo had just closed the trunk and, without much thought, replied, "Not considering it for now. That sort of thing draws too much attention." "All right then, I'll go buy one in a couple of days, and you can drive it." Su Wan climbed into the car without further explanation. As Bai Mo drove, Luing called. It appeared plans were beginning to unfold. Bai Mo found it inconvenient to answer the call. Noticing this, Su Wan sought his consent before pressing the answer button and activating the speakerphone. "I've contacted Gon Xin. She is willing to take on this task, but she has one request." Bai Mo instructed Zhang Ying to coordinate with Gon Xin, ensuring she returns the memory card to the director before sending it back. This was her area of expertise. To request assistance from others is entirely reasonable. What is the request? His brother has been apprehended. He must either pay a fine or face 3 years of detention. How much must he pay? Not much. Merely 5,000. Chapter 88. The Forgotten Lu Chang. After Bai Mo escorted Su Wan to school, he proceeded to the Galaxy Internet CAF. In the lounge, beside Gon Xin, sat a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. The girl who sold walnuts was also present. "Mr. Bai, you have arrived." Luing greeted as she stood to welcome Bai Mo. "Is everything taken care of?" Bai Mo inquired. Luing nodded, indicating that there were no significant issues. Bai Mo chose not to elaborate further and sat down opposite Gon Xin and the others. "I have fulfilled my promise. Now you know what to do, correct?" Gon Xion's expression was somewhat complex, yet she nodded in agreement. "Excellent." Bai Mo continued, "After you deliver the items to him tonight, you must ensure that they remain within your sight. Subsequently, Luing will provide him with alcohol, and when he exits." Bai Mo ceased his words. As Gon Xin was perceptive enough to understand, "I am aware," she interjected, preempting any further comments from Bai Mo. "Rest assured, even if discovered, I will solely claim it was my own idea, without implicating anyone else." Bai Mo smiled, feeling that the 5,000 was well spent. "And what are your plans moving forward?" He turned his gaze to the middle-aged man, whose face bore the marks of weariness and untold hardships. He hesitated for a long moment, finally sighing, yet he remained silent. Bai Mo no longer pressed the issue and simply instructed Luing to summon Huang Mao. When Huang Mao arrived, Bai Mo asked, "During the opening period, has there been any instance of customers losing their belongings in the CAF?" Huang Mao quickly shook his head. "No, we place great emphasis on that." Bai Mo nodded, then addressed Gon Xion's brother. "Our CAF is in need of a security guard. Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, Gon Xion's brother looked up, his gaze somewhat dazed, yet he nodded vigorously. "Thank you," he replied. Bai Mo disregarded his gratitude and continued, "Sistering. Accompany him to clear his record. We will cover all compensation." Bai Mo discerned the deep bond between the siblings and felt assured leaving Gon Xian to handle matters with her brother present. After giving his instructions, Bai Mo stood to depart. Plans are made by man, but outcomes are determined by fate. The rest, I shall leave to fortune. If this time he could gain leverage over that director, it would greatly benefit Dongshang's development. Bai Mo felt no guilt regarding this, as he had been the one initially robbed. Upon exiting the CAF, a gust of wind greeted him, hinting at the onset of autumn. Returning to the dormitory, he discovered it was nearly impossible to find space to step. The hallway was cluttered with boxes filled with snacks and instant noodles, and an abundance of drinks and bottled water piled high. It was no small feat for them to carry these items up 7 flights of stairs. Bai Mo exclaimed in surprise, "Are you all truly planning to open a convenience store?" Xiang Chao, clad in a white tank top and drenched in sweat, was the one handling the heavy lifting. "Indeed," he confirmed. At this moment, Ma Liang adjusted his waist and called out, "Imogu, come help me tidy up. I'm utterly exhausted." Bai Mo sighed, finding these individuals somewhat foolish, yet decided that if they were to be silly, they might as well embrace it together. Once they had finished organizing, a narrow passageway at the entrance finally cleared, barely allowing passage. "Where is Xiemingwei?" Bai Mo inquired as he sat on a stool, taking several hearty gulps from a bottle of water. "How is it that this fellow is absent during the laborious work?" Ma Liang responded, "He went to print flyers. By the way, while you were away, the 3 of us discussed something. The profits from this small supermarket will be evenly divided among the 4 of us. I'll keep the accounts at the outset. Is that acceptable?" Bai Mo blinked in surprise, pleasantly astonished by such good fortune. "Sounds great," he replied. "Not one to take advantage of others. I'll cover my share of the initial costs." Ma Liang shook his head. "No need. Most of it comes from the money we earned last time on the playground. Without your idea, we wouldn't have proceeded. If any expenses arise later, we can settle that then." Bai Mo was unperturbed, accepting their words with grace. This small venture was not of great significance. He viewed it as a chance to indulge in youthful folly and savor the moment. Even if they were to incur losses, it mattered little. He could always cover their losses. Observing them, Bai Mo suddenly recalled that his somewhat resentful high school class president had applied for a year off from school to engage in poverty alleviation efforts. With this thought, he took out his phone and dialed him. "You finally remembered me," came the voice through the phone, accompanied by the grating sound of a tractor in the background. Despite Lu Chang's brusque demeanor, Bai Mo felt no anger. Just a few months prior, he had been the type to blush at the slightest provocation. And now he spoke with such bravado. Bai Mo wondered what experiences had led to this transformation. "I just wanted to confirm that you're still alive." "As long as you are, that's good," he replied. Lu Chang spat dismissively. "Don't worry, I'll definitely outlive you." Bai Mo refrained from arguing. It was true after all, as calamity lingers for a millennium. Lu Chang, aware that he couldn't gain the upper hand in a verbal spar with Bai Mo, swiftly changed the subject. "This year, the village has had a bountiful rice harvest, and the chrysanthemums and dates have also fared well. As you mentioned, the crucian carp raised in the irrigation channels outside the rice fields have grown to about 2 taels. What we lack now is a sales outlet. The existing buyers are rather unscrupulous. Have you found a good channel?" Bai Mo was taken aback. "Are you certain I mentioned that I would help you find a sales channel?" he asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. He didn't recall making such a promise. There was a pause on the other end of the line before Lu Chang finally responded. "You invested tens of thousands without securing a sales outlet? Are you just burning money?" In Lu Chang's village, they were currently part of a model new rural construction project in the city, promoting ecological farming that included both crops and livestock. The initial investment of 400,000 had come from Bai Mo. They had adopted a profit-sharing model, with profits distributed 80% to the farmers and 20% to the operators. Now that the harvest had finally arrived, how could they lack a sales channel? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Mo shyly confessed, "To be honest, I was merely casting votes for fun, promoting Dongxiang's. All for that trophy and the title of charitable entrepreneur bestowed by the mayor. I never anticipated that you would truly make it happen." Lu Chang took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure. If a market was not found, the millet could still be stored in the granary, and fish posed no issue. They could continue to cultivate large carp. However, fruits could not wait. "Mr. Bai, whether we can generate profits, enabling farmers to receive payment and perceive a viable future in agriculture, thus encouraging more young individuals to return, depends entirely on you." Bai Mo regretted making this call. With that single phone call, his mood had darkened considerably, and his leisurely days were now a thing of the past. Sitting at the table, his fingers began to tap rhythmically on its surface, a habitual gesture whenever he pondered a dilemma. After a while, he recalled a person and an event. He took out his phone and called Yi-Chin. "Sister, did you save a guest slot for me?" Chapter 89, The Restless Heart of Xiemingwei. Furthermore, have you found a location for the next shoot? Should we consider trying the countryside rice threshing grounds? It would surely attract attention. This is the harvest season for rice, and the program's effect will undoubtedly be exceptional. After a brief silence on the other end, Yi-Chin replied, "Which young actor have you taken a liking to?" Bai Mo quickly denied, "That is not the case. I have a high school classmate who is quite remarkable and currently requires assistance." After Bai Mo briefly explained Lu Chang's situation, He readily agreed. Absolutely. His persona is already established. A wave of promotion should attract a considerable following. I'll inquire if he is interested in joining our company. After ending the call with He, Bai Mo reconnected with Lu Chang. I have something to discuss with you. During this period, try to tan a bit more. Their essay variety show, the title escapes me, but it's quite popular. You must have heard of it? They'll be coming to your area for shooting, and you'll participate as a special guest. It will also help promote the local agricultural products. Prepare your talking points. They will cooperate with you. Before that, make sure to register a trademark. And remember to register similar sounding names as well. The essence of business lies in exchange, and resource exchange is a part of that. Bai Mo sought out He not solely for the sisterly bond, but primarily for the benefits she could provide. Naturally, being a seasoned fox, He was well aware that she was not at a disadvantage. Otherwise, even as Bai Mo's unofficial sister, she would not have consented. Media professionals require traffic. They constantly create topics to garner attention, ensuring the visibility of their artists on screen. What Bai Mo offered her was an unending stream of hot topics. While Bai Mo was conversing with Lu Chang, Xiaminghui returned. He stripped off his shirt and slumped into a chair, panting heavily. Is it really that exhausting just to distribute flyers? Xiang Chao muttered disdainfully. Xiaminghui shook his head. I had someone help me with the flyers and paid him 10 yuan. Ma Liang scrutinized him with a look of disdain and cautiously inquired. So why are you so tired? Surely you're not feeling a bit weak, are you? Nonsense. You are the one who is weak. Xiaminghui quickly retorted. This evening, during the rehearsal for the welcome party, I happened to pass by when they encountered some issues with the sound system. I lent a hand and helped them lift a few tables to arrange the venue. At that moment, Bai Mo interjected, there must be a few beautiful senior girls, right? How do you know? Xiaminghui responded in surprise. To be honest, there was a particularly stunning senior from last year. Her voice was so sweet and soft. It was simply enchanting. I have decided, I must pursue her. After saying this, he cautiously glanced at Bai Mo, adding, of course, she can't compare to Jiang Luohan. So don't go asking around. Bai Mo rolled his eyes, wondering what kind of person he thought he was. It was he who should be wary. Bai Mo then began counting on his fingers. Let me see, since the start of the semester, how many people have you pursued verbally? Jing'an, Howenya, and the daughter of the supermarket owner? Oh, right, and that network administrator from the Galaxy Internet CAF. But what about your actions? Xiaminghui felt his face flush. Yet he retorted, that's slander. You're simply slandering me. With that, he cut off Bai Mo, grabbing a towel and heading for the shower. Xiang Chao and Ma Liang were doubled over with laughter nearby. Once Xiang Chao regained his composure, he remarked, speaking of the Internet CAF. It suddenly occurred to me that the competition we signed up for is starting in a few days. Isn't it? I heard others had to compete in preliminaries and qualifiers before reaching the current knockout stage. Why are we going straight into the knockout round? Although Xiaminghui was in the restroom, Xiang Chao's voice was loud enough for him to hear. He quickly shouted back, because they recognized the depth of my skills. So they granted me direct entry. By the way, how about we practice some shooting later? I haven't touched a keyboard in 2 or 3 days. And my hands are rusty. Conversations among university boys in the dormitory often revolve around a few topics, with gaming being one of them. Once one person proposes it, the others readily agree. Bai Mo sighed, wishing he had just waited for them at the Internet CAF. After Xiaminghui finished washing up, the group headed out. In the central square of the school, the stage for the welcome party had already been constructed, with people rehearsing on it. Although it was not yet a formal performance, it had already attracted quite a crowd of onlookers. Xiaminghui pointed at a host on stage, dressed in a red evening gown, holding a microphone. That's the senior girl, Yuan Yu. I've gathered all the information. She is still single. In finance schools, it is not surprising to find many beautiful women. And a few particularly outstanding ones are to be expected. Bai Mo glanced at her and then averted his gaze, acknowledging her beauty but feeling little interest as she did not align with his aesthetic. However, Ma Liang and Xiang Chao could not help but steal a few more glances, even turning back multiple times as they walked past. Just as they turned around one last time, a gasp escaped their lips. Upon hearing the commotion, Bai Mo turned to look as well. Next to Yuan Yu at the center of the stage, a boy had appeared, holding a bouquet of roses. It seemed to be a prearranged surprise, as 2 fireworks were set off beside them, and the colorful streamers danced under the stage lights, creating a dazzling spectacle. Bai Mo inadvertently caught a glimpse of Xiaminghui's gaze. From a distance, he sensed a hint of jealousy in the air. Fortunately, Yuan Yu had politely declined his advances. allowing Xiamingwei to breathe a sigh of relief. Bai Mo could tell that Xiamingwei had genuinely fallen for Yuan Yu at first sight. However, it appeared that the challenge ahead was rather formidable. Mo go, I wish to pursue her. Where should I begin? In Xiaminghui's eyes, among the entire 718 dormitory, Bai Mo was the only one with experience in such matters, and his expertise was almost legendary. Yet, Bai Mo shrugged his shoulders, expressing uncertainty. I'm not sure. I have only heard a saying that resonates deeply with me, which I would like to share with you. Upon hearing this, the three friends looked at him with curiosity, eager for him to continue. Would you like to hear it? Bai Mo asked. The trio nodded in agreement. If you wish to hear it. I must quench my thirst first. Swiftly, Xiamingwei dashed to the nearby convenience store and returned with 4 bottles of chilled cola. Bai Mo opened one with a satisfying pop and took a sip before elaborating. If she is inexperienced, show her the splendor of the world. If she has weathered many storms, take her on a carousel ride. He added thoughtfully, a girl like Yuan Yu has always been an exalted goddess, making it somewhat difficult to win her over. No matter what you prepare, she may not find it novel. Just like that boy earlier. She might not even remember his name. However, if you can devise a unique approach that ensures she remembers your name, you will have accomplished a significant part of your goal. Xiamingwei appeared to grasp the essence, pondering for a moment before turning to Bai Mo and inquiring. How did you manage to make Jiang Luohan remember you? Bai Mo strained to recollect, finally responding with uncertainty. I believe it was through borrowing money. I kept asking her for small amounts, just 1 or 2 yuan each time, but I went at her every day. Reflecting further, Bai Mo realized that he might have been the only one in high school who could successfully borrow money from her. Had he ever repaid her? It seemed he had not. Xiamingwei nodded, enlightened. All right, tomorrow I will also go and borrow money from the senior. Bai Mo cast a glance at him, thinking that he might truly be a fool.